I casually modified a Panda new energy electric scooter and listed it on a certain e-commerce platform for 5 million. Non-negotiable. Unexpectedly, it was bought by a Middle Eastern prince to combat terrorist attacks. For a while, the powerful program was interpreted in various ways by this Panda scooter on the battlefield, challenging the Leopard 2A7 tank, tearing apart the F-35 Lightning stealth fighter, and stepping on the little Overlord heavy 8-wheel infantry armor. When I upgraded the Panda car system for the second time, Eagle Sauce Xiaoboang was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot, even exposing the spies hidden in Longwa for many years to get the design drawings. But what they don't know is that the Panda car is just a toy I put together temporarily for the auto show. In fact, I inherited a third-rate car company that was starving. Participating in the auto show is just a response to the call to make up the numbers. In a corner of the auto show center at this time, compared to those famous car companies, our booth appears particularly deserted and lonely. Only the 2 Panda Iron Stomach electric cars priced at 5 million yuan parked in front of the booth are quite unique. Like 2 lonely giants, quietly waiting for their new owners to arrive. People often come over to take a look at the car exhibition. This car is domineering, with a wildness that has not been tamed. But when they see the price tag of 5 million on the front of the car, they show disdain one by one. 5 million? Domestic car? You might as well go rob a bank. What is this Hanyu brand, an 18th tier car company that can't be found online? Faced with the ridicule and sarcasm of onlookers, even the service staff of my own company are keeping their distance. Only I sit at the booth with a confident look on my face, because I am waiting for someone who truly understands cars to arrive. These 2 cars come from the system and are the safest and best cars in the world. Bulletproof, fireproof, anti-collision. Whenever it comes to safety issues, this car will have no rivals. Not even a tank can compare to these 2 cars. Buying it is like buying a set of resurrection armor for yourself. Selling at a low price of 5 million. It's just to quickly replenish the company's funds and avoid owing too much salary to employees. Just as I was lost in thought, a handsome young man with fashionable skin slightly dark, holding a phone and live streaming, walked slowly into the auto show. This person is named Chris. His real identity is a little prince from an oil-rich country in the Middle East. His mother is from the Dragon Country, because he is a mix of Dragon Country and the Middle East. Chris does not have the nominal inheritance right. In addition, several pureblood brothers have always been very hostile to him, treating him with all kinds of cold eyes. Therefore, Chris decided to return to the Dragon Country for development last year, because he likes cars and also likes the feeling of being admired. All kinds of limited edition supercars have long been stored in his garage. Today, taking advantage of the auto show, he will also check out a few luxury cars and enjoy the feeling of being admired and envied by fans in the live stream room. Brothers, give me all your attention and likes. Today I will live stream buying luxury cars with Chris. As soon as Chris made his bold statement, the popularity of the live stream room instantly reached more than 3,000 people. Brothers, get the popularity of the live stream room to 5,000 people for me. If we achieve that today, I will spend 5 million to buy a car to show you all. Let's go. The anchor is impressive. I will go promote you now. And the live stream room instantly becomes lively. Chris said as he walked to the BMW booth. I bought a limited edition BMW sports car 2 years ago for 20 million. It drives pretty well. Let's go check it out first. The audience in the live broadcast room started discussing. It seems difficult to get into the BMW booth. It seems you can't get in without an invitation. That's right, BMW is too high-end. Ordinary people are not allowed in. Watching the barrage of bullet comments, Chris immediately replied, I don't have the invitation letter, but I think this 20 million BMW sports car key should be more useful than the invitation letter. With a bunch of car keys in hand, Chris walked confidently towards the BMW booth. By now, the BMW booth was already surrounded by people. As the world's largest car company, BMW naturally has the most fans worldwide. Chris approached the staff at the entrance of the booth. Hello, may I come in and have a look? The staff glanced at Chris, especially scrutinizing his face, then shook their head with a flat and proud expression. I'm sorry, this place is by invitation only. You need to show an invitation letter to enter. Do you have an invitation letter? Chris shook his head. I don't have an invitation letter, but I have this. He picked up the car key in his hand and placed it in front of the staff. This is the limited edition sports car I bought from you, the one released 2 years ago, with a global limit of 300 units, each priced at 22 million. You should know it. As soon as these words were spoken, many onlookers nearby shifted their attention over. People who can afford such luxury cars must have quite an extraordinary identity. However, at this moment, the staff in front of Chris shook their head, and there was even a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of their mouth. I'm sorry, we only allow VIPs with invitation letters to enter. Ha ha. The car crashed, This BMW is really powerful. Even if you buy such a powerful car, you can't get in. A discerning person can see at a glance that the key is fake, and the BMW staff must also be able to see it. A small internet celebrity with only a few thousand viewers in a live broadcast room. How could they afford such a car? Is that car key a lighter? Faced with the ridicule of the surrounding crowd, Chris immediately felt that he couldn't save face. He handed the car key to the staff and said, "Do you want to check it again?" The staff stepped back, still very firm. "Sorry, we only allow those with invitations to enter here." He even turned his head to signal the security personnel to intervene. Chris took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Pointing at the onlookers, he said loudly, "Do you think I can't afford to buy it? Do you think I'm pretending here? Today, I'll show you whether I'm pretending or not." Looked around and saw a sign in a corner that I had never seen before, with two unknown cars in the booth shaped like pandas parked in front of it. Chris walked over. "Hello, how much is this car?" In an instant, everyone around also followed. Even the BMW staff looked over. I was stunned, and when someone asked, I immediately stood up. "This car is called Iron Stomach, 5 million each." As soon as this was said, the people around in the audience in the live broadcast room instantly showed a disdainful look. These two are really extraordinary. One pretends to be rich, and the other dares to sell for 5 million just by casually styling. The dragon and phoenix are gathered together. Just take a look at this guy pretending to be rich and spending 5 million to buy garbage. You overestimate him too much. The ridicule of the crowd is quite harsh. Of course I don't care. I'm immune long ago. Chris doesn't have such a good attitude. Bought it, full payment, handing over a black card. The sudden boldness stunned everyone present. Wow, no bargaining, just buying it like that? I confirmed a bit unbelievably. 5 million, do you want it now? Swipe the card. I want to drive away in this car right now. Chris pointed firmly at the car on the left, completed all the procedures, and completely slapped the audience around him. Did he really buy it? It's even easier than me going to the market to buy vegetables. So, does that mean the car key he just had was real too? At once, everyone turned to look at the staff at the BMW booth. The manager in charge had already widened his eyes, and even his lips were trembling uncontrollably. This time, they had really offended a customer that even headquarters had to take seriously. At this moment, in the shocked gazes of everyone around, Chris's vanity was greatly satisfied. He turned around and reached out his hand, saying, "Please give me the car key. I can't wait to try out this new car now." "Sure, no problem. Just sit in and bind your fingerprint and iris, and you will have the right to use this car," I explained with a smile. So advanced? Chris was stunned. Never expected the car he bought just to show off would come with so many fancy features. Originally thought I bought a piece of junk, but now it looks. Even if the car doesn't perform, or the interior doesn't work, or anything, it's more or less a slightly innovative vase. It's just some routine maneuvering, and now you can pick any car you want and drive it away. But as the maker of these two cars, I heartily advise you to reconsider. Qin Feng wore a smile and was full of confidence. Are you really not going to buy both of them? Maybe in the future. You won't be able to buy them even if you want to. Although Qin Feng did have in mind the idea of catching a wrongdoer and pulling more wool over his eyes. But the words at this moment. It is also true that they are thinking of each other. These two iron armor beside him were different from the others. The other cars you might be able to buy for your collection. You only need to buy one. But with his iron armor, one counts as a buy and all are earned. And more importantly, now it's here. After this $5 million, the most he'll do is, at best, produce another one. Wait until you have thoroughly completed this phase of the system's development. This model will probably never be available again. Sure, for this heartfelt and sincere advice from Qin Feng. Naturally, Chris was unlikely to listen. He didn't even bother to ask if this so-called fingerprint and pupil binding feature was reliable or not. At the end of the day, he only thinks he bought a crappy car from start to finish. It's fine to have these features. There is no need to expect them to be reliable at all. Because that's a feature that even the best ones in the world, even including Pauma, can't do. A small, ordinary car factory with an unknown name. And how could it be done? That's simply a pipe dream. It's still the same. They're on the line. I think I'd rather not. Chris smiled back at Qin Feng. Even though the other guy didn't do anything, in the end, he kind of helped prove himself. It's sort of somewhat helpful in the end. If the person says the car is for display only and can't be sold, or a car that only costs $100,000 or $200,000, for Chris, that would all be bad news. In that case, be my guest. Qin Feng stepped aside and handed out his business card in passing. Chris also held his head high and took a step, slowly walking to an iron armor to Qin Feng's left. As soon as he walked in, Chris was a little shocked by the entire interior of the car. Not that the interior in this car is all that luxurious. Chris doesn't have an inheritance, but has a really good allowance. What kind of luxury cars he's seen. Even his father had a sports car made entirely of solid gold. There was no way in the world that any car could have an interior so luxurious that it would surprise him. And of course the iron armor in front of him. The reason Chris was shocked. It's not that the Iron Horde has a luxurious interior. Rather, the interior of this car looks really mechanical and technologically futuristic. But that's about it. Overall it doesn't look much different than the rest of the car. The front steering wheel is also very techy. The round steering wheel, with 5 fingerprints around it. Chris tentatively put his hand on it. Immediately, a prompt popped up on the large screen next to the seat. Fingerprints are being entered. Please hold. Also ringing out was a piece of extremely standard Dahanese. Didn't wait for Chris to respond. The words on the big screen changed again. Fingerprint entry is complete. Starting pupil entry. Immediately afterward, Chris saw a small hole at the top of the car's front window that gave off a green light. Immediately afterward, the prompt sounded again. Pupil entry is complete. Honorable owner, please give me a name of your choice. It was only when this happened that Chris finally reacted. It's fucking Al. Not sure how intelligent this Al is yet though, but it is indeed an AI. And as far as he's bound to fingerprints and pupils now, it's still smooth to use. This car is a little too classy, isn't it? Shock filled Chris's face. Immediately after the voice sounded again. The next step will be to customize your seating system. As soon as the voice fell, Chris sensed a change in the car. The seat, which had been flat, suddenly turned soft. The whole seat is like a race car. And once you're in it, the whole thing is automatically wrapped up in it. Yet the material around it is so flexible that it doesn't interfere with your movements at all. Not as tightly wrapped as an F1 car. And there's no telling how the chair did it. It's like you can feel yourself moving inside the car. He just went in and sat down when he was wrapped. So immediately he felt scared and tried to get up at once. As he struggled to lean forward, another sudden surge of power came from behind him. The force pushed his upper body right out of the middle of the seat's wrapping. And when he relaxed again and sat in it, immediately it felt like the body was wrapped up again. Not only that, no matter what kind of postural maneuvers he takes, this seat were able to fit him very perfectly, make him most comfortable inside his seat at all times. Crap! Chris couldn't help but curse out. One of the most mature expletives he had learned in the past few months since he came to the Great Han Kingdom. The whole face had been completely filled with shock. And just then, Qin Feng knocked on the window of the car next to him. Chris subconsciously pressed the switch to open the window. Qin Feng stood outside and handed him a small book. I forgot to give it to you. Here are the instructions. It's okay if you don't want to read them. Ask inside the car. It's got Al in it. Don't get your hopes up too high though. My field of study hasn't quite gotten to the Al piece yet. And the Al in this car right now is just a less intelligent butler. This Al is only responsible for everything on this car. And then there's you. There's no way to learn to evolve. And there's no way to network. And of course, functionally, there's still a little bit less than complete. But that's okay. I'll follow that up with OTA upgrade to the full-bodied one later on. And have a good time with the car. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he put his hand back and took out another card after fumbling around for a bit. By the way, here's my card. So if you back out afterward and want another one, feel free to come see me anytime, he said and handed it through the window again. Chris would have been still in shock. Once they heard Qin Feng say that, they were a bit disappointed again. Plus, the previous impression of this iron armor still hasn't been completely erased. Still worried that the car is just a nice-looking vase. So there was no further questioning. Tried to turn on the engine. Immediately afterward, they left the car show through the safe passage with the help of the security personnel called by Qin Feng. After driving out of the car show, Chris looked at Qin Feng's business card inside his hand. Hesitating, he shook his head. Or just dropped it. And at this point, inside the station, Qin Feng's car show booth around, the crowd's shocked gazes stayed with them until after Chris had left before they reluctantly retracted. And by the time they looked at Qin Feng, and the other iron armor next to him, the expression on his face took on resignation and envy in addition to contempt. The man's luck is too good, isn't it? That's right. What kind of luck is this TMD? Drove 2 lousy cars to the car show to humiliate people, and then just happened to bump into this thing. People are really a tycoon. Was bought away with $5 million. It's really outrageous. I suspect that this person is just sucking all our luck out of us. I was unlucky enough to buy a lottery ticket without winning a single one. And I'm drinking cold water and stuffing my teeth. I should have known that I would also go through a relationship to beg this booth. With the situation just now, even if I put a toy car in the booth and sell it for $5 million, that tycoon will still buy it. More than that, I think people will buy it even if you sell it for $10 million. That's right. People don't look bad at all. They're totally spending money on their faces. How come I don't have such good luck? I'm really angry. I think that the tycoon just now was looking at the large number of people here. That's why he specifically walked over here. I don't think there's any need for us to increase the popularity of this person. Just let him clamor here. Indeed. Let's disperse, folks. We can't let this man fish in troubled waters any longer. Watching him make money is really worse than losing it for me. The onlookers only thought that Qin Feng had gotten lucky, pounding his chest and moving his feet. He just hated himself for not being so lucky. It didn't feel in the slightest that Qin Feng deserved to be able to obtain these. There was even a greeting to take the others away. In this regard, Qin Feng naturally did not have the slightest opinion. He didn't even have the slightest intention of staying. These people are arrogant enough to think that they are the ones who bring them luck. But to Qin Feng, these people were nothing but raucous and noisy. There was no way to bring him any little thing. Instead, it's out there in a circle, resulting in the possibility that people who really love their cars can't see them. It's good to be gone now instead. Nearly half a minute later, the group of people originally surrounding the booth all dispersed one after another. By now the time had also reached midday. It's time to get to dinner. The crowds throughout the car show venue also thinned out slightly. Even the booth next to the always crowded Paumas. There aren't as many of them now as there were in the beginning. Qin Feng was about to take a lunch break, and it was at this time. A small child's cry suddenly came to his ears. Qin Feng did not take it seriously at first. After all, taking a child to a car show is not something problematic, and kids are already prone to crying. But immediately after, he then heard another series of arguments and curses coming from behind him, and listened to the sound. This is coming from the resting place in the rear of the Pauma booth. Qin Feng frowned, and the secretary beside him, Xiao Li, immediately stood up from his chair. I'll go take a look. Mr. Qin. Qin Feng shook his head and stood up from the chair himself. It's fine. I'll go. You stay here and watch the car. I'll go out and buy some food on the way. What are you going to eat? Xiao Li thought about it and casually waved his hand. I'll eat whatever I want, so buy whatever you want. Mr. Qin. Qin Feng nodded without asking more questions. Turning, he headed in the direction from which the cries and noise had just come. After walking closer, the noise became clear all of a sudden. This gentleman, I've already told you. Our ice cream only entertains insiders. The one who spoke was a young woman wearing a Pauma uniform, looking like Pauma's staff at this car show. Despite the heavy makeup, those high-raised cheekbones and a big pie face, it still brings out the vitriol and bullying in him. Insiders? I think it's expatriates. Right? You're telling me that all those foreigners eating ice cream in there are all your Pauma's internal staff? Those two foreign kids who just walked in were your insiders too? Are you guys still allowed to hire child laborers? A young man, pointing at this Pauma employee, cursed under his breath. Behind this man, a little girl in a tiny dress was sitting on the floor wiping tears from her eyes. The little girl's mother was beside herself with soft words of comfort. Qin Feng watched the scene and heard the conversation between the two, and instantly realized what had happened. Sir, please don't mess around. Those two foreign kids just now, their parents are our internal employees. The female Pauma employee said with an ironic face. Put your motherfucking ass on the line. The little girl's father was directly angry. We are sitting on the high-speed train together. That a foreign couple is sitting in front of our seat. They and you Pauma have no fart relationship at all. Just come to the big Han country to travel. By the way, come to see the car show. You TND bluffing who here? The little girl's father said this as soon as the words came out of his mouth. The snarky Pauma woman immediately blanched. The entire group froze instantly as well. Immediately after the little girl's father continued. My child, just see you this booth written on the free distribution of ice cream. See, a foreign children went over to receive a free. Just want an ice cream to eat. You do not give it to not give. You put on a face to whom to see it? The little girl's father is outraged. Based on this father's performance, you can see that he did not lie. The female Pauma employee was obviously a little weak. Her face turned a few points whiter, but she still refused to admit it. This gentleman, I advise you not to make a scene here. We have rules for dispensing ice cream and we don't discriminate or show favoritism in any way. The female Pauma employee bit the bullet, because she could probably be sure that the couple had no evidence. Otherwise they should have taken it out a long time ago. As for the surveillance inside this car show, she had also looked at it just now, and she was in a position that was right in the blind spot of the surveillance field of view. As long as the other side had no evidence, then he could bite the bullet and say he had done nothing wrong, turn to accusing the other side of willful mischief. As soon as the girl's father heard this, the blood rushed to his head and he looked ready to charge. Don't be impulsive. Yes, never hit anyone. There must be some other solution. If you hit someone now, you'll just lose yourself too. That's right. Use other ways to get justice. We all just saw how it happened and we're all behind you. Qin Feng pulled him back with a quick eye. The crowd of onlookers also rushed up to pull him to his feet. He was urged to calm down. Right now reason is on the side of the girl's family. But if this little girl's father had gone straight for the jugular, that doesn't make sense for them. What makes sense makes no sense. This gentleman, if there's nothing wrong with you, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. And if you continue to mess around here, then I'm going to have to call security over. See the reaction of the girl's father. The Pauma woman employee was even more determined to know that she had guessed correctly. The other side just doesn't have any evidence. So she spoke with an unconsciously stern tone, trying to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. The crowd of onlookers next to him were not happy with this statement. Why are you so unreasonable? You little girl? It's just an ice cream. A little girl. You say a grown man come over to ask for it and you don't give it to him even if it's okay. A little girl come over to ask for it. You give it to him on the line. How much is an ice cream worth? That's right. Didn't you write that the ice cream is free? You didn't write that people in our country can't get it. Only foreigners can get it. Yeah. I tried to go over and get an ice cream to eat just now too. And they said they had already gotten all of them. But then just as I was leaving, a foreigner came over and took one straight away. I saw it too. As soon as you see us face like a dead mom. As soon as you see foreigners face smile like a fucking dog. UTND what era? There are still traitors like you? Obviously. This ice cream incident in the back of the Pauma booth is not an isolated case. Rather, the grudge has built up quite a bit. These people have offended a lot of people. The surrounding group was in a frenzy. One by one, the onlookers spoke fair. The sound of this instantly startled the female Pauma employee, but she relied on the fact that she had Pauma behind her, and still scolded without budging. Don't talk nonsense to me one by one you people. If you have the ability to come up with evidence. If you don't have evidence then shut your mouths. This is something that must not be sat on. So she could never admit it. Because the task explained at the top is indeed the free distribution of ice cream. But his supervisor siphoned off some of the money after he got it. She was also given a $1,000 bonus to keep her secret. Money got low and there was no way to buy enough ice cream. The amount of ice cream is naturally limited. So even if the sign says free distribution, but the thing to keep the ice cream count from being too low is obvious. They're still looking at the plate. As much ice cream as possible was sent to as many people as they wanted to send it to. This kind of thing is normal. It's not a big deal at all, but it can't be stabbed and made a big deal out of. Otherwise it's not just her who suffers the repercussions, and her boss. When that happens, not only will you lose your job, but you may even face a lawsuit. That would be really bad. So, she could never admit it. I have proof. And just then, instead, a voice suddenly sounded next to him. I have proof. Qin Feng turned his head to look over. The gazes of the crowd also all looked toward the place where the voice came from. And Xiaoya was very exquisitely dressed and was holding up her cell phone. I just went live here. And the room stewards on the air usually record all the videos of my live streams for slicing. Just after this happened, one of my housemasters told me that I had evidence captured on my video and then had already cut the video off and sent it to me. And Xiaoya had a righteous face. All she had in her hand was a cell phone. That's the cell phone she was broadcasting from. And at this moment, for the sake of the justice of the thing, and Xiaoya was willing to stop the live stream and chose to use her own cell phone to produce the evidence. Compared to the surrounding other netizens who still held up their cell phones to rub the heat, afraid of missing a bit of traffic. I don't know how much better it's going to come out. Please open the video for us. Qin Feng immediately spoke out. And at this point, the Pauma woman had gotten anxious. She immediately moved out from beside the counter she was at. Pointing her finger at Xiaoya, she colored. Don't you mess up here. What are you doing? Among the onlookers, there was immediate solidarity, accusing the female Pauma employee. I advise you not to make a mess here. I thought you said you didn't do it? Didn't you say nothing happened? What's your hurry here? Believe it or not, I'll whip you? A group of people spoke through and through. Apparently, the female Pauma employee has ruffled feathers. The female Pauma employee was forced back by the noise. Qin Feng, on the other hand, took a few onlookers and walked over to Xiaoya. And Xiaoya tapped on a video among her cell phone. Just see the video. And Xiaoya was doing a live broadcast the moment the camera moved. Everyone can see. Originally, 2 foreign kids went over. The female Pauma employee immediately took out 2 ice creams and handed them to them with a smile, and holding a spoon to show people how to eat. Followed by the little girl who was crying next to her who also walked over. But once you see the little girl, the face of the female Pauma employee then immediately went cold. The little girl reached out and made a show of asking for it, with a smile on her face and not a hint of impolite behavior. But the Pauma woman had no intention of giving it at all. Instead, he was cold and full of impatience. There were even a few outbursts of chiding. Immediately after that the little girl cried helplessly. What happened next, naturally, was that the little girl's parents heard the noise and came around to have an argument with the female employee. It's just such a small video. This is perfectly adequate. There is simply no need for any further evidence or proof. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Feng looked up at the female Pauma employee. Everything has been proven. This Pauma female employee is making a difference. And to see this come to life. The surrounding crowd was also very angry one by one. Send me the video. I'm going to post this online. It's so hateful. Where does that come from? Isn't it just an ice cream? Make it seem like we can't afford it. You don't give it away for free here. You can sell it here. What kind of differentiation is there? Everyone is on the same page. The differential treatment of this Pauma female employee is abhorrent. More to the point, she herself was a native of the Great Han Kingdom. And yet, such foreign admiration. It is naturally offensive. And just then, perhaps they heard the commotion over here. Lu Chang, the booth manager who had previously refused Chris entry at the Pauma booth, also walked over. After exchanging a few words with the female Pauma employee, Lu Chang immediately turned pale, because he was one of the people who drew the cut inside the ice cream, and he took the lion's share. So this matter, too, is closely related to his interests. Everyone, please calm down. We must have some kind of misunderstanding in this matter. We will definitely have a meeting when we go back today and give everyone a good answer tomorrow. There is absolutely no bias or discrimination. Our ice cream is served to everyone. It's our training for our staff that is not up to scratch and doesn't make things clear. Lu Chang immediately tried to redeem himself. Someone in the crowd immediately said, in that case, it shouldn't be too much for one of us to take an ice cream now, right? As soon as Lu Chang heard this, his face became a few more points more ugly. They would have already taken most of the money. And it's really expensive ice cream. Over $30 a pop. Originally, there was only enough to supply a small number of people. And now with the dispute up on this side, more and more people are gathering around. Really, if one person takes one, there's definitely not enough ice cream left over. And it's not nearly enough. If this thing gets out, then his job could be in jeopardy. Because according to the funds allocated down from the top, there's no way this ice cream is going to be enough. When the time comes, a random check could lead to his head. I'm sorry, everyone, because of this misunderstanding today, we've decided to stop the distribution of ice cream for the time being and wait until tomorrow. And we'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Lu Chang could only explain in this way, hoping to put the matter to rest. But the video just now in the face of that female employee just now, has made people stop believing his words. So all that's to say is don't send us ice cream, right? It's just that it's only given out to foreigners, not to us in the Great Han Kingdom. Looking down on people, huh? Call your stewards to come out. I don't believe that this matter has not been taken care of yet. Bullying our Great Han country's people on our Great Han country's land. I will be the first to refuse. The crowd of onlookers was in a frenzy. I think it's just that we only prepared the foreigners' portion and not the Great Han countrymen's. I just said it was a misunderstanding, but now if we really want to send it out, there won't be enough of it at once. We won't be able to hide it at all. Qin Feng came to this conclusion after thinking for a while. That immediately sparked support from everyone. And in the meantime, Qin Feng was also seen by Lu Chang at a glance because of these words. Lu Chang had seen Qin Feng before because of Chris. Thinking about his own mistakes, he made the company lose such a big client and let Qin Feng pick up 5 million for nothing. Lu Chang just had a stomach full of anger. I didn't expect that Qin Feng would still be here now to talk in a shady manner. Lu Chang directly pointed at Qin Feng, scolded, "You less here to bring the rhythm. We are all car companies. You should do the thing is to do a good job of your car. With too garbage to come to the car show inside to woo. You have the ability to make your car good and sell it properly. Don't meddle in other people's business here. I think you're the one who's bringing up the tempo here in this case. Saying that we didn't prepare enough ice cream. Then prepare it. You didn't even prepare it. Who are you to talk about us?" Lu Chang scolded. Qin Feng immediately raised his head to the side of the onlookers to explain, "Everyone do not listen to this person. This person is the boss of another car company. Not a good ride. All day long thinking of smearing our Pauma, just now also robbed one of our customers. This matter is purely his conspiracy. Everyone must not be such a person to bring the rhythm of it." Qin Feng only had a cold smile on his face as he listened to this. This is a real case of foreign pandering. And in this man's mouth it becomes a smear on himself. That Chris just got away from him, obviously. And now it's a client that I've lost. It's simply ridiculous. Originally, he had only come over to see what the fuss was all about. And after realizing that the innocent little girl was being bullied, he was just maintaining a little bit of justice. He had no grudge against Pauma, and wasn't even thinking about it. But now he himself is being smeared out of nowhere. Good. Since you're saying I'm purposely trying to bring up the tempo and make a scene, you say I'm deliberately targeting you, Pauma. Then I'll bring the tempo to make a scene and target it for you. You're right. I didn't deliver the ice cream. so I really don't get to talk about you guys like that. Qin Feng nodded. Then with a smile on his face, he turned to look to the onlookers. Everyone, I'm going to purchase ice cream right now, and at 2 p.m. today, just come to our Han Opinion booth next to the Pauma, and the ice cream will be served free of charge. Every single person in the Great Han Kingdom all have a share. I hope you can help us publicize it. Especially don't forget to post it online to publicize it. Thank you all. Since we're going to make a scene, then it's going to be a big deal. It's not even on the hot seat. How can you be considered to have made a big deal out of it? He made $5 million before, which is more than enough to use at this stage of the system today. And this money for ice cream. But it's just a drop in the bucket. Come on, the ice cream is free to give out to anyone. And as for the foreigners, you can go to the Pauma booth. Since the Pauma booth doesn't provide ice cream to our people in the Great Han Kingdom, we're only able to do it ourselves. In front of the Han Opinion booth, a huge loudspeaker constantly broadcasts this sound. And next to the speakers, there was a huge refrigerator. Inside the freezer were neatly arranged ice creams. Qin Feng specifically paid attention to what brand of ice cream the other party was giving away, and then bought completely different ones from each other out there. Certainly not comparable in price. Personally bring them inside the venue for distribution. This loudhailer was also a temporary find for him. The sound quality doesn't sound great, but it's good enough to be loud. This loudspeaker broadcast could be heard in half the venue. Circle after circle of people gathered around, constantly asking what was going on around them because of the sound of the horn. And those onlookers who had helped the little girl's family with Qin Feng in the beginning. It's also naturally in this neighborhood. All spared no effort to publicize, as well as restore the truth of that incident in the party. It's outrageous to hear that something so outrageous has happened. The onlookers at the scene, one and all, were filled with righteous indignation and expressed their support for Qin Feng's actions. Of course there are those who question the truth of the whole thing. But the video captured by the female netizen named in Xiaoya before, at this moment has also long ago, in the circle of onlookers completely spread. Wherever anyone asks, the people next to them will have the video open for them to watch. There have even been people who have been putting it on for a long time as well. That video was uploaded to the internet. Just search online to be able to view it. Just like that, more and more people are gathering in front of Qin Feng's booth, and know the truth. In the meantime, this whole thing is also gradually starting to fester on the internet. There are even some people who are so outraged that they voluntarily spend money online, bought the hot seat for this video. More than anything else, this event has added another fire to the fire. It's been less than half an hour since Qin Feng started setting up his stall to deliver ice cream. The spread of that video has just gradually increased, and it managed to make it to the Twitter hot search, helping other countries bully people in their own country. In any country, it would be severely censured and reprimanded. In all places, such people have a common name. Traitor. Those 3 words carry a lot of weight. If it were wartime, a traitor is something more hateful than an enemy, even now in a time of peace. But such a thing as a traitor exists. It will still be outrageous and disgraceful. Pauma discriminates against Han Chinese. The phrase, "It's only just hit the Hot 100, and it's getting huge hits," and climbed rapidly at a very fast pace. In the blink of an eye it shot up to the top 10 of the Hot 100. Pauma's female employees are traitors. It was followed by this phrase, which likewise shot to the top of the Hot 100 at breakneck speed. The whole topic is growing geometrically in popularity. It makes it impossible to react at all. The Eastgate Auto Show is the largest auto show in all of Asia though, but usually, it's just a few car lovers, or people who work in the automotive industry, who get involved. Unless there's a sudden appearance of an extremely popular vehicle, it's not logical to expect too much heat. It's been a pretty uneventful year for the automotive world. Those top car companies are not putting their minds to launching new cars. It's only natural that other car companies wouldn't take the risk of doing such a thing. So the popularity of this year's ASEAN Motor Show was originally supposed to be counted as not that high. The number of people who came to participate in the auto show, even with the addition of the internet celebrities who rubbed their noses in it, was actually not as many as in previous years. But just a few of those phrases rushed to the top of the hot seat, and after being known by all with great speed, the whole car show is also insanely hot. An hour later, the car show has seen a significant increase in foot traffic, and the booth where Qin Feng was, it was even more crowded. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers was extremely large. Naturally, there is also the Pauma booth. For this role at the center of the event, and the root of it all, people practically surrounded the Pauma booth. Get that woman out of here. How dare you double-cross us after earning money from our great Han Kingdom? I won't buy any better cars from you guys in the future. Traitor, we must be given a statement on this matter today. The onlookers didn't mince words with their insults. If it wasn't for Pauma calling all the security guards from the entire car show, firmly circled outside the booth. I'm afraid the whole booth is going to be flushed. The arrogant, bossy and snarky female employee from before had long since disappeared at this moment. As the main character in the video, it is only natural that the female employee has to bear the greatest wrath of all. At this moment, if he really appeared, I'm afraid that this station would be able to be directly cursed to death by the angry people. And that Lu Chang, as the head of the booth, that female employee could run, but he couldn't. At this moment, Lu Chang was standing outside the platform, constantly apologizing to the crowd of onlookers. He really hadn't expected that this matter would go this far. At this moment, he didn't even have the time to glare at Qin Feng. He just wanted to minimize the impact of the incident as much as possible. Otherwise, the consequences were definitely not something he could afford. First of all, he misappropriated funds for the event, and that incident is enough to make him drink. Secondly, he had lost a client as big as Chris before. And then proceed to the implications of this incident. If you don't deal with it, you end up putting the company through a huge loss. He might even get sued. It's going to be a lot more than just losing a job. All the paychecks he'd earned working in Pauma for so many decades, it's even possible to have to pay in. And there's also a high probability that it's not enough to pay for it. Looking at the crowd of angry people around the booth, while looking at Qin Feng's side, people gathered around the freezer to buy ice cream. Lu Chang simply wanted to die. And the other side, Qin Feng looked at this scene. There was no hint of apology or pity. There was nothing but pleasure in his heart. There was nothing but mockery on his face. The only thing that left him a little helpless. The ice cream that you give away yourself does have a lot of people coming over to get it. But with so many people gathered around their booth, not a single person offered to buy a car. Even if someone asked. Once they heard the price of the car, they backed out with a shake of their head. My car is really not expensive, ah. Qin Feng shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Right about this time, a line of people suddenly approached from outside the crowd. Two middle-aged men under the protection of a group of security guards squeezed in through the crowd. The target is exactly in the direction where the Pauma booth is located. One of them, Qin Feng still recognized. It was the head of the organizers of this ASEAN motor show. But at this moment the head of the organizers of this car show. But he was respectful to the middle-aged man beside him. With an anxious face, he kept opening his mouth as if explaining something. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had a frosty face. Without a word he just walked forward. The two men, surrounded and protected by security guards, soon arrived at the Pauma booth. Lu Chang also saw it a long time ago. Immediately, as if on guard, he went down from the platform, respectfully greeted. If you weren't sure before, at this moment, Qin Feng was almost able to be certain. This middle-aged man should be some kind of executive or even general manager of the Pauma Dehan State Corporation. And it looks like the position should be high. The main man has finally arrived, Qin Feng thought in his heart. And right now, that executive from Pauma also happened to turn his head and looked straight in the direction where Qin Feng's booth was. A pair of eyes were filled with anger, almost as if they wanted to swallow Qin Feng alive. Mr. Wang. Lu Chang saw that his own company, the general manager in the Great Han country, had personally arrived at the scene. Cold sweat oozed from his entire forehead. The back was even colder. He knew this was a really big deal. During this time Lu Chang has been on the scene to maintain order. Didn't even bother to go online and look at the hotspots to see just how far it had gone. Didn't even realize that there were now 3 or 4 words about the matter that had made it to the top of the hit list. And the first one to hit the Hot 100 is sitting at the top of the Hot 100 at this very moment. If you don't give me a perfect explanation for what happened today, I think you should know the consequences yourself. Get in here after me, Mr. Wang whispered in Lu Chang's ear, though the tone didn't seem all that harsh. But every word seemed to weigh like 1,000 pounds. One by one, they knocked on Lu Chang's heart. After saying this, Mr. Wang, the general manager of Pauma Dehan country, turned his head again and glanced at where Qin Feng was, turning toward the restroom at the rear of the station. The person in charge of the booth next to it, as well as Lu Chang, also immediately followed closely. And naturally, those security guards who escorted them over stayed put, helping to continue to keep the scene in order. Walk backstage to the lounge. Mr. Wang immediately raised his right hand and looked about to give Lu Chang a slap. But in the end, he held back and sat down on the chair, asking with a face full of anger. Speak, what in the world is going on? Better not give me anything to hide. If this matter is not handled well, or if you let me know you've told any lies, we'll see you in court. Originally, Mr. Wang was in his office, doing the organization of materials about this quarter. When it is done, it will be submitted to the headquarters abroad. This quarter Pauma's revenues in the Dahomey country continued to be excellent. Not surprisingly, it lasts for 2 more progressions. This year's big dividend will be there again. maybe even be rewarded with some more shares. But just when Mr. Wang was full of hopeful thoughts, the foreign headquarters, however, called out of the blue, asked him in a very stern tone what had happened. Mr. Wang hung up the phone after receiving a bellyful of anger. Immediately began to find out on the internet what was going on. After seeing that flurry of hits on the internet, the whole thing is going numb. These last few years, Pauma has invested very much in the Dahan state. The Dahan state's revenues have also gone through the roof and have not lived up to the investment. Just half a month ago, the foreign headquartered CEO also held a special press conference, referring to the Dahan state as Pauma's second homeland. To say that Pauma is without the Great Han Kingdom is to lose half of his body, saying all the good things about the Great Han Kingdom, but it's only been said, just half a month. In this Asia's largest Eastgate auto show, it is surprising that such a bad incident happened. Discrimination against the Dahan state. Isn't that the equivalent of slapping the HQ CEO in the face? More importantly, such a vicious incident, if there is no way to suppress it, will eventually lead to a decline in Pauma's revenue in the Great Han Kingdom. That's the most important thing. And he, Mr. Wang, is the general director of Pauma in the country of Dahan. When the time comes, let's not talk about year-end dividends and share awards. It's even possible that you may have to lose your position as chief. From this, it would also be understandable. Why is Mr. Wang carrying so much fire now? Lu Chang winced at Mr. Wang's tone. Originally, he was thinking about hiding something to take himself out of this matter, but now it seems the consequences of this incident continue to be beyond one's expectations. Mr. Wang arrived in person and was so serious. It is clear that it is going to be investigated to the end and there is absolutely no way that it will be condoned. And he as a car show director, doing all that hand-holding with no thought to the aftermath. It's bound to come up if you check. In an instant, Lu Chang's heart was like ashes. He lowered his head, hung his head, and finally took a deep breath, told all that had happened today. All of it, one by one. After hearing this, Mr. Wang's slap that had already been put down was raised again all of a sudden. But in the end, it was considered. The consequences of that slap in the face. Again, he was only able to put his arm away with a shudder. Great! Mr. Wang gritted his teeth and sat in his chair, his mind racing, in thinking with the utmost effort exactly how this matter at hand should be resolved. Just think about it. For several minutes later, it was only then that Mr. Wang shook his head helplessly, his face filled with frustration. There is no way to completely undo the effects of this incident today, even if he let the Lu Chang in front of him, and that female employee take all the blame. But the public opinion that has developed still won't stop quickly. The only way. It's just the only way to spend money to keep the heat down. Sure, the pot still had to be taken by the Lu Chang in front of him, and the female employee. He made a call to his office. The secretary, who had been waiting there for a long time, picked up the phone. Mr. Wang quickly told the other party one by one the strategies he had thought of. Immediately after the secretary hung up the phone, he began to implement it. It wasn't more than a few minutes after that. The phrases that originally hung among the Twitter hot searches, then it instantly disappeared without a trace. This, then, is the power of money. Let's hope that this time these netizens will forget things a little faster. Mr. Wang thought to himself. For dealing with these incidents of public opinion, they, the big companies, have long had their own set of methods and guidelines. Pressing heat is a very important part of the process. It looks as if you're fooling yourself, but actually, Netflix is a hoot. You'll sit wherever the action is, but if the root cause wipes out the buzz, most of the netizens who came along for the ride will just gradually fade away from the story. After all, there's more on this network that they're interested in. At the same time, something else more hilarious will also come along to distract them, though this will not change the opinion of the netizens, who already know about this matter. But it can be very effective in restraining the situation from continuing to expand until it gets out of hand. And as long as the scope and heat of the situation is contained, it means that there is no further deterioration. The rest of the process will follow. Now that's a more logical process. But, in addition to pressing the heat, Lu Chang and the female employee had to be pushed out as well. Let them take responsibility for the whole thing. Now you get your ass back to the office. Get out of this place. Wait quietly for notice. And call that female employee of yours. Next you will be contacted by a special person from the company and you will do whatever they tell you to do. If this matter could be handled more seamlessly, then all is well. If it ends up being handled badly, you should know the consequences. Mr. Wang said to Lu Chang. Lu Chang also knew that this was to make himself and the female employee take the blame. But there's no excuse for that. This is also true. The root of this matter lies in Lu Chang and that female employee. Although Pauma's company of the Great Han State, The people in it are more or less foreigners. But for Mr. Wang, the others at least didn't take the matter. Show it and tell it. As long as it doesn't happen, then the thing just doesn't exist. No matter how much I discriminate in my mind, if I don't say it, you won't know I'm discriminating. So in Mr. Wang's opinion, the real guilty party was this Lu Chang and that female employee who was so stupid. In his mind, it was even unwarranted. Yes, Lu Chang answered, dragging his heavy feet. He walked slowly from the lounge. He knows, a bright future for himself that he could have had in everything, all gone. The next awaits itself. Only endless fear remains. And fate. If one is lucky, maybe the payoff is a little less, but with any bad luck, then the price would definitely not be something one could afford. Wait until Lu Chang walked out of the restroom. Only then did Mr. Wang take a deep breath. The heart is full of complaints. How can you say what's on your mind? It seems that afterward the training of the staff, they have to add something to it. Mr. Wang thought in his heart. And just then, he thought about when he came over. Qin Feng seen at that next station. Earlier, when Mr. Wang received a call from the headquarters and started to collect information on the internet. Just brush up on the videos related to Qin Feng already. It is also evident in the report of the whole matter compiled by the secretary. This is something that can be as strong as it is today. This man named Qin Feng deserves a lot of credit. As early as on the way over, Mr. Wang had already asked his secretary to find out all the relevant information about Qin Feng, a domestic car company. Previously it was his father, Qin Han, who controlled the entire business. Not much to build on, but ultimately obedient and disciplined. And his father, Qin Han, was quite proficient in human affairs. Although the company is not doing well, it knows more people. In past years, the booths at Homebrew Horse were next to other big names, but this year it was paid for by his father, early on, but not before the car show started. Qin Han then died of the disease, by this Qin Feng, who inherited the company. But after inheriting the company, this Qin Feng, however, had absolutely no intention of developing properly. Even the production line, which had been able to sell a few cars and keep the company afloat, was completely shut down. Although there were no layoffs and employees were paid as they were, but took all the money that was left over and put it all into R&D. It's been a long time coming. It's almost as if the company has been completely emptied. Only 2 cars were developed in the first half of the year, and according to what Lu Chang just told us, then the 2 cars in the Clearwing booth should be the result of his research and development. What a stroke of luck that he actually sold one. Mr. Wang let out a cold snort, then turned his head to look at the chief director of the car show next to him. Mr. Li, this matter today. It's true that our men did something wrong, but we've been working together for so many years, and now at this critical moment, we also hope that Mr. Li will be able to help out. Pauma has been able to have the best booth and the best resources for car shows every year, although it has something to do with the fact that he is the largest car company in the world. But there's certainly a lot of punching up and down. Today this car show chief is a big beneficiary. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I've already called the security department to inform them to send extra manpower to maintain order in the car show as soon as possible. The person in charge of the car show, Mr. Li, said. Mr. Wang immediately nodded, and then glanced outward with intent. The small company called Han Opinion next to us? Starting tomorrow. I don't want to see him at this auto show anymore. Mr. Li nodded similarly. That's certainly no problem. Compared to the money given by Qin Feng's father, Pauma has no idea how much more money to give to Mr. Li, and after this is over today, Pauma will surely have another great gift to offer, the lesser of the two. Mr. Li's heart is very clear. The big deal was to return the money given by Qin Feng's father to Qin Feng as it was. Compare that to the benefits that you're about to be able to get from Pauma here. This little loss is not even worth mentioning. Qin Feng naturally didn't know what really happened inside Pauma's lounge. At this point, his booth was full of people before all of them. Everyone is here to get ice cream. And of course there were plenty of netizens holding up their cell phones to rub it in. Other car companies are very envious of Qin Feng's hotness, but envious as they were, they definitely didn't dare to do these things. After all, it's Pauma who's in trouble now, as the most powerful car company in the entire world. Whether it's in terms of technology or patents or marketing, Pauma is the boss of bosses. Other car companies, of course, have their own core competencies, but in the end, you can't get around Pauma when it comes to patents in all areas. Even some of the domestic car companies, basically, they all have Pauma's entry. So of course, you wouldn't dare do such a thing. It was only Qin Feng, the one who, whether it was patents or technology, all came from the system. It's only then that you won't have the slightest scruple. And just then, suddenly, A group of strong security guards poured in from outside the crowd. The group of security guards pushed and shoved their way through the crowd and walked straight to the front of Qin Feng's booth. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, they took the first step and said, "Mr. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, you're distributing ice cream here, which is affecting the normal operation of our exhibition and disturbing the law and order, so we have to ask you to leave." Qin Feng was first stunned when he heard the words, "What's so disruptive about handing out ice cream here yourself?" Immediately afterward, he laughed, kind of, because he quickly figured it out. "I don't think it's me disrupting the venue by handing out ice cream, but rather slapping Pauma in the face, is it?" Qin Feng looked at the few security guards in front of him and said with a cold smile. The faces of the several security guards immediately turned ugly. "Mr. Qin Feng, please don't talk nonsense. Please stop the distribution of ice cream immediately and follow us out of the venue. Even if I stop the distribution of ice cream, still want to throw me out? That's killing people and still putting them out. How much does the owner of your venue owe Pauma, giving people face like that?" Qin Feng was tongue-tied. He had nothing to fear at all. And that comment irritated the many security guards even more. They realized that they absolutely could not allow Qin Feng to babble here any longer. Realized that there are countless cameras set up next to them, and a large group of netizens who are rubbing off on them, pointing their cell phones at them. At this moment, what they did and every word Qin Feng said could appear directly on the internet in the next second. But before they could continue talking, Qin Feng then spoke first. "You don't have to say so much. I'll just say one thing. My father paid for this booth, and since your boss doesn't want me to stay here, then return the money my father spent." Qin Feng said, taking out his own cell phone and holding it up high. "You don't need to think about disagreeing. There is evidence in my cell phone. Now immediately let your boss come over to see me and personally return the money to me. Then I'll leave immediately." He didn't want to argue with these people. There is also no need to stay in this venue all the time. With the way things are going today, this venue is really Pauma's turf. Even if he was dead set on staying here, the other side had countless ways they could target him. More importantly, his goal was accomplished. Already sold one and got 5 million. And as this one heats up, I'm sure he should get more attention on the internet as well. The few security guards were immediately a bit at a loss for words, and Qin Feng's words made the people around him incomparably excited. Things like paying for a spot at a car show are actually the default for everyone. However, Qin Feng is still the first one to say it so openly and honestly. Not to mention that Qin Feng had evidence in his hands. There were already a number of rubbing it in that Netflix was there to yell it out. "Mr. Qin, show the evidence for everyone to see. It's that we're absolutely behind you. Just show us the evidence and we'll have enough to back you up." These people claimed that they wanted to help Qin Feng, but in reality they merely wanted first-hand news to add heat to themselves. Therefore, Qin Feng completely ignored it and just quietly stared at the security chief in front of him. The security chief couldn't help but get anxious. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be completely out of line. Qin Feng's operation is something that no other car company owner would dare to do. This offends almost the entire industry, gives himself no place in the whole industry anymore, and because of that, even though the head of security has had a lot of training and can handle a lot of scenes, at this point there is also something to be done about it. The car shows Mr. Li Zhangli, in fact, had been hiding in the shadows, keeping an eye on things. After hearing Qin Feng say those words, Mr. Li had been completely disorganized. Then when they saw Qin Feng take out his cell phone and say that he had proof, the netizens next to him followed suit. Mr. Li knew he had to make an appearance. He immediately ran out of the restroom and squeezed his way through the crowd to get in front of Qin Feng. "Is it true that you kid doesn't want to be in this business anymore?" Mr. Li looked at Qin Feng with wide eyes. Qin Feng, on the other hand, laughed coldly. "It seems like you were the one who misbehaved first, right? Return the money to me immediately. I'll forward it to you afterward." Mr. Li immediately made a pledge. "I want it now." Qin Feng, however, did not budge an inch. Mr. Li's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Feng with incomparable indignation. After a long hesitation, he took out his cell phone after all. Just like that, bright and early, in front of everyone, the money that Qin Feng's father spent was transferred to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at another $200,000 that had arrived in his hand. Tilting his head, he looked at Mr. Li in front of him and said with a mocking smile, "One of these days, you're going to beg me to come back to your car show, but at that time, you're probably going to have to get down on your knees and kowtow to me." Having said that, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Xiaoli, the secretary who had been standing by his side, cupping his hands somewhat nervously, and said, "Pack up, let's go." Qin Feng had unparalleled confidence in himself. There are systems in place. One of these days, your own car will be the center of attention for the whole world. By then, it won't just be this one car show. Car shows around the world see themselves as the meat and potatoes. In time, this Mr. Li Zhangli, indeed, was about to fall on his knees and kowtow and beg for himself. But would he ever agree to come back to this car show? That's not necessarily true. After all, he had also only told the other party that they had to be allowed to kneel and kowtow if they wanted to beg. But he didn't promise he'd come back. Mr. Qin, are we just going back? On the way back, Qin Feng drove his iron armor, comfortable all the way. And the little secretary, Li, was beside herself, constantly seizing her hands, an anxious look on his face. People have already kicked us out. What else can we do if we don't go back? If we stay a little longer, maybe they'll ask the security brigade to forcibly carry us out. How humiliating that would be. Qin Feng replied, full of concern. Besides, didn't they already give us the money? But, the little secretary still looked despondent, hesitated for a long time before finally saying, but we just go back. If the other people in the company know, it is even more important for them to know. We were kicked out. Those other shareholders' managers will definitely come to look for trouble. Because of these years of dictatorship, Qin Feng did make countless enemies inside the company. However, Qin Feng didn't do anything to apologize to these people. Back on the first day he just inherited the company. It actually tells these people what they are doing. They were also told that he would be perfectly fine with selling part of it for cash if they chose to do so. It's just that those people didn't choose it that way. And I'm afraid they'll come after me? Qin Feng's face was full of disdain. Have they bothered me less often? But, the secretary, Li, was still worrying about himself. Qin Feng patted the other party's head and stopped the car smoothly. Alright, there's nothing to worry about. You drive the next road instead. I'm a bit tired. I need to take a rest. Oh, the little secretary nodded helplessly. Get out of the car and swap seats with Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat. Immediately after fastening his seatbelt, he closed his eyes, but he certainly wasn't resting. Instead, it's filling up. As Qin Feng's thoughts moved, a semi-transparent virtual panel immediately appeared in front of him. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, total progress 95%, developed, mechanical science and technology phase 1, total progress 95%, recharge 5 million to fully unlock the first stage of mechanical technology and open the second stage, balance, 5. 32 million, system binding talent, star of science and technology. This was what Qin Feng had awakened since he crossed over. The Omnitech system. Just charge money into the system. It will be able to unlock unbelievably amazing technology. The lowest level is also technology that is not available in this world today, and the level of tech unlocked only gets higher the further back you go. There will hardly be any doubt. Being able to utilize the scientific knowledge in the system, the revenue that can be obtained is definitely much more than the money that can be recharged into it. The only downside is that there's no way to use those things directly after the system is unlocked. It takes time to digest and develop on your own. Take Qin Feng's current iron armor for example. He just doesn't have the time or energy to get mass production. Not that he doesn't have the means to do so. If it can be mass produced, he is fully capable of becoming, with just one car, the owner of the most powerful car company in the world. But he didn't have that time. He needs to spend a lot of his time on research and development. Successfully got through the mechanical phase and into biological R&D. The original Qin Feng naturally did not have this ability. He's just a regular guy. But the system also gifted him a talent when it was bound to his body. It is the last tech star of the panel. It's not just a mere title. There's this thing. Qin Feng was conducting research and development related to the system. Will be the smartest genius in the world. That's why he couldn't afford to leave the R&D in someone else's hands. If he comes on his own, consider it 100. With anyone else, even if that person was a genius, the efficiency would be reduced. Recharge. Qin Feng's thoughts moved once again. Immediately, $5 million was missing from the balance, and he will naturally have $5 million less in his account. According to Qin Feng's previous examination, the system doesn't know by what means. As long as Qin Feng recharges the money into it, it all gets dispersed around the world and turned into charitable funds. It was also equivalent to Qin Feng spending money for charity. Only there was no publicity and no one knew about it. If Qin Feng hadn't kept an eye on the movement of the money himself, not even he would know. And just moments after that $5 million disappeared, the system panel also changed instantly. In the meantime, a large area and its refined and unfamiliar memories, like a tsunami, it madly surged into Qin Feng's brain. Qin Feng immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, struggling against the onslaught of knowledge. By the time Qin Feng finished receiving the onslaught of new knowledge, after opening his eyes, the system before him, too, had changed. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, Total progress 100%. Developed, Mechanical Science and Technology Phase 1. Total progress 95%. Unlocked, Mechanical Technology Phase 2. Total progress 0%. Recharge 500 million to unlock the second stage of mechanical technology and open the second stage. Balance, 320,000. System binding talent, Star of Science and Technology. Stage 1 totaled 100 million recharges. Stage 2 became 500 million. How do you figure Stage 3 is 1 billion? Qin Feng mentally calculated the amount of money he would need to spend to use the system. Secretly, he nodded. It's holding up. Immediately after that, he began to digest the brand new memories given by the system in the middle of his mind. These memories still have something to do with the car. The Iron Horde. The 2 iron armor he had built earlier had been almost perfect though. But in the end, it's not even close. The reason for this is because the first stage of the system is not unlocked to 100%, and now make up the last 5% of what's left. He can then use all the tech knowledge from stage 1 to build a perfect iron armor. Anyway, let's learn this remaining 5% and build the new iron armor first. Qin Feng didn't think too much, and immediately pounced on the brand new knowledge in his mind. It naturally values money as a thing, but there is a saying, when you're a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years ahead of the world, everyone thinks you're awesome, but when you're 10 years ahead of the world, someone will start to not understand you. And at this time, these levels of technology that Qin Feng had mastered were at least 20-30 years ahead of this world. Iron Horde, just how good this car is. It won't do any good for him to run around advertising it, and he's confident. One has now been sold. Based on his observation, the guy named Chris shouldn't be a bad moneymaker either. Wait until the other side knows how powerful Iron Horde is. It's only natural to come back to yourself again. Just then, the secretary, Li, had already driven the car to the entrance of the company. Before he even got off the bus, Qin Feng saw a row of people standing in front of the company from afar. At the front of the line, it was clearly several executives and shareholders of the company. The men had an aggressive look on their faces, obviously not here to greet. Instead, they came looking for trouble. What to do, Mr. Qin? Shaoli immediately got worried. Qin Feng patted the other party's tender hand to express his comfort. Don't mind them. Stop the car. Stopping the car, Qin Feng and his secretary Shaoli walked down from the car. Those few executives and shareholders immediately walked towards Qin Feng with their feet raised as well. Mr. Li from the Eastgate Car Show just called and told us, of all things, I can't for the life of me figure out how you managed to go out to a car show and offend not only the head of the show, but also Pauma. Now Mr. Li has said that we will never be allowed to participate in the Eastgate Car Show again. We need an explanation. Lu Neng, Qin Feng's father's disciple, looked at Qin Feng with a very serious face. Next to Qin Feng's aunt, Qin Lun, was similarly frowning tightly. Yes, little Feng, how can you say you have to discuss such a big matter with us? Is Pauma that easy to offend? We're all going to use their family's patents, and if we offend Pauma, we won't be able to build a car or survive after they take the patents back. Another named Zhou Jingxiong is also a cold snort. Full of iron face, I know that your kid is not much ability. Young and do not know to tolerate patience. You are out of the mouth of evil. You are a good person, and now the internet to hold you high. What is the use of it? Can you get a car out and sell it? Can you turn that traffic into revenue? Do you know what it means to be a businessman? Back then, when your father's company and factory were handed over to you, I was firmly against it. Now is the time to finally realize the consequences. The company is going out of business because of you. Even if your father knew, he'd be so angry he'd crawl out of his grave. Qin Feng turned his head to look at Zhou Jingxiong, who had spoken the most nonchalantly. After thinking about it, he spat directly at it with a mouthful of spit. Yuck! That mouthful of spit shot straight into Zhou Jingxiong's face. All at once, his whole eye was glued shut. Zhou Jingxiong was first stunned. Immediately after that, there was an extremely miserable shriek. He immediately wiped the spittle off his face with the cuff of his suit. Then they clenched their fists and screamed to come over and beat Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at his thin and hunched body and took out his cell phone. I'm starting a live broadcast now. If you come over, then I'm in self-defense. It's not too much for me to beat you to death. Come on, come on. I've wanted to flatten you for a long time now. Think about it, you have a handful of old bones. Is it a match for me? As soon as Qin Feng said this, Zhou Jingxiong immediately calmed down. He knew how high Qin Feng's voice and popularity was on the internet right now. There's a real possibility that it's on live. That would be a real shame for myself. So it was only possible to endure it with immense humiliation. But immediately afterward, Qin Feng put his cell phone away again and smiled disdainfully. Actually, I didn't turn on the live broadcast. Zhou Jingxiong froze again, lending his teeth bared like a mad dog with amnesia, his eyes about to bark twice. Qin Feng took his cell phone out again and pointed the camera at him. Zhou Jingxiong, who had originally bared his teeth, immediately closed his mouth again and regained his calm demeanor. Turned out to be a good dog. The speed of this change of face. The secretary next to him, Shaoli, couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Even they, the shareholder executives, called over those cheering security guards. A few couldn't help but cover their mouths, too, watching Qin Feng tease Zhou Jingxiong as if he was teasing a dog. Lu Nang's frown deepened as he immediately spoke. Qin Feng, get it straight. This is not the time for you to joke around here. This matter has now completely made a big deal. The company was already struggling. You now also made such a big deal. How can this end? Even if now it is too late to apologize. You have to come up with a program for me. Lu Nang was very angry. One is indeed for the sake of the company. But in reality he carries some selfishness with him. As an apprentice of Qin Feng's father, Lu Nang diligently followed Qin Feng's father for more than 10 years. But in the end, the entire company was still sent to Qin Feng's hands. Just a slight share for him. This matter naturally made Lu Nang's heart feel a bit upset. He knew, though, that the incident was perfectly normal. A business that someone else has worked hard to found is definitely going to be handed over to their own son. It's human nature, and even he would have made the same choice. But he just didn't feel good inside. That's why he wanted to find trouble with Qin Feng every now and then. A couple of other people were pretty much the same. In the end, all of these people are driven by profit. Although this company really isn't very big. But before, under the management of Qin Feng's father, it was still well organized and quite profitable. One could even say it's flourishing. Those of them got into the company early and became executives and shareholders, making money every day on their backs. Naturally, they don't want to lose out on such a life. Also, they don't have the ability to create something newer. So it's only possible to keep your eyes and energy on this company. Although Qin Feng had told them long ago that he didn't want to mess with the company properly, only wanted to do what he liked to do. But they still didn't leave. The reason is also simple. All of them actually knew that Qin Feng's body wasn't working. They were just waiting for the day Qin Feng died. You can hold this company steady in your own name. So in addition to working together against Qin Feng, they secretly hook up with each other as well. Including the reason why Qin Feng's father passed the company to his son back then. And also for when you die. It allowed Qin Feng to spend the following years in peace. Controls the vast majority of the shares of the entire company. Other people treat Qin Feng with more or less care. But if not, then Qin Feng would probably really be left unattended. At first things did develop as Qin Feng's father had imagined. Everyone knew that Qin Feng only had his last few good years to live, and holding most of the shares. That was why each and every one of them were very flattering and nice to Qin Feng. It was to wait until Qin Feng died to be able to transfer the shares to himself. But then Qin Feng started developing his own stuff. Stopped all production in the company. After seeing the company go out of business. And those of them tore off their disguises. No longer giving Qin Feng face. Because in the middle of their thoughts, this company is its own in the future. It was certainly impossible to watch Qin Feng damage his company like this. Face the few people in front of you. Qin Feng still looked as if he originally didn't care. I said at the beginning, this company is now mine. I can do whatever I want. I don't need to give you any explanation. If it doesn't work, you can just withdraw your shares. Qin Feng knew exactly what these people were thinking, so he wasn't even the slightest bit polite. But you didn't seize the opportunity at the time, so now even if you wanted to cash out, you wouldn't be able to do so for that much money. In this parallel world, as long as there's an absolute holding, that's the boss. So Qin Feng wasn't even a little bit in fear. And with those words, he exasperated the people in front of him. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiong and the others, each of them blushed, constantly shouting. An incomparably sharp sentence attacked towards Qin Feng. Don't you think that's really irresponsible of you? Do you think your father held this company together all by himself? That's right. This company also has our heart and soul. Why should we leave when you say we should? Why don't you go away yourself? Why don't you let us have this company yourself? All day long there is R&D. I don't know what I'm working on. I don't know how much I weigh and I'm still learning R&D from others. However, Qin Feng just looked at these people with a cold smile. Neither waited for them to finish before turning around and leaving. He had limited time and had no time to spend with these people here. Might as well go back to working on your own R&D sooner rather than later. Wait until he tackles the mechanics and starts working on the biological side. Heal yourself. When the time comes, he will be there for whoever wants it. Seeing Qin Feng without saying a word, he turned around and left. The secretary, Shaoli, naturally rushed to follow. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiong. These people, even if they were furious, jumped to their feet. It was also only possible to stand still, impotent and furious. After witnessing Qin Feng leave, it took a long time for these people to calm down. The group frowned and kept thinking deeply. After a long silence, Only then did Zhou Jingxiong suddenly open his mouth and asked, "We can't go on like this. This kid's ability to lose money far exceeds our imagination. We can't let him go on like this, or else wait until he returns to the West in a few years. This company will have to be buried along with him. Though now the company is essentially out of revenue and has very little cash flow, but some fixed assets are still there, and that's the capital that can make a comeback. Plus Qin Feng stopped production and development of normal vehicles that year and put the finishing touches on it. There is little external debt or external pressure. The portion of workers left behind are also fully paid. Now the company is basically paralyzed, but not to the point where it's going to fall apart immediately. In this way, Lu Neng and the others naturally could not let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted even more. What can we do then? All the shares are in him, another shareholder said. Indeed it can't go on like this. We have to think of a way to get him out. Lu Neng was silent for a moment before saying firmly. A cold aura also flashed instantly among his eyes. And the other side. Qin Feng, on the other hand, took his secretary, Xiao Li, all the way to his wholly owned laboratory. Although Qin Feng was in complete control of this Han Opinion Company, but he more or less kept his eyes open. All the skills and knowledge given by the system, and various patents. Qin Feng has all of it to himself. He also dedicated money to building this wholly owned lab as a result, and named it Thunder Lab. This laboratory, all of it belonged to Qin Feng alone. Nothing to do with everyone on this planet. No matter who, trying to take anything in this lab, all require Qin Feng's consent, and you need to pay a price that Qin Feng is satisfied with. This naturally included the 2 iron armor that had been developed in the laboratory. Okay Li, you can go off duty now. I'm going to get into the swing of things next. Just remember to be on time and bring me up the medicine and food I need. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Li next to him and instructed. Xiao Li had a lot of worries and things in her mind that she wanted to talk about though, but in the end, the words didn't come out. After nodding, he turned around and was about to leave. And right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke out to call him back. By the way, remember to closely monitor my cell phone during this period of time. Don't miss every call and every text message. And remember to promptly report to me if there are any special circumstances. He was waiting for that Chris from earlier to call himself. Li didn't know exactly what was going on though, but eventually, he nodded curtly and left. Qin Feng, on the other hand, used his fingerprints plus iris, plus a password, to open the lab door. After walking in, it was officially an R&D, and right now, Chris, who had high hopes from Qin Feng, it's being driven, the iron horde he just paid $5 million for, just got back to my house. This car seems a little different. Chris frowned. He had thought the car just looked a little fancy, but driving all the way here like this, the car brought him but a pretty good feeling, too fine for him to say. After all, he was only rich, not a professional. But there was a feeling that was unmistakable. That's comfortable. Extremely comfortable. Just a short journey from the car unfolding to the manor where he lives. It was more comfortable than any of his previous drives. Did I spend $5 million on a junker and hallucinate? Chris frowned slightly, to be able to be more certain. He had obviously driven into the garage and was going to take a break at home. But then at this moment there is a sudden shift into reverse gear. Planning on backing out and driving around some more. This whole estate that Chris lives on. The footprint is not to the point of being very exaggerated though, but there is still a large circle of road around it. The main thing is that there's no way there's anyone else on weekdays. Often when Chris had nothing better to do, he would take a couple of the cars out of the garage and go on a wild ride down this long stretch of road, because it's totally its own place. You also don't have to worry about hitting someone else, and you don't have to follow the rules of the road. Plus the quality of the whole road is great. It's much more comfortable than driving outside. It's even possible to drive a race car. After backing out of the garage, Chris put his foot on the gas and kept driving. Earlier, on the way back, he didn't dare drive too fast, but now in your own home, there is no need for this to be a concern. He slowly increased the force on the gas, with another and another, a low growl like that of a wild animal. The whole car is also slowing down. It was up to 150 miles per hour in the blink of an eye. Chris looked out the window of the car at the rapidly passing scenery, while looking at the speed on the dashboard in front of me. The heart was vaguely shocked. It was clear to him that it was indeed 120 miles per hour. It wasn't the dashboard of this car that was running amok, but even driving that fast. And yet he continued to feel halfway uncomfortable. This chair on the main driver's seat. Wrap your whole self securely in it. It's like a cloud. Very comfortable and not the least bit restrictive, yet incredibly safe. It even made him feel like he wasn't even driving 120. This car is kind of awesome. Chris couldn't help but be energized. He had been worried that the fancy car might fall apart after going fast, but now it seems as if that won't happen at all. Men are ultimately creatures of speed. At this point it couldn't help but continue to speed up. 130, 140, 150, 160. 160 would be the limit of some normal private car speeds, but far from being the limit of this car. At the same time it was not at all. At this moment, the limit of Chris, who was wrapped up in the middle of the seat, feeling incredibly comfortable and without any pressure. Chris continued to pick up speed. 170, 180, 190. This car can go so fast? That owner didn't even know that and took this for a bit of publicity? Chris was filled with shock. This one does have a slightly hideous and exaggerated look. The car also only had 2 seats and looked as if it was a sports car. But again, it doesn't look like a sports car due to its size. All in all it's a quadruple whammy. Originally Chris thought it was only 2 seats and just some hype. But at this point, just based on that speed, it has been proven otherwise. At this moment, Chris already felt like he had gotten his money's worth out of that $5 million. Because at 190 miles per hour, he still felt like he was driving a slow car in the car. This chair is so comfortable. Even just this chair is able to sell for $5 million. Chris was vaguely shocked. At this moment, from the outside, the whole car looks like a phantom speeding down the road. This has been amazingly fast. 200 miles per hour is the speed of an F1 car. But Chris, who was completely in the car at the moment and didn't feel anything, still took the feeling for granted. One is still able to go a little faster. So he continued to increase the pressure on the gas. The whole car jerked up another notch in speed. 200, 210, 220. That's already very fast. Chris had wanted to keep accelerating, but as the foot continued down, it realized it had reached the bottom. Just as Chris was sighing that it wasn't fast enough, the mutation was sudden. But it was Chris who focused too much on the speed of the car and the dashboard, completely ignoring the road in front of them. It was only at this point that I looked up and realized he himself had somehow managed to drive to the bend in the road on the estate that had the greatest curve. Only 120 degrees of arcade though, but in general, this curve requires slowing down to get over it. And the situation today, it was Chris who was bringing the car up to speed, to maximum speed, a full 220 miles per hour. It's not nearly fast enough to be acceptable, though. It's also nothing like some of the sports cars Chris originally had in his collection. But at this moment, in front of this bend in the road in front of us, but it is fatal. Chris subconsciously and immediately hurriedly hit the brakes. It even minimized the brakes. It was his subconscious reaction. But immediately afterwards he realized that the bodywork was all too likely to be unstable according to the way he was handling it so roughly. Chris had a heart almost in his mouth. He could even imagine the sight of his car suddenly flying and then crashing into the curb in a car crash. This time he thought again about the car. Originally it was a fancy car. I shouldn't have driven so fast. This was the only thought in his mind at the moment. Immediately afterward he closed his eyes. Prepare for the consequences. But suddenly Chris realized he was still perfectly smooth. He opened his eyes and looked around to see that the car was still firmly on the road. It was crashing towards the curb though and looked like it was about to swerve out of the way and hit the side. But the body is not out of control and remains very stable. Can this be a $5 million fucking car? Those words were the first thought that went through Chris's mind at the moment. The second thought that immediately followed was, if this car can hold up, can I give up on my own? For a moment Chris regained his confidence. This mental engagement looks as if it's been going on for a while. In actuality it was just a short blink of an eye. Chris immediately felt energized. The whole thing was done involuntarily. And the chair behind him, as if it had the sense to do so, propped him forward a bit. This brings Chris even more strength. For a moment, Chris's mind became clear. His hands were firmly on the steering wheel and his feet were on the brake and gas, putting all his life's driving experience to use, as much as possible in over the bend. It was looking like it was going to crash straight into the runaway car. Surprisingly at this point there was some real hope of getting over the bend. But Chris's awakening came a little too late after all. Change does happen though. But it doesn't make a difference in the end. The car, still with Chris in tow, slammed hard into the curb at breakneck speed. Chris himself knew there was no way back. All that could be done was to grip the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Clench your teeth against the pain that is coming. Still waiting though. But the Chris at this point was no longer the same as the Chris who had given up and just wanted to die before. Dang! There was a dull thud. The body of the car slammed hard into the guard post on the side of the road. Gritting his teeth Chris closed his eyes. Wait quietly. Time passes slowly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. But the crash in agony he expected didn't come. It's not even anything. He remained so quiet in his seat. It's as if there was no car accident at all. At first Chris thought he'd been in a car accident and had suffered serious injuries that caused a nerve problem. That's why you can't feel the pain. but immediately afterward he felt again as if his feet seemed to be there and his hands seemed to be there. There was also a complete lack of any blood on his body. Instead, it was a little sweaty from being too nervous. No matter how it felt, it didn't look like a car accident. Between doubts, Chris couldn't help but open his eyes, looking around to the left and right. And this look, immediately, Chris was stunned. He had thought that the car, which he had bought for $5 million, would not be so sturdy. Maybe this collision is going to break apart, and you will lose your life in the middle of this crash. But at this point, every single part of this car around his body, however, stayed intact, with no problems at all. Even that favorite seat of his remains the same as it was originally, tightly wrapped around him. Chris was a little surprised and couldn't help but jerk up to get a better look, and the seat instantly felt the force of his rise. That familiar push reappeared, making it incredibly easy for him to get up. Wasn't there a car accident? With this doubt, Chris sat up straight. Look out through the car window. That's what I realized. Not for lack of a car accident. Rather, it's clear that you've been in a very serious car accident. But this car, and yet it wasn't damaged much. Stay in the car by yourself. More than that, it didn't take a single bit of damage. Chris looked out the window of the car. That was hit by a huge crash. The deep crater from the crash and the overturned turf, and the guardrail on the side of the road that had completely snapped off. Dumbstruck. Developed. I've made a fortune. Chris was filled with ecstasy. Even the excitement was a bit of a mouthful. His first thought was that he had made a fortune. Injuries caused by car accidents from outside the car window. He could totally see how horrible that crash had just been. If a random car is replaced, I'm afraid I can just crash into a ball of scrap metal. And there was certainly no way he could have survived with himself inside the car. But nowadays, this car that I bought myself for only $5 million. It was such an amazing car accident. And nothing happened? At least there was no shit on his own people. That's the equivalent of spending $5 million to get your life back. It doesn't even need to be said how much it's worth. Chris opened the car door very eagerly, even a little impatiently. He stepped out of the car like it was nothing, walked back and forth a few times, then took a good look at his body. After making sure nothing untoward happened, it took him a moment to turn his head and bring his attention to the car in front of him and the scene that had just been brewed by the crash. At this moment, the car was nearly 20 meters away from the road he had just sped down. Not far away, the railing on the side of that road had long since been completely smashed, and flew off to who knows where, all the way over to the meadow. Both were shoveled out in a long, deep crater. Each pit is almost always more than 30 centimeters deep. Just looking at this amazing scene, Chris would be able to visualize just now. The crash, obviously, because of the speed of the vehicle, there was no time to turn, so it hit the curb rail hard, and it directly knocked the railing off. But the collision produced a tremendous amount of power, but it didn't manage to get the bodywork to fly. At the very least it looks like it. Sitting in the car, Chris didn't experience the feeling of being in the clouds. You can also tell by the one deep gully in the grass. If the body flies up and spins in the air, then the deep pit in the grass wouldn't be a whole strip like this. Instead, it's piece by piece, and right at the end of that deep pit, which is where Chris is at this very moment, Iron Horde was standing there quietly. Slightly exaggerated styling, bold lines and a hardcore style. The body shone with a metallic color. Makes the car look like a metal beast lying on its back in the grass. The only difference is, before, Chris thinks the car just looks the way it does. And now, what he had just experienced firsthand however had told him, this car does indeed do just that. Chris stepped over to the car and scrutinized every detail up and down the body, even the tires. He examined it with immense care, but other than some dirt and weeds on the tires, not in being able to find any little problem from this car, except for keeping myself, the person sitting in the car, very well protected. The car itself, again, not the slightest damage was done because of the crash. It's nothing short of a miracle. Chris has been playing with cars for some years now. Because the family was more substantial than one could imagine, he has bought all kinds of cars, big and small. Maybe the car in front of you in terms of speed, in terms of the interior, in terms of the quality of the speakers. It doesn't even compare to other luxury cars in many other ways. But he could assert, in terms of safety and comfort, there is no other car in the entire world that can match the one in front of you. It's literally a tank that's not loaded with weapons. Absolutely. Only tanks of extremely heavy tonnage. It's the only way to keep your balance in the middle of a crash like this. There's no way any other car could have done it. And more importantly, even with such good balance and such a heavy weight, the car is still amazingly fast. Add to that the immensely favorite seats he'd experienced in the car before, semi-intelligent in-vehicle system car phone, as well as some very specific features that I saw in that manual earlier. Originally Chris all just thought those features, all of which could be seen but not used, were a taste. But now it seems, I'm afraid that's not the case. What's the name of this car again? Chris couldn't help but wonder. He forgot the name of the car, because at the time, he didn't pay any attention to it at all. Until now, he realized how completely wrong he had been. Selling me this car for $5 million is an absolute loss. The gentleman even asked me at the time if I wanted to buy 2 at a time. I can't believe I turned it down? I can be such a pompous ass. Chris is very sorry. But immediately afterward he thought, I think the man gave him a business card before he left. Chris immediately looked up on his own body, but he went through every pocket in his body, but none of them were able to find out where the business card was. Then ran to the car to find it again. Still nothing. That's not right. That guy obviously gave me a business card, and I didn't get out of the car when I came over. So where could that business card have gone? Out of nowhere, Chris finally remembered that he was driving this car out of the car show. Once casually threw that business card out the window. As the memory images flashed through the middle of his mind, Chris immediately cried out in sorrow, a slap on his forehead. I can't believe I did such a stupid thing. He paused to think for a moment, then immediately got in the car and closed the door. Driving the car, he sprinted outside the estate. He distinctly remembers 2 cars parked at the man's stop. The other one was identical to the one he was driving now. He had to buy the other car as well. No, to buy 10 more. No, it should say, this model car, as much as there is he is going to buy, even after using up all of his allowance for the year. All under no circumstances. This car, after all, is more precious than anything else in terms of safety in life. 1 for my mother, and 1 for my father. His birthday is coming up, and if I can't get a decent birthday present, I'm going to be laughed at by those guys again. Chris thought to himself, haven't gotten the car in yet, and he was already wondering how it was going to be distributed. And right here and now, where Chris can't see, there was a foreigner with binoculars, was staring intently through high-end binoculars at the estate where Chris lived. When he saw the gates of Chris Manor open, and after Chris came out slowly in that car, immediately, he picked up a nearby walkie-talkie and spoke into the microphone. Target in sight, number 1 and number 2 stand by. Target about to drive to Changhua Trail. Are you sure it's the target himself? The question was tasted inside the headset. The foreigner said with great certainty, sure is the target himself. Please get ready as soon as possible. This mission is only allowed to succeed. No failure. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So go in peace, and your families and children will certainly be taken care of by the prince. And at this point Chris was still completely unaware that he had been targeted. He had only just pulled out of the estate gates, turned into a slightly narrower road, and this path is what the foreigner just now called the Changhua Trail. Obviously, these people have been staring at Chris here for a long time, have a very good grasp of everything about him. Chris drove into the Narwhal Trail. After walking over this 300-meter stretch of road, you will be able to drive onto the highway. And just then, Chris suddenly saw this road ahead. There was a huge SUV roaring toward him. He didn't think much of it. It was just a matter of hitting the steering wheel to the right and getting out of the way to be able to give the other guy a pass. And just for the hell of it, there was a roar from behind him as well. Chris turned his head and looked back. Surprisingly, it was a large truck that was coming up from behind at great speed, and it was honking. It seems to have gotten out of hand. What's going on? There shouldn't be a big truck like that on this road. Chris was a little puzzled. It was only possible to speed up slightly and drive the car forward, all the while honking constantly, trying to get the SUV in front of me to stop and back out. The road really isn't very spacious. He and the SUV were able to fit in 2 cars parallel, but not the big truck. If you don't give way to the big trucks, there's bound to be a crash here. But something unexpected came to Chris. The SUV in front of it had clearly seen the big rig coming up behind it. But not only was there not the slightest intention of stopping and backing out to make room. Instead, he also sped up and charged straight towards Chris. In the meantime, in the rearview mirror, the speed of the big truck behind them also jerked up a notch. What? Chris hesitated for a second, then immediately reacted. Shit! He suddenly cursed angrily. The scene before him reminded him of an incident that had occurred when he was a young boy. His mother was driving him outside at the time, but it was met with assassination from another country. At that point it was 2 cars, one in front of the other, encircling the mother's car. It's uncannily similar to the situation at hand, but the difference is this. At that time, they had people secretly protecting them, and they used to dispose of those 2 cars with shells. But now, he was alone on this road. These people even chased us here? Chris was a little shocked. The reason he came to the Great Han Kingdom, except for the fact that he himself has the blood of the Great Han Kingdom, it's because it's the safest country in the world. Someone with a special status like him is bound to take security seriously. The The laws of the Great Han Kingdom are strict. Firearms are prohibited. It will not be as lawless as in other countries. If anyone else dares to assassinate him, even if it succeeds, it will surely cost you your life. And he was supposed to be the unfavored prince. There is no inheritance. So far from home. He had thought it would make a lot of people know what to do, but I didn't expect to run into danger after all. What to do? Chris was nervous as hell. The big truck behind him blocked the entire road, leaving him no way back at all, and the SUV in front of him was clearly headed for him. If it had been on the highway, he could have driven around it, but on this little road, can't do anything. Look at what's in front of you. Chris took 2 deep breaths. Then he pressed the button to close all the windows and put his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze growing steadfast. If it had been before, he might have gotten his hands dirty, but now, after experiencing that car accident just now, after seeing with his own eyes how powerful the vehicle called the Iron Horde is, he will never sit still again. A car accident? Isn't it just a crash? Well, let's give it a try. Let's see whose car is tougher. Today Chris is confident. Both the SUV in front of us and the big truck behind us, neither could do any harm to their iron armor. He slammed his foot on the gas and instantly brought the car up to speed. Iron armor in the sunlight, with the roar of the engine, like a beast that has just awakened from its slumber, roared. Eyes were about to charge the SUV in front of them. Chris suddenly frowned. Wait, there's a problem. But, just as Chris took a foot off the gas, iron armor in the middle of the slumber also roared angrily when it rushed out at once forward. Chris's mind, however, suddenly flashed with some very important information. Now I'm going to drive my car over him and kill him. Wouldn't that make me a murderer? Thinking of this, Chris immediately let go of the gas with one foot and slammed on the brake with the other. The iron armor that had already started and was extremely fast. It was like a cat that suddenly came to a sharp stop. It lurched on the ground. There was a harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Chris's mind, on the other hand, continued to think, even if I hadn't run him over, then in a situation like this, I wouldn't be able to say anything even if the police arrived, and then I'll have to pay for their car. Chris turned his head and looked up. Sure enough, I saw a couple cameras not far away. This Liv tried to assassinate his own people. Obviously coming with the same mindset. They dared to do such dangerous things in the Great Han Kingdom where the laws are so strict. Just didn't even think about myself and being able to leave alive. This can't be happening. I should never initiate bumping them. Chris made an immediate decision. Not that he couldn't afford to pay for that car. It's that he doesn't want to get himself into trouble. He had to get to the car show as fast as he could and buy the other Iron Horde. This is if you go late. Maybe it's been bought. And if things are more serious, one may also face detention. It's even a case of calling a relative's family over. He himself was originally unpopular within the family. Otherwise it wouldn't have come all the way here alone. If it happens again, I'm afraid it's even more unpopular. Even pocket money may have to be reduced. Even your only hobby of enjoying playing with cars may have to be taken away from you. This kind of thing is completely unacceptable to Chris. The situation at this point is undoubtedly quite bizarre. Obviously already facing assassination. I saw 2 cars in front and behind me about to crash. But Chris wasn't thinking, how can I survive? Inside his head, however, he was actually thinking about these things that didn't even matter. If only people knew what Chris is thinking right now. It's definitely going to be a big surprise. But at this point Chris didn't feel anything was wrong. He was full of confidence, sure of himself, and absolutely no danger will befall him. And this powerful confidence all came from the car he was driving at this very moment, and what he had just experienced firsthand. That more shocking a car accident. Chris's perverse actions were undoubtedly seen by the SUV, so after Chris's car jerked forward and jerked to a stop, the speed of the buggy dropped slightly as well, obviously wondering why Chris would do that, but it was only for a moment. The next moment, the buggy's speed picked up again. I'll just stop. As long as I wasn't driving and someone else hit me, there's no way to involve me either way, right? Chris had finally figured everything out at this point as well. He calmly removed his foot from the gas. Immediately after that even took out his cell phone. Search the internet to find the police number for the Dahan state. Hello, this is Narwhal Trail. I've had a car accident here. I'm the victim. Please send someone right away. An ambulance? I don't need an ambulance. I'm not too badly hurt to need one. Okay, thanks. Chris hung up. The person who just answered the phone on the other side of the line even asked him if he wanted an ambulance? Just kidding. It's not like he's going to get hurt. What ambulance? As for the drivers of the SUV in front and the big truck behind, himself as a victim. Do you have to call an ambulance for the assassin who stabbed you? That's obviously not going to happen. Just as Chris hung up the phone, the distance between the 3 cars was also getting closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Bang! There was a loud bang. At first it was the big truck from behind that hit it. Chris had wrapped himself into his seat, ready to respond, but the collision didn't leave him with much depth. But not before Chris was happy. The SUV in front of them then slammed into it at a much faster speed. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time Chris finally felt slightly wobbly as he sat inside the car, but it was just a little shaky. That's all. In comparison, the SUV up front was slightly more miserable. Whoever sent someone to kill him this time obviously paid a big price. All of these two drivers are also deadbeats. There was no thought of surviving on my own. The sole purpose is to kill Chris, so they drive very fast. The force of the impact was therefore naturally quite large. The SUV in front of him before. The entire front end had been flattened. The layer of metal that covers the top of the car. It was rolled up like a burrito. Through the car window, Chris was even able to see. The driver, sitting inside the SUV, was bleeding from all 7 corners. The entire upper body had been completely deformed. There was a dent in his brain. Such a serious injury. Even airbags couldn't save his life. To Chris's slight surprise, even with such serious injuries, the driver of the SUV is still alive. He stared at Chris with eyes that were bleeding wide open in unbridled horror, even slowly reaching out a bloody hand and pointing it at him. There was doubt among the looks, as if to say, I'm already like this, how come you're not hurt at all? But he was still too badly injured after all. Didn't last long. The right hand that had been raised then fell helplessly. The whole thing was completely silent as well. True, a finger of death. Chris had wanted to look in the rearview mirror to see what was going on with the driver of the big rig behind him, but because big trucks are taller, can't see anything after all. He didn't do much else either. In order to be able to remove myself perfectly from the midst of this car accident, Chris just sat quietly in his chair, waiting for the traffic police to come. The only downside is that the soundproofing isn't as good, but it seems like you can't find a car with better soundproofing than this. Chris was a little helpless as he thought about the 2 loud bangs he had just heard. That's if anyone else hears it in their ears. I'm afraid I'll break defense on the spot. It's a car accident. The people who hit you are dead there. How dare you think your car wasn't soundproof enough inside the crash? What's going on? Can't you even listen? Other people get painless abortions, and you want a senseless, silent car accident? It's too much. The traffic police came quickly. It took less than 3 minutes to get to the location of the incident, and all the while, Chris stayed in his car and never went outside. It wasn't until the traffic police arrived at Changhua Trail and saw the tragic situation in front of them. Chris then slowly stepped out of his car. Hello, I was the one who just called the police. I was the victim of a car accident here, but I'm not going to pursue it now, because I'm in a hurry. I hope to be able to get a license for me, so if there's nothing else, can I take the car now? Looking at Chris who stepped out of the car, the 2 traffic policemen stared at once, as if they had seen a ghost. The 2 of them looked at each other, glanced at Chris in front of him, and then turned his head to look at the already dead driver in the SUV. One last look at the big van, though the deaths weren't as grisly. But again, the driver had run out of breath. The 2 men were simply full of questions. You're the victim? One of them asked. Chris spread his hands. Obviously, while something may have happened to both of them, I did act in self-defense. My car was blocked in by the 2 of them. It's not like I could have pulled in myself and run them over like that, is it? And I just checked. There are security cameras in this neighborhood, so I hope that I can pull up the security cameras as soon as possible and clear my name. Looking at Chris, who had a face that took him for granted, the 2 traffic policemen were dumbfounded. This doesn't look like a victim to you in any way, does it? What kind of victim is standing here in good condition when the victimizer is already dead inside the car? And it's a car accident. Can there be self-defense in a car accident? But one has to admit, Chris does have a point. If he was the one sitting in the middle of this car, there really wasn't a way to get the car in on his own. The 2 traffic cops also had a lot of experience and could totally see the general situation brewing out of this crash. Please wait a little while. We'll coordinate with the relevant departments to conduct an investigation. But before that, we need to place some restrictions on your personal freedom. The 2 traffic policemen didn't dare to be careless at this time. If it was just an ordinary traffic accident, they casually dealt with it. But now this car accident is not simple. The 2 dead men were all out of breath. A victim who claimed to have called the police was standing there for good. This says it's a traffic accident, but it could well be called a criminal case, to which Chris naturally agreed. He held out his hands directly and was very cooperative. The 2 traffic policemen were slightly relieved to see this. It sure doesn't seem like this kid is a suspect, judging by how cooperative he is. One of them said, let's wait until we've seen the surveillance. This is just too unbelievable as well. Another responded. Both men took steps to the place where the crash had occurred. That is, the front and rear of Chris's iron armor. The perimeter was carefully examined. For one thing, It's important to prevent that there will be an explosion or something. Secondly, he wanted to see how the scene in front of him was caused. Doesn't make sense, does it? It really does look like these two cars, one after the other, hit this car in the middle. No chance of that, right? It's not like this car in the middle is a tank. It's just a little scary. Have you seen this car in the middle? I haven't really seen it. It still has temporary plates on it. It hasn't even had a chance to get a license plate. I'll have to ask where this car came from later. It's so awesome. You really believe that? It's impossible to get any other vehicle to come over here and make it look like this, right? It's not a real tank. So what do you say to explain what's going on now, right? The Dahanese state is very efficient. Before the two traffic policemen could discuss a few words, the relevant video had already been pulled up and sent to their cell phones. Coming, one of the traffic cops said. Open it up and take a look. The other traffic cop was also very anxious. They were all curious as to how something like what was happening in front of them actually happened. The one who received the video immediately tapped on the video file in his phone. Start playing straight away. Because the camera is not far away, so the picture quality of the video is very clear. They were hardly hindered from seeing Chris in his own iron armor as he slowly drove out from the entrance of the estate and turned into this Chunghua trail. Immediately after, two entrances to this road, the SUV and the big van then drove in one after the other. And after clearly seeing Chris caught in the middle, there was still no intention of slowing down or stopping, and it's also uncharacteristically fast. After seeing this scene, it was almost certain that these two cars had ill intentions, and it could even be said that these two cars were headed for murder, because there is no explanation that makes sense beyond that. After all, even if your brakes are bad, that doesn't explain how you suddenly picked up speed, does it? The two traffic cops looked at each other, nodding. He didn't say anything, and continued reading immediately afterward, because at this time, there was still another doubt unresolved among them. That is, it was clearly Chris who was hit. Why did those two cars become this way instead? It was the drivers in those two cars that died as well, and Chris and his car were unscathed. The two continued to watch the video. It was clear to see that Chris had tried to start the car in the center, but eventually it stopped and waited quietly. At the same time, the two cars were seen crashing hard one after the other on top of the iron armor that Chris was riding in, but it didn't do any damage to Chris. Instead, he wrecked his car. At this point, the video ends completely. Holy shit, really? This car. The two traffic policemen let out their sentiments in unison. They moved their eyes from the video on their phones to the iron armor next to them, and Chris chimed in with a reminder. Can I go now, both officers? The two traffic cops looked at each other. After some thought, one of them asked, in the course of this, you once started the car and then stopped it again, can you explain why? Chris didn't hold back and chose to tell the truth. I was realizing that it looked like these two men were trying to commit murder on me. Originally thought of making a resistance and driving a car to touch them. But then I thought, if that happens and something ends up happening, I might not be able to get away with it. That's why I pulled over and let them run me over themselves. That way, even if something happens, I'll be considered self-defense with the security video as proof. Justifiable defense? The traffic cop froze. Well, yes, it was self-defense. Chris nodded. The two traffic policemen were dumbfounded. Never heard that there is self-defense in a car accident. But watch the video just now. You don't say. That's pretty fucking self-defense. The two traffic cops thought for a moment and first undid the physical restraints on Chris while explaining. Please wait for a moment. We need to report this matter to the top. Now that there are two lives here. Plus the situation is really special. We don't know how to handle it properly. One of them explained. Although Chris was in a bit of a hurry, he eventually agreed to come down. Fortunately, the two traffic cops didn't keep him waiting too long. After a phone call with the top, they characterize the incident and figure out Chris' identity again. Also ask Chris if he wants to pursue this. After being rejected by Chris, the whole thing was pretty much over. It took less than half an hour before and after. During this time, they also called in two tow trucks to pull out the SUV in front and the big truck in the back, freeing up space for Chris. When it was completely over, Chris happily got into his car and finally drove out of this Chunghua trail, which was only 300 meters or so. The two traffic cops watched him leave. One of them suddenly said, "This car is also too awesome. I really want to buy one." Another person shook his head. "What do you think? He is the little prince of the Middle East. This car is certainly also a foreign car. Perhaps our people spend a lot of money, specially customized. Even if there is a sale, we cannot afford to buy a." So says. Ouch. I'm envious. Nice car. Both men sighed at the same time. On Chris's side, after driving off this Chunghua trail, he picked up speed and headed straight for the car show. Hopefully that car won't be bought. I hope that car doesn't get bought. He mentally prayed. And just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chris absently picked up, but the voice coming from the other side froze him for a moment. Hello, Chris? Where are you? Something's happened to your mom. The person speaking was very familiar to Chris, his childhood nanny, very close to Chris and also very close to Chris' mother. Arguably the most trusted person in the family Chris has besides his mother. There was absolutely no way this nanny would deceive herself about such a thing either. Chris immediately got anxious and pulled over with a sharp brake. Lynn's mom, don't be in a hurry. Slowly tell me what's going on. Chris forced down the eagerness in his heart. I don't know. I just heard from someone else inside your house that your mom and dad were kidnapped by terrorists when they were out at some event. The nanny on the other end of the phone was almost in tears. Chris, you have to come back. I really don't know what to do now. Chris also knew that Nana Lynn's mom didn't have much of a presence on the family side of the family, and there were a lot of language inconveniences. At this time, when something like this suddenly happened, Lynn's mother alone, even if she wanted to figure out the truth of the matter, it would be very difficult to do so. Chris took a deep breath and instantly consoled. Mother Lynn, don't be anxious for now. I'll be right back. Wait for me to come back. Chris hung up immediately after saying that. At this moment in Chris's mind, all other things had become unimportant. All he wanted was to get his mother back. The three older brothers in the family look very unfavorably on Chris. The same is true of the mothers of the three older brothers. The father wasn't too fond of his youngest son either. From childhood to adulthood, the only thing Chris had to fall back on was his mother. He had to get back, figure out what's really going on, then get your mother back. Chris immediately pulled out his cell phone, booked a recent ticket home on the application. After you buy it, you are ready to drive to the airport. But just at this time, Chris suddenly felt a palpitation, feeling very insecure. He thought about the assassination he had just faced. All of a sudden it occurred to me that what I had just faced in the kidnapping of my parents, the incident was probably connected, and in this case, there was no guarantee that the other side wouldn't strike again in the middle of their journey home. Even if you can be sure of your safety once you get home, think of the faces of those three older brothers. Chris was still very unsure, and he's the only one right now. There is no one who can help him. Just now he was able to save his life by sitting inside the iron armor. But what happens after that? Hesitate for a moment. Chris took out his cell phone and opened the ticket, taking a closer look at it. It had been the one ticket he could find that would get him home in the shortest amount of time. But after all, it is an international airline. Still have to wait until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you have to change planes once in the middle. He was silent for a moment and opened the map app directly. Choose your destination as your home. Start navigating. 2x2 comparison. Found myself just simply driving by. That's only 3 hours later than by plane. Driving all the time can be draining though. But here and now, only by sitting inside this car could he feel safe. One moment. Chris then made a decision. He drove straight home, sealed up all the gasoline stored inside the house and loaded it into the trunk of the Iron Horde. Then grabbed the rechargeables and food and so on. All the everything he thought he should take. And after. Then drove straight on, with navigation, at top speed, rushing toward his home. Suite 312 of the most luxurious hotel in the city center. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiong, the shareholders of Han Opinion Company, were sitting together. The food on the table had almost been eaten. There was still some wine left, but no one was moving it anymore, because they know that now is not the time to drink. Now the wine is full. The group went uncharacteristically quiet. They both knew that today's meal wasn't just a simple one. Rather, there is one very important thing. It's about the company. It's about the future. It's about each and every one of them. Of course, it also concerns Qin Feng, who is in control of the company at the moment. And for such an important meal, Qin Feng, the manager of the company, was not invited to attend. The nature of the meal and what exactly its purpose was, would have been able to sum. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. No one even spoke. Half a minute later, Lu Nung, who organized this meal, was the first to speak. I think that since all of you are able to come here today, you more or less understand in your heart what this meal is all about, and at the same time, it should be the same as what the rest of us are asking for. I won't beat around the bush here. Today I'm looking for my fellow shareholders to discuss what methods we're going to use to get this Qin Feng kid off the company's board of directors. If anyone has any other views on today's topic, and purpose, or doesn't agree with it, they can leave now. We will absolutely not stand in the way, but at the same time we would like to be able to keep it a secret from us. After Lu Neng finished speaking, he glanced at Zhou Jingxiong next to him. Zhou Jingxiong immediately comprehended, and nodded, followed by similarly speaking. Let me make a statement first. The reason why I participated in this meal today is for this purpose. Couldn't watch that kid Qin Feng continue to wreak havoc on the company any longer. If it continued like this, sooner or later, the company would definitely go bankrupt. In the public interest, I don't want to see all the hard work and all of you included, have done over the years go down the drain. Selfishly, I don't want to lose out on my own interests because of this brat Qin Feng's youthful arrogance. The reason why Lu Nang had organized this meal was naturally because he had prepared for it a long time ago. As soon as Zhou Zhengxiong's words fell, another shareholder opened his mouth in time. That's what I think as well. I've always had a lot of respect for elder brother Qin. If this brat Qin Feng was a little bit more reliable, I'd be willing to help aid him in his endeavors. However, right now, this kid Qin Feng was clearly taking revenge on society, and it was impossible to see what he really wanted to do. Anyway, I can't watch it. Even if I'm sorry for elder brother Qin, I have to stop Qin Feng. After the previous push and pull as well as conversation and familiarity, plus someone else is taking the lead at the moment. The whole atmosphere at the table had been driven up. Present. One shareholder after another has come forward to take a stand. One after another. They expressed their dissatisfaction with Qin Feng. Less than 5 minutes. Everyone in this entire room was then in complete agreement. But Brother Lu, now that most of the shareholders are all on Qin Feng, what exactly should we do? Once again, someone asked this most critical question. In fact, these shareholders had been accumulating discontent with Qin Feng for a long time. It wasn't that they didn't want to vent or teach Qin Feng a lesson. Rather, it simply can't be done. After all, Qin Feng now had the most shares in his hands. The shares in all of their hands combined were not as much as Qin Feng's. The entire board of directors is Qin Feng's one word. It's like a group of ministers discussing the removal of the emperor. It simply does not have the capacity to do so. But right at this moment, Lu Neng, who was sitting in the center seat, was smiling mysteriously. Don't worry everyone. The reason why Lu Neng, called you all to this dinner table today is because I have a solution. Only this solution requires your cooperation. This statement was made. The people at the dinner table immediately all stared in surprise. But because of the urgency of the matter, I beg your pardon for not being able to, at this point in time, go over the whole plan. But don't worry, I, Lu Neng, promise you all that in less than a month, I will be able to get Qin Feng out of the company. All you need to do is listen to my instructions and cooperate with me when it matters most. Lu Neng's chesty look made the others curious, but at the same time, there were also one or two whose conscience was still intact. Slightly worried, who voiced out and asked, Brother Lu, this method you are talking about shouldn't do any harm to Qin Feng, right? Yes, after all, Qin Feng is also the one we've watched grow up. And the boy's health was already bad, so he doesn't have much time to live. If this solution will hurt him, then I'm sorry I can't agree to it. Lu Neng sniffed, and an undetectable hint of hostility flashed among his gaze, but it quickly disappeared and wasn't noticed by anyone. Ha ha, he laughed out loud and said at once, you two are really hurting my heart with those words. You guys don't want to hurt the kid Qin Feng, but I do? You've watched him grow up. He's still in my arms. His father is my master. Once a teacher, always a father. Qin Feng, even if he is no longer, he is my brother. I just don't want to see my master's life's work ruined by this no-good brother today. But Qin Feng's personal safety is more important to me than any of you. I, Lu, can make a promise here. Not only will my approach not hurt Qin Feng, I won't even take the shares from him. From now on he'll still be the young master in our company, and he'll get a share of whatever we can make. All I have to do is take control of the company and take it out of his hands. The two people who had just spoken no longer had any opinions at this point. As for the others, naturally, it's even less of a problem. Zhou Zhengxiong is very eye-catching. To keep the atmosphere from getting too heavy and to jump on the topic in time, he directly raised his glass and shouted, Good, I'll drink to everyone and hope that our plan is a complete success. Yes, complete success. Lu deserves to be Lu. Then we'll wait for Brother Lu's good news. Cheers, cheers. The crowd all raised their glasses. One drink, a conspiracy against Qin Feng. In the here and now, when it unfolds. And naturally, Qin Feng could not possibly know at this time that the other shareholders in the company were discussing how to deal with themselves. Not that he was completely unguarded. Rather, he himself couldn't think of any other way to take the company off his hands right now. That's why it's so important not to think about these things. And more importantly still, most of his energy and time, all on top of systems and R&D. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, total progress 100%. Developed, mechanical science and technology phase 1, total progress 99%, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 0.1%. Recharge 500 million to fully unlock the second stage of mechanical technology and open the third stage. Balance, 0. System binding talent, star of science and technology. Qin Feng glanced at the system panel, and then it turned its attention to the brand new iron armor in front of it. In front of itself. Unlike the two before it, those previous two didn't have this stage's technology fully unlocked after all. It can only be considered a defective product, and now this one iron armor in front of us, on the other hand, it is a solid perfect form. And the real difference here is what Qin Feng told Chris at the auto show, on artificial intelligence. Now this one perfect form of iron armor carries a fully functional AI for this stage. This AI is very powerful, but alas it can only be used on this car. With this AI on board, all the status of this car will be monitored in real time. While you're driving, it's fine on weekdays, with reminders at very long intervals. But if you encounter any dangerous situation, then this AI will monitor every location of the vehicle in real time, and report out in real time. And it's also possible to calculate how long today's vehicles will last after taking damage. It's like being in a sci-fi movie with mechs. Every now and then someone will tell a motorist what the overall loss amounted to in percent. What percent of energy is left? How long can it last? The driver's physical condition can also be closely monitored through some sensors in the seat. It's clear if the driver is overly tired. Does it need to be defecated, etc., etc.? It can be said to be the perfect butler in the car. Gigantic, incredibly powerful, but only on this car, or some other iron armor car, because for this AI to be fully functional, it is going to need a lot of parts and components to work together. Of course, if Qin Feng was willing to do so, he could also completely find a way to pluck this AI out separately and utilize it in other places. But at this point he simply didn't have the time or inclination for such things. For Qin Feng, the main task at hand is to complete, as fast as possible, the development of the iron armor in front of us, then find a way to get some money and just kick off the next phase of R&D. The overall funding required for the next phase is $500 million. It takes $5 million to unlock even 1%. That is certainly a very large number. The other day he managed to scrape together enough to flush $500,000 into the system. Ended phase 2 by 0.1%. Sort of a general understanding of where the second phase of development is going. Energy vehicles. It is not the same as the new energy trams that are now being emphasized internationally. This system is talking about energy vehicles, except for electrical energy. It also includes solar energy, even to the point of including kinetic energy, arguably in terms of energy utilization. Once again, it is well beyond the current stage of technology. It doesn't really do anything, even though it's only unlocked 0.1% of the time. But after Qin Feng knew the direction, more or less, you can set up and prepare ahead of time. For example, he'd already taken the time to think of a name for the new Phase 2 car. Panda. Pandas are amazing animals. There are tons of hours in the day where you eat, but you can't get enough. And the new Stage 2 cars have this feature as well. As long as this car stays there, it will be constantly replenished with energy. Find ways to replenish a wide variety of energy sources through a variety of means, and store it. Sure, the only difference with the Panda is, the Panda is eating because he is hungry, but Stage 2 of this new car. And yet there will never be any such thing as energy anxiety. Even if you only add gas once, you'll be able to drive countless more miles than any other ordinary car. If you combine the two cars, the Panda and the Iron Horde, even though it will have an effect on the performance of both, it can definitely give birth to an amazing round of cars. After learning about the new car, Qin Feng had already had this thought in his mind, and it's something that can indeed be done. It just takes a lot of time and effort on his part. Do your own R&D and research. Because there is no such program offered in the system right now, so naturally Qin Feng wouldn't do such a thing now. He'd rather be quiet and develop the Panda first, and figuring out how to make more money and open more stages is the way to go. It's still strange how that ingrate named Chris hasn't come to me until now. Hasn't he realized how powerful my iron armor is? How amazingly safe it is? Or am I just being really presumptuous? In reality, Iron Horde isn't that great? This doesn't make sense at all. Qin Feng was slightly anxious. Nowadays, this full-bodied version of the iron armor, he only needed to spend at most another 3 or 4 days to completely develop it. The second phase will have to be opened by then. R&D on the energy car Panda has been done, and at that time he had to have a lot of money to do so. For Qin Feng, he simply doesn't have that much time or energy to think about how to make money. For his best form, it's that you just need to develop it yourself. It's nice to have someone automatically bring money to your door when you need it, but alas, there's no way to do that for now. Maybe there's something holding it up right now. When I develop the full version of the AI and project it onto his car, auto-upgrade it successfully, I think he'll be able to detect it even if he's stupid enough to notice it, right? Qin Feng thought about it, shook his head, and continued to focus on the development of the iron armor in front of him. 3 days later, the dusty iron armor finally drove Chris back to his home. Chris certainly didn't have 72 hours of sleepless driving all the time. Even if he wanted to do so, his own body couldn't support it. He still took a break halfway through, In the midst of this long journey, however, he discovered another advantage of the Iron Horde. That is amazingly comfortable. Usually drive. No matter what kind of car you drive, you will always get tired after a long time. But Iron Horde was different. The chairs in this car are literally the most comfortable in the world. As soon as you sit in this chair, the fatigue that comes with driving is compressed into something much too small, and that comfort level is taken very well. It doesn't make you because too comfortable. From there, I drove straight to sleep. At the very least Chris had driven for the past 3 days without such an accident, even under the most exhausting circumstances. Whenever he was sleepy and about to fall asleep, the chair behind him will then naturally straighten him up and put him in a state where he is most likely to be awake. It's almost as if he knows his body better than he knows himself. But at this point, Chris wasn't all that available or in the mood to be shocked at how many more amazing features he had in this iron armor of his. When he stopped the car, he went straight into the middle of the palace where he grew up. The Middle East has long been a resourceful region for the entire world. Most countries in this part of the world tend not to need to develop much of a technological economy at all. Simply by exploiting the resources they originally had, they were able to sell endless wealth. The Chris family is likewise this way. The country they are in is called the country of Nanya, due to the huge amount of oil resources that can be extracted. This has resulted in the rapid development of the state of South Asia. Very rich too. You could even say there's more money than you can spend. That's why Chris is clearly just a young prince who isn't really favored, and yet still have so much pocket money for a reason. However, this is also what causes the nation of South Aria to be under the prying eyes of other nations at all times. That's why as a child Chris was assassinated. That kind of thing. It's simply commonplace in this part of the world. As king of the nation of South Aria, Chris's father, King Joe, is likewise in constant crisis. But things like being kidnapped by terrorists don't happen after all. The head of a country, being able to be kidnapped by terrorists. Such a thing is very scary. And more importantly for Chris is his mother, who is similarly in danger at this very moment. Chris hoofed it into the middle of the palace after parking the car. All at once, he was in the living room and saw all of his family inside the hall at this very moment. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. The first to bear the brunt were his own 3 older brothers. The first prince, the second prince, and the third prince. Chris is the 4th in line. The next in line was the mother of the 3 older brothers. 3 women who, even though they have some age on them, still look good. At this moment, these 6 people were frowning sadly inside the hall, and the atmosphere in the entire hall was unusually gloomy. What the hell happened? Chris asked in a huff, but the 6 people in the hall just looked up at him and didn't answer in any way. It had been this way since he was a child, and Chris had never been taken seriously in the midst of this palace. At this point in time, among the eyes of these 6 people, Chris was also able to see it very clearly. They're making it very clear that there's no point in telling you. This does seem to be the case. He an unloved little prince, alone and alone. And what can be done in this matter? If it were before, maybe Chris would have had the good sense to keep his mouth shut and not pursue the matter. But this one was different. This time it's not just their shared father who's in danger, but also Chris's beloved mother. He could never stand the thought of his mother being in danger while he did nothing. So Chris made a mad dash for it, shouting, "What the hell's going on? Say something. You guys. Can you tell me what the hell is going on? I have to know these things." But the 6 continued to ignore him. Just at that moment, the door to the hall was opened, and out from the back came a fat official with a white cap on his head. Chris knew the other man, who was none other than his own father's confidant. The fat officer guessed roughly what was going on as soon as he saw Chris. Immediately, he came over and grabbed Chris by the hand and led him out of the hall and outside. It was only from this fat official that Chris was able to understand everything that was going on. The whole thing was rooted in his father and mother, planning to go out for a break. This was supposed to be an extremely private trip that no one on the outside could even know about at all. And the overall duration of the entire trip was only a couple hours. With such a short period of time, it would never have been possible to catch it if there was simply someone outside. But it is the terrorists who have seized such an opportunity, kidnapped the king as well as Chris's mother away. So at this point many people are speculating that there may be a mole in this matter. But Chris wasn't interested in that. "I don't care about the mole. Or not. I just want to know where the hell my parents are right now. Why isn't anyone going to save them?" The fat officer replied. "It's not that we're not willing to go to the rescue, but that the terrorists don't give us a chance at all. They've already sent out a notice saying that if they detect any movement in our army, they'll kill us immediately. What's more, they didn't make any claims, and they didn't mean to get money from us. So until now we didn't know exactly what this group of terrorists was up to, and we were completely led by the nose. If we can't detect the movement of the army, we don't send the army more or less send a few people over to try and see if we can get the people back. Why do nothing like we are doing now? Go. Chris still didn't manage to understand. The fat official could only continue to explain patiently. It said that the terrorists were extremely powerful and had many weapons, and that there was no chance of winning if the army was not sent, and that no matter how many people went there, they would just be sent to their deaths. That's why no one went over there. Saving lives is important, but you can't send people over there and let them die when you know there's a dead end ahead, right? And now the king is not in the whole country. All the control all fall in the hands of the three princes, and do not do any action. But also the three royals unanimously agreed that these people under the people simply do not have any possibility of change. Blah blah blah. After all this time, Chris had kind of finally calmed down. He knew that the fat officer in front of him was indeed telling the truth. It's basically impossible for that entire country to do anything without the consent of their three older brothers. So Chris was only able to shake off the fat officer and rush back into the hall to beg bitterly at his three older brothers. Hopefully they will send some people out to get their parents back who have been kidnapped by terrorists. But still, as before, the three older brothers didn't even look at Chris, completely treating him like a child who doesn't know any better. And even more so, not considering all his claims at all. Such a feeling of powerlessness Chris had been subjected to since he was a child. But at this moment such a feeling of powerlessness made him incomparably angry. After continuing to beg for a long time with no response from anyone, Chris finally exploded. He accused his three older brothers of trying to use the opportunity to seek the throne, saying that they were troubled and ill-intentioned, and did his best to insult them. At this point these three older brothers recoiled from listening. Immediately, he called for his own personal escort and threw Chris straight out. Once again, Chris truly felt his insignificance in this family. None of them treated him like a human being at all. In fact, it used to be like this, but in the past, he knew that he didn't have any chance of resisting, so he didn't have any idea of resisting. But this time when the mother's life is at stake, the flames of anger in Chris's heart finally burned completely. One day, I will make all of you pay, Chris thought to himself. Just then, perhaps receiving the news, Chris's nanny, Lynn's mom, ran over to see Chris who happened to be thrown out the door. Lynn's mom instantly jumped on top of Chris and cried helplessly in pain. Even Chris, who was a prince, was so unappreciated in the midst of this palace. Not to mention Lynn's mom, who doesn't even speak the language very well, couldn't even express his eagerness if he wanted to, only being able to be alone in his room. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't do anything. The nursemaid she was watching was crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath, and Chris immediately spoke out to comfort her. Mom Lynn, don't worry, go back and rest first. I'll think of a way. I'll get my mom back. After coaxing Lynn's mom back in 1,000 ways, Chris got up from the ground. Without stopping, he turned away and headed straight for his iron armor. Since you're not going, I'll go myself. Chris just drove away from the palace, alone, and headed straight for where the terrorists were. Solely the fat officer had told him earlier the exact status of the terrorists. Otherwise at this point, he's afraid he can't even make such a break for it. After Chris left, the soldiers guarding the border immediately spread the news within the palace. After hearing that Chris, alone in his car, was about to go to where the terrorists were to rescue them, the 6 people in the palace still had little to show for it. It's as if the death of this unpopular little prince is as good as dead as far as they're concerned. And that's the kinship within the royal family. There was not the slightest hint of warmth. Instead, it's full of hooks and interests everywhere. Let's just wait a little longer and see what these terrorists really want. Since they didn't go after Father and the others, it means they have a claim. If we act rashly now, we'll put Father in danger instead. Wait a little longer. There's no way they're going to risk so much on something that doesn't make sense. Whether it's resources or money, we're able to afford to give whatever they can afford to give anyway. The Grand Prince said so after a moment's consideration. As the eldest son most favored by the king, the first prince is the one most likely to succeed the throne. So at this point after the king's incident, the Grand Prince is also the most vocal. He makes a lot of sense with that comment, too. As soon as you open your mouth. A few others were fine with it. The 6 people then split into 3 groups and left the hall first for the time being. Yet just a few minutes later, in the middle of a dark room, there's a mystery man on the phone. My indisputable brother, who went to the Great Han Kingdom before, has returned and is driving alone towards your place. Mystic said. A voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Is that the one who is the 4th in line in your family? That's right. Mystic said. Are you sure he came alone? The other asked again. The mysterious man was very disdainful. Incredibly sure. This fool is planning to rescue people alone in a common rotten iron, clearly sending people to their deaths. The caller asked. And what do you want us to do with him? Deal with this brother of yours. The mysterious man said. Since he wants to find death so badly, then you guys should send him on his way. As you wish, my prince. The other returned this. And then it hung up. Galileo hung up. Glancing at the little brother next to him, he instructed with great ease, "Tell the men to keep an eye on the outside. And if they see an unfamiliar vehicle running into our territory, plant landmines ahead of time where he'll be passing through. Send him to hell." "Okay, boss." The little brother first answered after hearing this, but immediately afterward, he asked with some concern, "Boss, did you get any news? Someone will come to our base to cause trouble? Is the South Lia country going to send someone to save their king?" Gario laughed disdainfully, and gave a brief account of what he had just heard from the middle of the phone call. The little brother frowned after hearing this, driving a car by himself and coming over. Is this little prince named Chris out of his mind? As long as a normal person knows that he is sending himself to death by coming over like this, is there something wrong with this? This little brother's name is Sam. It's the brains amongst Gario's team, so usually when something happens, he asks more questions. Gario doesn't get mad about it either, because so many times Sam had used his wits to turn a whole team around or get a bigger fight. But I don't think the person I just talked to on the phone would lie to me about this. Do you, Sam? After thinking about it, Gario said still confidently, "And we can see exactly how many people he's coming." Sam thought about that for a moment and did suggest, "I think we should send a few more people out to check it out though, and if it is indeed what they say it is, then we don't have to worry about it." "Makes sense." Gario nodded, and immediately afterwards Sam barked the order. Not much longer. Several drones then flew out of the interior of the abandoned city they were in. Follow the directions provided by the mysterious person on the phone earlier. The drones are all networked and all have cameras. The ability to transmit everything captured during the flight. With very low latency. Back to Gario's office. Sam and Gario both sat together in front of the huge screen, staring silently at the scene captured by the drone in the middle of the screen. First there was the endless desert, which lasted almost half a minute. The drone was always flying at a very high speed. Half a minute later something different finally appeared on that desert. Several of the drone flights also slowed down. At the same time it slowly descended from the middle of the high sky, allowing both Gario and Sam to see the underground scene with ease, only to see that on that ground there was a stylized, peculiar automobile with a metallic luster all over its body that was driving towards their base at an extremely fast speed. "This should be the car," Gario said. Sam nodded and left one of the drones in place, following the car overhead, at the same time maneuvering the other two drones to continue flying backwards. First to see if there were any other presences following in the wake of this vehicle. The reason why they kidnapped the king of the country of South Aria this time was not for money or resources. It's certainly not deranged. It's just trying to kill people. They were on a mission. A task given to them by the backers behind them. This time, the Bald Eagle Nation has been talking about a contract with the Nanglia Nation. But the king of the kingdom of South Aria, Chris's father, has always refused to sign his name to this contract. This is very upsetting to the Bald Eagle Nation. Because if they can get this contract, they can get tons of benefits for 20 plus years down the road. This is far more than a kidnapping and a blackmail can bring. And of course it was precisely because it was a sellout contract that Chris's father had insisted on not signing it, and that led him and Chris's mother to where they are today. Sure, the Bald Eagle Nation's purpose remains clear. They want to use this kidnapping to force Chris's father to sign that contract. Gario was given exactly the same task, so they won't jeopardize Chris's father's life once they come. Secondly, he definitely didn't want to get into a real conflict with the country of South Aria. That's why it's important to stop the Nanglia state from sending troops over. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with Sam being a little careful at this moment. "Boss, I'm going to take these drones first, and take a look around the back, while you keep an eye on the car here, and see if there's anything wrong with this one," Sam said to Gario. Gario wasn't a fool, and he understood Sam's meaning right off the bat, and had long ago maneuvered the drone down to land right on top of Chris's iron armor, and hovered back and forth constantly. "Take a good look at everything about this car. Go ahead and don't worry too much at all. I've already looked at it and the car is just a very ordinary car, perhaps with a few modifications. I remember our princeling once saying that his indisputable brother's only hobby was buying cars, but even if this car of his is bulletproof, so what? Could it still be protected against mines? Against our shells? Against our rockets?" Gario's tone was filled with disdain. Sam nodded at that as well. "In that case there won't be any problems. I've already looked in the back and it's true that only this young prince drove up." Gario shrugged his shoulders, handed Sam the remote that controlled the drone, and immediately afterward, he instructed his men to go and set up mines on the path that Chris would have to take. "Next let's see how good this little prince should be at loading vehicles, and how many mines will this somewhat strange-looking vehicle be able to hold up." Gario spread his hands and smiled. Sam was likewise beside himself, smiling and non-committal. All of them terrorist organizations do dirty and black jobs. I don't know how many innocent lives have been stained under my hands. For them, killing a person was as easy as home cooking. and at this point the kill was still the young prince of a country. More than that, they found it slightly irritating. Wait! Gario's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a great idea. He looked at Sam and explained. Our target hasn't let up until now, but if we let him watch his own son die under our landmines to save him, do you think it will touch him that slightly? Sam also lit up at his words. I remembered something else. If that's right, the woman who was locked up with the target would be the mother of this little prince. Even if the target still won't let up yet, when the mother looks at her child who might be dying to save herself, it should also persuade her husband, right? The two hit it off, and then immediately ordered his men to bring Chris's parents, who had already been imprisoned and locked in a cage, into this room, intending to put on a big live show in front of the two. For people like them, nothing is as important as them accomplishing their mission. They are perfectly capable of doing whatever it takes in order to be able to achieve their goals. Honorable King Joe, I suppose you and your wife are wondering why we have brought you here so suddenly. It's also puzzling who was driving in the desert on this big screen. It's okay, I can tell you now, Sam said as he maneuvered the drone to the front of that iron armor through the windows. Everyone could vaguely see the person sitting inside the car. This man is your youngest son, Chris. I hear he's the most underappreciated child in your royal family. But alas, after hearing that something happened to you, only this little prince is defiantly single-handedly all set to come to your rescue, to be able to loosen the old king's grip as quickly as possible. Sam also made a point of using some sensationalist techniques, because he was afraid that if this little prince was really as unappreciated as rumors had it, it might not work out too well. What a pitiful child. Even though he is not valued by his father and does not even have the right to inherit, at this time he is willing to dedicate his life for the sake of his parents. Sam shook his head helplessly. At this point, before the old king could speak, Chris's mother, who was standing next to the old king, then immediately screamed, What do you want? What do you want with my baby? Don't you dare hurt my baby. Sam immediately shook his head. Don't misunderstand me, ma'am. It's not that we're going to do anything with your child. But what are your children going to do with us? As you can see, your child is driving to our base. We're a terrorist organization. Our base is our secret. How can we just let outsiders in? So we were only able to plant a few landmines in his path of necessity. Let's see if we can stop your gallant son. Speaking of which, Sam smiled slightly with a winning expression. But even if your son can break through our mines, we also have countless guns, bullets, artillery shells, and even bazookas to entertain him with. I don't suppose your son has that many lives that would make him last long enough to come here and get you two out? It's really a pity that such a filial good boy is about to give up his life for saving his parents. Even the person with the car was blown up by us. But what a pity, ah! The old king looked at Sam with an angry face. What the hell do you want? Sam spread his hands. We captured you to come here. We don't want your money. We don't want your resources. And we don't want your life. So what do we want? I think you should know very well, right? Chris's father's eyes flickered for a moment as he quickly figured out the root of the matter. You want me to sign that one agreement with the Bald Eagle Nation? Are you sent by the White-Headed Hawk Nation? You think you can get me to give up on this? You guys think things are too easy. There's absolutely no way I do something this disempowering and humiliating. Chris's father shouted this angrily. And next to it, Chris's mother was distraught to the core. He had naturally heard his husband talk about the agreement, and knew how much pressure he had been under during the recent period of time. And even more so, he knew that if the agreement was signed as it was now, then the entire country of Nanlia would never have any peace and quiet. She was beyond worried about her child's well-being, but it's also just as incredibly clear that this agreement is not to be signed. At the very least not in its current version. The love for the child and the sense of responsibility for the entire state and nation pained Chris's mother. Completely unsure of what the hell to do with myself, Gary-O and Sam, on the other hand, acted like they were in no hurry. Yes, it does seem that you, King, are stronger and more responsible than we thought. Then we can only admire helplessly how this valiant son died to save his parents. Just a reminder to both of you, in half a minute, the leader's son will be passing the mines we've laid down. I thought about how beautiful the fireworks would be when they blew up at that time. Even if we scramble to damage these drones, we will record the scene clearly to you too. With Sam's words, then call for the drones to once again close in on what is traveling across the desert. Chris's iron armor. By now Chris had also long since spotted the drones. He was annoyed by them, yet one has no means by which one can counteract it. He had to admit he was still a little inexperienced in this area. You should get someone to figure out how to get a gun first before you drive out on your own. That way at least he could stick his gun out the window and fire a few shots at these drones as they flew over and over. But Chris also understood that it was completely futile. For being ostracized and unappreciated as a child, Chris' familiarity and mastery of firearms was not at all as pure as that of his three older siblings. Even if he did get a gun now, he would have no way of aiming it. With all those things flying around in the sky, whether or not you can hit it is more of a matter of luck. Damn. Chris couldn't help but curse. On the way over here, he thought of more things that he had previously overlooked. For example, he wasn't sure exactly where his parents were being held. He himself just rushed into, on impulse, the terrorists' base. Even if one has this car to protect, there was also no way to find the parents and get them out in time. These worries were like stone after stone weighing on Chris's heart. He couldn't find any solution at all. But all the same, there was no way he was going to just turn away and drive back now. Just as Chris was facing the situation in front of him, at a loss for words, suddenly, a familiar electronic synthesized tone snapped out amongst the ever-quiet bodywork. Vehicle system upgrade has been prepared. Will the upgrade begin immediately? The voice made Chris jerk. Immediately afterward, he remembered that when he bought the car from Qin Feng the other day, Qin Feng had said that the L system inside the car was incomplete. But at that time, Qin Feng also said that he did not have to worry about subsequent OTA upgrades to the entire car's system. At the time, Chris didn't take those few words seriously at all, and didn't give the car a second thought at all, hearing them and forgetting about them. However, he did not expect what Qin Feng said to be true. What I didn't realize even more was how fast this OTA upgrade came. This owner is so conscientious. Chris couldn't help but sigh. This is a faster upgrade than even some of the major international manufacturers. And more importantly, now that Chris has some knowledge of this iron armor, he is acutely aware of how great this car really is. Like those various fits on his seat for his actions, which involved Al in the car. It is simply not possible to accomplish that apt a variety of actions without a highly accurate Al. It was precisely because of this that Chris completely forgot about Qin Feng's previous words, because in his opinion such an Al was already very, very powerful, and if even such an Al was incomplete, then he simply didn't know what kind of Al could be considered complete. At that time, that boss said that after this OK upgrade, the whole Al will become a full-bodied Al. Chris's mind couldn't help but pop up. Even if the current Al is amazing enough, then how powerful will the full-bodied Al be? Unconsciously, this iron armor has long become Chris's greatest dependence at this moment. Chris almost did not have any hesitation. Immediately made a decision. Responded. Immediately upgrade. The good body has officially begun. Please wait. Still electronic synthesized sounds. There was no movement after the voice finished. Just as Chris was puzzled, he suddenly saw the drones that had been circling around his body suddenly pulling up their altitude all at once. It flew to a height of nearly 100 meters or so away. Only 2 are still around themselves. But at the same time, you keep your distance from your own car. Chris immediately sensed that something might be wrong. But it's too late. He didn't feel anything sitting in the car. But there was a flash of fire in front of them, as well as a violent explosion that suddenly reached among his ears. Explosion. Mines. After all, he is the prince of the kingdom of South Aria. Chris has that bit of judgment. His mood tightened momentarily. Although this iron armor has been through many car accidents and has not suffered any damage, the car itself is very well protected. But a car accident is a car accident. There is a war going on in front of us, but hot weapons. But the scariest thing on the planet. Under such circumstances, would this iron armor be able to carry it as well as before? That's a problem. But to Gario, and Sam, and Chris's parents and the rest of them, it's definitely not a problem. A plain car. How is it possible to be safe from the bombardment of mines? Ah, don't! With that bang and the raging fire, Chris's mother also let out a miserable cry. But alas, as a spectator, he had no way of deciding anything other than shouting here and there. Chris had the road in front of him. There's even more than one buried mine. Instead, it's a series of landmines. As the first mine was detonated, it was followed by the second, third, and fourth. A series of explosions interspersed with flames danced uncontrollably in the middle of the screen. The moment. Look at the flames rising from the screen and the gray smoke. Even King Joe, who has never been much of a Chris fan, at this point, too, he finally closed his eyes with some reluctance. Chris's mother was undoubtedly King Joe's favorite woman. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible after Chris is now an adult. King Joe is still in love with Chris's mother. With his status as king, he has full access to more and more beautiful, younger women. But he didn't do that. And Chris is his and the other's child. How could King Joe really hate Chris that much without some unacceptable reason? All the time, actually. The reason why King Joe acted like he didn't care about Chris was because he didn't care. In fact, to protect this youngest son. Chris's mother was just a very ordinary woman in the Great Han Kingdom. There is no power or strength, compared to the families of his other 3 sons and their mothers. Undoubtedly it is much worse. This place in the Middle East. The water is deep. It's also very dangerous. Even he, the king, was not able to do it, alone. Not to mention his queen and prince. Plus both Chris' mother and son are still foreigners. The original was not easily recognized. So to protect Chris and his mother, King Joe had to keep Chris as free of any enemies as possible. The first and most important thing to guard against is the enemy within. The reason why Chris was not given an inheritance. It was out of fear that the other three sons, and the forces behind their mother, would make a move against Chris's mother and son. Compared to external dangers, often it is the conflict from within that is more deadly. Like this one time when he missed a tackle himself. Although Chao Guang already knew that the Bald Eagle Kingdom was behind this, but as a mature king, he also knew that there must be people within his own country cooperating in this as well, and someone who was in a fairly high position and quite close to him. Otherwise it would have been absolutely impossible to know about his so impromptu, so private schedule. If this one makes it back to the country, King Joe will surely find a way to uncover this traitor, and no matter who it is, he'd all make the other guy pay with his life. Snap! Gario, who was standing at the side of the screen, was also suddenly applauding at this moment. He bared his teeth and grinned all over his face. What an unfortunate child. Let's hope he finds a better pair of parents in his next life, Gario said. He was basically certain that Chris had perished in the flames and explosions. Even everyone in the entire room thought so. Chris's mother had collapsed in the cage in grief. Chris's father was also clenching his teeth, his eyes red, but his anger was apparently worthless. Gario didn't even half care. The only thing he regretted was this little prince named Chris on the screen. It didn't manage to loosen the old king's grip, and among the orders they received was not to put the lives of the old king and the princess next to him in danger. Can't even take things too far. After all, the white-headed Hawk Nation's goal was to get the old king to sign, not to actually have a deadly feud with him. So that kinda makes it hard for Galio. There were many ways he could do this, but right now there was absolutely no way to make it work. Men, take King Joe and his consort. This poor mother. Down, Gario said. A couple of the men outside the door answered and walked in about to do something, but it was at this time Sam, who had been standing next to the screen, but suddenly let out a gasp. Wait a minute, what's this? Wait a minute, he's not dead, he's alive. A series of exclamations drew all of everyone's attention. Gario, the old king and Chris's mother turned their heads through and cast their eyes on that screen. Directly in the middle of that screen, an unknown car that exuded a metallic color all over, with a slightly furious and hideous shape, and even exuded a faint golden light under the sunlight. All at once, he broke through the flames, still charging forward at a very fast speed. More importantly, it's amazing that you can't see the slightest sign of damage on the body of this car. The Galilean was dumbfounded. I just played hard to get. It's a piece of shit car? A broken car can do that? How is this possible? Gario let out a gasp. Sam, who had been standing next to the screen, was similarly wide-eyed. How come nothing happened to this car at all? Gario similarly took 3 steps to the screen, staring intently at the iron armor in the screen, a face full of disbelief. Meanwhile in the iron cage at the back, Chris's parents were filled with shock. Chris's father was kind of able to keep his emotions in check and didn't show too much, but Chris's mother swooped down to the side of the cage at once, a face full of joy. How did this happen? How did this happen? Gario turned his head to Sam, but there was no doubt that the question was not one that even a military staff officer could answer. If it was just a ball of flames there, then a couple of randomly replaced cars could probably punch through. But the problem is that there are landmines buried there. An ordinary car, even if it's modified, even if it's one of those bulletproof cars that the international bigwigs ride in, there was absolutely no way that traveling over so many mines in a row would have left you as intact as you are now. Is it possible that the car got lucky and didn't step on a single mine? Gario guessed. Mines, after all, are laid by henchmen and can't be very strict or precise. There might actually be a gap in the center big enough for that car to pass through. But Sam immediately shook his head and dismissed the speculation. If that's true, then those mines wouldn't have been triggered from the beginning, those explosions and flames wouldn't have been there at all. Gario also knew that his own warlord was telling the truth. The explosions and flames in the middle of the screen before were enough to show that the mine had been triggered. It also proved that the vehicle had indeed survived the bombardment of mines and had broken through the mine line with little damage. The entire room was shocked beyond words. For a moment, there was complete silence around them. After a while, those 2 junior brothers who came in and were responsible for bringing the iron cage back to the original place, only then suddenly spoke with some presumption. Boss, then do we still need to bring them down? I have to say this question is slightly less eye-opening. Gario would have been a little embarrassed. At this moment, upon hearing this, he became even more enraged and directly rushed over, kicking this henchman in the waist, kicked the man right down to the ground. Gario's 6 feet 9 inches frame is strong and powerful, and his fighting ability is already strong. That's not a good kick at all. But the men did not dare to have the slightest complaint or anger. immediately stood up from the ground and ran out with a roll, afraid that he would say something wrong again and make the boss even more angry. Gario also reacted at this time and immediately spoke. I don't believe that this car is really this powerful. Arrange for me to go down. Bring guns, bring rockets. Give me a shot at this car. I'm going to be here to watch you guys blow this car up. Sam nodded immediately as well and led the way out. Seeing that her son had just come back from the dead, but was about to encounter another crisis, Chris's mother immediately became anxious and immediately spoke out, wanting to beg for Chris's life. But this naturally wouldn't do much, especially for Gario. If Gario sassed before, Chris was still just trying to force King Joe to give in. Then now that Chris even came out unharmed from the middle of the mine formation they had set up, it was already slapping Gario's face. Now that Gario wanted to kill Chris, it was purely to vent his emotions as well as to save his face. I'm afraid that right now, it's just the old king who has spoken up and begged and agreed to sign that contract. It was only then that Gario would sober up a little and put the matter behind him for the time being to focus on the main task. But the old king didn't do it, although he did feel sorry for Chris the child, especially after seeing that he had obviously been treated unfairly. But at this moment he was still willing to single-handedly come to his own rescue. He was even more satisfied with Chris the child, and even more heartbroken. But that contract was too important, related to the lifeblood of their entire country for decades to come, and the old king, even if he gave his life for it, would not sign it casually. So the old king reached out and patted his wife on the shoulder in a gesture of apology and comfort. Time passes slowly as Sam moves with great speed, and soon comes face to face with a large group of henchmen in a car towards Chris. It was also one modified vehicle after another, extremely fast, and it was loaded with machine guns and artillery shells, and the windows of the vehicles were sticking out one gun barrel after another. Countless rounds of bullets sprayed out from the barrels of these guns, which ruthlessly struck Chris's iron armor. Dang it! The bullets in the body of the car knocked and exuded a violent collision sound, even burst out a lot of sparks, but that's all. These bullets are still not able to break the defense of the iron armor. At most, can only create some noise to the car inside Chris. Why is this car so hard? This car can be really hard and a little scary. Never seen a car so bulletproof. Sam's communication channel was filled with the voices of his warriors. Sam also immediately made a decision and commanded inside the channel. Everyone switched to armor-piercing bullets. Armor-piercing bullets are going to be more expensive than normal bullets. That's why Sam didn't move in the beginning. Every weapon is expensive, even if they have the support of the Bald Eagle country behind them. And fighting a war is really about money. Every bullet is a sum of money. So every time you fight a war, if the weapons consumed are far less than the results of the battle back, then even if the battle is won, it is also a loss. For example, now in fact, those mines placed before were only used to deal with Chris. It was already a bit of a loss, but their main purpose was still to force the old king to give in, so it didn't matter if the gentleman made a bigger number. But I didn't expect that those mines hadn't caused the slightest effect, and now every round of ammunition they had spent on Chris had been a complete and utter loss. But things have come to this, even if it's a loss, Chris is going to be beaten to death. Otherwise, even if Chris alone didn't have the means to cool the old king and his wife right out, just driving around inside their base like that and then going back in one piece, it would be a massive blow to their entire organization. More importantly, this would definitely fuel things to the old king, and it would become even more difficult for them to complete their mission. There would be no way to deliver to the white-headed Eagle Kingdom. Change it. The voices of his men came over the comm channel and Sam immediately took a deep breath and barked an order. Fire. Immediately, one after another, the armor-piercing bullets that were bigger in size, more powerful, and had very sharp warheads with extremely high armor-breaking properties, and could even be used to cause some trouble for tanks, were shot out like rain. Those bullets, at speeds unseen by the human eye, hit the iron horde again, making louder sounds and splattering more noticeable sparks. But unfortunately it still hadn't been able to break the iron armor's defense, couldn't even get the iron horde to slow down the car a little. Now both Gario, who was watching in front of the screen, and Sam, who was commanding the battlefield, were in for a bit of a surprise. It's an armor-piercing bullet. Not even armor-piercing bullets can break it. How tough is this car supposed to be? How the hell is this car built? What's it made of? In the middle of Gario's mind, he couldn't help but recall the words that the mysterious man had said to him on the phone earlier. It's just a little crappy car. He was simply so angry now that he wanted to directly grab the other party by the neck, push the other party hard against the wall, and give him 2 more slaps, then point to each other's noses and ask, "What the fuck is this little piece of shit car?" Everyone aimed to shoot tires. Sam made the command again. Even if the body shell is tough, the tires aren't always so tough anymore. Another round of shooting immediately followed, but it's still the same as it was. Not only is the body of this car of Iron Horde tough, but the tires are just as exceptionally tough. There was no damage at all. Now even Sam couldn't keep his cool and was getting a little anxious. Immediately shouted inside the communication channel, "Bring out the shells for me. Bring out the most powerful shells. Blow him up." Ironheart's performance has caused some giggles among the fighters in the organization. It was only after it was Sam's turn to yell several times inside the channel that they finally reacted, immediately pulling out the high-powered artillery shells they had prepared earlier. That shell was as thick and long as an adult's arm just by its warhead. The power is even more amazing. In the case of some older, smaller tanks, they could even be directly toppled by a single shell as well. And at this point, so many rounds were all loaded, and were aimed intently at the iron armor. Not far away, piloted by Chris. Crap, what the fuck is wrong with these people? The shells are out? See this scene. Inside the car, Chris's mind was really breaking down a bit as well. It had been an up and down ride for Chris, like a roller coaster. From the mines at the beginning to the bullets, armor-piercing bullets that followed. He had to ask every time if his car could carry it. Luckily this car gave him a satisfactory response each time. And now, shells more powerful and destructive than armor-piercing shells were thrown out by the other side. It simply didn't give him a moment's respite. And it's a cannonball. Can this car really carry it? Chris is not at all confident. Looking at the cars of the terrorists that followed him, those that surrounded him, Chris suddenly gritted his teeth after thinking about it. TMD, even if I die, I'm going to pull a few back. His heart went out to him. Immediately afterward, he looked at one of the cars, the one closest to him, hit the gas hard, adjusting his direction. He slammed directly into his opponent. The velocity of the shells was rapid, and there were several on the other side. Although this brain-dead scenario was often seen on movies, he knew there was no way he could avoid it. But, even if your own car can't carry those shells, he's also going to pull a few of his enemies with him. Kill one is enough. Kill two. Make one. Definitely can't die here for nothing. Chris drove off in his car. Those people obviously didn't expect him to do that. Both were taken aback. "Boss Sam, this kid tried to run us over?" someone exclaimed. "You don't think I can tell?" Sam responded coldly. "Damn. Why is this person's car so fast? It seems like I'm going to be unable to dodge it." The person who was chosen by Chris as a target was even more filled with panic. Sam frowned as well. The car was far faster than he expected. Originally they had these cars modified. It's a whole lot faster than a normal family car. But nowadays this car of Chris is faster than them. Sam was puzzled. If the kid's car was originally this fast, why was he driving so slowly before? And more to the point now, Chris approached their convoy at breakneck speed. It was the result of his inability to order the firing of the shells right here and now. Otherwise, with the massive power of the shells, and then it's likely that they'll send their own men. To hell with them. Hold your fire for now. Let's find a way to shake this kid off. If we can't shake it off, we'll jam it in the center together. Sam immediately commanded over the comm channel. "Okay, Boss Sam. That's right. Show this kid how much better our car is than his. This kid really thinks he's driving a tank." The men responded immediately. They all drove as fast as they could, trying to throw Chris's car off. But just at this time, Chris's originally very fast car speed unexpectedly once again have a breakthrough. You again ruthlessly up a large section, directly rushed to the previous Chris was chosen as the target of the car next to the car. With a thunderous speed, ruthlessly crashed into the body of the car. Bang! There was a loud bang. The massive impact directly overturned the terrorist's vehicle, sending it flying out into the endless sandy landscape where it fell several times before smashing on top of a raised rock and unfortunately exploding. Even if there had been a chance that the people inside the car could have survived, it was all over in the middle of the explosion. Shit! What kind of speed is that? Why is this car going faster again? Come on, come on, come on. We have to spread out. We won't be able to hit him. My God, what kind of a monster of a car is this? The terrorists who witnessed this happening were all dumbfounded and let out shouts of panic. Immediately afterward, they drove their cars and fled in all directions. The entire situation immediately shifted. And originally it was these terrorists who drove their cars, trapping Chris tightly in the middle. It was like a pack of wild wolves in the middle of the forest that was catching its prey. And now the way these terrorist vehicles were scattering in all directions, it was as if they suddenly realized that the prey they had caught was not a deer but a rhinoceros with a thick skin. Even without sharp teeth and claws or any weapons to hold, this rhino's skin was just too thick, and their weapons couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, this rhinoceros was so fast and impactful that it was able to run over one of their companions with one head, which made them not dare to approach at all. Sam was also taken aback by what had just happened. It was as if the car had been pumped up with chicken blood. Its speed instantly increased several times, and then it crashed headlong into one of their cars. And what's more, in the middle of this collision, Chris's car didn't suffer any damage. At most, the collision caused the speed to drop slightly, but it quickly returned to a steady pace. The car doesn't look like a tank, but at this point it doesn't look anything like a tank. And what's more, tanks don't have such amazing speed as this vehicle. Chris, who was sitting in the iron armor at this moment, was similarly filled with excitement. His car suddenly picked up speed, certainly not out of nothing. Long before he'd even returned home, Chris had detected the car's top speed, and he'd been pushing the gas to the max all the way to the terrorist's base. But just now, the electronic synthesized tone from before resonated again inside the car. OTA upgrade is complete. Full body AL at your service, my master. Without waiting for Chris to react, this full-bodied AL gave him the first surprise and directly issued a voice inquiring. Detected that at this time is at the highest speed. The owner may have urgent matters. At the same time detected that the road ahead perfect speed can continue to increase. Will the AL take over part of the driving to ensure the stability of the body? Please agree? The car's AL surprisingly detected the road ahead while guessing that he was in a hurry and offered to continue to increase his speed. And it will also take control of some of the driving operations to ensure that nothing goes wrong. In normal times Chris might have had to hesitate. After all, the AL driving thing, while the concept had been copied a lot, had never been taken out and actually used. Most drivers are afraid to put their lives in AL's hands, but right now Chris does need a faster car. And this car he was in now was no ordinary car. Even if AL's driving wasn't so reliable and he got into some kind of accident, even a more serious one, Chris wouldn't need to worry about it at all. Chris was immediately relieved at the thought, and then he agreed to AL's application straight away. Immediately after that, the scene just now happened. The Iron Horde's speed surged twice, and with extreme ferocity, it knocked over one of the other cars. The moment he hit his opponent, Chris vaguely saw it. There were at least 3 terrorists sitting inside that car. That means he's already pulled enough pulls with this bump. Nice! Chris squealed out in unbridled excitement, right hand clenched in a tight fist. Before, due to the car not being fast enough that way, at best, you can drive alongside these people's cars. It causes him to be a passive target. Yes, plus there were no weapons inside the car to do a bit of counterattacking. But now it's different. You have guns and cannons. You can. I have a car. Let's just see if it's your guns that can break my car. Or can my car wreck yours? Chris immediately calmed down. Hands on the steering wheel, the search began instantly for the next victim. With the AL boost, Chris's car speed instantly increased to the point where they had no way to overtake. The 10 or so of them could only find ways to spread out, but one of them could surely be caught up by Chris anyway, and then lifted it hard to the ground. These cars, even with their modifications, however, when facing the quantum iron armor, it was still like a toy car, without the slightest ability to resist. As car after car was crashed by Chris in his car, in just under 2 minutes, the number of terrorists who have died at Chris' hands alone has reached 10 figures. Sam watched the scene and got anxious. He knew it couldn't go on like this. If you still let Chris watch the car and run across the street, then sooner or later all of them will die at Chris' hands. Obviously a group of people out hunting, but I didn't realize that now the identities were swapped and the hunter had become the prey. The original prey, on the other hand, was like a god of killing, constantly harvesting their lives. And they don't have any countermeasures yet. In this immensely spacious desert, speed alone determines everything. At the speed of Chris's car, sooner or later, it will catch up with every one of them. Be ready to fire the shells together when he next selects a target. Even if he chooses to target me, you guys launch together, and it's up to our own luck if we survive. Sam immediately commanded inside the calm channel. The many men were silent for a moment, knowing full well, in that case there's bound to be a car that gets shelled along with Chris. But they also knew it was the only way at the moment. We'll see who's the unlucky one next. Fruity. After stabilizing the car again, Chris adjusted his direction again and charged up against the other car. Damn. I don't believe it. The car that had been targeted simply stopped, made a U-turn and stepped on the gas and charged straight at Chris. Surprisingly, it was going to be a collision with Chris' iron armor, and that gave Sam their chance. Being battle-hardened terrorists, they quickly judged where Chris and his comrades would collide. With the 2 cars rapidly approaching, these same terrorists immediately pulled the triggers in their hands. The 2 shells instantly swung into flames and rushed toward Chris at great speed. Bang 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 bang. A series of loud bangs and explosions were interspersed. A rushing fire lifted the brightness of the entire surrounding area by a few degrees. Sam, they couldn't help but slow down, and one by one they stuck their heads out the window, wanted to see what they'd come up with. But just the next moment, a slightly hideous-looking car with a metallic sheen all over it tore through the raging flames and smoke. Like a giant beast, it rushed out. The roaring engine sounded as if it were the roar of a giant beast. Choose your people. The moment. Sam's eyes almost fell out amongst his wide eyes. It was as if he was seeing death. He quickly awoke with a start. Immediately with the communicator in hand, he frantically yelled, "Run, damn it, run, split up and run. If you can run, one is one, never pick the same direction." This statement was made. Those surrounding vehicles immediately scattered in all directions. At this very moment, they no longer had the slightest desire to deal with Chris. It's amazing that this car isn't even afraid of shells. What else can be dealt with? What other weapon would be able to destroy this car? Nukes? But they simply don't have that kind of thing. What never comes to mind? One day, them knife-edge guys. Surprisingly, it would be by a car that wasn't loaded with a single weapon on its entire body. Give push to the point of desperation as it is now. But at this point, and this thing just happened. And it's really happening to them. Chris looked ahead at the vehicles scattering in all directions. Subconsciously, he was going to put his foot on the gas to catch up with the cars, one by one, and blow them up one by one. Take out all the negative emotions you felt in them before. But just at that moment, the familiar electronic synthesized voice inside the car reappeared. "Master has detected the presence of a drone around the vehicle. Please determine whether to take action." The electronic synthesized voice calmed Chris down instantly, and he instantly realized that his main purpose wasn't to come here to kill people and take care of terrorists, but to save his mother. At the same time, the content of the beep also made him realize that he was still under the surveillance of the terrorists at this moment, and the other party was controlling the helicopter flying in the sky, and running on the ground in your own car. Even if you could knock all their cars out of the way, there was nothing you could do about these drones on your own. Take measures? What measures can be taken? Chris asked instantly. At this moment he has completely relied on the massive iron armor without this car. Today his actions brought the only consequences to seek their own death. Not even without this car. It's possible that he couldn't even muster up that confidence to run over here alone in a car. It could be said that the reason why he was still able to continue driving on this road now, the reason why he was able to solve so many terrorists, the reason why he was able to make all those cars just now fall away was all because of this iron armor that he was driving at this moment, even though he's the driver. But the role he himself plays is essentially not important at all. A random replacement coming in wouldn't be too far behind, if not worse than what he did. Iron Horde's Al was quick to respond, and no sooner had Chris's question left his mouth than Al immediately had a response. "With my master's permission, I can send out a vehicle-borne drone for countermeasures." Vehicle-mounted drones? The drone in this car? This car even has a drone? Chris was a little incredulous. He subconsciously blurted out, "I agree. Begin countermeasures immediately. In any case, countermeasures are going to be countermeasures. Otherwise one can't do anything at all when one is being watched so much all the time." Immediately after, he then saw the car next to him suddenly play an animation on the big screen, on the roof of the car. A mechanism that could not be seen at all under normal circumstances suddenly opened, followed by a drone with an ebony body that slowly rose up from within. This drone is very different from the drones on the market nowadays. There is no propeller and the whole thing looks like a swallow. It even makes you wonder if this thing can even fly. But immediately after, that drone then immediately took to the sky all at once. It was so fast that even Chris was a little shocked. Immediately afterward, the large screen in front of him split into two. One side remains the vehicle's control system, while the other side becomes entirely the drone's point of view, and by now Chris was completely stunned. This car really does have a drone. How can a normal family car have a drone installed in it? There are more important things. How come that boss never told me? He then instantly thought of what Qin Feng had said to him earlier at the car show. It also came to mind that Qin Feng had once given her an instruction manual at that time. Instruction manual. But at the time, he didn't think the car was anything special. Didn't take that manual seriously at all. I'm such a douche. Chris couldn't wait to slap himself right now. If only he had actually opened and looked at that one manual seriously at the time. Maybe today's operation will go hundreds of times smoother than it is now. After being fully aware of all the features of this car, he can then take the initiative and consciously and systematically fight the other side, instead of just being able to be passive, as they are now. Even the AL acceleration and drone functions. It was all activated when the system detected a crisis after the OTA upgrade and automatically alerted him. Chris quickly came to his senses and immediately followed by immediately projecting his attention to the screen, intent to see exactly how that drone is countered. It was clearly written on the big screen that this drone it could be manually operated, or it could be handed over to Al for automatic control. But since he hadn't read the manual himself, he didn't know how to control it now, even if he let Chris control it himself. So he was only able to give all the control of everything to the Al of the vehicle. At this very moment, just see the middle of the screen. Al is manning that vehicle-mounted drone. A few turns and we found it. The terrorist drone that was flying in the sky. Immediately after, sudden acceleration. The entire drone then slammed hard towards the other side. Chris's eyes widened instantly. Hands are busy just trying to press the screen, wanting to just get on with it and do it myself. How the fuck does that work? This drone is a high-precision product. Drones are like cell phones. It all requires some very small chips. Things like this are generally very vulnerable to damage. Such a direct hit. What if you wreck yourself? Is that what you mean by counteracting? That's not as bad as not countering it. And again, that's all you have. They have 3 or 4. Even if you counteract one off like that, what if there are a few more? Chris was simply going crazy. But Chris was ultimately a step too slow. Before he could point his hand at the screen, Ironhoard's vehicle-mounted drone had rushed up to that drone and crashed hard without the slightest pause, obviously almost 100 meters away from each other. Obviously you can't hear anything, but see this on the screen. Chris still felt the crushing sound of the impact as if it were happening in his ears. He couldn't even bear to look at it with his eyes open. The only thing on the mind is, this car carrying Al, if it is a person, he must pull the other party out of the car, and then give the other party 2 hard slaps. It's a damn good drone. And this is what you crashed. And just the next moment, just see in the middle of that screen, a dark shadow broke through the debris of countless drones. It took a turn and flew in the other direction. Chris could see very clearly. It was none other than the onboard drone of his own iron armor. It's not broken? Chris's eyes instantly widened with excitement. He reacted at once. This Al must have known that his drone was not that easy to crash. Fruity. After taking a turn in the sky, the vehicle-borne drone flew towards several more of the terrorists' drones. Perhaps the terrorists who were maneuvering in the background also reflected. Immediately maneuvered his drone to try to escape. But there is also a gap between drones and UAVs. Their drones simply aren't that fast. Flying left and then left again in the middle of the sky. It was always quick to be caught up and crushed head-on. The scene resembled the way Chris had just driven the iron armor and smashed their cars one by one. Only a short minute passed. The whole sky became clear in the middle of the sky. All terrorist drones have been neutralized. And that one black, iron-haired, vehicle-mounted drone, which was flying back quickly, but not back into the stowage compartment on the roof of the car. Instead, park by the car. It was at this time that the vehicle AL's voice sounded again. Detected that the place where the owner is at this time does not have a network map. Not clear about the detailed path. In order to prevent accidents, can send a drone to scan around and draw a temporary map. Does the owner agree? And fucking scanning to draw maps? Chris felt like he was simply going to be knocked off his feet by this one surprise after another. He even wondered a little if he was dreaming now. The various performance capabilities, effects in these technologies that appear on this iron armor nowadays are not at all like the technological products of the current era. But he was finally not overwhelmed by the excitement. He quickly calmed down and had a thought. If only this drone could be sent out on its own to detect its surroundings and map them. So will he be able to find his parents with the help of this drone, and where exactly are they being held? Chris immediately calmed down and asked the question to Al. Al immediately responded with certainty. Chris was overjoyed. Immediately, Al was instructed to send a drone to the base where the terrorist organization was located to find out where his parents were. Al didn't have any nonsense either. Only to see the swallow-like drone fly out at an extremely fast speed in the next second, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, the car next to Chris also had a map on the display. There is a black line on the map representing a drone. I must remind my master that the battlefield is very dangerous, that hot weapons are extremely powerful, and that the Iron Horde is a family car. If it is driven to the battlefield, facing those dangerous hot weapons, it is very likely that accidents will happen. So the owner is expected to be careful. Of course, I will always be by my master's side no matter where he wants to go. After saying this sincere tip, Al was silent again. And after hearing that, Chris couldn't help but think about the bullets that had just hit the car, armor-piercing bullets as well as artillery shells, and the modified cars of the terrorists that had been crashed one by themselves, and then relate that to Al's statement that he's just a family car. Not only did he find it somewhat amusing. Family car? And a family car like this? What family car can be this awesome? It's not even an exaggeration to be called a tank. If even you were a family car, then these terrorists really are toy cars. He took a deep breath. Hands squeezed the steering wheel tightly. Step on the gas again. Follow the drone as it sped off in the direction of the drone. Damn. Shit. The living room. Gario roared with incomparable anger. His face was red, his eyes filled with blood color inside, and his blonde curly hair and thick beard were trembling along with his roar. It was as if it were a lion that chose to eat. He clenched his fists and snatched steps from side to side, going this way and that way in a moment, and every now and then a kick to the furniture in this room. I even hated to draw the gun in my waist and fire it twice, or send the old king in front of you away with a bullet, but he didn't dare to do so after all. And at this moment these actions of his couldn't ease the anger in his heart even slightly. How did this happen? How did this happen? Gario gasped and frowned with disbelief. He didn't understand at all how a battle that was clearly winnable any way you look at it was clearly a battle that he had sent out to beat the kid named Chris to death. But now it's turned out to be this. Countless bullets and weapons were spent, not to mention the fact that even the cars were wrecked several times by the other side. And more importantly, the henchmen who went out with Sam. This mission, as far as Gario's men were concerned, was a total party, a chance to relax and unwind outside. It was natural that such a good opportunity could not be given to those pawns in the organization who had little status, so all of the people who followed Sam out this time were some of the organization's best and brightest. But it was precisely this party. It's costing the organization more than half of all these elite people. Such a loss was completely unacceptable to Galio, and more importantly, and now the kid named Chris had conjured up a drone out of nowhere and fucked up all his drones. Now that he had lost track of the other party, he simply didn't know exactly where the other party had gotten to at this moment. Immediately, Gario picked up the communicator next to the screen, and after pressing the button, he yelled into it. "Where the fuck are you guys? Now that kid has destroyed all the drones for me. I have to know exactly where he is now. I don't care where you are now. Whatever you have to do, immediately send someone over to keep an eye on him. Absolutely not let him come to our base. Definitely can't let him save the people," Gario commanded through gritted teeth. He had not noticed at all that the positions of the two sides had changed radically at this moment. Originally, in their view, Chris was nothing more than a kid who ran to his death and didn't know the heights of heaven. They only needed to slightly move their fingers and casually be able to send the other party to the Western Paradise. All of their previous actions had all been done that way too, with the sole purpose of killing Chris. They hadn't even considered this, that the little guy who had run onto the base alone in a car he didn't know what he was doing could break through their defenses. But now, among Gario's orders, there was no longer any intention at all to kill Chris. Instead, it became a block. The family had even begun to fear that Chris would actually drive the car that looked like the Grim Reaper, storm the base, run all of them over one by one, and then take his target right out. He had no doubt that Chris was capable of doing all that, because that car was just too powerful. It was simply more powerful than all the cars he had ever seen in his life, even all the tanks. How in the world could there be a car like that? Gario was puzzled. He shook his head before turning his attention to, still caged, Chris' parents. Originally, the reason why he had his men bring Chris's parents up was to use Chris's life to force the old king to sign. And now it's clear that his wishful thinking has gone out the window. Instead of not posing the slightest danger to Chris's life, they had cost a large number of lives on their side. At this point Chris's parents clearly still had their original looks and original expressions. They still worry about their children. At the same time the environment they are in does not allow them to relax and rejoice. But at this moment Gario felt as if these two were laughing at him. Damn it! Gario let out another hard, angry curse. Immediately afterward he stormed out of the living room and kicked the soldier next to him. "Didn't I tell you to pull the two of them down and bring them back to me a long time ago? Why are they still in there now?" Gario took all his anger out on his men. The henchman, who received another kick, full of doubts, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Boss is just now. You let us first leave the two of them in." The henchman closed his mouth without finishing his words, because at this moment Gario had already pulled out a pistol from inside his own waist, and was really viciously pressing it against his head, as if he were to open his mouth and say one more word, a bullet would pierce through his skull and churn viciously inside his brain. The cold touch of the gun's muzzle sent chills down the henchman's body, and he closed his mouth, never daring to speak again. "Do what I say. Never challenge my authority or contradict my words. I don't want to have to teach you a second time. Do you hear me?" Galio is as unreasonable as a tyrant. But at this moment, this henchman didn't dare to put up the slightest resistance at all. He swallowed a bit, swallowing all the anger and humiliation in his heart before squeezing a smile on his face. "I know, boss. I'll bring these two back, right now." Having said that, this henchman immediately took the key and walked over. A steel cage is indeed a bit of a pain to move around. So naturally, he chose to open the iron cage and pull out Chris' parents inside first, before incarcerating them in the rear prison. "Anyway, your Chris's parents are chained and handcuffed on both hands and feet. There's no worry at all that they'll run away." And just as the henchman took the key and just opened the iron cage door, bang! Not far from the thick wall, there was suddenly a loud bang. Gario, along with a few of his men around him, turned to look through. Between them a car with a metallic glow all over and a strange shape. The whole head crashed through the thick wall. The speed did not slow down in the slightest, just topped the countless masonry and dust, as if a rhinoceros clad in steel armor was fiercely charging towards all of them. How could it be so fast? How could he have gotten here so quickly? Gario reacted quickly and immediately jumped to the side with a long leap, dodging the collision. But at the same time, he couldn't help but have such doubts flooding inside his mind. This was their temporary base, a place handpicked by Gario. Gario was very familiar with this place. He knew very well that there was no way where Chris was at the time to get here in such a short period of time. Otherwise he would have already started thinking of a strategy to deal with it, instead of still calling Sam and the others to figure it out. Much less here with a pistol. Stupid enough to threaten his own men. But now, these completely impossible things were just happening in front of his eyes. Naturally, Gario couldn't have known. With the help and scanning of the drones, plus the powerful performance of the Iron Horde, Chris walks a path that no one in this world knows about. But the shortcut does exist. Chris drove right up in his car, as if he was all too familiar with the place. After forcing Gario and the others back, he immediately made a U-turn and drove up several flights of stairs, directly into the middle of the room where his parents were being held. Eyes on getting his parents out. Enemy attack. Fire. Just then, not far away, the soldiers who had not been hit immediately returned to their senses, and instantly pulled their voices out with a shout. The shout also woke up all the people around at the same time, and they all grabbed their guns and went on a shooting spree at Chris's car. Stop firing! Stop firing! Stop it now! Gario got up from the ground and immediately roared towards those men. There were clear requirements among the tasks Gario and the others had received. Is not capable of hurting Chris's parents. Otherwise once the old king is dead, with the way things were going, the succession to the South Lia kingdom was bound to fall to the Grand Prince. And the Great Prince, who was of the same temperament as the old king, and who had been deeply influenced by the old king's true heritage, was equally abhorrent to that contract, and absolutely could not sign it. And by comparison, the Great Prince is in his prime, both physically and intellectually stronger than hubby. That's why the old king must never die. At the very least, you can't die now. Gario's shout made the henchmen immediately loosen their fingers on the trigger. There is iron armor parked there. They couldn't break the car originally. Once you stop shooting at this point, it was more a matter of watching Chris in action. Originally, Gario hadn't been in that much of a hurry, because he thought about Chris not having the key to the cage, but immediately after, he then thought of the man he had just sent over. He vaguely remembered. Before the moment Chris came rushing into the base, the men seemed to have unlocked the iron cage. In an instant, Gario immediately became anxious. He quickly waved his hand and roared at his men's door. Quickly, 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 give me a way to stop them. No shooting, no killing, all of them must be alive. Quickly give me a rush. The henchmen were bewildered, but they were really only able to do what Gario told them to do. One by one, they threw their guns to the side and charged with their bare hands. And at this point, Chris had already put his parents in the car from inside the cage. Though the Iron Horde only has 2 seats, but with a little bit of squeezing, you can still squeeze it in after all. This was, after all, an escape, not an outing, so it didn't matter how comfortable or enjoyable it was. He slammed the passenger door hard, dashed to the other side again, intending to get in through the main driver's door and drive. And just then a few shots rang out, but it was Gario who fired the shot. Mission targets can't be harmed, but Chris isn't a mission target, so naturally he can be shot. Unfortunately, Gario's shots, at the moment, didn't seem to be that accurate. Chris only felt 2 sharp pains coming from his calves and shoulders. Fortunately, he was fast enough to still make it to the main driver's seat in time. Drive for me, get out of here as fast as you can. With a roar from Chris, scared his father, thought Chris was yelling at himself. After all, in this car, there is no one else. He certainly couldn't have known that Chris was actually talking to Al. And Al responded immediately. Assisted driving is turned on. With a kick of the gas, Chris took control of the steering wheel and sprinted off, drove with the AI and crashed out hard again. The soldiers who tried to get in front of him were all knocked over one by one. It's not even a matter of crashing a car, let alone a person. These terrorists did not have the slightest means of resistance. Can't stand by and watch Chris drive off the base, yanking the long way. It wasn't long after Chris had gotten the old king and his own mother out of the way. Gario then received an immediate phone call. The call came from none other than the nation of Bald Eagle, which Gario serves. The person in charge of the Bald Eagle country in the middle of the phone is first of all a splitting head and face cursing. But Gario, who was originally incomparably irritable in front of outsiders and his men, didn't even dare to let out a single fart at this moment, but only coyly kept catering and apologizing, hoping to get the other party's forgiveness. I can't figure it out at all. You took our weapons, so many people, but you were saved by an unpopular little prince, who took the target away. There is something about this matter. You have to give me a detailed report. I want to know all the reasons. The head of the Bald Eagle Kingdom said this. Gario had a difficult face. He hadn't read for many years at all. He couldn't write any report at all if he was asked to do so, but at this moment he could only agree to it with a stiff upper lip. Let Sam or someone else inside the organization write it afterward. Don't worry, Our strength this time is definitely justified. I will definitely present a detailed report and there will be relevant video files in it to try to explain everything as clearly as possible. Gario was also in pain, and he really didn't think it was his fault for this accident. Even after that incident had passed and he and Sam had had another discussion, there was still no way to visualize how he should go about dealing with Chris's car. They did get a lot of weapons from the White-Headed Eagle Nation, but all of them were lighter weapons, and they weren't eligible for the really heavy firepower. Heavy implements like tanks, they likewise have none of them. I hope so. The head of the White-Headed Eagle Nation gritted his teeth. There was no way he could really fathom how Chris had managed to take the target mission away in one person and one vehicle, and it also cost Galio's organization so many weapons, vehicles, and men. You should know that everything that Gario had today was all supported by their White-Headed Eagle Kingdom. What Gario lost was all their Bald Eagle Nation's money. One more thing. Immediately contact that person from the South Leah country for me. Since the old king has been rescued back now, then we can only implement Plan B. At the end of the phone call, the person in charge of the Bald Eagle country instructed so. Gario frowned and thought for a moment, before dutifully responding. Although he is apparently a terrorist boss and seems to be very powerful, in reality, he is just a dog of the Bald Eagle Kingdom. No matter what the other party said, he was going to do it, without the slightest chance of resistance. After hanging up, Gario immediately called Sam in and then pushed the matter of the report he had just made. Right after that he took out his cell phone again and dialed another unfamiliar number. It was only a few moments later that the call was answered. A slightly familiar voice came in from the middle of the receiver. It was when Chris drove the Iron Horde and came alone to rescue the terrorist base. The mysterious man who made Gario go right ahead and kill Chris. You guys actually let that Chris guy get the guy out of there? Don't you dare tell me that your purpose wasn't accomplished either. That mysterious person's tone carried a bit of mockery, but more than that, it was still hidden anger. Gario had just been scolded by the head of the White-Headed Eagle Nation, and was naturally in a bad mood at this time, and immediately responded, I hope you won't be cynical here. We're grasshoppers on the same rope, and there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future, and you don't want to make our relationship so stagnant, do you? The mysterious man immediately vetoed Galio's statement in the middle of the phone. But don't say that. As I've already said before, I only want what you offer me, and I can only offer you a chance. We won't have anything to do with each other after this is over, and this is the last phone call I'll make with you. After that I'll destroy the card and you should never try to reach me again. Immediately, Gario laughed out. Don't talk things out of proportion, Your Highness the Prince. That mysterious person indeed didn't give him any face at all. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I should be very busy during this period of time. Please wait a moment and hear me out. The mysterious man immediately said, after this mission failed, your father should be more guarded against us not having a second chance to kidnap him, so we are going to implement another plan. We intend to help you become the new king of the country of South Aria, which will be beneficial for both of us. Of course. Stop. I don't want to know at all what your second plan is. Mystic immediately tried to brush it off. Gario's face also hardened, and he said with a cold smile, I suppose, Your Highness, you don't want your father to know who actually provided that information we got earlier, do you? That mysterious person immediately fell silent, and only after a few seconds did he say angrily, you want to betray me? We said before that we could never betray each other, and also said that I only need to cooperate with you to accomplish this one thing. I think, Your Royal Highness, you've heard the saying that there's no turning back after something's been done. Gario wasn't hiding anything, either directly exposing his hideous fangs. If that means you are still willing to cooperate with us, then we will be at peace with each other. Not only will we help you inherit the throne, but we will be your most loyal backer afterward, so that you can rest easy in the land of Nanya. But if you are not willing to cooperate with us, then you are no longer of any use to us. Just the tone of voice in which you just spoke to me made me quite upset. And I, Galio, have always been a careful man. Gario didn't say much more, but the threat was as clear as it could be. The mysterious person on the other end of the phone immediately fell silent, and only after a long time did he say with great difficulty, but the throne will definitely be my elder brother's father, who has long said this matter, and it's also my big brother who has the most power in the whole country right now, so I don't stand a chance of robbing him, Gario said with brutal indifference, but all of this is based on the fact that your big brother is still alive, isn't it? If one day, I mean hypothetically, if there is such a day that your big brother is killed by accident or just by us with a single shot, wouldn't your hope of getting to the top be even greater? The mystic fell silent again, but one could tell just from the fact that he wasn't half as excited as he was when he heard that his big brother was likely to be killed. He didn't value the lives of his few brothers that much. For this mysterious man, the attraction of the king's throne was obviously a little more appealing. I can give you 2 or 3 days to think about it. This time the old king is being returned right by your young prince and will surely discuss his next plans and ways to deal with us. I need you to call us in time to tip us off after this." The mystic was immediately about to open his mouth to refuse when he heard this, but he was interrupted early by Gario. "But don't refuse. Now we are grasshoppers on the same rope. You have to help me. How to kill your big brother after I help you will likewise need your help. Don't worry. As long as I don't say anything and you don't say anything, no one will know what you did behind the scenes. You are absolutely safe." And at this time, in the palace of the South Lea country, Chris is lying in a hospital bed. He got shot twice in the body that day, both by Gario. The Bald Eagle Nation's mission states among other things that the old king and his wife can't be produced, but it doesn't say that Chris can't write. But alas, at the time, Gario was clearly overcome with rage and his shots weren't that accurate, resulting in both shots hitting Chris, but neither in a fatal area. After a few days of recuperation, by now Chris was gradually recovering and had long since come to his senses, and for the past few days Chris's mother and nanny have been tending to him. Knock knock. With 3 knocks on the door, the old king pushed open the door to the ward and walked in. Chris's mother and nanny saw this and immediately went up and saluted, but the old king returned his hand, signaling the two to go out first. The mother turned her head and gave Chris a reassuring look before leaving. Only 2 people were left in the spacious hospital room at once, a father and son. Although the two often met in the middle of the palace in the past, but today it is very different. The difference was something Chris could feel firsthand. He could see his father, looking at himself as if something had changed. Chris didn't speak first, being used to being ignored leading him to wonder what he should say. And the old king was obviously a little embarrassed. He made it to Chris's bedside, opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was another moment of silence before he spoke again, but got right down to business. "As I'm sure you've guessed, we have a mole on our side, and someone very close to us. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" As soon as the old king spoke, it centered Chris's mind. There was a mole in this matter, and the fat official had told him about it before. But Chris doesn't have that much experience with hooking up after all. He also had absolutely no clue as to who this mole actually was. After all, unlike the others, he was a stranger to everyone in this palace except for his mother and his nurse. Even the old king in front of him, his father. Chris didn't try to put on airs, nor did he think to take the opportunity to flatter this father, and naturally shook his head. "I don't think I can guess. I don't have a clue about this." But the old king acted as if he didn't care. He just nodded and said, "No matter, I can teach you slowly." After a moment of silence, the old king spoke again. "No matter who this traitor is, but it definitely won't be you. Right now you are the person I trust the most in the entire palace." The old king left, but at the last moment before he left, he finally thanked the boy. The next thing you know, everything is back to calm, as if nothing happened. This deathly silence even made many people within the entire family a bit jittery. By all rights, the old king should be in a frenzy right now, and then stylistically trying to ferret out that mole, and have to find a way to deal with that terrorist organization. And yet, he has chosen not to do anything. This matter was not only disbelieved by the people around, but even Gario, who had personally kidnapped the old king before, didn't really believe it. Gario called several times to ask the mysterious man the latest news about the old king in the country of South Aria, so that they could respond and make arrangements in time. But the mystery man offers little to no intel and just keeps saying that nothing happened. It caused Gario to get a little bit of the impression that Mystique was cheating on him, and more than once he got into an argument with him on the phone. But the truth of the matter was that the old king had not the slightest intention of making a move, as if the previous kidnapping had never happened at all. The turning point of things started the day Chris was physically, well, recovered. That was almost 10 days later. Although his body had not fully recovered, Chris was finally able to get out of bed and exercise. And it was on this day that the old king, who had been silent, who had done nothing and said nothing, suddenly called the whole family together, had a regular meeting that hadn't been held in quite some time. Regular family meeting. The whole situation was naturally not as strict as a proper meeting, and all of them were sitting in the huge dining room after enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Only then did the old king take a slow sip from the glass next to him. Then clearing his throat, he spoke. "I have an important announcement to make today." The crowd immediately all cast their eyes over. This was the first time since the kidnapping that the old king had called them all over and said so seriously that he wanted to have a meeting, and they were all curious as to what the old king would say next. And the old king did speak out. He turned his head to Chris, who was always wandering off to the side as if this regular meeting had absolutely nothing to do with him. As of today, Chris will regain the inheritance of the nation of South Aria, on the entire restaurant, except for the old king and Chris, who was still wandering around and hadn't reacted yet. Almost everyone else sucked in a breath of cool air and stared with wide eyes, full full of disbelief. This is indeed an overwhelming shock. And the implications of the old king's sudden announcement now were very intriguing. It is important to know that although the old king had 4 children, the most favored of the remaining 3, except for Chris, who was the least favored before, was the eldest prince. The old king had been telling everyone, both explicitly and implicitly, that the great prince would be the one to inherit his throne in the future. This is something that almost everyone knows about. It was also because of this that the second prince and the third prince, almost both knew very well that they didn't have any chance of resisting. All of them kept their postures very low when dealing with the grand prince and were always thinking of playing nice with each other. There wasn't even a hint of trying to grab the throne. So while Chris had no inheritance rights before, everyone didn't think the matter was important. Because even if the second and third princes have the right of succession, the odds are that this throne will be the first prince's. But now, the old king, however, suddenly announced such a thing at the regular family meeting. The information contained behind it is undoubtedly amazing. First of all, if in the old king's mind the great prince was still the obvious choice to succeed the throne, then he would not have bothered to announce it. Because it doesn't even matter if Chris has an inheritance or not. So the old king has basically been sending a message with this statement. That is, the great prince's throne, which was already on the table, is now something that can be brought up for discussion, can be brought up for grabs. The people who reacted the most to the news were naturally the grand prince and the grand prince's mother. The grand prince's entire being was dumbfounded. He never thought that such bad news would suddenly come to him, while the grand prince's mother was the fastest to react, and immediately had to speak out, defending her son. There is no way to blame my son for that incident before. But before the first prince's mother could finish her sentence, the old king shut her mouth with a glare. And although countless emotions welled up in the heart of the great prince, but in the face of a sentence asking as the throne of the father, but did not dare to show the slightest bit, just respectfully under the head of the response, understood father. This was immediately followed by an immediate turn of the head to Chris. Congratulations Chris Jr. The grand prince was somewhat submissive after all, and did not show his emotions at all, appearing very composed. He knew at this point that if he messed up or showed too much anger, it would only make his father's impression of him worse. For although his father had hinted that he would later succeed to the throne, he had not actually announced this. That's why he should never claim to be the next king. This is very important. And after the first prince finished the 2 words he just said, everyone else reacted, and one by one, they all started to say hi to Chris. The slowest to react were instead Chris's mother and Chris. Chris's mother turned her head to look at the old king, with countless doubts in her heart, but she also knew that this was not the right time to ask, so she obediently chose to keep her mouth shut. As for Chris, originally, Chris had been in a state of delirium, the biggest reason being that he was thinking about when he was going to be able to leave. Now that his parents had been rescued and the probability was that nothing would go wrong after that. So the most important thing before him now was to hurry back to the Great Han Kingdom and buy the remaining 1 iron armor. But for one thing, he was injured, and for another, it was now clear that this old king wasn't going to let himself go, causing Chris to be anxious all along. Fear of having your car taken away from you. It wasn't until after hearing someone else apologize to him at that moment that he finally reacted. Immediately afterward the heartbeat couldn't help but start to speed up. Chris was no fool, and he could naturally figure out what others could figure out. Now that the old king had given him this inheritance, it was clear that it could not have been a casual statement of meaning. Instead, he really wants to give him the inheritance. That is to say, as long as he performs well enough, then there is a real possibility that he could still inherit the throne. There are few men who don't want to be king. Chris, in particular, has been through so much since he was a kid. In the past, he had no chance and could only endure in silence, or even only escape and run away to the Great Han Kingdom. But now this opportunity has presented itself to him, and more importantly, in fact, Chris and his mother knew it all along. The reason why they encountered some dangers when they were small, most likely the source of those dangers came from these older brothers of theirs and their mother, and the fact that those dangers had accordingly disappeared altogether since the old king had declared him disinherited, was a sufficient indication that their suspicions were, in all probability, correct. You're in a royal family. It's simply not possible to be calm and quiet. And even if you don't have anything against anyone else and just want to get on with your own life, that's not how it's going to be perceived by others. Trust between people is extremely difficult, and relationships, likewise, are a dark forest. For many ruthless people, only the dead are the safest. Trying to preserve himself, staying out of it is only a middle or lower strategy. The only real way to get the upper hand is to take power into your own hands. Chris finally took a serious look at the father who had been somewhat remiss up until this point. And then he solemnly rose and thanked the other. The old king nodded, and did not seize upon the matter to go on. as if he had merely announced an insignificant matter. Immediately after that, he moved on to the next thing, the terrorist organization that made a move to kidnap me before. Although they shifted their base afterward, I've also sent people to secretly check it out in the meantime and know where their base is. This matter certainly can't just go away. So now I want to ask the three of you, who is willing to help me get rid of those terrorist organizations? The old king turned the tables on Chris's three older brothers. Although he hadn't done anything on the surface during this period of time, he had naturally made quite a few secret arrangements, and Chris's three older brothers reacted immediately after hearing this. Both the first and second princes raised their hands. I'll go. I'm going too. Now that Chris has been granted the succession, it doesn't just mean he's been granted the inheritance. It also means that the Grand Prince's throne is in jeopardy. And since Chris has been so unimpressive, plus doesn't have any domestic power, he's a total fringe player. So most of the people at this table felt that the reason why the old king had allowed Chris to get the succession was not really to make Chris inherit the throne, but to use it to knock the first prince. It's also a chance for others. Since that was the case, it was only natural that the second prince would seize this opportunity as well. How do you seize an opportunity? The natural thing to do is to get more in front of the old king. And right now getting rid of this terrorist organization is an opportunity to perform. But the third prince's reaction was just a little slower, because he knew exactly how strong Gario was. During the previous call, Gario had told him that because of what happened to Chris earlier, the white-headed Eagle Nation had increased their investment in Gario and their team again, even gave Gario a couple tanks, as well as some stronger weapons. If we rush up at this point, it's likely that your own life will be in danger, and if he does lead the team to defeat Galio, then Gario would surely expose all the things he had done before, and would also offend the white-headed Eagle Nation behind Gario as a result. And if he led the strongest team in the entire country and didn't even defeat Gario, a group of terrorists, then he could only lose face in front of his father. Even the same would be suspect. So this mission was a complete hot potato for the third prince. Neither completion nor incompletion is good. That's why he hesitated for such a moment. It was only after the third prince came to his senses that he realized that all the eyes of everyone at this table had been focused on him. Immediately before he reacted, he also instantly raised his hand and explained, "I'm sorry, father. I'm still in shock over the fact that Chris got the inheritance because I didn't really have a good relationship with Chris before and was thinking about how I was going to apologize to him. This time when I went over to get rid of those terrorists, of course I'm going to go. I hope father can leave this matter to me. I'll make sure to do it properly." In order to be able to keep himself from being suspected, he was only able to come up with another black spot to cover it up. Solely the old king just nodded and didn't say anything more. Immediately afterward his eyes glanced over the three princes, apparently pondering which of his sons should be the one to do this for him. As he watched, his eyes gradually fell on the third prince. The third prince only felt chilly hairs erecting all over his body, and his entire back had cooled to a crisp. And it was at this time, the mother of the third prince, however, stepped forward and said with great speed, "Since Chris has been given the inheritance, it means that the king is now most favorable to Chris. Why not give Chris such a great opportunity to get credit? And I think it should be hard to convince people that Chris has suddenly been given the right to inherit. So I think we might as well let Chris go and let's see if he has the qualifications or not. It's also a way to show the whole country that there's still a fourth prince in this country, and Chris does need a credit for letting everyone know about it." For what the third prince, his own son, did, the mother of the third prince was aware of it, though not entirely, but she was aware of it. And, know your children as well as your mother. He could see what his son was worried about and afraid of at that moment. It was also possible to see the suspicion as well as the temptation that the old king now had for his own son. The most precious thing to a mother is the life of her son. That's why the mother of the third prince stood up and said what she just said. However, these words of the third prince's mother were actually somewhat forceful, because Chris had just taken credit for getting the entire country's king back earlier. There's simply no need to do anything more to let everyone know. The old king also had no intention at all of risking Chris again. He knew Chris was definitely trustworthy, and now with the intention of making up for Chris, he naturally wouldn't let Chris go on such a dangerous mission. So the old king immediately shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The injuries that Chris has on his body right now, they're not completely healed. So, I'll go." Just then, Chris suddenly spoke up and interrupted the old king. The old king had meant to refuse for Chris, but Chris was a mouthful. He looked at the old king and said with a determined face, "Father, just give me this mission. I'm willing to go, and I will definitely be able to accomplish it well." Chris wasn't a fool. He knew exactly how rare this opportunity really was now, and he had to take it. Once one succeeded in this task, then the matter of one's obtaining the right to inheritance would no longer be something that no one would be qualified to point out. And maybe he could use this opportunity to get the succession to the throne in a real step-by-step manner. In time, Even if his father gave him this inheritance now, it was merely to put pressure on the Grand Prince. The outcome of things would have changed completely. This is one of the most important opportunities for yourself. One has to grab it oneself. The old king turned his head to look at Chris, frowning, a look of concern on his face. But your body. There's nothing wrong with my body, father, Chris said immediately. Originally Chris didn't have that much of a need for the throne, but this time after his mother's accident, when he came back and not a single person in the entire country looked at him with a straight face, he felt for the first time that he had to do something. There was no opportunity before, but now that he has this opportunity, he must hold on to it. And, compared to before, there's a huge difference in him now. That is, one is in control of the vehicle that is Iron Horde. With this car in hand, one is just able to do it oneself. This is where Chris' confidence comes from. His eyes gleamed and glowed as the old king stared at the young son. It was as if there was an infinite amount of self-confidence in the midst of those eyes. He naturally knew what Chris was thinking. And just then the first prince and the second prince and the third prince stepped forward, bickering with each other to take this task over. However, the old prince always stared at Chris's eyes, and after a long period of silence, finally the old king often let out a breath before nodding. Since you have this idea, then this task will be given to you to try out. It just so happens that you really haven't been exposed to anything else about war all these years either. To be a true king, you can't be a true king without knowing about war. Not only did the old king agree, but he also said something that immediately made all three of Chris' older brothers feel a strong sense of urgency. Only Chris's mother sat in her seat, staring at her son with worried eyes, but she didn't stand up and say no like the mother of the three princes because she knew it was Chris' own choice. It's still the same old saying, know your son like a mother. What kind of life has Chris been living? Naturally, Chris's mother couldn't have known better, since Chris suffered those, still willing to choose to try to fight for a hand, then as a mother naturally will not drag the son's leg. So, even with how worried her own heart was, Chris's mother's new didn't show it in the slightest. At least, it's not showing right now. Thank you, father. Chris rose from his seat and made a very solemn bow to the old king. Since the old king had agreed, his request said one thing at the very least. That is, the reason why the old king had just given him the right to inheritance was not simply to try to put pressure on the great prince with this, but rather, he had given him this right to inheritance in a tangible way. For Chris this is very important. This time the delegate could actually inherit the throne if Chris does perform well enough, become the king of the kingdom of South Aria. In fact, for Chris to have accepted this mission, this matter, the old king and Chris's mother were worried though, but it's not entirely reassuring, because they had seen the car Chris was driving with their own eyes, how awesome it was, and had long known from Chris that there was more than one. That magical car from the land of the Great Han is completely mass-produced. Even now Chris doesn't have much power in the country and doesn't have that many henchmen. Like weapons and wealth these were even less than his three older brothers, but there are some things that money can't buy. As long as Chris rushes back to the big country in the shortest possible time and talks to the company that owns that car, and buy out all the cars after that, rooting for that amazing car. In the old king's opinion, a year or two for a short period of time, Chris should hardly meet anything too strong in this part of the Middle East. And of course this news was naturally concealed from the old king and Chris's mother. After Chris drove the car to get them back to the country, the old king's first order was to have his secret army transport this car of Chris's to the treasury, secretly hidden, and no one is allowed to reveal this. This was another way for the old king to check out the mole, because he knew the mole would know just how amazing this car of Chris really was. But unfortunately that traitor, the third prince, had been very stoic. It's not exposed at all. In that case, then this matter is also decided. The old king opened his mouth and made a final decision on the matter. This time the task will be given to Chris. As for you three, the old king surveyed his three other sons, his eyes lingering on the third prince in particular for a long moment, but he didn't say anything more in the end. After shaking his head, he got up straight away. We'll talk about you three afterward. Chris, you're coming out with me. When he was done, he called Chris out. In the middle of a hospital bed, Chris was supported by a servant to lie back on top of the hospital bed and continue to recuperate. And the old king is sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at this son commanded, I will give you a pair of personal guards, all of them are our country's top team. And so on. After 2 days after your body a little bit better, I will arrange a private plane for you to go directly to the Big Han country. And all you need to do is to do everything you can to get in touch with the manufacturer of that car and sign a good contract no matter what it takes. It doesn't matter if it's 1 billion, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion. Money we all have. The sole purpose is to find this man and sign him to a good contract. Even with this pair of personal guards I gave you, it would be difficult for you to complete the previous mission. That group of terrorist organizations is backed by the White-Headed Eagle Nation. and should be a bit harder to deal with than other terrorist organizations. And I can't help you too much, or this mission becomes mine to complete. And the only thing you can count on are those cars. The old king commanded Chris. Since Chris was willing to take on the task, willing to fight for the throne, then the old king was naturally willing to let Chris give it a try. And the help he offered was to make up for all those years before neglecting Chris. Chris nodded. No problem. Don't worry, father. I will find the other side in the shortest time possible. Speaking of which, don't you have that gentleman's contact information? You didn't leave a business card or anything? That's more or less strange. The old king frowned in thought. And once again, the scene where he had casually thrown away Qin Feng's business card earlier surfaced in Chris's mind. A moment of some embarrassment immediately changed the topic. This is not important. I still remember the name of this company. When the time comes to go directly to find this company is good. On the contrary, father, before you said the traitor now have a clue? The old king paused at his words, and after a moment's silence nodded rather heavily. There are some clues, but don't you worry. I'll take care of this. The reason why the old king hadn't done anything since he was rescued by Chris, including the long Chris car, including the words just now. In fact, all of them have a hidden second meaning, which is to find out this traitor by all means. In the meantime, he had long ago probed the rest of the palace, all the men, all the closer officials, through his own secret forces, and had ruled those out. As much as he didn't want to believe it, there was a good chance that Nama was among his family right now, hence the regular meeting. And from the trial just now, the old king was finally able to find out a little bit of clues. That was the hesitation of the third prince before. It stood to reason that they were a nation after all, and rich in resources and money. Over the years, an unknown number of weapons and equipment had been bought at the hands of the Bald Eagle State and the Great Han State, so it would not be easy to deal with a terrorist organization. But the third prince hesitated, and from what the old king knew of the third prince, he knew that his third son was not of such a character. That's why this hesitation is revealed to be more and more strange. As for the third prince's far-fetched explanation afterward, it was even less believable to the old king. In any case, the third prince was now labeled a heavy suspect by the old king. Next, the old king would naturally arrange for secret troops under his command to go and take a strict and careful look at what the third prince had been doing in the recent period, and finally determine if the other person is this mole or not. If not, then that's fine. But if so, the other guy is his son after all. To dispose of the other side was not an easy task for the old king either. Chris soon recuperated under careful care, and with a great deal of money given by his father, the old king, he set out on a journey back to the kingdom of Dahan. And naturally, that iron horde Chris will be brought along. Wherever he goes at this moment, Chris will definitely take this car with him. The car had long been extraordinary to him, but this time there was the entire nation of South Aria behind it. Chris is no longer as shapeless and downtrodden as he was before. He didn't need to drive this car alone for days at all to reach the Great Han Kingdom. The old king had long ago prepared a private plane for him and modified it, with a specially adapted place in the middle of the plane for his iron armor. Fly to the country of Dahan with your car. And at the same time, the old king also sent Chris a team of guards, as she had said before. All of these guards were the old king's own secret army, all of them highly qualified and exceptionally loyal. After obeying the old king's command to recognize Chris as their new master, everything about them is then tied to Chris. There is such a team of guards on this trip, protecting it from the side. Chris will never again be subject to assassination as he once was. And it's going to be incredibly easy to do whatever it is you're doing. This time, no matter how many cars that gentleman actually has, no matter how much it costs, I'm going to buy them all. Chris looked at the bank card in his hand and made up his mind. Qin Feng's appearance once again appeared in the center of his mind. Although he had long forgotten Qin Feng's name, his memory of this face was incomparably deep. Even if he had to run through the entire Great Han Kingdom, even if he had to find a needle in the bottom of the sea, he would still find this person out. But Chris didn't know that. At this very moment, Qin Feng, whom he was determined to find out in the Great Han Kingdom, was in the middle of a huge trouble. Qin Feng was originally just doing his R&D properly. After getting the Iron Horde developed, his mind fell on the new Panda, and with great speed, it took all the little that the system gave. Just about to get my hands on some R&D results, suddenly received a subpoena from the court. But it is Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiong, those people, even united the whole company, all the other shareholders, as well as the employees, will be his actual controller to the court. And the reason for the lawsuit is, since Qin Feng is very weak, he has been taking medication since he was a child, and there is a drug he takes that contains certain side effects within it. This side effect is likely to lead to certain mental problems in a person, or even to the development of a neurological condition. And Lu Nang, they seized this thing, want to let the court directly Qin Feng's hands on the company's control, completely deprived over. because there is such a law in the Great Han Kingdom. People with mental problems are not able to take on leadership roles in some medium to large companies. Otherwise it could easily create many social pitfalls. And even though Hankiori has made layoffs before, but it still counts as a medium-sized company at this moment. If Qin Feng was mentally ill or mentally unstable and this matter was made true, then the other party would really be able to take control of the company from his hands. Of course, reading past that is at best a control over the company. It does not deprive him of the shares in his body. That is to say, this lawsuit, as long as Lu Nang they won, that ever after, Qin Feng will not be able to decide at all the operation of the Han Opinion Company. Of course, even if you don't win the fight, Qin Feng will also temporarily lose control of the company, because there are still doubts about whether he is mentally challenged. Of course, the shares in his body, still in his own body, the company's dividends will still be paid into his account. But for Lu Nang and the others, that's what they want. At this point, Qin Feng and Lu Nang, they were sitting on the court looking at each other. On Qin Feng's side, there were only two people, him and his secretary, Xiao Li. But the number of people on Lu Nang's side was frighteningly large. In addition to all the other shareholders, there were also some company executives, some company employees, all of which had converged. All of them had all been colluding to prove that Qin Feng did have some mental problems, and Qin Feng really had no defense, because what he did is indeed something that normal people have no way of understanding. Obviously a well-developed company, he desperately must not stop production, hard stop R&D, and even layoffs, while still holding the company together. It has almost brought the entire company to a complete standstill. This kind of behavior is beyond anyone's comprehension. Nowadays, the only thing that can prove for Qin Feng, there was only the doctor who had been helping Qin Feng take care of his body, seeing him as well as giving him medicine. This doctor was a close friend of Qin Feng's father, who had been in poor health since he was a child, and it was the help of this doctor that had kept his father alive until now. And now the lawsuit has reached its final stage. Nowadays, the entire situation was already quite unfavorable to Qin Feng. Even if that doctor made a proof, it could not make Qin Feng completely free of suspicion. Qin Feng glanced at the people sitting across from him, Lu Nang and the others. There was a pang of speechlessness in his mind. He was indeed careless, but also because he didn't realize that the Great Han Kingdom had such a law. He was, after all, a traveler, and the original was an average college student who was even still studying art at a poor cultural level. He simply doesn't have that much time to learn that much about the letter of the law. When he went to a lawyer for advice before, the other side also said that he basically couldn't have any problems. That was why Qin Feng was so careless. And now that I think about it, the reason why that lawyer would say that Qin Feng's position could not be threatened in any way, it was because they didn't know about Qin Feng's health condition or the fact that Qin Feng always needed to take medication. Even more so, it was also because Qin Feng's mental state was very stable, and he didn't find anything wrong with Qin Feng's spirit at all. So it didn't even cross my mind. And since today, this was the only thing that Qin Feng had overlooked. But the opportunity was seized by Lu Nang and the others. And while it was true that he had been caught off guard this time, the other side was indeed incredibly well prepared. Not only did he buy out everyone he could reach, and he hadn't even received a peep before this, nor is there an ounce of lead time. As a result, the lawsuit has only just begun. And now he is sitting in this courtroom for not even 10 minutes, and the whole situation seems to have no possibility of overturning. What to do? Mr. Qin, the secretary next to him, Xiao Li, had an anxious look on his face. I've already contacted that Dr. Zhang's, but I haven't been able to get in touch. Qin Feng's face was bland and his brows were slightly furrowed. After a little spinning inside his head, he probably figured out the current situation. Looking at the confidence on the faces of Lu Nang and the others, he knew for sure that the other side would not fight unprepared. I'm afraid I'm going to be in deep shit this time. It is likely that the control of the company will be taken away from the other side. It's okay, though no good response has come to mind yet, as well as his own fallback if control of the company is indeed taken away from him. Still, Qin Feng wasn't overly worried, because he had one last way to go. That's just picking a few random patents inside the lab and taking them out for lease or sale. All that technological knowledge he got in the middle of the system, all those patents, each one taken out is amazing. But this matter would also be quite a hassle for him to waste a lot of his time. That's why he hasn't been doing it. But if you're really pushed to the point of no return, that was all he could do to waste some time. Regardless, his R&D was able to continue, though he did feel a little bad about being robbed of control of the company like that. It was a moment of relief, a moment to be glad that I had established a wholly owned lab, Thunder Lab, back in the day. Make everything the system offers all its own, with no connection to the company. Otherwise, this time he had a lot to lose. Defense, do you have any more witnesses or physical evidence? The judge asked. Sitting at the top of the bench, Qin Feng shook his head decisively. That Dr. Chang, since he has been unreachable, it means that it's likely that they've been bought by Lu Nang and the others as well. Now the other side didn't come forward to help Lu Nang and the others testify that he was mentally ill. Maybe it's already considered a great conscience to the other side. And in this case, it was also true that Qin Feng could no longer find any witnesses or physical evidence. Nor do I intend to continue wasting time, even if there is still a fight to be had in this lawsuit. And he didn't want to keep wasting time. I concede defeat, and I'll give you control of the company. Qin Feng looked at Lu Nang and the others. All he wanted now was to get this over with as quickly as possible and move on to R&D. Lu Nang and the others' faces flashed with an unexpected body. They thought Qin Feng would bite them like crazy. Originally, it was thought that this lawsuit would drag on and on and on and on. However, he didn't expect Qin Feng to loosen up so quickly, and it's only the first time we've filed a lawsuit. We've got a lot of fallbacks that we haven't even used yet. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. It was actually a bit overwhelming. They have done countless preparations for this event. This more than a month's time every day is running around, and also have to strictly guard, afraid of leaking the slightest news. It was spending an unknown amount of money just to buy out anyone who could be a guarantor for Qin Feng, except for that secretary Xiao Li beside Qin Feng. They know that Li is the one they can't buy their way out of. Nowadays, Lu Nang and the others have almost made do with all preparations, feeling that he was already invincible. He was about to let go of his grip and was going to fight Qin Feng, and fight and win this one well. The big, hard-fought battle. But it did not occur to me that this has just begun. Not even half an hour Qin Feng himself surrendered first. It left them with the feeling that they had punched cotton in the face. Instead, it was Qin Feng who showed some impatience, looking at the judge and asking, "There is no need for this lawsuit to continue. I've already conceded defeat. There's nothing more to say. May I ask Your Honor when we're going to finish?" The judge was also speechless. These people, are they not here to amuse themselves? Outside the courtroom, Lu Nang put on a difficult face and apologized to Qin Feng, indicating that he didn't want things to turn out this way either, but out of desperation, he had to do these things and also prayed for Qin Feng's forgiveness. For this kind of wolf-hearted and cat-crying, fake compassionate person Qin Feng naturally lazily ignored, and just said, "If there's any problem with things after that, just look for Xiao Li, and have Xiao Li take full power instead of me." After saying that, he directly took Xiao Li and drove away. This whole thing does take a toll on him. The damage wasn't all that great, though they have been set up by these people. The heart is really not in it, but he has limited time now. There is simply no time to get into these pointless things with these people. The main thing for him at this moment will always be R&D, always go the progress of the system. Qin Feng knew very well that he was in control of the system. One day it will be possible to walk on top of this world. People like Lu Nan will one day kneel before him and ask for forgiveness, just like the previous head of the car show. The difference is simply when that time comes. Shit. Qin Feng slapped the steering wheel of the car. Sooner or later, I'll make you people look good. And right now, Lu Nang and the others who stood outside the courtroom and watched Qin Feng leave. On the other hand, smiles finally appeared on their faces and completely relaxed. With us taking control of the company next, the company can finally get back on track. Zhou Jingxiang immediately said with a face full of excitement. Yeah, during the time that this kid Qin Feng has taken over the company has barely even created half a point of revenue. Finally, I can make money. I don't know what this kid is thinking. Isn't opening a company just to make money? He's too good to earn a dime. It's just as well that he doesn't want to make money on his own. But more importantly, he's hindering us from making money on this, which is a really bad thing to do. Cutting someone off is like killing their parents. Before, he even said something about letting us withdraw our own shares. He didn't even think about who founded this company. Without his father, what does he, Qin Feng, amount to? A number of other shareholders have also spoken out. Now that they were finally sure that they had snatched the control over, they naturally did not need to suppress their hearts at all anymore. And whatever they had in their hearts to say, they all spilled out, venting his heart's dissatisfaction and resentment. And as the leader figure, Lu Nang at this time also smiled and nodded to the crowd, spreading his hand and pressing down, signaled the crowd to be quiet for the time being. Wait until the murmur disappeared. Lu Nang finally said, "Everyone rest assured, the next company everything will be immediately on track. I believe it will not be long. We will be able to return to the original sales. I already have a very detailed plan for this. I will send the plan to all of you when I go back. Of course this also needs your full cooperation. Let's put down everything else for the time being. Let's restore the company to its original state first and make the cake bigger." At this moment Lu Nang's words are very important. Now although the control of the company has been taken from Qin Feng's hands, however, so many of them, In fact, do not have too much difference in the shares on their bodies. In the end, who will dominate the next company affairs? This is obviously a worthwhile thing to say, and at this time, Lu Neng took the initiative to open his mouth. Is subconsciously want to tell these people? He intends to be the person who controls everything, and he has the ability to do so. At the same time, this also more fully illustrates that Lu Neng has long been thinking and preparing for all this. Other people are still in the joy of just getting the control of the company. Did not even think to understand these things. In fact, once Lu Neng heard these words, immediately they all smiled and nodded their heads. Agreed down. And Lu Neng also smiled and thanked the crowd without moving, and then temporarily took the control of the company during this time into their own hands. As long as he had this beginning, then after that he could completely take back the control of the company step by step, and then he would have more room to maneuver. To know, although Qin Feng no longer had control of the company in his possession now, Qin Feng still has more than 60% of the remaining shares in his possession. With Qin Feng's physical condition, he wouldn't be able to live for a few years, and when Qin Feng died, these remaining shares would naturally be theirs. Whoever has a deeper grip on the company at that time will naturally have a better chance of getting more shares. About all of this, Lu Neng has all been calculated. Now it was just a matter of waiting for things to develop step by step as he had planned. Over here, Qin Feng lost the lawsuit and was thinking about what exactly to do. On the other side, Chris, who was traveling in a private jet, finally arrived with his own escort. Chris's first stop was directly to the Eastgate Auto Show where he and Qin Feng first met. Now that more than a month had passed, this car show had naturally ended a long time ago, but Chris still quickly found the person in charge of the car show, Mr. Li. After all, at this time, his identity and status were different from the past. The money he had on him was no longer just pocket change. To put it mildly, this time Chris came over. The wealth he was able to utilize on his body was even able to far exceed that of some not-so-wealthy small countries. To say that one is rich is an understatement, and he was already a legitimate son of the king of South Aria. After all, the one that has the right to inherit. No matter where one goes in this world, all will be taken seriously. Of course, Chris was ultimately visiting in a personal capacity on this trip. Didn't come over in an official capacity or else had to waste a lot of time because of a lot of red tape. There is no way to be as free as you are now. But a prince is a prince after all. And a prince of the country of Southeast Asia. Everyone knows how rich the country of South Aria is with oil resources. Mr. Li naturally knew that. So when he heard that Chris was actually looking for him, Mr. Li instantly got out of the tenderness and ran as fast as he could to the place where the car show was held. Little Prince Chris, I wonder what exactly you are looking for me for. After getting out of the car from a distance, Mr. Li stretched out his hands to make a groveling appearance. His face was full of flirtatious smiles, and he asked Chris very respectfully, regardless of the status of the other prince or the financial power possessed by the other. All this groveling on his part was totally worth it. Chris smiled and shook the other party's hand, and after exchanging pleasantries for a moment or two, he got straight to the point. Hello, Mr. Li, I've come here for one purpose this time, and that's to find the Han Opinion Company that had participated in the exhibition before amongst your car show. Chris said with a smile on his face, I want to buy their car. The expression on Mr. Li's face paused slightly. It wasn't that he had forgotten the Hani. Rather, he remembers it quite well. After all, Qin Feng had not given him the slightest bit of face at that time, and Qin Feng's arrogant look made him remember Han Hui as a company clearly, and because of that. So now, Mr. Li's expression was not natural at all, and his mood could not be called beautiful at all. The Prince Chris in front of him was surprisingly here to find Hani Kai, but his relationship with Hani has long since become extremely poor due to the previous conflict, and even because of Pauma's request. Straight out of the car show, Hankyu was thrown out of the car show. Calm down, calm down. Calm down, at least from this situation now. The little prince doesn't know about it yet, or he wouldn't have come to me. After all, Total was someone who had seen the world. Quickly calmed down and analyzed the key. And it's all business now. Even if I offended them before, the big deal is to make a phone call later to apologize. You can even pay back the previous loss of Hannah 100-fold and arrange for them to have the best booth next time. That's right, let's do it. We must have a good relationship with this Han. Mr. Li thought to himself. The prince of the country of Nanya is coming to buy a car from Haniku, and still come over in a private jet, personally on your doorstep, and with so many people. You make such a big noise to buy a car. I don't know why, but it has proven one thing. This is an opportunity for Hanyoi. When we get in touch with the prince of Nanya in the future, the Han opinion will surely take off. And he, Mr. Li, and Chris were not well acquainted. If he wanted to hook up with the Chris in front of him, then the only way to do that is also through the line of Han Yitzi. So one of the things he had to do was to get back on good terms with Han Yui. Mr. Lee had a decision in his mind right away, and immediately said to Chris with a smile, "Prince, you wait for a moment. I'm going to make a phone call to ask where their company's address is, and then bring you over. I'm on good terms with the old boss of Han Opinions, but their company address is so hard to pronounce that I always forget it at a moment's notice." Mr. Lee explained and said, while not forgetting to put gold on his face, telling Chris in advance that he had a good relationship with Han Opinion and trying to kiss ass in advance. Chris naturally agreed to come down. Full of anticipation, Mr. Lee smiled and walked to the distance, picked up the phone, and immediately began searching for Hannah's contact information. However, it was a pity that he had previously fallen out with Qin Feng, causing him to delete Qin Feng's contact information directly. So he was only able to ask his men to find the public phone of the Hankyu company after searching for it. At this time, he simply couldn't care less. Mr. Lee directly dialed the phone and called. "Is this the Han Opinion Company? I'm the general manager of the Dongmen Auto Show. Tell your Mr. Qin to pick up the phone. There's a big happy event." "What? Your Mr. Qin is no longer here. Where did he go? Stripped of company leadership as a psychopath." Hearing this news, Mr. Lee was instantly somewhat speechless. What the fuck is going on here? But that Qin Feng sure looks a bit psychotic now. Otherwise they wouldn't have done those things at the time. But it didn't matter to him. After all, the Prince Chris in front of him was going to buy a car from Han Hui, not his Qin Feng's car. Mr. Lee quickly continued. "Then tell the people in your company who can talk to you to hurry up and answer the phone." "So it's Mr. Lu. In that case, the current Han Opinion Company is managed by you, Mr. Lu." Mr. Lee had roughly listened to the Chinese language once, and what had happened today was probably understood in his mind. He was very agreeable and nodded. Before that kid called Qin Feng did know a little bit about himself. I said why he was so sightless and didn't know the heights of heaven. It turned out that it was because there was a little problem with his spirit, and this can't be blamed on him entirely. Now that Mr. Lu is in charge of the Hankyu, I think it will be able to flourish as before and will soon be able to sit at the top of the domestic car market. Mr. Lu, rest assured, since the previous thing is his Qin Feng did not do right, I surnamed Lee certainly cannot hold on to it. I'll make up for this one by arranging the best booth for Han Opinion at the next Eastgate station. Lu Nang on the other end of the phone immediately got excited upon hearing this, and also immediately responded. "Then I, Lu Nung, will be right here. Thanks in advance for taking care of Mr. Lee." At this moment, Lu Nang only felt that he had driven away Qin Feng before and snatched the management of the company. This matter was simply incomparably correct. It even looks as if even God is helping himself. Now it's just a matter of getting back on track with production and waiting until the next Eastgate Auto Show to properly shine. What was planned to take years to achieve may be achieved in a year or two. By the way, Mr. Lu probably doesn't know that there is actually another very important thing that I'm calling over today. Right at this moment on the phone, Mr. Lee turned and said, "Please speak, Mr. Lee." Lu Nung said. Mr. Lee slightly lowered his voice and said with all solemnity, "I have an honored guest on my side, who has found me, and wants to buy your Hankyu's car by name. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Mr. Lu. This honored guest is a real honored guest. If you are able to catch this honored guest, then once in the future your company can be the existence of even I have to hold the thigh. This is an incomparable opportunity." As soon as Lu Nang heard this, his eyes also instantly became serious. He knew that Mr. Lee's identity and status was very high, otherwise it would not have been possible to become the general director of such an important project as the Dongmen Auto Show. And now since even General Manager Lu said that the status of this honored guest is incomparably honored words, then just how powerful this noble guest was might even be a bit beyond his imagination. "I will now bring that honored guest over to your company. You must be ready to entertain with the highest specifications, and bring out all your company cars one by one. Prepare the goods, and give your honored guest whatever he wants. As long as you can seize this opportunity, then from now on your Han Opinion will definitely soar." "Okay, then I'll leave it for now, lest your guests wait and get anxious. Anyway, Lu, always get ready as soon as possible. We'll come over right away," Mr. Lee said and laughed, followed by hanging up the phone directly without waiting for Lu Nang to respond. After hanging up the phone, he walked towards Chris. "Your Royal Highness, I've asked for the address. I'll take you there now. What do you think?" Mr. Lee said. Chris nodded instantly, full of anticipation. Ever since the thought that he could form a convoy of iron armor for his escorts to crisscrossing the entire Middle East unmatched, Chris just couldn't be more excited about this trip to the Great Han Kingdom. Now we have finally arrived in the country of the Great Han and are on the verge of finally arriving at the Han Mikashi. Thinking that I will be able to purchase more iron armor soon, Chris couldn't even help but feel his heart beating faster. Good, then I'll trouble Mr. Lee to lead the way. Chris nodded. Then why don't your Royal Highness just take my car directly over there? My driver is also more familiar with the road conditions. And on the way here I can also introduce your Royal Highness to some of the delicacies of our great Han country. And when the business is done, I will definitely take your Royal Highness to have a good time, General Lee said. Being able to be alone with the Chris in front of me in the car was certainly a very good opportunity. But Chris shook his head dryly. Just don't take Mr. Lee's car. I'm still more accustomed to taking my car. Mr. Lee, you just lead the way in front, Chris said, directly stepped to the curb, stood next to a body emanating a metallic luster-styled somewhat bizarre car, patted, smiled at this General Lee. It was the iron armor he had flown in from the country of South Aria. Since having this car and knowing how awesome it is, after that Chris now simply can't do any other car anymore and doesn't feel safe at all. Before taking the plane is no way. And the good on the plane is at least the existence of iron armor. Out of what happened they can directly run to the car to hide. But now, with the rhythm clearly by his side, he's going to be asked to ride in someone else's car. Something Chris would never do. Once Mr. Lee heard this he naturally couldn't say anything more. But what made him feel a little puzzled was that he always thought that Chris's car looked a little familiar. But for a moment, he couldn't think of exactly where he'd seen that car. After taking a few close looks, I couldn't really see much except that I felt more and more that the car was oddly shaped and had a few major differences from the usual cars. The car of this rich family's royal family is not the same as the car of us ordinary people after all. This is perhaps customized by some big company. Mr. Lee thought in his heart. He did try to identify the car by its badge, but that badge he had never seen before either. The reason is also simple. This car Qin Feng, although it was built with the help of the factory of Han, but the whole car belongs to his Thunder Lab. So the car label also naturally belongs to Qin Feng Thunder Labs. The overall look is an oracle with the word lightning. It was naturally impossible for Mr. Lee to have seen it. Your Royal Highness, this car of yours is really a bit peculiar. I wonder if I can take a look inside. Why don't I just be this car of yours? Your Royal Highness? Then I'll show you the way in the car? Mr. Lee still didn't forget to pat Chris on the back and still wanted to create a space to be alone with Chris. But Chris still shook his head. If it was any other car, then naturally he didn't have any problems. To put it politely, now those sports cars he used to have, he could even give them away casually. His iron armor, however, was not for anyone to sit in, especially before he came over. His father had also specifically instructed him to act in a low-key manner, and definitely not to expose the car, the Iron Horde, to the public eye prematurely. That's how they were able to sign the car and do a buyout for a relatively small amount of money. So even for the sake of understatement and non-exposure, nor can we let outsiders like Mr. Lee come up. After being rejected again, Mr. Lee wasn't embarrassed and only smiled. In that case, we'll lead the way in the front and we'll try to drive as slowly as possible. It's okay, Mr. Lee, drive as fast as you can. As fast as you can. I can't wait to be inside Hannah's company. Chris, however, said. Mr. Lee was finally a little embarrassed now. It always felt like this Prince Chris in front of him was specifically targeting himself, always singing against him. But people are princes after all, and princes of the resource countries of the Middle East. That's undeniably rich. So naturally, he could only smile, run to his car, and begin to lead the way in front of him. And right now, on the other side, Lu Nung, who had just hung up the phone, shortly after, was also frowning. He didn't doubt how expensive the VIPs were that Mr. Lee was talking about. But the problem now was that they had just taken the company over. There are workers, but the workers haven't started working yet. There is a factory, but the factory hasn't started production yet. He has a planner, but the plan is not ready to be implemented. So that means they are able to make a finished product, but they are not ready to make it yet. How can this satisfy your guests? Not that it has to be a deal now. Rather, right now they can't even get one of the same crates. People's VIPs are coming over specifically to buy a car. And even if you don't have a car for sale right now, you should at least let them see what your car looks like. But they just don't even have a demo car like this right now. Qin Feng hadn't even bothered to produce any of that industrial waste over the years he'd been in charge of the company. It's all because of this brat Qin Feng, Lu Nong cursed. He frowned and contemplated for half a day before his eyes finally lit up. Thought of a way out. Lu Nang immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing. The solution he was thinking of was very simple. That's calling every shareholder in the company. Each of these shareholders has one or two cars in their garage that were previously manufactured by the company, of various models, though they drove Pauma when they went out and drove themselves, even including Lu Nang. However, as shareholders of Hanyi, it is natural for them to have the cars of Hanyi. Plus it's been sitting in the garage and not driven much, It should be okay to bring it over specifically at this moment to fill out the scene. At the very least, it won't look so old. A quick browse puts the call out to every shareholder, and those people responded immediately after receiving the call, ran to the garage, and drove the car they had never driven before, the Hankiori. After starting it up, they're fast. Finally, before Chris and Chief Lee arrived, it's a collection of basically all the models of those cars that Hankiori has released before, and it was parked on the huge parking lot right next to the company. You will be able to see it at a glance when you enter the front door of the company. Looking at that one car in various forms, Lu Nang finally took a long breath. That way, even if the factory can't get that many production cars now, but there was business to talk about after all. If the other guy moves over by then, he won't even see a car. Then I'm afraid that even if the other party is rich, they won't pay for it. If Mr. Lee didn't lie to us, as long as we seize this opportunity, that's our chance to turn around. Everyone come with me, we'll all go outside the door to greet this honored guest. After making the previous arrangements, Lu Nang said to all the shareholders. At this moment, the other shareholders are also excited. Kicking that Qin Feng kid out of the company is simply the right thing to do. That's right, it's only this morning that we just kicked him out of the company. And then in the afternoon such a big honored guest comes. If we can get this order signed, then this is almost like heaven helping me. Not only does that kid Qin Feng not know how to do business and has a brain problem, but he also doesn't have the life to be a boss. Indeed, how come when he was in charge of the company before he didn't have such a distinguished guest come to his door? Instead he fell out with Mr. Lee and even offended Pauma. A group of people, talking, all of them felt that driving Qin Feng away was an incomparably correct choice. And right now, with a call to Lu Nang's cell phone, they finally saw it not far away at the intersection. A convoy of cars drove slowly by. Mr. Lu, long time no see, long time no see. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Mr. Lee warmly greeted him and shook Lu Nang's hand, saying pleasantries. In fact, he didn't even remember where Lu Nang was from. Lu Nang was similarly grateful for Mr. Lee's care. The two seemed to know each other very well, but never actually met a couple times at all. Mr. Lu, I really envy you guys today. Taking this opportunity, Mr. Lee put his mouth to Lu Nang's ear and said quietly, do you know who the honored guest coming today is? It's the prince of the Middle East's resource giant, the Nanya Kingdom. Just this one sentence immediately stunned Lu Nang. The prince of the Middle Eastern resource giants? This VIP is too expensive. No one in the world is unaware of how rich the resource giants of the Middle East are. But the problem is that such an expensive and valued guest comes running to his place. Want to buy your own car? How does this thing sound? What's going on? I don't remember our car being open to foreign channels either. And are our cars really that good? Although Lu Nang had a bad heart, he was not a fool. Although Qin Feng's father's was indeed a serious car maker, but after all, his own strength was relatively weak. Even many of the patents in cars need to be bought from abroad, so the cars they make are only passable. At best, it's a program integrator. It's not even close to being a good car, nor does it have the slightest core competency. At best, it's cheaper than some luxury cars. In such a situation, why would these Middle Eastern tycoons suddenly run over to buy their cars? This was something that Lu Nang was puzzled by. But now that people have come to the door and named the car, then Lu Nang naturally can't stop doing this kind of business or even drive people back just because he can't figure it out. So he immediately put away all the doubts in his heart and replaced them with a smile. And at the same time Chris got out of the car from the back and greeted him quickly. Mr. Lu, quickly meet this Prince Chris. Mr. Lee immediately introduced himself on the side, as if he was the host. Even though he was now done leading the way, he wasn't planning on leaving and intended to remain here. This was a rare opportunity, after all, and he was going to do everything he could to hold on to Chris's leg. Lu Nang immediately stretched out his hand and shook Chris' outstretched hand with a respectful expression. Hello, Prince Chris. I'm the current head of Han Opinion Company. You can call me Lu Nang. Lu Nang then introduced Chris to the other shareholders and executives of the company behind himself. Each of these people greeted Chris with a big smile on their face, a smile that was almost full of creases. Chris smiled and finished greeting the men as well. After all, he came over here to buy a car, and he also had to find a way to buy out this company's car. So even if he was a prince, he put himself in a very low position, and did not have the same kind of arrogance that he had when he exchanged with General Manager Lee before. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm here to buy a car from you this time. No matter how many iron husbandry cars your Han Opinion Company has right now, I'll buy them all, and I'll buy out all the orders after that. I don't know how much it will cost in total if you want to buy out all the orders. Mr. Lu, you can rest assured that the calculation, no matter how much money we can afford. Of course, if your company has some other more impressive technology or some new products, we can totally talk about that too. Chris, holding Lu Nang's hand, said with an excited face. Lu Nang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by Chris's words. The first thing that shocked me was Chris's wealthy look. After all the cars are bought out, all the orders are bought out, even if there are any new products. It's not like you're buying a fucking car. It's like you're stocking up at a food market. If it was an ordinary person who said something like this to himself, perhaps Lu Nang's subconscious reaction would be to directly drive this person away, completely feeling that this person was just here to cause trouble. But it is the prince of a Middle Eastern resource country who is saying this to him at this very moment. The other party stood out with this expensive outfit, not to mention the large group following behind them that were men in suits. He was very clear about the identity of the other party, and in real words definitely possessed this kind of strength. But the problem was that he didn't know why the other guy was doing it. Are our company cars really that good? And the second thing that shocked Lu Nang was the iron armor car in the other's mouth. Iron armor? Lu Nang has absolutely no recollection of his company launching such a car. But then again, vaguely, the car sounded slightly familiar. Could it be that it's too far apart in time and it's an old car? And then the styling and aesthetics of that old car is particularly to the prince's liking. So the prince wants to buy them all. Lu Nang tried everything he could to convince himself to add a logic to this outrageous to the core thing. But that's still a little too hard anyway. But this isn't a quiz. After all, the prince in front of us isn't here to speak in riddles either, but to buy a car. If there's something you don't know, just bring the prince in and let him pick it out in there himself to see, and there wouldn't that make it clear? Lu Nang immediately smiled and shook Chris's hand. Prince, don't worry. After hearing about your arrival, we have put all the models that our company has released over the years inside. There are 12 models, so you can pick them out one by one once you're in the office. As soon as Chris heard that, immediately, he got excited. He had thought that the only vehicle this company had was the Iron Horde, but I didn't realize that 12 of them had been released over the years. If only every one of them were as awesome as your own iron armor. That would be really scary. But he's also a little puzzled that such an awesome company has launched a full 12 models in as many years. How come the place where this company is located is so remote? And the size of this company is not very big? Is it because you don't like it? Chris suddenly thought of some of the virtues his mother used to call to him when he was a child. Something like thrift and frugality. He felt at once that he had found the cause. It seems like this company is very frugal and doesn't like to splurge or make a big deal out of it. Spend all your time and energy and money all on R&D and research. It looks like I was right. Only a company with such a dedicated focus would be able to build a car as ultra-contemporary as the Iron Harbor. Chris held Lu Nang's hand tightly. Okay, I'll go in and take a look now. He was even a little impatient. Lu Nang also immediately followed beside Chris. At the same time, he also made a special voice to explain once again, saying, however, Your Royal Highness, there is something that must be told to you, because the car sells too well, coupled with the fact that the company has a little financial problem during this period of time, so the production aspect has also been put on hold. Now the prince, you can see all are sample cars. Of course you all can directly drive away, but if the number of need is higher, may need to wait for a period of time, our company can slowly produce out. Chris had absolutely no problem with that. He was all right with it. That's of course, to your company to produce such a good car, it must take a lot of time to be able to manufacture one. Please rest assured, Lu, no matter what, your company after the production of each and every car, I want all of them. Chris felt that he was quite right. And it does. How can a car as powerful as the Iron Horde, which even has AI in it, just be mass-produced? Definitely going boutique one car after another. He said, and also immediately took out a check from inside his own pocket and shoved it directly into Lu Nang's hand. This little bit of small meaning, no respect. It is considered to be a meeting gift for you, Mr. Lu is also considered to be the deposit I gave, Chris said. Lu Nang looked down coquettishly and immediately stared in disbelief. Nice guy. A full billion. What kind of fucking deposit is that? I feel like I can buy my whole company with this offer. Lu Nang was shocked, and at the same time, he only felt incomparably excited. This really is the fucking god of fortune coming to the door. I just took back the succession of the company today, and as a result, this first customer that came in was able to fulfill all the marketing amount for the whole year. And if this golden leg is really embraced, even if after that this company only gives cars exclusively to this princeling, that's definitely a good way to make a lot of money. Is this the power of a Middle Eastern resource giant? Lu Nang took a deep breath, incomparably excited. He immediately collected this check and stuffed it into his bosom, looking at Chris with a solemn face. Your Royal Highness, don't worry, we will definitely drive the production capacity to the highest. All other production lines will be stopped. All of them will be used to produce the car you like, and build all the cars you like, as many as you want. That couldn't be better. Chris was also moved as he listened. A car as nice as the Iron Horde. If he can really get a couple hundred of them, It would really be able to crisscross the entire Middle East as my father said. And listening to the conversation between the two Lu Nang and Chris, the other shareholders and executives of the company next to him were also excited. The wealth is just awesome. $100 million right out of the gate. Who the fuck can handle that? But the thought of such a customer is soon to become a long-term customer of your own company. They just felt a shiver of excitement. Getting rid of Qin Feng this time was really the right thing to do. Now if this company is still held by Qin Feng, that psychopath might just refuse to walk away from the prince in front of him. Everyone thought so. Mr. Li, who had been following behind, was also full of envy. This Middle Eastern resource giant doesn't move $1 billion and $1 billion. He looked envious too. That's a lot of silver. It is well known that the resource giants in the Middle East are the last ones to take money for granted, because their money comes so easily. Any other country that wants to make money needs to do things. It needs to do R&D. It needs to do technology. But the resource giants of the Middle East don't have to do anything. There were endless resources right underneath the piece of land they stepped on, and they could sell those resources for a sky-high price just by taking them out. It's also because it's so easy to get money. That's why these Middle Eastern tycoons are spending so much money. There is such a valued guest. Hank, you may not have to worry for the next 10 years or so. It seems that we must invite this Mr. Lu to a meal next to clear up the previous misunderstanding. Make sure you get them the best seat in the house at next year's auto show, even if this will offend Pauma's general manager Wang. But it will have to do. Mr. Li secretly made up his mind. Pauma is powerful though, but they are businessmen after all, and businessmen just love to be calculating in what they do. How can any of these Middle Eastern princes be so wealthy? A group of people walked into the gates of the Han Opal Company. Chris was heading straight for the office building. The cars parked in the huge parking lot to the right of the front door were just a casual glance he took before pulling his eyes back. At the same time Chris also asked, by the way, Mr. Lu, why didn't that gentleman from your company come out with you before? It's the same gentleman who was at the previous ASEAN auto show. Lu Nang recognized it for a moment before reacting immediately that the prince in front of him seemed to be talking about Qin Feng. Although he didn't know how Qin Feng had gotten to know the Prince Chris in front of him, but Lu Nan was ultimately very good at reading people. He could see that Chris and Qin Feng seemed to be on good terms, so at this moment, he naturally knew that he absolutely couldn't let Chris know that Qin Feng had been driven away by them. So Lu Nang immediately smiled and snorted. You're talking about Qin Feng, right? He's sick today and didn't come over on leave. So that's how it is. I was planning to treat him to a nice meal, if it wasn't for this Mr. Qin Feng. I might not have had the means to know that such a great company as your company even exists in this world. And I didn't know that there was such a great car in this world as the one produced by your company. Chris had a look of reverence on his face. And Lu Nang had already felt something wrong in his heart when he heard Qin Feng's name earlier. At this point, listening to what Chris said, it felt more and more wrong. When Lu Nang reacted, he realized that Chris had already let himself right into the office building. So Lu Nang immediately reacted and immediately stood and pulled Chris's hand. Your Royal Highness, where are you going? Lu Nang asked. Chris looked puzzled. Aren't we going to look at cars? Car. Lu Nang's face became more and more difficult to see. He pointed to those cars behind Chris, said in a somewhat difficult tone, the cars are not all here? This is here to see ah. His tone even trembled slightly as he said it. Still insisted on uttering the words though. But Lu Nang was almost certain. This whole thing didn't seem to be as good as he had previously thought it would be. The prince of this so-called Middle Eastern resource giant country. It didn't seem to be running at them at all either. Instead, it looked like it was running towards Qin Feng, but now ultimately things are not revealed to be true. So Lu Nang's heart still retained a sliver of hope. With great trepidation, he stared intently at Chris in front of him. Chris frowned and turned around with a puzzled look on his face. As far as the eye can see, they are all the garbage trucks produced by the previous Chinese company. Chris's eyebrows wrinkled deeper. His face also changed slightly serious. He pointed to these cars in front of him without turning his head and asked, This is the car to be sold to me? Mr. Lu, the car you are talking about will not be these cars in front of you. Please forgive me for being slightly less understanding, but the cars you want to show me, Mr. Lu, are they really just these ones in front? Chris had a hard time holding back the word trash that had reached the edge of his mouth. He had an expression as if he had eaten shit, his brow furrowed in utter disbelief. He came to this company to buy iron armor. Not this crap. If it's such crap, then why didn't he buy it from Pauma instead of some other company? Chris turned his head and looked at Lu Nang with an unbelievable gaze. Is this the car you want me to buy? Mr. Lu Nang didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this moment, he was working frantically in the middle of his mind, thinking frantically to restore the truth of all these things. Zhou Jingxiong, on the other hand, who was next to him, was a short-tempered man. Immediately upon hearing this from Chris, he was not happy. May I ask what is wrong with this prince? All of our cars are here, Zhou Jingxiong replied. I don't want any of this junk. I want a really awesome car that you guys can produce. An iron horde. Chris couldn't hold back any longer, and just blurted out those two words. And Zhou Jingxiong was even more unhappy at the mention of this. What garbage? What? How do you talk? You're the one who came to us to sell your car. We brought out all the cars for you to pick. And you're calling us trash. What do you mean? You being a prince. You can bully people like that just because you're rich, right? It's fine if we don't do your business. Don't think that we can't live without you, it seems. Zhou Jingxiong's words were spoken very nonchalantly, and Chris's face immediately clouded over. Those in the escort behind Chris similarly ran to the side one by one, surrounding Chris in the center and glaring angrily at Zhou Jingxiong. If they hadn't been concerned that this was within the territory of the Great Han Kingdom, I'm afraid they would have made a move long ago. No one in South Korea or anywhere else in the Middle East would have dared to talk like that to Chris, who now had the right to inherit. And Lu Nang finally reacted at this moment. As soon as he withdrew Zhou Jingxiong beside him behind himself, a smile immediately piled up on his face as he walked towards Chris. Your Royal Highness, I see what you mean. You're here for Qin Feng, right? It's Qin Feng's car you want to buy. Lu Nang said the whole thing in one sentence. Lu Nang was indeed a very smart person, and he had finally launched the truth of this matter through the performance of Chris coming over as well as the many messages that the other party had subliminally revealed. As soon as they heard this, the faces of the many executives and shareholders of the Han opinions next to Lu Nang immediately changed. What? This prince is actually here to buy Qin Feng's car? What kind of car did he, Qin Feng, build? And more importantly now, they had just driven Qin Feng away in the morning. Now Qin Feng has moved all the labs away, and doesn't even know where to go. For a moment everyone behind Lu Nan was dumbfounded and their entire hearts panicked, not at all sure how to react and deal with what comes next. And Chris nodded his head instantly when he heard this. Of course. I'm here to buy Mr. Qin Feng's iron armor. It's the iron armor I drove when I came over. Didn't you guys notice that? Embarrassment materialized on Lu Nang's face for once. At that time, Mr. Li took the car ahead of him, and as soon as he got out of the car, he immediately rushed to him to talk to him about East and West. It caused him to not even have the chance to pay attention to what kind of car Chris drove. And then later on, he was shocked by the real identity of Chris that Mr. Li said. By the time he reacted, Chris had already greeted him. He naturally had to receive this honorable guest from the Middle East with all his might. How could he have time to pay attention to what kind of car the other party was riding in? And in the meantime he had been thinking about how his family was going to resume production as soon as possible, and produce all the cars that this Prince's Highness needed as soon as possible. He had even drawn up a rough plan inside his head just to fulfill Chris's needs, but now it seems that all that plan he had imagined, all of it is pointless. Even all of it is just a joke. The other Chris hadn't even thought about buying their car, and had come over to find Qin Feng from the beginning. How good is the car made by TMD? Qin Feng in the end. This kid's secrecy is so strong, and the slightest thing does not let us know. If we had known what he was capable of, we might not have done what we did this morning. Lu Nang cursed in the back of his mind, but he didn't think about it at all. At that time, they didn't even consider the car made by Qin Feng as a car. They think that the kind of car that is too difficult to mass produce is a concept car. Even if greats are built, no one will buy it at all. Lu Nang didn't know how to describe his current mood at this moment. Originally, he thought he had finally succeeded in seizing control of the company, successfully driving away the eyesore Qin Feng. This was the greatest good thing under the sky, and there was plenty of time for him to make a big splash next. But he didn't expect the appearance of a Chris to disrupt all his plans. What was even more unexpected to him was that the car that Qin Feng was sitting in was able to make the prince of a resource giant country personally come to the Great Han country and say so respectfully that he would take out a few $100 billion to buy out, after that, all of the cars that Qin Feng had produced. What kind of car could be this good? That's a guy who could build a luxury car like this. But they teamed up and kicked him out of the company. Even just a few moments ago they were all glad that kicking Easy out of the company was simply the right thing to do. It would have been nice to do it a little later in the day. Even just a morning later, when this Prince Chris came over. For a moment, Lu Nang's heart suddenly welled up with endless remorse, but he calmed down quickly after all. No, can't give up yet. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. It's not over yet. Lu Nang's thoughts were frantically rattling around in his mind. Right now Qin Feng doesn't know that this Prince Chris has looked for him, since these two people are not in contact with each other. Otherwise here Prince Chris would have gone directly to Qin Feng. And this Prince Chris doesn't know that Qin Feng has been driven away by us. It's a most important thing. If I were to run to Qin Feng right now to casually put the blame for that incident this morning on someone, or even pay a bigger price to invite Qin Feng back to the company, Then let Qin Feng bring to the company and build those cars he's going to build. And you can turn over all this prince's money. Thinking about this, Lu Nang was almost so excited that he jumped up from his spot. Surprise yourself with your own resourcefulness. That's right. That's it. That'll take care of all the problems altogether. Even if Qin Feng knew the truth afterward and figured it out, the crux of the matter would definitely not be rejected. Now he's just one guy. And even if he wanted to build cars to make money, he doesn't have a factory, a production line, machines or even workers. There's no way he could build a car, even if he was as smart as he is. And we can give him all of these things. All we need is for him to nod his head and agree to them, and to let bygones be bygones about what happened before. It's totally a win-win situation. And after that, Qin Feng just needs to build the car he wants to build. We won't have any more demands on him. The car is already sold anyway. Even if Qin Feng is no matter how stupid or intentionally is, there's no way he wouldn't agree to such a good thing. Lu Nang finally had a decision in his mind. He immediately raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Chris in front of him, and immediately opened his mouth to quickly explain. Your Royal Highness, there was indeed an accident. We thought that you were going to buy an ordinary vehicle produced by our company. After all, easily produced vehicles have always been our company's very secret core black technology, and the production is very small. Even more need a lot of time to carry out research and development. From Qin Feng began to research until now only built so 2 or 3. So this is really a case of our company getting it wrong. However, Your Royal Highness, you don't have to be in a hurry. I can go to Qin Feng right now and ask him to bring the cars you want, and after that, our company will also concentrate all our strength to stop all the other production lines to produce those cars of Qin Feng. There is one thing you may not know. Qin Feng is actually the real power of our company. He owns more than 60% of the shares of our company. And Qin Feng's father is the very founder of our company. It is only because Qin Feng is too keen on R&D and research that we have been taking care of some other small and large matters. Because we can't let these mundane matters interfere with Qin Feng's research and development. Qin Feng hadn't mentioned His Royal Highness Prince Zero to us before, which led to the current misunderstanding. Speaking here, Lu Nang turned his head to look at Zhou Jingxiong behind him as well as the other shareholders, and while making a wink, asked, do you all think so? Those shareholders whose thought process didn't react as fast as Lu Nang's, are still all confused, even completely unaware of what Lu Nang is actually saying. But at this time Lu Nang even so asked them. These people are also naturally very cooperative. Nodding their heads, just smiled and responded, yeah. This is all a misunderstanding. So that's what I'm saying. Mr. Lu is right. Only then did Lu Nang turn his head to look at Chris again. Your Royal Highness, you see the situation as it is, but you don't have to be in a hurry. How about this? I'll take you to dinner first, and we'll chat while we eat at the restaurant. Then I'll arrange for someone to go right now, and call Qin Feng over. Lu Nang looked like he had everything under control. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have been bluffed into thinking that everything was really just as he said. But Chris wasn't that stupid. He said very firmly, I won't eat any more meals. I hope to call Mr. Qin Feng over as soon as possible. Let me talk to him. There is something about the Iron Horde. Lu Nang also did not have any refusal, directly nodded his head and answered, no problem. Then in that case, Your Highness the Prince, you first follow us to the parlor. Just wait for a little while I personally go to call Qin Feng over to you. What do you think? It was only this time that Chris finally nodded in agreement. Lu Nang immediately took Chris and headed for the parlor. At the same time, for fear of a leak from Mr. Li, it was also really possible for Zhou Jingxiong to go over there and block the general director of the East Gate car show. Mr. Li, don't let the other side follow. Pissed off Mr. Li, and while walking towards the parlor, Lu Nang also specifically took out his cell phone to pull up the equity distribution map of his own company, pointing to the 60% plus shares occupied by Qin Feng. He showed Chris. Chris saw this scene and the doubts in his heart were only removed a little more. Lu Nang was greatly relieved to see this. It was very fortunate that there was no way to strip the equity from Qin Feng in the previous lawsuit. Otherwise this money on the prince this time, they really can't earn it back. Wait until after you have placed Chris in the parlor. Lu Ningsi walked out quickly with Zhou Jingxiong and a few other beloved ones. You guys stay here and entertain the people for me. Definitely don't let them know that Qin Feng has been driven away by us. And don't make them wait too impatiently. Prepare some food and drinks and get some wine for them to drink, so that they can't drive back if they get a DUI. Lu Nang instructed Zhou Jingxiong and the others. Zhou Jingxiong, until now the brain has not turned a corner. What is the situation? What exactly do you mean by what you just said? Didn't we just kick out that Qin Feng kid? What's the point of you going to him now? Can he come and follow you over? Looking at this stupid old friend in front of him, Lu Nang was also helpless. But right now he didn't have any time to explain. He had to go and trick Qin Feng over as fast as he could. Therefore, he casually made a couple of perfunctory remarks, then quickly went downstairs and drove his car towards Qin Feng's home. But what Lu Neng didn't realize was that just as he was leaving the company, Chris, who had been sitting in the parlor as if he didn't know anything, suddenly glared at a nearby guard. That guard immediately nodded without moving, and then left the parlor with another person without anyone drawing any attention to him. Qin Feng was not acquiring any real estate. He only had an old house at home. Immediately after the morning's lawsuit, Qin Feng took his secretary Shaoli and emptied his lab of all kinds of equipment and documents. So Lu Neng was probably certain that Qin Feng should just go home. Otherwise there must be no place to put all that stuff. Lu Neng had his foot on the gas, hating to drive his car as a race car. Every red light on the road was overwhelming to him. Finally, after 20 minutes, Lu Neng finally drove his car and rushed into the old house where Qin Feng was. This is one very, very old building. There were 3 floors in total, all of which belonged to Qin Feng's family, and there was also a huge basement. After Qin Feng and Shaoli moved over, for the time being, they just put all the tools all in that huge basement. Then again, this seems to have a slight sense of destiny, because Qin Feng's father started thinking about building a car from inside this basement. Originally, it was said to be demolished, but it was left unsettled until later, and then it has remained unsettled until now. Lu Neng got out of the car and immediately peered inside, finding the door open, and there was a faint smoke coming out of it, as if it was cooking. He immediately regretted that he hadn't picked up some sort of gift on the way over, and had just arrived empty-handed, scanning left and right. Luckily at that end of the street he saw a couple of fruit sellers, so immediately drove over. After buying 2 large bags of fruit, it was time to take a deep breath and lift his spirits. Squeezing out a smile full of sincerity, he gently knocked on the door of Qin Feng's house. "Nephew Qin Feng, is Nephew Qin Feng here?" Lu Neng shouted out the name he hadn't called out since Qin Feng's father died a long time ago. Lu Neng had already made a decision. Even if he would suffer some insults if he came over to look for Qin Feng this time, he would still make sure to get this done. Because of this, he even had a sense of conviction rising in his heart, as if he were looking at death. "Nephew Qin Feng, is Nephew Qin Feng here? I've come to see you." Because no one replied for half a day, Lu Neng couldn't help but raise his voice and shouted once more. And at this point, someone also finally came forward and opened the door with a cold face. It was the secretary, Shaoli, who had been following Qin Feng from start to finish. "What are you doing here?" Shaoli glared fiercely at Lu Neng, his tone of voice filled with disgust inside. Not polite in the slightest. Li has always been a lover and a hater. After seeing that Lu Neng and the others weren't treating Qin Feng with respect, inside the company, there was never any good face because of Lu Neng's shares and positions of these people. Now that Qin Feng had allowed Lu Neng and the others to use a ploy to drive them away, as Qin Feng's personal secretary, it was naturally even more unlikely that Shaoli would be kind to these people. But Lu Neng was a shameless one after all, and the thickness of his cheek was amazing. There wasn't even the slightest twinge because of little Li's smelly face. Instead, he was greatly relieved in his heart. Little Li and Qin Feng are very close. He can't do a lot of heavy work because of his health, and he can't cook for himself. It's always been Li who's been there to take care of him. Rarely was there a time when Shaoli and Qin Feng were separated. So now, since Shaoli was here, it meant that the odds were that Qin Feng was also in the house. Then he hadn't made this trip in vain. He didn't need to look elsewhere, and he could quickly accomplish his purpose. Lu Neng then immediately squeezed a more amiable smile on his face. "Little Li, Nephew Qin Feng should be here. I am personally coming to his door to make amends and apologize." Shaoli stared viciously at Lu Neng and rolled his eyes. "Sorry, what apology? Is it still useful to apologize now? You're here to specialize in cat crying and fake mercy, aren't you? You're here specifically to show off your authority, aren't you?" Lu Neng immediately waved his hand, still patiently explaining, "What's the matter? What's the matter? I really came to apologize sincerely. What happened this morning? I am also unaware of I am a complete victim." After the end of the I only from their mouth inside to find out. The original everything is Zhou Jingxiong. That guy led the way. Shaoli, you also know that Zhou Jingxiong has always been at odds with Qin Feng's nephew, and often makes provocative remarks. So after you guys left, I immediately scolded the guy from Zhou Jingxiong. Then I immediately began to run around to find the court, and find the relevant person in charge, and was busy for a noon, before finally resolving the matter, and the withdrawal of the lawsuit over there is also underway. Now I'm here specifically to find Nephew Qin Feng to try to win it back to the company now. The company is still Nephew Qin Feng's company, and everything this morning was all just a misunderstanding. Shaoli immediately froze when he heard this, reacting for half a day before saying, "So now you mean, that happened this morning. Let's just pretend it didn't happen." Wrong, it shouldn't have happened at all. All those this morning were all misunderstandings. From now on, Nephew Qin Feng is still the manager of the company, and the management is still in his hands. This is something that my master has explained, and I, as his disciple, must follow it to the letter. I'm here now specifically to find nephew Qin Feng to apologize for coming him back to the company. I have to say that Lu Nang's acting skills are very much on point, and this speech is really sincere to the extreme. And he did fix things. It was true that Qin Feng should be allowed to have the management of the company again, and Li doesn't really know what's really going on in the company right now. It was even more impossible to guess what the real logic behind Lu Nang's words really was, so Li was instantly convinced. In Li's opinion, since Qin Feng was slightly angry after losing his management right, it meant that Qin Feng didn't want to lose that management right. Now that we can take back the management, this is a good thing. Are you telling the truth? Still somewhat incredulous, Xiao Li asked again. Lu can see a play, immediately nodded, like an elementary school student to ensure that must next time to the teacher to hand in homework is constantly assured. Absolutely true. 100% is true. How can I be bored? To the point that now specifically to do this kind of thing, cheating Qin Feng nephew it, as long as it is easy, nephews are willing to follow me back to the company, then he immediately can be the same as the original. Ouch. Speaking here, Lu Nang suddenly slapped his forehead hard with the palm of his hand with a sad face. I came in too much of a hurry. I only thought of telling this good news to nephew Qin Feng, and I forgot to go and find the moving truck over. I should have found the moving truck over all at once. He had a serious look on his face and said it as if it were true, but immediately after that, he shook his head. But there's no need to rush. We are still telling nephew Qin Feng to go back to the company to sign all the contracts and agreements that should be there first. First of all, to take back his position as head of the company. This is the biggest thing. As for moving in those experimental equipment and so on, let's take our time. Little Li, you quickly go in and call nephew Qin Feng out. This matter must be notified to him. Xiao Li naturally agreed to this, and immediately nodded his head, followed by immediately taking steps to quickly run towards the inside of his home. Although Li still had her apron on, she couldn't even be bothered to cook now. One wanted nothing more than to tell Qin Feng the good news. Lu Nang also clenched his fists outside, looking excited, thinking he had succeeded. He ferried his steps from side to side, waiting quietly, even already imagining how much money he could make on Chris afterward. Even if those cars of Qin Feng's were very difficult to build, with their great help, it would be possible to boost the progress a bit after all. And what's more, there's no worry at all about not being able to sell it. That Prince Chris is really rich, and has already taken 100 billion and is ready to buy it out completely, even if they only take 100 billion. For Lu Nang, this was also great news. That's $100 billion. How long would it take other companies to sell this for money back? Not to mention other domestic manufacturers. Lu Nang is confident that even with this single business, Hanopio can become the leader among all domestic manufacturers. And since that Prince Chris was so taken with Qin Feng's car, it meant that there was something powerful about those strange shapes of Qin Feng's after all. Maybe they'll be able to find more buyers. We, the Han opinion, are going to rise up from today. Lu Nang's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. He just stood there and waited. And finally, after waiting for almost a minute, he saw Qin Feng, who was slowly taking steps and walking out from inside. Looks like it's agreed. It was only then that Lu Nang was finally relieved. Surely he, Qin Feng, is no fool, so why wouldn't he agree to such a good thing? It seems that what I thought was indeed right. Lu Nang thought in his heart. He thought he was dripping. Nephew Qin Feng, you're here. Lu Nang immediately greeted him with a smile, seeing that he was about to walk up to the door of Qin Feng's house. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at the threshold of his house's front door and said, wait a minute. My house's front door is not something that anyone can come in. Qin Feng looked at Lu Nang and said, I'm going to call the police if you take another step forward. You're trespassing, you know? Lu Nang stood still with the orange in his hand, somewhat embarrassed and disoriented. However, he didn't think much of it and thought that Qin Feng was just still angry because of what happened in the morning, so he was trying to find a way to take revenge on him. That's alright. After all, they're young people, so some temper is justified. Lu Nang comforted himself with this in his heart. Qin Feng, on the other hand, after walking down the stairs, stood there and waited for Xiao Li to follow him down from behind before turning back and commanding, what are you still standing there for? Go and continue cooking. It's noon and I'm hungry. Xiao Li had his head lowered behind his back, not daring to raise his head up, and only after hearing these words did he immediately nod his head before quickly running towards the kitchen. Qin Feng, on the other hand, took an old chair from the side and just sat there leisurely, tilted his head and looked at Lu Nang and said, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Lu Nang glanced at the departing Xiao Li. Didn't Xiao Li tell you? I'm asking what's wrong with you. Is something wrong? I don't want to ask for the third time. Qin Feng frowned at Lu Neng. Since he had now completely torn his face off, there was no need for him to give these people face. Surely Xiaoli must have told himself all about what happened just now. But of course Qin Feng wasn't as stupid as Xiaoli. He simply didn't believe Lu Neng's words. Although he didn't know why Lu Neng had suddenly changed so much. But not believing it was not believing it. So naturally, there was no need to give Lu Neng too good an attitude. Lu Neng dry smile, only to be able to just said to the little Li said that some of the rhetoric and retold the Qin Feng, and this time more affectionate, and even said, even his own eyes are beginning to be a little full of hot tears. After Qin Feng heard this, an inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on his face as he looked up at Lu Neng and suddenly came out with this sentence. I feel a bit sore in the neck when I look at people with my head tilted up like this. Lu Neng froze for a moment. He certainly understood what Qin Feng meant. Standing there blinking and carrying the oranges in both hands, he glanced from side to side, somewhat at a loss for words, but never found a place to do it. So the only thing to do was to put the orange on the ground and then find a random, spacious spot to crouch down. If the Lu Neng of the past would never be able to do such a thing, but nowadays maybe it's because the temptation of those 100 billion is just too strong. Uncle Lu, what you said is really touching. It makes me very touched, but I'm a person who is just small-minded. Those things this morning made me very angry. Uncle Lu, what do you think this should be done? Qin Feng looked at Lu Neng. Lu Neng with a serious face, anger is deserved. This morning that thing I heard all angry. Zhou Jingxiong, this person is really shameless. This time when we go back, nephew, you can do whatever you want with Zhou Jingxiong. I'm definitely on your side. In order to be able to trick Qin Feng back as soon as possible, Lu Neng could only come up with this plan, putting all the blame for everything on Zhou Jingxiong's body. He didn't even intend to give Zhou Jingxiong a chance to live anymore, even though before this, Zhou Jingxiong had always been his beloved and the one who listened to him the most. Qin Feng smiled at his words, but it's a pity that Zhou Jingxiong isn't here right now, or else I would have to make Zhou Jingxiong kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. It's a shame he's not here. In which case then forget it. I for one don't want to do anything when I'm in a bad mood. Lu Neng's comprehension ability was still as high as ever, and he instantly felt that he understood Qin Feng's meaning again, but this time he couldn't believe it. He laughed dryly twice and said somewhat unnaturally, but right now Zhou Jingxiong isn't here either. I don't even know where this kid has gone. It can't be that I go to him first now and then have him come over to you. Fair enough. Qin Feng nodded his head in recognition, followed by a turn of phrase. Then how about you replace Zhou Jingxiong? Uncle Lu? You guys are so close. You're together all day long. You should be somewhat related to the mistake Zhou Jingxiong made. At least there should be a charge of not paying enough attention. Qin Feng stared straight at Lu Neng, the smile on his face not hidden at all. Lu Neng's expression, on the other hand, instantly froze. He didn't expect Qin Feng to make such an unreasonable request to him so nakedly. It's not even a requirement anymore. Instead, it's humiliating. Lu Neng immediately stood up from the ground and uttered a voice to scold, but the words just wouldn't come out. That full 100 billion is like a dog leash around his neck. Whenever he wanted to do something, he had to think about the leash first. He is very clear. If now his own a few words, out really, and Qin Feng tore his face, then everything will be completely no chance of redemption. So he can only take a deep breath and suppress all of his emotions and anger. Qin Feng dinner. This is indeed just a misunderstanding. There's no need to be so desperate, right? Think of the years when your father and I. Lu Neng followed up by trying to play the emotional card. However, it was immediately stopped by Qin Feng. Smells good. Sniffling easily, he stood up from the old wicker chair, turned and headed for the kitchen. And by the way, I won't keep you for dinner, but those 2 bags of oranges can stay. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Lu Neng stood there with his hand outstretched and tried to stop it several times, but in the end, he didn't speak. It was because Qin Feng showed great understanding. The only way to get him to let go is to get on your knees and kowtow, and Lu Neng was adamant that he was not willing to do such a thing. It's okay, you're a young man. He's still angry. When the anger subsides in a couple of days, it'll be fine. Lu Neng comforted himself so in his mind. When we get back, first stabilize that prince. Let him wait another 2 or 3 days. Think of a way it should still be stabilized. These 2 or 3 days are completely enough. When the time comes, it's really not possible to find Zhou Jingxiong over. Kneel down and kowtow, so that this kid can relieve his anger and it'll be fine. Now after seeing this reaction from Qin Feng, Lu Neng was very clear that Chris had arrived, and this matter was something that could never be known to Qin Feng. Otherwise, this brat Qin Feng would definitely seize this opportunity to make more unreasonable demands. That's why he must keep this under wraps. At the very least, this matter could not be brought to light before Qin Feng agreed. Lu Neng lifted up the 2 bags of oranges and put them in front of Qin Feng's house. Immediately after that, it was just soothing and comforting while thinking about what it would take to muddle through and put Chris off for another 2 or 3 days. drove off in his car. But Lu Neng didn't know. Right after he left, not far from a corner, one of the guards who always followed Chris slowly revealed his head around that corner and stared intently at Qin Feng's entrance for a while, immediately followed by an instantaneous disappearance, as if it had never appeared. Just a flash. Lu Neng drove straight back to Han Yitzi. Nearly an hour had passed since he had left earlier. In the parlor, Chris sipped another cup of coffee and looked at his watch after putting the cup down. His paws on the ground kept shaking up and down, as he usually did when he was in a great hurry. This time Chris had come here with a mission, and his desire to find Qin Feng wasn't just for his personal selfishness. Now he needed more iron armor cars, not for his collection, not for his own driving pleasure, and not to give to anyone. Rather, it was to be able to form a team for himself to accomplish the task set by his father. This mission is about whether or not he can actually get the inheritance and become the king of the Kingdom of South Aria. It's a matter of immense urgency. One could even say that this is the most important thing for Chris right now. He didn't want to delay even a single moment, and every minute wasted made Chris feel like a minute of his life had truly passed. It's been an hour. Chris frowned, impatience hidden among his gaze. During this time he asked people here from time to time when Qin Feng could arrive and when he could see the new car. But these people don't give him a definite reply at all, just stalling. Some of them can't even speak clearly. Some people said Qin Feng was sick while others said Qin Feng had gone on a business trip. When he asked why Qin Feng didn't keep the other iron armor cars at the company, these people continued to give very different answers. Chris wasn't a fool. How could he not see such an obvious problem? If it wasn't for the concern for Qin Feng, maybe he would have exploded by now. But precisely because of Qin Feng's presence, precisely because he had to get Qin Feng's car, he could only endure. Bang! The door of the parlor was suddenly pushed open from outside, and immediately afterward, Lu Neng immediately walked over from outside with a step. Chris subconsciously got up from the sofa with a smile on his face, thinking that he could see Qin Feng's familiar face again. But alas, the one who walked through the door was still only Lu Neng. The smile on Chris' face froze instantly, but before he had time to wait for him to ask the question, Lu Neng greeted him with a big smile, and said as he held Chris's hand, "Go, go, go, I've already booked the hotel. It's not easy for His Royal Highness to come on such a trip. First of all, we have to give His Royal Highness a reception before he can do so. This time I've ordered the best wine. It's unique to our great Han Kingdom. It's not the same as those foreign wines and red wines. Your Highness must try it before you do." After saying these words, Lu Neng immediately lowered his voice again and came to Chris's ear to explain. "My nephew Qin Feng really isn't feeling very well today. I went over to look for him and he's still lying in bed. He can't even leave the house. I originally wanted to have my Qin Feng's son come directly over to meet you, Your Highness the Prince, but my nephew has been in poor health since he was a child. And now that he's had a sudden onset of illness, I'm really heartbroken as well." Lu Neng's face was filled with a tangled expression, speaking as if it were true. "Perhaps you don't know, Your Royal Highness, that my nephew Qin Feng is a natural talent, though, and has had a strong talent in research and development since he was a child. But God was jealous of him. He was in poor health from birth and the doctors even said he wouldn't live to be 18. But it was only because of our careful care over the years and my nephew's resilience that he has managed to survive to this day. But now as time passes faster and faster, my nephew's body is getting worse and worse. That's not why I don't let my nephew continue to develop new cars in the company, it's because I'm afraid his body can't take it," Lu Neng said, backhanding a medical record card from behind his back and placing it down in Chris's hand. Chris flipped it over and the picture on the medical record card did indeed look like Qin Feng. It says Qin Feng's name and Qin Feng's physical condition. Chris handed the chart to one of the guards beside him. The other man studied it carefully, then said to Chris in the language of the land of Nanlia, "Your Royal Highness is true." Upon hearing this, Chris's eyes widened and his face was filled with surprise. "Mr. Qin Feng surprisingly. Originally, he didn't believe what Lu Neng said and thought that Lu Neng was finding another excuse to deceive himself. It is therefore natural to doubt the authenticity of this case. But at this point, after making sure that this medical record was real, he was worried instead. After all, this medical record is written clearly. With Qin Feng's current unpromising physical condition, it is likely that he will not even live to be 25 years old. What can be done about it? Chris immediately grabbed Lu Neng's hand. "Where exactly is Mr. Qin Feng now? Immediately take me over to see him. I want to ask the best doctor in the world to heal him." Couldn't help that Chris wasn't in a hurry. In public, he needed the car developed by Qin Feng to help him complete his mission and take the throne. Selfishly, it was the iron armor Qin Feng sold him that allowed him to save his parents' lives, allowing him to rewrite his own destiny, and also allowed him to survive that assassination. And this car Qin Feng surprisingly only charged him 5 million. A mere 5 million. You know, after learning how awesome this car, the Iron Horde, was, in Chris's opinion, a completely priceless car with an amazing value and a price tag. But Qin Feng sold it for $5 million. It's a total giveaway. That $5 million price tag doesn't even come close to matching the technology this car represents or the car itself. In any case, Qin Feng was like a lifesaver to Chris, and all the hope for Chris' future. He absolutely could not watch Qin Feng being plagued by illness, or even having to die young at the age of 25. Lu Nan was confused by Chris' words. Qin Feng's physical condition is very special. Even if you spend more money, there is no way to cure. Is the current level of medical science simply cannot do. Your Royal Highness, you may not know that this nephew of mine, Qin Feng, cannot be cured. Even if you spend more money, it can only be delayed. It can only be. Delay is enough too, Chris said with incomparable firmness. To someone as great as Mr. Qin Feng, someone with this kind of talent, to be able to live in this world for one more day is the value of the entire world. To be able to keep Mr. Qin Feng alive for one more day, no matter how much money I spend, I'm willing. This was so loud that Lu Nan froze. He couldn't understand Qin Feng at all. Was that kid's car really that good? If he hadn't seen Qin Feng being born with his own eyes, he might even have suspected if Qin Feng was another illegitimate child of the king of this Middle Eastern country. But the main thing at hand right now wasn't how Qin Feng's car was. Instead, we need to deal with the Chris in front of us first. After all, he couldn't let Chris actually go see Qin Feng. And just as Lu Nan was thinking about what he was going to come up with to deal with Chris, a silent guard in a suit suddenly walked through the door. The eyes first looked at Lu Nan, and then directly walked to Chris's side and whispered something in his ear. The atmosphere in the parlor came down slightly, and all eyes were focused on Chris and the guard at his side, especially Lu Nan, because Lu Nan Feng clearly saw this guard staring at himself, and that glance contained extremely complex emotions. Although Lu Nan wasn't sure why the guard had to give himself a look like that. Nor was he clear on what was contained in that look, nor did he know what exactly it was that the guard was telling Chris at this very moment. But myself and his sixth sense told him that what was happening right now might not be a good thing. As expected, after hearing the guard's whispers, Chris's expression, which was originally quite calm and even carried some concern for Qin Feng, instantly became grave. Immediately after that, his eyebrows began to furrow together, and an anger visible to the naked eye slowly appeared on Chris's face, and it was all captured with precision by Lu Nan. Lu Nan instantly blinked. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, trying to do everything he could to guess at this moment what exactly Chris had heard, and how he should respond later. This was of course because he had a ghost in his heart. Otherwise it was naturally impossible for him to be as vain as he was now. When the guard finally finished his words, Chris nodded his head gently and turned his head towards Lu Nan again. Lu Nan immediately squeezed out a smile on his face. What's wrong, Your Royal Highness? And at this moment Chris no longer had the slightest smile on his face. Mr. Lu Nan. Chris also still opened his mouth, his tone unusually serious, as if there was a volcano in the middle of his chest that was about to erupt. He no longer addressed very politely Lu Nan as Mr. Lu, but called him by his name. I think you need to explain that to me, Chris said word for word. Since you've already fallen out with Mr. Qin Feng, there's no way you're going to come up with the car I need. So why are you wasting my time here? Are you guys thinking that my time, like yours, is so worthless that you have time to play these boring games with you here? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire inside of the parlor immediately fell silent, and even the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. Those guards around Chris were glaring angrily at Lu Nan and the others, as if they were going to press them to the ground and shoot them to death in the next moment. The group of executive shareholders behind Lu Nan, on the other hand, had their jaws dropped, and they had absolutely no idea how this news had leaked out, much less how the prince in front of him knew. And Lu Nan. At this moment, the smile on Lu Nan's face had long since frozen. His face was in the middle of a twilight state. His heartbeat had already reached its limit, and his mind was racing inside his head, constantly thinking of ways to cope with the difficulties in front of him. But alas, what was once a lucid head was now acting as if it was completely out of whack. Unable to think of anything, Lu Nan used all his strength to tug at the corners of his mouth and let out a laugh. But the sound that came out was tinged with a sobbing tone. He tried to explain, but there was no way to pop a word out, because he suddenly realized something. One has been blinded by the $100 billion, and one has been wondering what one can get after doing so, but never thought about what he would be facing if he was found out about these behaviors. Is this a price one can afford? Even if he himself was from the Great Han Kingdom, even if Chris was only the prince of the South Lia Kingdom, it seems like a windfall. It was also completely impossible for Chris to do anything to himself with his status as a son of the king of South Aria, much less violate the laws of the Great Han Kingdom. But even so, Is there really nothing Chris can do? Does he really have nothing to give? If not, then can he really afford the price he will have to pay when the time comes? Chris just stared so closely at Lu Neng in front of him. That face, which was still quite clean, seemed to be carrying endless pressure at this moment, plus the taller guards behind them. It even gave Lu Neng an almost suffocating feeling all of a sudden. Mr. Lu Neng, you're thinking it's fun to lie to me, aren't you? Chris suddenly let out a laugh, followed by a sharper gaze and colder eyes. But have you thought about the cost? He raised his head and looked at all the shareholders and executives behind Lu Neng. Have you people ever thought about the price you need to pay for deceiving me? It wasn't just Lu Neng now. Behind Lu Neng, all the shareholders and executives, including Zhou Jingxiong, were all anxious at once. That's no small thing. That's a price they can't really afford to pay. Your Highness, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Prince, please don't be impulsive. This matter really has nothing to do with me. I'm reporting that all of this was done by Lu Neng. That day Lu Neng invited us to dinner before he said he wanted to get Qin Feng out of the country. And lying to you today was also something Lu Neng wanted us to do. I didn't do anything at all. You guys TMD. What's going on? What are you afraid of? What can he, a prince of another country, do to this prince of our country? Can he still use lynching? That's it. I'd like to see what you can make us pay. All of a sudden the people behind Lu Neng one by one. The ground is deserted. The mouth is not a word. Say anything. Lu Neng hurriedly stopped it. And opening his mouth, he assured like Chris, Your Royal Highness, I don't mean to lie to you. I assure you that I will definitely get Qin Feng here. But naturally, Chris wouldn't believe him again. This guard he had sent out happened to be able to understand Dahanese. The conversation between Qin Feng and Lu Neng, which had taken place earlier, was heard loud and clear. Although he still didn't know what had happened in its entirety, Chris had a vague idea of the whole thing and what was going on at the moment. He knew right in front of him, there was absolutely nothing more these people could do to help him. Instead, staying with these people, there was a possibility that Qin Feng would hold a grudge against them. This was something he would never allow to happen. Chris then quietly waited for them to finish their words, and at the end gave Lu Neng a deep look, leaving behind a sentence, I will now go over to find Mr. Qin Feng myself. As for the fate of you people, it is up to Mr. Qin Feng to say so. If Mr. Qin Feng agrees with me to spare your lives, then I will let you go. If not, he looked at Zhou Jingxiong, who had just screamed the loudest among the group behind Lu Neng, and let out a cold smile. Don't you want to see what kind of price you need to pay after offending me? Then you will know. Let's go. Chris waved his sleeve and led a group of escorts straight away. He was indeed very angry, but right now he didn't have the time to waste on this trash like Lu Neng. He had to find Qin Feng as fast as possible. Other side. Qin Feng is at home and has just finished eating. Xiao Li, the young secretary, packed up the dishes while saying with a sad face, Mr. Qin, are we really not going to consider Mr. Lu's proposal? Do you think that old man would really just casually give back the benefits he got his hands on? Something must have gone wrong for him to do that. If I go back now and continue to control the company like this, I might end up in jail in a couple days. Qin Feng casually replied while thinking about himself. Xiao Li was full of skepticism after hearing this. It's not that exaggerated. Qin Feng replied. There must be Before this morning could you have thought that they would use such means to take the company away from me? Li pouted, somewhat speechless, because what Qin Feng said was the truth. He silently packed up the dishes and took them to the sink to wash them, after which he sat down next to Qin Feng, hesitated for a long time, and still said with some concern, But aren't you in need of money right now? What are we going to do if we have no money at all? Don't worry too much if you know. I've got it covered anyway, Qin Feng said, slammed his thigh, TMD. Last time to buy my car that guy, TMD in the end ran where to go? How so long has not seen him back? This kid will not drive my car back after the garage did not open again, right? It doesn't make sense. That kind of guy who could shell out $5 million for a car in one go just for the sake of face. But Qin Feng needed it very much. It turned out that the man had disappeared as if he had bought the car and then disappeared. It's not scientific. Is something wrong? Qin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. But just then, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Just when Qin Feng thought that Lu Neng had come to his door again, a strange voice with some familiarity came over. Mr. Qin Feng, may I ask if Mr. Qin Feng is home? Qin Feng first froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, an image emerged from his memory. His face immediately showed the color of ecstasy, glanced at Xiao Li, full of excitement, the wrongdoer. No, the person who sends money is here. Qin Feng took a step and walked to the front door. Immediately, he saw that Chris was standing there respectfully with more than 10 guards, not even daring to enter the threshold. That cautious look even made Qin Feng think of Liu Bei, who was looking at his 3 flanks. Ha ha, It's not. Qin Feng was about to say hello, but suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten, or hadn't known the other party's name since the beginning, so it was instantly jammed. Chris, however, naturally doesn't care about some of this. After all, he made a mistake then too, because he looked down on Iron Horde. He did not leave his business card for Qin Feng, nor did he chat with Qin Feng for more than a couple of minutes. If it wasn't like this, then this time when he came to the Great Han country, he wouldn't have been deceived by those people from Lunang, making such a big mess and wasting so much time. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm here to buy a car from you. Chris immediately bowed to Qin Feng, with a look that was as respectful as it could be, truly like a student who had come over to go to school. Even the guards following Chris were a little hard to look at. Rushing up in a hurry, he tried to help Chris up. At the same time, the few people who stood unmoving also blared angrily at Qin Feng. The guard who had followed Lu Ning earlier and spoke Dahanese even stood out and said to Qin Feng, "Introducing Mr. Qin. The one standing in front of you right now is the fourth prince of our King Nanya kingdom, one of the heirs to the throne." This was because when he had come over beforehand, Chris had warned these guards that they must treat Qin Feng respectfully, so even if they were upset in their hearts, these guards didn't dare to show it, much less say anything unpleasant. One can only think of throwing out Chris' identity. After all, you are the son of a king. If Qin Feng had known about this news, he shouldn't have been as braggadocios as he was now. Who knows that when Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened with disbelief. Prince? He looked at Chris and laughed. Really? What kind of car did you? A prince? Run to that car show to buy before? You're not lying to me, are you? Chris started with a dark glare at a couple of the guards, quite displeased with their behavior, and only then have looked to Qin Feng, very helplessly shook his head. Before in the family is not favored, completely excluded, or because of the purchase of Mr. She knew that car back after the sweat and tears, which only got the current inheritance. As soon as those words came out, the guards behind Chris, too, were all dumbstruck, even a little skeptical. It's fucking. That said, is that something that can be said? Is that really something you can take out and just say? They simply suspected that this prince of their own family was not very good in the head. This is something that does exist. But even before, when Chris wasn't taken seriously, no one had the guts to bring this out in the open. It's all considered a royal secret. In the South Lia Kingdom, even if ministers casually discussed such things, if they were caught, they would be warned. But now, something so secretive. How dare Prince Chris just take it to an outsider and say it so openly? And more importantly, the main character in it is Chris himself, and there's no honor in this, is there? What kind of a person reveals his own faults? The guards were so shocked they felt like people were going to be stupid, but because of the warning Chris had given them earlier and the displeasure he had just expressed, again, it made them not dare to say anything more at all, and they were only able to stand in place in silence and helplessness. While Qin Feng heard this, the expression on his face became serious. He slowly took a step and walked up to Chris, carefully sizing him up from head to toe before saying with a surprised look on his face, "Brother, you're not kidding, right? Dare I say you're really a prince? As good as fake." Chris also laughed and even took out his own ID card from the country of South Lia. He himself didn't know why. Maybe it was just because of that iron armor, or maybe it was because he knew that he was begging Qin Feng. All in all, he felt very cordial when he saw Qin Feng now, as if he could say anything. It was also very comfortable and cordial with Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared closely at Chris's identification for a while before withdrawing his gaze, and then had to shake his head with a look of amazement. Bull. Of course there still wasn't much respect to be seen on the face or expression, not to mention the fear and awe like Lu Nang and the others. Qin Feng took it all in stride. He only wants to work on systems now, only on R&D. If it doesn't work out, there are only so many years left to live. There's no need to grovel to anyone. By the way, you're here to buy my car, right? Qin Feng quickly got to the point. Yes. Chris' face also turned serious and said to Qin Feng with a plea, "I hope to be able to get Mr. Qin to buy all the cars he produces in the future. No matter how much money Mr. Qin needs, I'll do my best to pay for it." "That's good. But let's look at the car first. Although you have money, but I'm not going to screw you." Without saying a word, without even asking if Chris had eaten, Qin's father pulled the other man toward the huge basement under his house. Or I'd say we're meant to be. He just needed the money to activate the next thing in the system. Still thinking about buying 2 patents out to get the money together. This Chris just happened to catch up. It had to be a destiny. Fate indeed. Chris nodded back, echoing with approval. But the fate he was talking about was obviously different from what Qin Feng was talking about. The two came to the basement. As soon as Qin Feng turned on the lights, a room full of technology with all kinds of equipment, all kinds of parts, made Chris and those guards behind him stare in astonishment. Shocked beyond words, Qin Feng didn't have any sense of secrecy about these equipment and parts and other things he had. To put it bluntly, these things are too advanced. It was many notches above the technological level of this world. Even if these people were allowed to see it, they couldn't do anything other than talk bull. Even if they were stolen, there was no telling how much effort they would have to put in to study through them. If Qin Feng hadn't been systematically helped, it would have been impossible to create and utilize these instruments. It's not even recognizable. Like right now, for example, running off to ancient times with a state-of-the-art cell phone for the ancients. Would the ancients have just thought it might be a box? Or a brick? A girl might use her cell phone screen as a vanity mirror. But they did it without any guidance from anyone. Without a newbie tutorial or guidelines. It's simply not possible to be flexible and comfortable with a cell phone. Because in ancient times even many of the words were different from modern times. And on tech proprietary text. What Qin Feng uses is similarly generationally different from today's scientific community. My God, what is all this stuff? This is also amazing. My God, pinch me, tell me I'm not dreaming. Listening to these people's lack of vocabulary, Qin Feng felt some pity for them. Can't even say crouch. Such a life would be too monotonous. He tapped the shoulder of Chris beside him, snapping the other man out of his shock. Well, stop gawking at the parts. There's what you want. Qin Feng pointed at the two behemoths placed in the middle of the basement, only to see two cars, with metallic luster emanating from their bodies and strange shapes, as if they were two ancient beasts caught in a deep slumber, were steadily parked where they were. Chris's eyes were instantly drawn to the two cars. Exactly the same, not the slightest difference. This is the Iron Horde. It was the iron armor he wanted, the one he was driving, and two at a time. Chris immediately rushed over and ran his hands over them, a smile finally breaking out on his face after determining, on the surface of both cars, that this was the real thing and not some PowerPoint projection. Qin Feng watched as the other party stroked the bodywork with his hands as if he was caressing the thighs of a beautiful woman, and a desultory smile appeared on his face, even a little suspicious of the man's sexual proclivities. Well, do you want to go in and take a look? It's the same price as before. $5 million for one car, and together we'll give you a friendly price of $10 million. Pay up and drive away now. Qin Feng said. This basement of his house has access to the driveway outside. Otherwise there was no way he could have gotten those parts and those two cars in. Qin Feng's words, on the other hand, caused those guards behind him to be taken aback. These guards are the king's own guards, so it's more or less insider knowledge. Know how Chris got the old king back, and in the time spent with Chris, they had some knowledge of the car, the Iron Horde. Although they hadn't experienced it firsthand, they more or less knew how powerful this vehicle called the Iron Horde was. But what did Qin Feng say just now? Only $5 million? Such an awesome car, and it's only selling for $5 million? This is a car that can single-handedly go through mines in a terrorist base, carry bullets and shells into the middle of the base, and get people out safely. I can't believe it's only $5 million? A tank costs more than that, doesn't it? Tanks don't go as fast as this car. They even wondered if they had misheard. Chris still reluctantly stroked the sound of the two iron armor cars. After hearing Qin Feng's words, he directly shook his head. $5 million? No way. Absolutely not. Qin Feng froze for a moment, thinking that this guy was going to haggle, and the guards felt even more surprised. Look at the somewhat complicated expression on Chris's face. Originally, I thought that this young prince I was following was an authentic and honest man. I didn't realize it was so shameless. They want to sell you such a good car for $5 million, and you still can't do it, and you want to haggle? That's a little too much. Brother Chris, you're being a bit unkind. It was $5 million before and it's still $5 million now. Are you still too expensive? Isn't that bullying an honest man? Look at this. There's no iron armor here. This is all iron armor that I built with my own hands. I'm still too expensive for you. Qin Feng looked at Chris with an expression of "you kid is not thick." In fact, he was a bit puzzled. It was logical that Chris was the prince of a Middle Eastern resource giant. Before, when there was no inheritance, the pocket money was tens and tens of millions of dollars. How come you haven't seen me for a few days? Does this still look like a prince with an inheritance? The guard behind him who could understand the big man's words heard Qin Feng's words, and at this moment, he only wanted to nod his head. He wanted, so badly, to lean over and whisper in Chris's ear, "Prince, stop. It's not expensive to sell this car for $5 million. Too bad it can't be said." In the face of morality and loyalty, he chose loyalty after all. If the master is shameless, those of them who are subordinates can only follow suit. Ha 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 ha. Chris suddenly burst out laughing. He turned his head to look at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with divine light as he said with a sincere expression, "Mr. Qin, how can you think of me like that? Am I that kind of person? I see you're not." Of course I'm not. Chris laughed, reached out and patted these two brand new iron armor beside him. His expression became serious, and he said with a serious face, 5 million is too cheap. It doesn't even match the value of these two cars. Even if this would give me a great advantage, I can't move past this in my mind. Tell you what, Mr. Qin, I'll say a number. 30 million for one car. But, before Qin Feng could react, Chris continued, I hope that this $30 million is just a friendly price for my private person, because in my mind, the price of this car is much more than that. If ever this car will be sold to a second person besides me, I hope that you, Mr. Qin, will raise the price to $50? 000. Chris spoke eloquently. Now what BMW, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, those car factory produced those garbage can be sold for 30 million, 40 million. Mr. Qin, how can you sell your car for only $5 million? This is not only an insult to these two iron armors, but also an insult to your amazing intelligence. Mr. Qin, I even feel like I'm insulting the car by coming up with $30 million right now and buying an iron horde. Then you might as well let the insults come thick and fast. Qin Feng couldn't help but have such a thought rise in his heart. At this time, Qin Feng, there was just one thought. How else can we say that they are a Middle Eastern resource giant? Look at the level of talk. High. It's really high. Qin Feng incomparably solemnly patted Chris's shoulder with an expression that said, no problem, since you said $30 million, elder brother Ko, then I'll charge you the $30 million. It would be an insult for me to charge you a dime less for two cars for $60 million, ready to be packed and driven away. Although his mouth was joking, Qin Feng's heart was growing more and more agreeable to this Chris person. From the previous conversation, Chris obviously knew that he had now let those people from Lunang kick out of the company. It is at a time of greater distress and lack of money. You can also see it in this basement as well as the old house. Chris, however, didn't take advantage of the time to capitalize on the fire. Instead, they remain very respectful and are willing to pay more for the car. The moment Chris's status in Qin Feng's mind had completely changed from an ingrate to a person worth befriending. Earlier when Chris had just come over, he had said that he was willing to buy all of Qin Feng's cars after him. At that time, Qin Feng didn't take the words seriously. But now this performance by Chris, yet it also made Qin Feng feel, why not? Qin Feng called Shaoli over and the two of them quickly went through the formalities. It didn't take long for the two brand new Iron Hulks to become Chris's cars. At the same time, the $60 million was also credited to Qin Feng's account at the same time. In this parallel world, most of the transactions are done online. Each one is thoroughly documented. And by the end of each year, a tax amount is given based on each person's transactions as well as their income. And it's only at that point that taxes are paid. And Shaoli will do all this for Qin Feng. So now Qin Feng didn't need to worry about these problems at all either. He looked at the $60 million stated in his account and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally have money to recharge again. And you don't have to break out some of your own patents to take them out and sell them. And next to Chris, while paying 50 million more. However, the smile on his face was even more excited than Qin Feng. To know, previously, just one iron armor was able to save his parents from hundreds of well-armed terrorist organizations. And now with the one he already had, he had a full 3 iron armor, totally enough to form an iron triangle. In Chris's own experience, if we hadn't met that devastating weapon, the 3 cars themselves are able to go almost anywhere in this world. But, to really deal with that terrorist organization and perfectly complete the task that Father has given us, only these 3 cars are still not enough. Chris didn't have much power in the first place and didn't have many people under him. All that was around was this escort that his father had given him. One less dead. That's why Chris wants to keep these escorts safe no matter what. In that case, even if only a portion of them are allowed to carry out the mission, a car can seat 2 people. It would also take at least 10 or so iron hordes to do so. Chris wasn't in a hurry to get the car out. He casually handed the formalities to the guard next to him who spoke Dahanese. And then sitting upright, he looked at Qin Feng and continued, Mr. Qin, next I need to talk to you about a very important matter. As he said that, he took out the check that he had shown to Lu Nang and the others before, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly handed the check over to Qin Feng first. I want to talk to you about a huge collaboration in the name of our country and also in my personal name. Every car you produce after that, I hope our country can have the right of first refusal. Of course if this request is too much, then I hope that, at least in addition to the Great Han Kingdom, our country, and especially I personally, will have the right of first refusal. Chris had great respect for Qin Feng, and he thought of all the possible problems. For example, Qin Feng was a member of the Great Han Kingdom, so he definitely had to focus on his own country. Even if Qin Feng didn't do so, as long as the Great Han Kingdom added some slight restrictions from it, then his cooperation with Qin Feng wouldn't be that easy. So in any case, the Dahan state is something that must be considered. And, for Chris, and for their nation of Southlia, the entire Middle East is now divided in all directions. And there are all sorts of outside forces stirring things up. Right now, the power of the nation of South Aria is not enough to take it to the stage and do battle with the entire world. So, in fact, as long as Qin Feng agrees, among the entire Middle East, as well as among those external forces related to the Middle East, rank the South Lia country in the first place. Send him Chris at number 1. All perfectly acceptable to Chris. Of course there's no problem. My old buddy, Qin Feng fussed, patting Chris on the shoulder. He had originally just wanted to spend his time on research and development. Now that we have a steady client like Chris, then he didn't want to waste any time on anyone else, Qin Feng thought. And then, once again, in his heart, he lamented the wealth of these resource powers. That's a whole $100 billion. That's if it can all be taken out and charged into the system at once. Definitely able to unlock the entire mechanical classification altogether and successfully unlock the creature classification after that. At that point his body might be saved. That's great. After receiving Qin Feng's promise, Chris also immediately became excited. He hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said with incomparable earnestness, Mr. Qin Feng, truth be told, I have a very difficult mission right now, and I urgently need 10-20 iron hordes. Qin Feng was thinking about how far this 100 billion could develop the system. As soon as he heard that he froze straight away. 10 to 20 cars? He gave Chris a somewhat surprised look, and was going to ask the other man what he wanted so many cars for. But then it occurred to me that it might be the other person's privacy. And more importantly, he can't get that many cars. Let's not talk about taking another 10 to 20 iron hordes. Even if he asked Qin Feng to take out one more he couldn't. All of his time was next to be spent in learning about the next technologies of the system. And as fast as possible, the second car, the energy car, the Panda, was developed. There was no way he was going to waste his time on the matter of mass-producing iron armor. Not to mention that it is worth $100 billion. Not even $1.000 billion. So Qin Feng simply didn't ask any more questions and directly told his situation. It was only then that Chris also recalled what he had seen earlier at Lu Nang's place, regarding Qin Feng's medical history. After realizing that Lu Nang had deceived himself, he had originally subconsciously assumed that all those things were fake. But at this moment, he heard Qin Feng say these words himself. Chris realized that Qin Feng's life had really reached such a precarious point. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will definitely find the best doctors in the world to treat you next, Chris said. He is not exaggerating, but he is indeed able to do this. No exaggeration. In this world, if money can do something, they all can do it. However, Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, patting Chris's shoulder and explaining, it's useless. If you want to save my life, you can only rely on myself. While it may seem like I'm working on a car right now, I'm actually laying the groundwork for healing my body. Technology is all interoperable. One day I'll put my R&D into biology. Just try to come up with a result before I die. It might just save my life. It's not like he hasn't been to a good doctor. Back then, my father took the original one, Qin Feng, around to seek medical treatment. He has also traveled to various countries in search of famous doctors. They even went inside many ravines and wild places to look for old herbalists who were not hidden. Even tried superstitious methods. But alas, none of the doctors had the means to treat Qin Feng. With the current medical means, there was even no way at all to figure out what condition Qin Feng's body was in. All those medicines Qin Feng was taking now were also all treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Back then for Qin Feng's body, father doesn't know how much it cost. But it's not about money at all. Even if Chris, the prince, was any richer, there was nothing he could do to help him. Because it's something that money just won't fix. Only advances in technology can save them. And the only thing Qin Feng relied on was the Omnitech system in his head. After passing through the mechanics phase, we enter the biology phase. If even among systems that are tens or even hundreds of years ahead of the world today, none of them were able to save his life, then there is no one else in the world who can help him. After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, the basement was uncharacteristically quiet. Even that guard behind Chris had a somewhat heavy face. He had to recognize Qin Feng, who was a person who was gifted and talented to the point of being astounding. But there is such a body line. Is this heaven's jealousy? He thought to himself. Ha ha. Qin Feng looked at Chris, who had lowered his head and was silent, and suddenly burst out laughing. He resubmitted the check for $100 billion back in his hand. Since there's no way to mass produce it for you, I certainly can't take this money, but I'm preparing to develop an even more awesome car next. So if you're interested, you can come over and take a look then as well, and still sell it to you at a friendly price. Qin Feng was ready to send off the guests after he finished speaking. Having just gotten that 60 million, he couldn't wait to rush into the system, unlock new technologies, and continue climbing his tech tree. Chris cupped the check in his hand and tried several times to reshove it back into Qin Feng's hand, but he can't do that. The money in this check is not his pocket money, nor is it at his disposal. This was equivalent to the base funding for the cooperation between the entire South Liao country and Qin Feng. Even for their entire country, it's considered a pretty significant amount of money. You can't just spend like 5 or 6 million or tens of millions of dollars like you did before. Of course he wanted to give all this money to Qin Feng, but once that happened, he couldn't get anything out when he returned home. It will be impossible to account for it. When the time comes, he will surely face an attack from the 3 elder brothers and the forces behind them. The inheritance that was so hard to get will probably be lost for nothing. But he also knew that Qin Feng really needed money. You definitely need more money if you want to climb the technology. Moreover, Qin Feng's high scientific research was to save his own life. For a moment Chris was in a dilemma. And just then, the guard next to him saw Chris' hesitation. He immediately took a step forward and stood by Chris's ear and said, "Your Highness is actually not without a solution." Chris immediately looked up at the other man when he heard, "What solution?" This guard was silent for a moment before he said to Chris in the language of the South Liao country, "Since Mr. Qin doesn't have time for mass production, then we'll build a factory for Mr. Qin and help him mass produce. All Mr. Qin needs to do is to continue his research and development and then agree to pass on his technology to us so that we can develop it. Of course, Mr. Qin's technology will definitely be the major part of such a cooperative approach. So Mr. Qin can fully get 80% of the proceeds. And this factory can also be completely funded by us, and everything will be planned by us, but most of the shares as well as the rights and interests of the factory will just be given to Mr. Qin. That means what Mr. Qin needs to do is just to compile the required technology into a document or a book, or even if he is not sure, he can get an AL assistant and store all this information on the AL assistant, or let someone he trusts manage the technology and knowledge. This escort was very thoughtful. He knew very well that Qin Feng's technology was the thing of greatest value. And all they need is the finished product. So in order not to offend Qin Feng, it was even proposed that they could refrain from touching Qin Feng's technology. And based on this, they funded and contributed to help Qin Feng build a brand new factory from scratch. But in reality, they don't lose out that way. Try asking. All mass production of vehicles is done by them. What other power in this world can get a car faster than them? Hardly, because it would have been the equivalent of their own car. And that's the biggest goal for Chris as well as the king of the kingdom of Mary. This guard grabbed the main thing and curbed his greed. Thus an extremely constructive comment was made. Chris sniffed and also instantly felt that this approach was worth a try. Immediately pulling the escort to Qin Feng's side, "Mr. Qin Feng, this is the wise man in my escort team. I'll call him Uncle Light. Regarding the matter of the Iron Horde vehicle production, Uncle Light has come up with a solution." At Chris's gesture, Uncle Guang immediately repeated what he had just said as it was in large Chinese. However, after he finished speaking, Chris suddenly spoke out. "Of course the split in this I think we can still renegotiate, or even if we only need 10% it's fine." To show his sincerity, Chris continued, "I won't hide it from Mr. Qin Feng. What we need most is actually the finished car. Our goal at the beginning was also just to get as many finished cars as possible and to stop other countries and powers from getting them. Even if you, Mr. Qin, are willing, you can take 95% of the proceeds. We only need 5%. As long as we can ensure that we can get the car we want at the first time, at the most costly price. And just make sure that the other forces we don't want him to get the car don't get it." Chris thought it through. They originally came to buy a car. And every one of Qin Feng's cars could be called priceless, put on the market. Others do not know how much this car can actually be worth, completely depending on how much Qin Feng wants to charge. And it was still a difficult thing to ensure that Qin Feng would not sell it to someone else. After all, if you can afford to pay, so can they. The resource giants in the Middle East do sound as if they are strong. Seems rich, but really, it's a competition for the bottom line, for the entire treasury. A behemoth like pretty country is something they simply can't compete with. And now, there is such an opportunity. It could allow them to be incomparably tied to Qin Feng. It is equivalent to Qin Feng producing their own car. They are perfectly capable of getting what they want in the first place. They can even all have a little say in who exactly they sell to as well. Perfectly realized. All the tasks they came over for this time, and it's still somewhat profitable. That's already considered a big profit. How could Chris make Qin Feng feel bad in his heart for such a small gain? It's natural to make a profit. It's still the same. Other people have money just as well. But Qin Feng, there is only one in this world. Perhaps it's because it's so easy to get money by digging up resources and selling them. People like Chris and the others actually have a clearer perception of things like money instead. They know that money is nothing but a game of finance. And like Qin Feng and the technology in Qin Feng's head, and Qin Feng's brain, which is worth thousands of dollars, that's what's really priceless. Thousands of dollars. But not everyone has the same perception as Chris. These words he just said directly made the guard next to him, Uncle Guang, instantly widen his eyes. And the person was dumbfounded. Just bought a car and haggled the price of 5 million apiece down to 30 million apiece. That's even so. And now you're going to give away all the 20% you could have gotten? Where's the reverse haggling? That's no way to bargain. My prince! Ignoring the expression on the face of the guard, Uncle Guang, who simply wanted to cry out at this moment, Qin Feng looked at Chris with some surprise. He naturally understood what Chris had just said. To summarize, it's $1,000 for a bone. Expressions of good faith. But I have to say, Chris, this sincerity is still quite in place. At least Qin Feng is very heartfelt. But there is something about the mass production of this car of iron armor. It's really not as simple as Chris, and the wise guy next to him, thinks. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, Elder brother Ko, do you know how I built all three of these cars? Chris thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood up and patted the body of the iron armor while opening the front cover and looking at the various parts that were tightly packed inside. Except for a few essential parts, everything else that can be built manually was basically all built manually by myself. He turned his head to look at Chris and re-emphasized, that is to say, except for those of the simplest craftsmanship and manufacturing, all of the higher-end production development of everything and the piecing together of the parts was all done by me alone. Do you know why? Chris shook his head. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stretched out his index and middle fingers and gently tapped his brain, because of knowledge. The biggest difficulty in mass-producing this car, the Iron Horde, is not in the workers' factories and all that stuff, but in the knowledge. I totally agree with the set of methods you just described, and it doesn't even have to be that much of a hassle to get any assistance, or people I trust. I'm perfectly capable of giving you all the skills and knowledge associated with this car. Just sign an agreement. It's a legal system now, and there's no way you can say you're going to take what you've got and run with it. But that's the problem, even if I teach you, you won't learn, and that's the key. Qin Feng frowned and shook his head. I don't know if anyone will actually be able to learn, and I don't have that much time to teach them. Qin Feng was not sensationalizing or boasting. Rather, this is the case. If he didn't have the help of the system and the presence of that one system-given talent, trying to make these three iron armor with just my own brain, I'm afraid it's going to take a decade or more. Learning also takes time, even if the knowledge is readily available. You want to learn to understand it and integrate it. It also takes a lot of time. And more importantly, talent. These words immediately dumbfounded Chris, as well as Uncle Light beside him. Their first reaction was to think that Qin Feng was deliberately exaggerating, but immediately afterward, they looked at all the instruments inside this basement, and all kinds of parts they had never seen before. The data on those electronic displays in various styles, even if they were put in front of them, they couldn't understand them. All of a sudden, they felt again as if what Qin Feng said was indeed the truth. Qin Feng smiled and patted Chris's shoulder. Tell you what, anyway, you guys have money and resources, so if you want to start a company, feel free to do so. I will work hard with you guys to come up with the skills and knowledge, but I would never waste too much time mass-producing iron armor on it. I don't want 95% so much for the split, just 90%. The technology one provide is worth those splits. I do have a suggestion though. You need to get as many highly intelligent people over as possible. Otherwise a random factory simply won't build anything. Of course, even if a highly intelligent person came over, they wouldn't necessarily be able to replicate the Iron Horde exactly. But Iron Pillar has 8,000 if not 10,000 new technologies on this car. Pick out a few random combinations and it's a far superior contemporary car. It's still easy to make money trying. I just don't have the time to do that. By the way, I can give you a test paper later that you can take in photocopy for recruitment purposes. All that paper has to do is to get a score of 60 to show that the person is already very talented. With what Qin Feng had grasped in his mind right now, a random paper is used to test people's knowledge of mechanics and their imagination, as well as their talent for it. It's very simple. Qin Feng had already made his attitude clear with these words. Chris naturally heard it. He was silent for a moment, and then nodded. No problem. Then I'll listen to you, Mr. Qin. I will try not to waste your time. Will be all venues tools, talent raw materials resources sales channels, all the things are ready, and then come to you. If I can't find that many highly intelligent people, then I won't open this company, and I definitely won't waste your time. Right. Speaking here, Chris suddenly turned. On this prowl he came to the great summer country, after encountering Lu Nang and others, until just came to find Qin Feng. At that time the things that happened are very exhaustive, said again. And he asked, I wonder how these people are related to you now. Mr. Qin, shall I punish the lot of them? Chris has said it before. The fate of Lu Nang and the others was entirely at Qin Feng's whim. This was mainly due to the fact that Lu Nang's people were ultimately related to Qin Feng. If it was difficult for Qin Feng to part with this relationship, he could not do what Qin Feng did not want to see, even if he was no longer angry that he had been cheated. Qin Feng sniffed and frowned as he thought about it. Now that $60 million is in the bank, he's definitely going to spend all his time learning and developing systems and new technologies. There is no time to care and do anything else. But it doesn't mean he doesn't want to see Lu Nang and these people punished. Although he was stripped of control of the company at the time, there wasn't really much to lose, but more or less pissed off. So he thought for a moment and asked, if we have to punish them a bit, do you have any good ideas, elder brother Ko? Chris, on the other hand, didn't answer and just turned his head to look at Uncle Light next to him. Chris is just a prince. There are things he's good at and things he's not good at, so there is definitely a need for other people around to assist. Even the king is the same. Otherwise there would be no need for so many ministers. Uncle Light, as Chris's wise man, was hand-picked by the old king. Not only high IQ, no more wrist enough to be loyal, but also the main thing is to be able to understand the great Chinese language. More conveniently, Chris came to Dahan to perform many tasks and do things. Signaled by Chris, Uncle Guang immediately stood out, and immediately spoke with confidence about one method after another that could sanction the downfall of Lu Nang and the others. For example, using finance to get out of their production or eventual acquisition. Let them lose their money, even on the verge of bankruptcy. For example, through legal means, find a way to make them unknowingly violate something in the Torah. For example, attacking their private lives, arranging for professionals to investigate people close to them and their families, loved ones, and friends, starting with these people and weaving trap after trap for them. Various ways were listed out by Uncle Light, one by one. However, Qin Feng listened with a tight frown throughout. It's not that these approaches don't work. Rather, all of these approaches are too cumbersome, too convoluted, and more to the point, would waste a lot of time. Though none of this experience or time needs to be wasted on him. But Qin Feng always felt that investing so much time and energy, and even money, just a whole Lu, can they seem a little less worthwhile? Even the most extreme, hire a killer and directly kill Lu Nang and the others. It also costs a lot of money. In Qin Feng's opinion, the lives of Lu Nang and these people were not worth that much at all. And these are not the kind of punishments he wants. Either that or it's too lightweight. It's just that the company went bankrupt, and it would have cost him money if the company went bankrupt. Either that or even if it's a crime, you'll only be able to go in for another month or two. Either that or it's too heavy and dry. For example, hiring a killer. Even if Lu Nang and the others were killed, Qin Feng didn't feel much relief. Chris next to him also similarly felt the same way as Qin Feng, so he also frowned and asked out loud, all of these methods are too troublesome, and all of these punishments are a bit. Don't you have the kind of method that is a bit simpler and more direct, but that can make them fully feel what it means to have regrets? Uncle Wise Light frowned slightly and explained, it's mainly because this is the Great Han Kingdom. Even if we have money, there are a lot of things we can't do, especially not to violate the laws of the Great Han Kingdom, so it can only be done through some convoluted means, and the results that result aren't going to be too good. After all, we are foreigners, and then the Dahan state instead more attention and abide by the laws of the Dahan state. Otherwise the consequences may be quite serious. So, all of this plan is predicated on the fact that we have to preserve ourselves first. Qin Feng had not yet spoken. Chris heard but immediately became a little anxious, saying I can't do it in front of Mr. Qin. What's wrong with that? I was just boasting about it. Isn't that pure disgrace? If I'd known that was the case, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Chris immediately widened his eyes. Am I still helpless against a small company of theirs? I just don't believe it. Uncle Light naturally understood what Chris meant, and he certainly didn't want to embarrass his superiors. He shook his head and explained with immense seriousness. Of course that's not the case. We have ways to deal with those people anyway, even make them pay whatever they want. It's just that if I could have been given a little more time, it would have allowed me to capitalize on a few better opportunities and come up with a few better strategies. I would be able to get the worst punishment out of them by spending the least amount of energy at the least cost. Or even, let them kill themselves. We just need to watch from the sidelines and, when it counts, push them. Uncle Light looked at Chris very solemnly. Please believe me, Your Highness, I am absolutely capable of doing this. Qin Feng next to him immediately brightened his eyes upon hearing this, and immediately afterward he laughed out loud and immediately stood up. reached out his hand and patted Uncle Guang's shoulder with force, and said in a very atmospheric manner, "Well said. I have confidence in you. Then I'll leave this matter to you." Why does this person have such no sense of boundaries? Uncle Light resisted the urge to roll his eyes and did not pay attention to Qin Feng. Instead, he remained looking at Chris and bowed his head slightly, waiting for a response. In any case, they are Chris's men and must serve Chris. So no matter what kind of relationship Chris had with Qin Feng, as long as Chris didn't order him, he wouldn't bother listening to Qin Feng. And Chris also immediately reacted and looked at Uncle Guang in front of him with wide eyes. "What are you still looking at me for? Can't you see that Mr. Qin is talking to you? This is Mr. Qin's trusting you. Why don't you quickly answer?" Only then did Uncle Guang nod his head and immediately turned his head to look at Qin Feng. "Then thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin." Qin Feng waved his hand savagely without caring. All right, since there's nothing to do in this way, you guys should quickly go back first. Find a way to build the company up, and I do need the money." He couldn't wait to get stuck into the new development of the system. Qin Feng had already given his expulsion order, and after thinking about it for a while, Chris made sure there was nothing else. So at once he answered and instructed his men to drive the 2 brand new iron-armored cars, and left the old house. "By the way, Mr. Qin, this house of yours is very dated and looks well designed though, but after all, you are going to do very important research, and this house is more or less inconvenient inside the downtown area. I happen to have a convenient set of estates for experimental use, so I'll come and pick you up in a few days. What do you think?" Before leaving, Chris said this again. In fact, he certainly didn't happen to have just such an estate. Rather, "I am just about to rush out and buy it when I get back." Qin Feng was also roughly able to guess, but he didn't refuse, and with a nod he obliged. As opposed to these little things, a good research environment is even more important to him. Got 2 more brand new iron armor though. Chris, however, continued to have a heavy, somewhat less than happy expression on the return trip. He's been thinking about how he's going to go about setting up a new car company. While he does have the money, building an entire car company from scratch isn't too simple after all. And more importantly, it was those high IQ talents that Qin Feng had mentioned. In contrast, these people are much harder to find. All the time after returning to the estate he had bought earlier, Chris hadn't been able to figure out what to do about the problems. And just then, Uncle Light, who had disappeared for a while after returning, suddenly appeared next to Chris with a computer. "Your Royal Highness, this is the plan I just drew up to establish that automobile company you discussed with Mr. Qin earlier. Please go through it and see if there is anything that needs to be changed or is worth noting." Chris turned his head to look. Take the computer screen directly and there is already an extremely detailed PowerPoint. And it's very easy to understand at a glance. Everything he had just thought of on the road was encapsulated in this PowerPoint. And without any surprise, there were many more details that he hadn't even thought of. He gave it a cursory glance and was instantly and deeply impressed. "I didn't realize that you even know all this, Uncle Light." Here was some emotion. "Ha ha, just a slight dabble. In fact, we in the South Lea country often do some foreign investments, so most of these things are known," Uncle Light explained. "So that's what?" Chris nodded. "The South Lea country is not short of money at all, so most of the foreign investments that the South Lea country is actively doing should be something more secretive that the previous Chris is not qualified to know. But not anymore, now he's entitled to know." "Right." Chris suddenly brightened up. Then he picked up that test paper that Qin Feng had given him earlier and handed it over to Uncle Guang. "Uncle Light, you do this paper and see how many points you can get." It was true that it was hard to find highly intelligent people, but the most widely involved and smartest person beside himself, Uncle Light, after all, counted for one. That's why Chris had the idea. And Uncle Light didn't refuse when he heard it. Directly picking up the test paper, he did it, and he was also very interested in this test paper as well as the knowledge that Qin Feng had said. Also equally interested in what level of intelligence and ability you have reached. But after only 10 minutes or so, Uncle Light returned the test paper again with a sad face. "No," he shook his head. "This paper does not simply measure IQ, but also contains a lot of highly refined knowledge in mechanics. Unless it can be done by someone who is professionally built in this area. I'm only a layman in this field and can only answer some of these questions without mechanical knowledge. And I just made a rough estimate that the most points I could get would be in the mid-20s. When Uncle Guang said this, there was admiration in his tone in addition to helplessness. Before this he had always been somewhat skeptical of those things Qin Feng had said about IQ and knowledge. But now after seeing this paper with my own eyes, instead, all these suspicions dissipated. It's true that one shouldn't doubt that. Can build a car like the Iron Horde either? There's no need for someone like that to lie to me, Uncle Light thought to himself. And next to him, Chris frowned, slightly shocked. That little? If even Uncle Light can only get 20-something points, Then he really didn't know how high the IQ of the talents Qin Feng needed to be, just how high the IQ had to be, and it also requires very deep expertise. Where can I find such a person? It's simply too hard. Drip 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 drip. Just then, Chris's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at the screen. It was a call from a guy named Max. Look at the name. Chris froze at first. Immediately after that his eyes widened and a look of surprise appeared on his face as well. Hiss. This guy might actually be able to. He looked at the test paper in his hand once, while immediately clicking on the screen and answering the call. Hey there my prince. How have you been? Your best friend Max I. From the bottom of my heart. Hope you've been having a very good time lately. The phone has just been connected. The other end came a slightly frivolous voice tone. Sounds very lively. Chris smiled and shook his head. I'll take your word for it, Max old buddy. But it looks like you've been extremely busy lately. It seems like the last time I got a call from you was the last time. With your character of not having anything to do, there should be something you want me to help you with this time when you call, right? Let me guess. Are you short of money again and want to invest? Chris didn't say what he wanted first. Otherwise, you'll put yourself at a disadvantage in the middle of a negotiation. Although the young man on the other end of the phone named Max was quite close to Chris, and the two had met several times and had a good conversation. But relationships are relationships and business is business. Both are smart people. When they play together, naturally they cannot care about anything, but when talking about business, they still have to be pro-brothers. Oh my prince, I can't imagine that I am such a person in your heart. Do you know how much this statement of yours makes me sad? Can't I just come to you for something good? Max on the other end of the phone obviously understood this just now. Stiff upper lip refuses to tell the truth. But Chris had expected. He said slowly with a hook at the corner of his mouth. But from the information I received, you shouldn't be able to get any good news. A while ago I also just saw on the news that your new energy car has encountered technical difficulties again. And it seems that the company is going to make a scene inside. Even those capitals that invested in you before have said that they want to withdraw their capital. Could this be some kind of fake news reported by any bad media? When these words came out, Max on the other end of the phone immediately fell silent. And after a while he helplessly sighed and bitterly smiled. It's really true that nothing escapes your eyes, Your Royal Highness. Well, then I won't pretend anymore. It's true that I've recently encountered some difficulties in the company. But Your Royal Highness, please trust me on this technicality. It's nowhere near as scary and horrible as the news makes it out to be. And I've got eyebrows raised now. Just need you to take out a little bit of pocket money to subsidize me as my research and development funds. I think it won't take long for me to be able to bring you a great news. Chris didn't believe a word this guy said. He met this guy at some party 3 years ago. The first thing that has to be recognized is that Max does have the talent and ability to overcome many technical difficulties alone and build a prototype car that can only be ridden by one person. Though it's not at all what you'd call practical. But it's a tangible new energy vehicle that only needs to be recharged and can be put into use straight away. And the whole thing doesn't cost much. The main thing that has been addressed is the range. It is a huge improvement. It was also because of that one time when he saw Max demonstrating his prototype that Chris came to be interested. As I told you, Chris has always loved cars. Buying and driving all kinds of cars, and in his opinion this charging only, no gasoline thing is a total novelty. And according to Chris, one of the biggest advantages of this new energy tram is that it has a core motor. This core motor allows the entire vehicle to be a complete, intercommunicating system. It can be done intelligently, even more amazingly intelligent than an oil truck, because the powertrain and handling and other systems in an oil car are actually pieced together completely independently, but not in the tram. Chris had to admit that his own self was indeed fooled by Max at the time, so immediately took out his nearly 2 years of pocket money invested in the other side, became the other side of the most difficult period of the first bucket of gold. It also simultaneously became the second largest shareholder of Max's company, other than Max himself. Now Max's company is on the right track with more investors, but Chris still holds the second largest stake, with a full 39%, but now 3 years have passed. Max had promised a whole car early on but hadn't been able to get it out yet. It doesn't even have to be mass-produced, though the guy's mouth often says, not much longer, not much longer. But Chris wouldn't believe it again at all now, as opposed to those other investors who, like Chris, no longer believe this Max guy's full of shit. Brother Ma. Chris called Max after the way Qin Feng called himself. First of all, I need to tell you the good news that I already have the inheritance rights of the Nanglia Kingdom, and that I can now facilitate some of the Nanglia Kingdom's foreign investments in addition to my own pocket money raising. I actually want to help you. If it was before, I might have informed my parents so that he could see the results of your research and maybe throw some money your way. Max immediately became excited upon hearing this. Is this true? My Royal Highness is really congratulated. This is really a great thing. I think it's not too late. How about we go back to the country now to meet your father? I will definitely take my latest research results, and I guarantee that I will be able to open your father's eyes. By the time my car is developed and mass-produced to sell well all over the world, it will be enough to prove how insightful your vision is. Your Highness. However, Chris helplessly shook his head inside. I do want to help you, old ma, but unfortunately I can't do that right now. Why, do you have a new love? Prince, are you abandoning me? Your old love? Max was a bit incredulous and asked half-jokingly. Chris, however, nodded bluntly and admitted, that's right. The reason I was willing to invest in you before was because I thought your car was really good and I was eager to see you make it. But now even if you make the car and even make it fully automated and intelligent like you said, I don't want it anymore, because I've got my eye on another car, and all those things you were telling me about before. The intelligent automation Al assistant. All of it. This car has it all. And the car has so many other advantages that you can't even imagine. I don't need your car anymore. In fact, I am now actively contacting the developer of this car and have applied for 100 billion from my father to build him a factory and company to help him mass produce this great car. Max was dumbfounded at the words and his first thought was that Chris was lying to himself. Your Royal Highness, you should be joking with me. It's impossible, no one can do what you're saying. Even I can't do it. There's no one in this world who can do it. And I haven't seen similar related news or information on the internet at all. That's a matter of course, because the owner of this car has been just quietly doing research and development. As for whether I'm cheating you or not, the right to invest is completely in my hands. I can invest if I want to, and if I don't want to, I can't. So do you think I have to cheat you? Chris responded. Max on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then suddenly spoke. I still don't believe it. I absolutely can't believe it. Where is this car now? Where are you? Your Highness? I'm coming over to see it now. My prince, it's very likely that you've been deceived by some unscrupulous people. Don't be impulsive for a second. Don't ever give the money. I'm coming over to confront them right now. I'll come and prove it to you now. That's what Chris wanted. He immediately told Max where he was, and Max hung up instantly after taking down the details of the location, and that he would be on the move immediately and would definitely be there within 2 days at the most. Wait until the phone hangs up. It was only then that Uncle Light, who was next to him, asked Chris who was calling. Chris gave a general introduction to the man Max, and spoke his mind. If we were to manufacture a factory, a company alone, it would indeed be somewhat difficult and would waste a great deal of time. Mr. Qin is not having that much time to waste, but Max has been trying to do this all these years, and he has the best production line in the world, the highest end instruments, and a most complete factory. What's more, this person is also very capable and has a talent in this area, so I will let him try out the set of papers that Mr. Qin has just given us. See if he'll pass. Even if Max can't qualify, these things he has can do us a big favor. Chris had a calm face and analyzed very calmly. We have a lot of other things to do after that, at home and abroad, to complete the tasks given by my father, as well as to solidify my power in the country. There isn't that much time to spend on companies and factories over here, so it must be a good idea to get some professionals to come over and look at it. Believe me, I wouldn't dare say that Max is the best fit in the entire world, but among the people I know and trust, Max is definitely the best one. Uncle Guang nodded after hearing this, but still raised a question. But Your Highness, this Max, will he really agree? Will he really be willing to stand on the same side as us? If I follow what Your Highness said, this Max should be our competitor. How is he willing to give up the tram that he, with half of his life's work, has developed? What about coming under Mr. Qin and working under him, not even being your own boss? I'm worried that after he determines the truth on our end, he'll instead put more effort into his own company and make a buck while he can. That's the normal operation of their capitalists over there in the West. And Mr. Qin's side is only giving us a 10% share of the proceeds, so even if we take out half of it and give it to this Mr. Marx, he probably won't be willing to do so. Uncle Quan's concern is naturally not an unhealthy one. This is indeed the case. If you look at the situation on the surface, Qin Feng and Max are indeed competitors, and Qin Feng could even easily defeat Max. Once this truth was discovered, Max would likely turn around and suppress Qin Feng and the others in order to preserve his own interests. It's only right to find a way to save your own ass first. Technically speaking, all of Max's tram and Qin Feng's car were relatively new things. If Max's car can really be launched as usual, and earlier than Qin Feng's side, it is indeed able to make a big profit. And if you come over directly to join Qin Feng, at best, you'll only get 10%. Such arithmetic could be done by even an elementary school student. Indeed, Chris nodded. There was no denying Uncle Light's concern. But, immediately after that, he turned his words around and let out a long, slightly emotional sigh. If my understanding of this person, Max, hasn't gone terribly wrong. Then he shouldn't do what you're worried about. Uncle Light. And when he learns about Mr. Qin's greatness, he won't even need me to remind him that he'll want to follow Mr. Qin all the way. Uncle Light sniffed and frowned. I don't understand what this is for. And Chris didn't sell himself short and spoke directly. Uncle Light, do you know why Chris made these trams? To make money. Uncle Light replied. What happens after you make the money? It certainly is to earn more money. Isn't that human nature? But Chris shook his head. It's true that it's human, but it's not true for everyone. You may not believe it, but this guy, Max, his biggest dream is to go to Mars. The only reason why he made money doing the tram was also for the sole purpose of building rockets after he made the money so that he could get to Mars without any problems. Do you know why his progress has been so slow these past 3 years? Obviously getting more investment, but progress hasn't been faster. It's because he took some of the money to work on his rockets. All these things I know. And as long as he hasn't changed as a person, he's still his old self, then he'll follow Mr. Qin. Like I said, because of the people in this world who could make him successful on Mars. Given today's situation, only someone like Mr. Qin could possibly do it. After hearing these words, Uncle Light fell into silence for a long time. It certainly wasn't out of shock, but out of breathlessness. It was a long time before he asked with some uncertainty. But this chap Max, what on earth did he go to Mars for? That would be a sad story. Chris looked up at the sky outside the window and shook his head. Not continuing. And the other side. Max had just hung up the phone and immediately opened his computer to start checking the earliest flight to the Great Han country in the last 2 days. At the same time another web page was open to check up on the news from the country of South Aria. True to form, I saw that there was something about Chris. In the news, it was told that an official announcement had been made by the state of Nanglia that Chris had been given the right of succession. This means that what Chris said before was true. His pocketbook did grow. And it's possible that the $100 billion wasn't a joke. Max grew more and more anxious. He's short of money right now. He has to get his hands on the $100 billion. Go back to the airfare page. Very lucky. There's a direct flight to the Great Han Kingdom this evening. It's pricey though, going for a full 30K. But with little hesitation, Max simply placed an order for one. And just as he got up and began to pack his things for the journey to the Great Han Kingdom, his cell phone rang again. It was his secretary who called. Boss, the investors are clamoring again. You explained it to them, and they said they must have you give a deadline and tell them when they will be able to solve that previous technical difficulty. When can the car be mass-produced and made available? And that deadline must be to their satisfaction. If a deadline can't be given that is sufficient to satisfy them, or if you don't do it when you reach the deadline, then they're probably going to have to pull out because of it. The secretary sounded very anxious, but at the moment Max was more anxious than they were. Help me stall. I have something very important to do right now. Can't hold it off, boss. Stall me even if you can't stall. Give me 3 days. After 3 days I'll definitely come back and give them an answer. After saying that, Chris hung up the phone directly. He had a firm gaze. This trip to the Great Han Kingdom. That $100 billion. One is bound to get it. With that $100 billion, not only would the car be able to be developed, but his own rocket program, too, would never again lack funds. At that time, do you still need to look at the face of those investors? A bunch of insatiable old vampires who don't want to take any risks. Go to hell. Chris cursed, then instantly rushed out of the office as fast as he could. The atmosphere in the meeting hall of Hankyu Corporation is heavy. Lu Nang and a bunch of other executives and shareholders are all gathered here at this moment, all of them bowing their heads. Chris' discovery of what they were doing behind their backs and the harsh words he put down on his way out had them all extraordinarily worried. After all, he is the son of his king who can casually come up with $100 billion. Whether it was economic strength or status, it was far beyond their reach. And the presence of this Prince Chris made them realize something else. That is, they had previously flipped out with Qin Feng and stripped Qin Feng of the control of the company and his body for this matter. And it was still likely that they had really done something wrong. After all, this Prince Chris isn't a fool. And that $100 billion check isn't $1,000. They are all people with a certain amount of money. And they are much more sensitive to this thing called money. And they are much more aware of how much $100 billion really is. To put it mildly, many fairly well-known companies, both nationally and internationally, may not have $100 billion in all assets combined. And that's an asset. The market value of the stock or even the real estate, all sorts of things added together to make up one valuation. But Chris took out cash. A full $100 billion in cash. Since this Prince Chris is willing to take out $100 billion in cash to buy Qin Feng's car, it is enough to show that Qin Feng's car is indeed worth the price. It's just that they don't realize it. Or they're thinking about it wrong. That's what makes these shareholders and executives most desperate. Right now, Inside each of their heads was the thought that if they hadn't gotten into this situation with Qin Feng, without taking the management of the company from Qin Feng's mouth, if he hadn't joined Lu Nang in the courtroom to testify falsely that Qin Feng had neurological problems and thus had a vendetta, if everything is as it was before, so what should be the outcome now? If they have never been able to get that $100 billion, they have never been able to have the chance to succeed, the chance to be able to turn over to the upper class in one go. Perhaps at this moment there will not be any extra thoughts in their minds, but exactly, they were given that opportunity, but that opportunity was buried by their own hands. Drip drip drip. Suddenly a phone rings. Lu Nang got up from his seat and walked out of the conference room with his cell phone. A few moments later, he came in from outside again. Snap! Lu Nang suddenly clapped his hands, drawing all the attention of everyone in the conference room. Only at this time, Lu Nang's face had regained its calmness. He quietly looked at these people in front of him and said very seriously and firmly, "The one who just talked to me on the phone is a barrister who is very reputable and experienced in international disputes as well as international lawsuits. I have consulted his old man. We need not worry at all because of what that so-called prince said on his way out. They're foreigners, even if they're rich, they're still foreigners, and this is the Great Han Kingdom, and we're nationals of the Great Han Kingdom. If they want to use illegal means against us, they will definitely violate the laws of the Great Han Kingdom and even cause some diplomatic repercussions, so they definitely wouldn't dare to make a move on us casually. At most, they will use some underhanded means to hinder us from doing business or induce us to break some laws. As long as we're careful not to fall for it in this next period of time, we'll try to ventilate each other as much as we can. There will be no question of our safety for sure," Lu Nang said while paying attention to the faces of these shareholders and executives. Maybe others have some hope in their hearts right now, thinking about the possibility of easing relations with Qin Feng and regaining the money in the hands of that Prince Chris. However, Lu Nang was clear that this was impossible. These people hadn't been in contact with Qin Feng since they got out of the courtroom, but he had gone to Qin Feng in a tangible way, and had done everything he could to try to make things easy and get back together. Therefore, he knew that it was impossible. Qin Feng would never forgive them now, but Lu Nang also knew. One can't say that now. One can never point one's nose at these people now and tell these people to give up their illusions, because it will instead provoke these people to rebel. Let these people in turn blame everything on their own heads, and what really matters is that it will affect their unity. What just happened was a major blow. If there are further internal conflicts, then the company is really finished. Therefore, Lu Nang still smiled and made a rather unconcerned expression and said, "And you guys shouldn't feel as if we have much loss and that Qin Feng kid has taken much advantage. Each and every one of you has been in the company, and you all know what Qin Feng has done over the years. He listens to all the factories in the company, all the assembly lines, and tells these remaining workers to put all their energy into those cars of his. But how many did he build in all that time? 2 vehicles. Is it our factories, our workers and our companies, our technology that doesn't work? We all know that even if our skills are poor it's not that bad. Then why can't he build his car? Is it because he doesn't want to? Is it because he doesn't like it? Of course not. And you all know it. Because his car was never going to be mass-produced in the first place. Those cars of his had to be put together one by himself with parts he couldn't get anyone but himself to work on. Even if that prince took $100 billion to Qin Feng, could this kid get his hands on that $100 billion? That prince isn't stupid. Qin Feng can't afford to give him a car, so he can still give that $100 billion to this kid? It had to be said that Lu Nang's words hit the key point. All of a sudden, these executives and shareholders who were in the midst of contemplation were scolded and woke up. Zhou Jingxiong was the first to react, and immediately slapped his thighs and loudly responded, "That's right, what are we worried about? That kid's car really can't be mass-produced. What kind of prince can't get a car from us? He turned around and left. He even scolded us. He went to Qin Feng so he could get a car? Maybe that prince is also pointing at that Qin Feng kid's nose and cursing him right now. Look at big companies like BMW and Mercedes. Which company doesn't have a few concept cars inside? But did they sell the concept cars? Why don't you take a concept car and sell it? Is it because the users don't like it? Is it because they don't like to sell it? It's because they can't mass produce it. BMW and Mercedes-Benz of those concept cars of mass production does not come out. He Qin Feng him a person he caused him what car again bullish he can produce? Definitely also cannot Zhou Zhenxiong's words were a big help. It instantly made the eyes of the people in the conference room light up. When they thought about it, the situation did seem to be like that. BMW and Mercedes also have a concept car as usual cannot be produced, can only be taken out to see. No matter how awesome he is, can he still compare with others BMW and Mercedes-Benz? Apparently you can't. What's the saying? What makes your 10 years of study better than 3 generations of hard work? Zhou Jingxiong, on the other hand, felt that he had caught the truth of the matter at this time, and continued to speculate. I think this thing must be like this. That kid Qin Feng took a concept car and went out to cheat saying that it could be mass-produced. As a result, this prince fell for it and came to buy it with his money. Do you remember what that prince said when he first came? He'll buy as much as he can get, and he'll take all that's produced in the future. This means that his house doesn't even know that this car can't be mass-produced. I think the one who should be more worried than us right now is that Qin Feng kid instead. Lu Nang gave Zhou Jingxiong a rather surprised look. I thought to myself that this guy was surprisingly reliable this time. Even he heard the speculation. It all made sense. And common sense is indeed what it is. Even if Qin Feng was, no matter how gifted he was, he wouldn't be able to do something beyond the norm, right? There are some cars that it really just can't mass produce. Looking around at the gradually calming expressions of these shareholders and executives, Lu Nan was also finally relieved. He immediately added, "What elder brother Zhou said makes sense. And when we think about it, our current plans are actually not affected in any way. We managed to get control of the company back. And then we'll just continue to build cars according to our original plan, continue to make a lot of money and be done with it. That whatever prince came over earlier was a complete surprise, a contingency even. It's true that we didn't make those $100 billion, but what did we lose? We didn't lose anything. Indeed, we have indeed lost nothing." Finally one of them spoke up in response. "That's true. And what can he, a foreigner, do to us?" Another man picked up the conversation and said, "We're all glued to that 100 billion ya." "That's right. Even if Qin Feng can make that 100 billion all away, it does not affect us to ride. We make our car, earn our money. With him Qin Feng has nothing to do? Yes, even if he were to take 60%. Old Wang, if you can't talk, say less. Everyone's right. That what's-his-name prince wasn't even our target user in the first place." Indeed, the crowd all began to speak at once, each face lightening up with a look of dawning realization. And it was only when Lu Nang saw this that he was finally truly relieved. He immediately clapped his hands again, once again attracting everyone's attention to himself, and rode the wave of victory. "That's right, let's continue according to our plan next. Hurry up and start pushing forward." And didn't Mr. Li, who was at the Dongmen Auto Show before, say that he wanted to give us a big booth? Now that Mr. Li shouldn't know about that prince. When our meeting is over, I'll go to him right away, and make sure this booth thing is finalized first, and the contract is signed. Even if he wants to back out later, he can't back out anymore. In that case, this whole thing will still help us to some extent, and we're taking advantage of it. Mr. Lu is right. Let's do it. Indeed. Let's hurry up and start getting the production line up and building the car. We work honestly. We make our money honestly and down to earth. We don't want all that fly-by-night stuff. It is what it is. Or Mr. Lu has a long-term vision. If not for these words just now, enlightenment, it is not certain that we people will still be trapped inside the fog. I do not know when we can come out. Mr. Lu is really high. Did I, Zhou Jingxiong, not play a role? Old brother Zhou is also this. I give you a big thumbs up. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately became heated. Lu Nang also took advantage of this time to stand out again and made a concluding statement. That's right. We can't be concerned about the gains and losses of the moment, and we have to look at the long term. But as great as Qin Feng's car is, as long as it can't be mass-produced, it won't make any money. He must be able to sell 1 million. So what? 2 cars will only be 2 million. We sell one for 100,000. We sell thousands and thousands of cars a year. Do not casually earn more than him? This is the proper way to do business. And now it looks as if Qin Feng is very bullish. We'll see in a year's time and see who loses and who wins. Since I, Lu Nung, can bring everyone together to get the control of the company back, I can bring everyone together to make all the money that I should make. Rest assured, gentlemen, I, Lu Nung, will make a guarantee here that after a year, we will definitely earn 10 times more than that Qin Feng kid. No, 100 times. The words fell. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was immediately brought to a climax. Qin Feng and Chris were all of a sudden left behind by all of these people. Qin Feng naturally did not know that at this moment Lu Nang and these people were using themselves as imaginary enemies in the company's conference room. Even had to compete with him to see who made more money. Right now he's staying in the basement of his house. All of his mind was on top of the system panel in front of him. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical science and technology phase 1, total progress 100%, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 1%, recharge 500 million to fully unlock the second stage of mechanical technology and open the third stage, balance, 0, system binding talent, star of science and technology. The overall price tag for the second phase is $500 million. Unlocking 1% is 5 million. Previously, Qin Feng had already unlocked 0.1%, plus the 60,000,000 that just came in, unlocking 12%. Now he finally has a more detailed understanding of the second car Panda. It is worthy of the system. Iron armor is like this, said to do security to the extreme. Now Panda is doing the same thing, saying it wants to be energy. And it's taking energy to the extreme. Feel the onslaught of new knowledge in the center of your mind. Qin Feng's face was filled with awe. The next new energy vehicle he's developing, the Panda. Almost all of the energy he could imagine, all of it, was utilized. Electrical energy, solar kinetic energy, wind energy, water energy, chemical energy, even geothermal, etc., etc., etc. Everything that generates energy, all of them will be utilized in this car. And it all turns into energy for this car. There are also complementary relationships between many energy sources. To put it mildly, as long as the car isn't destroyed, trying to keep this energy car Panda from stopping moving altogether because of the lack of power. It's almost a luxury, though not quite to the intensity of a perpetual motion machine. But this car, however, it is a real claim that all kinds of energy are utilized to the extreme. If this kind of a car can be mass-produced, then I'm afraid that all the other cars in this world are now all unsold. Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, slightly sad. Unfortunately, these techniques given by the system are just too difficult. Even if he wanted to mass-produce it, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. In his current situation, it's just not worth it, unless someone could help him. But such people were ultimately too few and too hard to find. Someone who can take that paper he handed Chris and achieve a score of 60. I'm afraid there aren't many in this world. But the good news is, this new energy vehicle, the Panda, appears. It also made Qin Feng increase his confidence in the system once again. Wait until the second round of biology is turned on. His body must be cured. Even, he had begun to guess. Can one explore the mystery of eternal life in the midst of this system? What safety cars, energy cars, all those things are even 10,000 times more powerful. Nor is it as attractive as the word eternal life. Somewhere in an office inside a secret base somewhere in pretty country, a video was being shown on a huge screen. Just see the video in the endless desert on a body emanating a metallic luster. Peculiar shape, slightly hideous, like a beast of a strange car. It is moving forward at a very high speed. And at this point the video was sped up. Immediately afterward, the car traveled to a spot that didn't look unusual, but set off a series of explosions. There were a total of 3 people sitting in this office at the moment. Each of the men was wearing military uniforms, and none of them were old enough to be able to tell with their eyesight that it was the vehicle in the video that had triggered the mine. The video returned to normal speed, but just the next moment, the car was as if nothing had happened at all, rushing straight out of the rolling smoke and yellow sand, without even slowing down a bit. Still rushing straight ahead like an arrow from a string. Obviously this scene startled even the man who was controlling the drone in the sky, causing the drone to slightly fail to keep up, hesitating in place for a moment before flying up again as fast as it could, following closely behind the car. Then the speed of the video was sped up again, and a few seconds later one modified vehicle after another was filled with terrorists under Galio's command. Each had a variety of firearms in their hands, and it just looks quite polished. The 3 people who were sitting in the office watching the screen at this moment were more than capable of recognizing at once that the weapons in the hands of these terrorists were none other than the fine products built by their beautiful country. The terrorists in this video drove up in a car that completely surrounded the previous oddly shaped car in the very center. Then came the firing. But it's amazing. Countless bullets hit the body of that car, but did not make that car suffer even the slightest bit of damage. The next wave of those terrorists switched to armor-piercing rounds, but the result remained the same. The next wave of those terrorists switched to armor-piercing bullets, but the results remained the same. The video just plays. The terrorists switched from armor-piercing to artillery rounds again. But again, nothing. The car was like an unbelievably hard tank as it sped across the sand. And it's amazingly fast. At a later stage even the speed increased again, directly catching up with those terrorists' cars, knocking over those already modified cars one by one. But even after so many rounds of fighting, not a single bit of damage could be seen on the body of that car. At least in the middle of the video, it's not obvious at all. Soon, as an equally oddly shaped black drone flew out of the roof of that car and rushed over, after crashing all the drones recording the video, and the video ends completely. And at this moment inside this office is filled with silence. The 3 people sitting inside all looked at each other dumbfounded, their mouths slightly open but unable to say a word. After the demand, sitting in the center of the 3, looking at the rank on the uniform, it is also obvious that the position is the highest. The oldest middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth. Contact the person in charge over there. The man next to him reacted immediately. then instantly operated the keyboard and screen in his hand. Within 10 seconds, another screen lit up next to that one. But what was displayed among the screen was the face of the Middle Eastern terrorist, Gario, who had previously kidnapped Chris' parents and even shot and wounded Chris. And this is not a recorded video, but a video call together. Far away in the Middle East, Gario has obviously been ready for this for a long time. Picked up the phone just as the other person was contacting him. As soon as he saw the three people who appeared in the middle of the video, he immediately stood up in front of him, saluted the middle-aged one in the center of the three, and said somewhat nervously, "Greetings, Mr. Macker, I've heard so much about you." The middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the office nodded slowly. He's none other than Pretty Country's 5-star general, mech surgeon. Having been involved in several war epidemics, having an extremely storied past and still serving, he was a very prestigious man who also held a high position. Earlier Chris had rescued his parents from the middle of Gario's base. Immediately, Gario reported the news to the Pretty Country, his own contact, and afterward, the video recorded by the drone was made into material and sent. But because the content among this material is just too shocking, the Pretty Country's contact, for the first time, even thought that Gario was joking with himself. After double-checking that the situation in the video was all true, the contact immediately recognized that the matter was no longer within his purview. So he submitted the information, and his supervisor was of the same mind as he was. What happened next got a little boring. This Galio-provided material just kept getting turned in and finally reached the 5-star admiral in the office in front of him. "Mac sir, only Macker has the authority and is qualified to handle this anymore. Because Macker is precisely the general director of the Pretty Country's covert support of terrorist organizations in the outside world to carry out all kinds of military activities to achieve their goals." The office was quiet. Gario didn't dare to speak either. Everyone was waiting for 5-star Admiral McSurgeon to speak. Finally, after nearly half a minute, the already over 100 years old Macker slowly spoke with a grave face. "This car is very powerful, and I have to know where this car actually comes from. The significance of this vehicle is now no longer the enemy you need to fight. It's more of a presence that even we need to take seriously." Macker raised his eyes to look at Gario and commanded very seriously, "Next you will have a brand new task. Please command me as much as you wish." "General," Gario responded immediately, "by all means use all the manpower and material resources you have planted in the country of South Aria to find out where this car came from. If that is not possible, I will allow you to plan a military operation against this Prince Chris. There is only one goal, to find the source of this car, or, to get it." Macker's tone was very serious. After hearing this, Gario immediately nodded his head in agreement. "No problem, General, I will definitely complete the mission. But, speaking of this, Gario hesitated for a moment before changing the subject, "but according to our informants, the next retaliation against us will be organized by the South Lia Congress." It was this Prince Chris who was leading the group, and it was no surprise that this prince would surely continue to come in this car. There's no way to take on this car with the weapons we have now. If we could have had better weapons and more equipment, we would have been able to win the battle, and might have been able to take this car right off the battlefield. The implication of Gario's words was clear. It's all about gear. They actually do need a new batch of gear, and it has to be more polished and more powerful. Otherwise, just based on the performance of that iron armor on the video, they wouldn't be able to beat it with their current strength. McSurgeon apparently knew about it, too. He instantly nodded, frowning, and after a moment's thought, he spoke. "I'll have someone give you 3 Titan tanks, plus a helicopter gunship. While the tank I'm about to give you isn't as fast as the one in the video, it's in its own armament as well as defense and toughness. That car is never going to match a tank. If it were me, I could easily defeat this so-called prince with this equipment and get that car back in one piece. But in what way are you actually going to be able to deal with that vehicle? In what way do you employ those 3 tanks and that 1 helicopter gunship? It's up to you." There was no expression on Macker's face, just so flat and quiet as he looked at Gario in the video. "I just need a result that is good enough to satisfy me." Chris had been smiling from ear to ear long after he heard that he was able to get 3 Titan tanks. The Titan tank is a new model tank developed by the beautiful country some years ago. It is a mobile fortress on the battlefield. The safety is second to none. With all 3 tanks he was confident he could beat Chris. Not to mention the fact that the other side was willing to give him a helicopter gunship. Helicopters, that's a weapon in the sky. Air to land, unsurprisingly, is all about absolute crushing, because in the air there is endless freedom to keep pulling, and it's easy to reach targets on the ground in the middle of the sky. But on the ground it's hard to reach the middle of the sky, where you can constantly move the target. Though Gario knew that too. That's because the McSurf in front of him has his eye on the car that Chris has in the video. Just in case, that's why he was given this helicopter. So he could create a more perfect battle. But the helicopter arrived anyway, and what comes to hand is your own. This was definitely good news that he hadn't even thought about. Please don't worry, General. I'll make sure to complete the mission, Gario reassured again and again. And McSurgeon emphasized again and again. Remember, do everything you can to keep that car, don't destroy it. No problem, Gario nodded vigorously. And at the same time, the 5-star admiral on the other end, McSurgeon, simply hung up, looking at the screen, which had gone black. Chris rose from his seat and clenched his fists hard. After a moment of his own excitement, he pushed the door open and walked out. Where's Sam? Where's Sam? Get Sam over here for me. We need to strategize right away, Gario said to one of the men guarding the door. He couldn't wait to get Sam the Warlock over here to strategize what to do next. The only reason Macker gave so much gear was to get that car. If he couldn't even get it right, then, now that he was able to get the equipment himself, he would surely be penalized as well. The henchman answered and immediately took a step and ran out. Gario, on the other hand, turned his attention back to the other henchman guarding the doorway, only to see that the other party was pinching his smartphone at this moment, emotionally tapping on the screen continuously. Gario looked full of anger and instantly kicked his opponent in the face. Motherfucker, fucking James, let you watch the door here and you're here playing with my cell phone. You don't want to live, do you? You're about to go to war with Maria's country anyways. If you drop the ball in the middle of a war, I'll shoot you first. The henchman named James, who was kicked to the ground, immediately got up from the ground while not forgetting to pick up his cell phone and put it in his pants pocket, continuously apologizing to Galio, and he specifically asked, "Really, boss? Are we really going to go to war with Maria's country soon?" Gario nodded. "It should be one of these days. You kid, be smart, and usually play less on your stupid cell phone." Gario gave James another round, relieved of his anger, and turned to walk into the room, and it was then that James breathed a sigh of relief. But after thinking about what Gario had just said, in another rush and with an excited look on his face, he took the cell phone out of his pocket. After unlocking the screen, a forum page that immediately appeared on the phone. The brunt of this was a couple of rather grumpy replies. "My God, come on, don't be crazy, a car like you said. If it really exists in this world, then there's BMW and Mercedes. What's the matter with them? That's right, even if it's a concept car, there's absolutely no way it's as strong as you say. Do you know what category you're talking about? It belongs to the category of weapons. I doubt that some ordinary tanks are as powerful as the car you mentioned. This guy is just bragging here. And while it seems like he's a pretty reliable guy by the looks of his previous posts, it doesn't stop him from suddenly being into bragging. Come on, old man. No matter how you say this kind of unbelievable thing, we won't believe it. We are a technology forum, not a sci-fi forum. If you want to write a sci-fi novel, you can go to a sci-fi forum and publish your post by yourself. I'll introduce you to a few of them here. These people are users on the forum, and there was a common account underneath each of these comments for replies. That account did everything in its power to prove that what it said was true, swearing to God and even taking a revelation of its own life. And that person is naturally James. This is a forum that James frequents. It's a relatively cold and small tech forum, but what is discussed most in there is the wide variety of vehicles in the world. Not long ago, after that incident where Chris broke into the base alone and rescued his parents, James then went into this forum and gave a brief account of the events of that day, trying to give these people in the forum a little tiny bit of a shock. But what I didn't realize was that everyone in the forum didn't believe him, even scolded him. This pissed James off. Immediately, he kept on replying in the thread he started, and cursing at those people, and tried his best to prove that what he said was right. But alas, those videos taken by the drone earlier had long been put away by Gario, as top secret, not allowing casual viewing, and there was no way he could get them back. Without such hard evidence to back it up, people in the forum just don't believe it, no matter what he says. But not anymore. He's about to get his hands on some real evidence. James immediately slid the page to its highest position, clicked to edit the one he originally posted, added this at the end. "You stupid guys, just wait. In a few days, I'll show you with my own eyes whether this car exists or not. See who's the liar and who's the fool." After hitting send, James looked expectant. When the war with the Kingdom of South Lea officially started, at that time, all he had to do was to casually shoot the chariot driven by Prince Chris on the battlefield, post the video on the forum again. When the time comes, one doesn't have to say anything. No, cell phone shots may be a little blurry, and the battle was so urgent at that time. Would it be too late? Why don't I figure out a way to capture it on camera or drone, and also get another better view to get as much of the battlefield as possible? James thought to himself, and instantly frowned as he carefully planned. And the other side. Just after noon, Chris then hoofed it to Qin Feng's doorstep with Max. who had rushed to the Dahan Kingdom at the fastest possible speed and wasn't even willing to wait for more than 2 hours. Looking at the slightly older gate in front of him, Chris let out a long breath. He knew he would definitely be back here one day, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. Obviously, Max, who was beside him, must have been in some particularly difficult situation, or else he wouldn't have been in such a hurry. My prince, don't tell me that this is where that Mr. Qin you spoke of resides. Max stood next to Chris, pointing at the door in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where does this look like a place where a tech guru, a big shot who developed a black tech car, lives? This is clearly an ordinary person's home, and it looked as if the family wasn't doing so well. I advise you that you'd better put away your contempt, or if you regret it after a while, don't beg me to put in a good word for you. Chris rolled his eyes in reply. Actually, Max came in early this morning. He slept in the hotel until morning and then hurried to him, tightly rushed to say what to find Qin Feng now to break each other down. However, Chris considered Qin Feng's physical condition and didn't really know if Qin Feng was up now or not. So, with a good deal of persuasion, Max was persuaded to let the other stay and have breakfast with himself, and took out that one test paper that Qin Feng had given him and asked Max to try it first. Max was not impressed, but it was a paper given by Chris, after all, and he did his best to do it. It took well over an hour to finally write all the places on the paper that I could, and the end result. It also surprised Chris in an unusual way. He had originally thought that with Max's caliber, he might be able to pass the exam, and even if he failed, it certainly wouldn't be far off. I think the level of 55 to 59 points should be acceptable to Qin Feng. However, it was not expected that Max would get a 65 all of a sudden. Surprisingly, it was 5 points above the passing line. One moment brought Chris's spirits up. He knew that the Max in front of him was the person Qin Feng was looking for. It just so happened that after Max finished that paper, the time came to be almost noon in the morning. Expecting that Qin Feng should have gotten up already, that's why he rushed over with Max. The only thing that makes it a little difficult for Chris is this, because right now Max isn't one of them, didn't agree to stand with them either. And to what Uncle Light of the think tank said, most likely, even as they stood against each other. Plus Max is still in pretty country, so Chris didn't take the iron armor out to show Max. Chris wasn't worried though. He believed that once Max met Qin Feng, he would soon be convinced by Qin Feng's profound knowledge. Your Royal Highness, trust me. Absolutely nothing will happen that you're worried about. Wait until the moment I enter the door and I'll immediately reveal this person's true identity to you. Max had a face full of anticipation. It's like instead of meeting a new friend, it's like going to war. And on that note, instead, his cell phone rang out of nowhere. Max picked up his cell phone and blushed. Hurriedly, he smiled to Chris beside him and said, Your Highness, the prince is sorry. I'll go to the side to take a call first, and I'll be right back. He took his cell phone and hurried off to the side. Deep breaths were taken to adjust his state before he finally connected. Even the moment he answered the phone, Max couldn't help but squeeze a smile on his face. Hello there, Mr. Bess, why are you still calling me personally? If there's something wrong, just have one of your men talk to me. Max was smiling with a smile on his face as the caller was none other than a pretty country plutocrat who had called his company. Inside his company, nowadays, besides Chris and himself, it was the other party who had the most shares and the most investment. Moreover, this person is a plutocrat. If we really talk about the amount of money and the amount of assets, this person should be the one with the most. Originally, in Max's plan, this man was supposed to be the gold master he had to catch. But, the plutocrats of these pretty countries aren't stupid. They did get in and invested first, and took up the cesspit first, but without seeing Max actually produce results. And they definitely won't be making any more investments. But even so, Max still had to be respectful when he treated this Mr. Bess. After all, now Chris is that day also he hadn't got it yet, and if he failed, then he relied on only this Mr. Bess. If it worked for me to have my secretary call you, then I wouldn't be making this call to you personally. There seems to be a lot of bad rumors about your R&D out there these days. Mr. Bess said, It is true that I have encountered some technical difficulties, but I already have an idea now, and I believe that I will be able to overcome it in not much time. Max immediately spoke out to explain. Mr. Bess said, In that case, why can't you give me a guaranteed time when I asked you to? Can give. Of course it can give. It's just that now that I'm no longer pretty over here, I've come over here to meet a friend in the Great Han Kingdom to talk about having a go at the technical side of things. Mr. Bess, I only need 3 days. And after 3 days, no, now it's only 2 more days. And when it's 2 days, I'll come back to you, in front of you, and give you a satisfactory answer. Max assured him repeatedly. It is indeed just a very, very small problem. I assure you, Mr. Bess, please, you must believe me. Actually, Max does lie now. When he was developing the electric car, he did encounter many technical difficulties, but they were all within his expectation and under his control. He can attack it casually and then present it as my latest achievement. And he can even deliberately create some difficulties to bring out the hype so that he can raise more funds. But the puzzle that appeared right now was one that he really had no way of just attacking. Even he hadn't figured out a way to get into it until now. With any bad luck, this conundrum might even haunt him for a year, maybe more. And that's precisely why he was afraid to make a guarantee. Because once you make a pledge and then you fail to do it when the time comes, it's the same as sentencing yourself to death. Dealing with these capitalists isn't something that works by playing hard to get. Once he makes a guarantee, then a contract must be the next step. If he can finish on time, the terms of that contract will be very deep in his favor. But if it can't be done on time, the terms of that contract against him will also be very harsh. Otherwise he wouldn't need to be as difficult as he is now when these investors ask him to give a definite time. Right now, the only thing Max could do was stall. Put it off until you figure out how to solve that puzzle yourself, or until you find a new moneymaker and raise more money. If new money comes in and the number is huge, these same people who are now clamoring for disinvestment will surely think twice before doing so. First, their risk is shared. Secondly, they will be concerned that they are missing out on this opportunity to get rich. As for that whole 3 days later, 2 days later, all excuses he came up with too. If a solution still hasn't been found by that time, or new funding found, then he'll surely think of another way to stall for a few more days. But Mr. Bess, on the other end of the line, obviously knew what Max was thinking at this moment. Immediately, he spoke up and said, "Since you said so, then I'm willing to give you this opportunity. 2 days is 2 days. If you don't have a satisfactory answer for me in 2 days, then I'll quit immediately. Good luck." Max, wait a minute, Mr. Bess. Max was taken aback and immediately tried to speak up to save the day. But Mr. Bess, on the other end, hung up bluntly. It didn't even give him a chance to say another word. Max put the call through again, but it was hung up on straight away. It was clear that Mr. Bess no longer wanted to continue communicating with him. Right now he might really only have these 2 days. Max's heart grew heavy. He cupped his cell phone and walked back the way he came and walked to Qin Feng's doorstep again. Next to him, Chris asked, "What's wrong? It doesn't look like you're too happy. Are you in some kind of trouble?" Max shook his head and forced a smile onto his face in mock relief. "A little problem on the company's part. I've solved it. Come on, Prince. Let's go in now. I can't wait to prove to you that I'm the only one who builds the best cars in this world," Max said. At this moment, he was becoming more and more determined about the matter of exposing Qin Feng and gaining Chris's support. If Mr. Bess does have to divest in 2 days, then there was only one path before him now. Also the $100 billion investment Chris has on his hands. That's $100 billion. He was imperative. "Good, I hope you make it." Chris clapped Max on the shoulder and stepped right in. Max followed instantly. When Max called earlier, Chris had then called Qin Feng. As soon as he entered, he led Max and Uncle Light toward the basement. At this moment, Qin Feng was inside the basement, learning new knowledge from the system. In fact, Qin Feng had always been very diligent. After all, his physical condition had been too urgent to allow him to waste his time on something that, well, wasn't that important. This thing also includes sleeping. Maybe it's because of that talent the system gave away. Other people would definitely lose their spirits and wither if they didn't sleep. But Qin Feng wasn't really affected. He was able to completely regain his best mental state by getting only 6 hours of deep sleep each night. No need to waste much time on sleeping at all. As Chris led Max into the basement, Qin Fengjin was holding a mask in his left hand, and in his right hand, he was holding something that looked like a welding machine, where he was zipping and zapping and doing electric welding. Max, who was following Chris, immediately felt relieved in his heart once he saw Qin Feng in this state. Where are the really great researchers who are out there with their own welding machines? The operation of this person called Qin Feng in front of him was also really too low-end, and he didn't look like a capable person at all. With this thought in his mind, Max couldn't help but pick up his pace slightly and walk closer, intending to take a closer look. Just then, Max suddenly frowned, because they then realized that the welding machine in Qin Feng's hand was one that he seemed to have never seen before. It doesn't even look like a welder at all, and if you look closely, Qin Feng doesn't seem to be doing the welding. It wasn't all that rough metal and iron under that welder. Instead, it was something he had never seen before. It looks like it's a plastic sheet, but then it's filled with all sorts of lines, and every now and then there was light flickering in it. Take a closer look. But it turned out to be that the grain among the plastic plate is uninterruptedly glowing. It was as if there was a not so large quantity of liquid slowly flowing amongst the lines. Where it flows, it shines. And that suspected welding machine in Qin Feng's hand didn't even have any contact with that plastic panel. At all. It was just glowing shiny, separated from the plastic panel by almost 2 centimeters. Then as Qin Feng's hand kept moving up and down, and the liquid in the grain of that plastic panel, it was also natural to keep moving with what seemed to be a welding machine. What's this about? Max froze instantly. He was completely confused as to what the man in front of him was doing, but he was, after all, a polite, normal person who knew he was a guest. Even if one is here to shoot down conspiracies, one can't just interrupt people doing their business. Plus see that Chris also stood dutifully by and didn't say a word, and so it was only possible to suppress the doubts in his heart, thinking to ask later, and Qin Feng still maintained the original action, holding that glowing instrument in his hand and carefully circling around the plastic panel for a few more times before finally pressing the button. The light from the instrument immediately dissipated, and Qin Feng also took the mask off in front of him, turning his head to look at Chris and the others. Sorry for the long wait. No, I only felt greatly entertained. But is it convenient for Mr. Qin to tell us what you were doing just now? Chris looked at Qin Feng with a face of admiration and asked. We simply can't understand. Max, who was next to him, immediately pricked up his ears as well. He was going to ask it himself, but he didn't think Chris would ask it for him. Sure. Qin Feng smiled and pointed to the plastic panel and said, inside here is a special energy storage liquid that I just developed. It has thermotropic properties. It can find the place where the heat is by itself and flow over there, absorbing the heat and storing it in the body, so that when you need to use the heat, you'll be able to take it out and use it directly. The various electrical cellular vehicles that we often use get hot when they are running, and we usually find a way to get rid of that heat for the safety of the machine. But in reality, that heat is also a form of energy. So I have developed this substance that can cool down the apparatus and also utilize that heat as well. The words made Max's eyes widen and his head fill with question marks as he stared in disbelief. What the fuck is this talking about? Is this about some kind of science fiction? How is it that thermophilicity automatically absorbs heat and stores it for use, cooling down the instruments and applying that heat? It's all a bit of a fucking myth. Is this man sure he's not in his right mind? Chris beside him also stared wide-eyed at the words, the admiration on his face intensifying. Worthy of being Mr. Qin. After seeing him for only one short day and night, he has actually developed something so great. It's really amazing. Max sniffed like he'd seen a ghost and looked at Chris next to him. What the fuck? Is there a mistake? You really believe that? It's no big deal. That bit of technology is a long way from a new car. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, looking at Qin Feng's calm-as-water-old godlike appearance, and then look at the surprised look on Chris's face beside him. Max finally tensed up. He couldn't look away. Just a moment, please, I have a question. With that, Max took 3 steps and walked between Qin Feng and Chris with an incredulous expression. Please, may I ask if you guys are serious? He pointed remotely at the plastic panel Qin Feng had just mentioned. Thermotropic properties can draw heat away and also store it and utilize it as an energy source. Or are they fully automated? Max spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders with an unacceptable expression. Even if it's a joke, there has to be a limit, alright? Don't you guys think that what you're talking about can't be made up in even the most sci-fi science fiction? What you guys are talking about is not backed up by any technology, any knowledge or theory at all. How come I've never heard of such a magical material in this world? Max said, turning his head to look at Qin Feng. You're not going to tell me that such a powerful material is a brand new material that you've developed on your own in the past few years or in the past 10 years or so, are you? And then because you weren't available or didn't have the heart for it, you didn't publish any papers and just did R&D here by yourself in silence? Speaking of which, even Max himself felt a bit amused that he was arguing with such an unreliable person in front of him about something so unreliable. You're half right. I really don't have time to post any papers, but I didn't build this thing in decades. I built it in a day yesterday. Technically it should have been half a day. Qin Feng smiled and replied, then looked at Chris and pointed at Max and asked, and this beggar is? Max had indeed been in a bit of a hurry to get here, and he did look a bit disheveled after sleeping in the hotel last night without taking a shower or tidying up his appearance. I'm not a beggar, Max instantly argued in very broken, large Chinese. In fact, Max does still have a few bits of Great Han Kingdom blood in him. When I was young, I also followed my grandmother to the Great Han country and lived there for a while, and after my grandparents passed away, I didn't come over again. This is another reason why Max and Chris are very close. Oh, Qin Feng nodded, then turned his head to his secretary, Shaoli, who stood waiting at the door. Bring him some rice. Max rolled his eyes and spread his hands again. I already told you, I'm not asking for food. Ha 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 ha. It was only at this moment that Chris beside him finally laughed out loud. He immediately walked up and patted Max on the shoulder and explained to Qin Feng with a smile. This is my good friend Max. He has an automobile company that develops electric cars. If there is anyone in this world who has the best factory environment and the best machinery to keep up with the times and the most technologically advanced, other than BMW, Mercedes and these big companies, it should be no surprise that it would be this friend of mine. And, speaking of this, Chris also specifically emphasized, the set of papers you gave me earlier, Mr. Qin. He scored 65 points. It was only after these words were uttered that the expression on Qin Feng's face finally changed, revealing some surprise. The difficulty of that one paper he gave was undoubtedly extremely high, and those who were able to achieve a score of 60 were definitely the best of the human race, and every extra point upwards of 60 indicated that the person was highly gifted and had a high IQ. Of course, talent here is limited to those subjects among the papers, and this unimpressive guy in front of him had scored 65 points, which undoubtedly proved that the other party did have some ability. Do you know a lot about building cars? Qin Feng finally had some interest and couldn't help but ask Max. That's for sure. Max replied with some pride. It's you instead. I'd like to ask you instead. Do you know how to build a car? Ha ha. Qin Feng did not reply, but only turned his head and took a step to himself, frowning and pondering for a while before picking up an extremely small part from the edge of his lab table, bringing it over and putting it in front of Max's eyes, asking, "You're building an electric car, right? So can you tell what it is?" Max looked at the strange-looking, but very delicate metal part in front of him, frowning for half a day, and then shook his head. "I can't see it. I'm in science and technology, not writing science fiction, and the things I can read and understand are supported by theories, not something that can be made up out of thin air." Qin Feng did not bother about the provocation in the other party's words and nodded thoughtfully before walking over to his computer and tapping a few keys, followed by a smooth stroke on the screen. Immediately, a port next to the computer suddenly radiated light and formed an extremely complex pattern in the air next to the computer at an extremely fast speed. In the middle of the pattern were all kinds of parts, and next to each part were all kinds of numerical formulas and explanations in words. Because of the dim lighting in the basement, this virtual, translucent map was incredibly clear to everyone's eyes. Surprise flashed in the eyes of both Chris and Uncle Light next to him. In Qin Feng's place, they were always able to see all sorts of high technology that surpassed the current human perception. But since I've seen it so much, I'm more or less surprised now. On the contrary, it was Max who never forgot his original intention from the beginning to the end, always maintaining a skeptical attitude. And his first inclination was to carefully analyze whether this was an illusion made by Qin Feng with some kind of projection. But just as Max's gaze swept over an area in this airy translucent image, his whole person suddenly froze, and then stood in place, no longer able to move. The whole eyes also firmly stuck in the air above this image, simply cannot move away. This. Max was even a little incoherent with excitement, and right at this moment, next to Qin Feng, as if he thought of something again, suddenly said, "Right, you are a foreigner. You should not be able to read the great Chinese, so let's turn it into a foreign language for you." When he finished, he pressed one of the keys on the keyboard. The picture in mid-air immediately changed a look above the parts and various formulas did not move at all, but all the text instructions were all replaced with foreign languages. And right now, Max, who had been completely glued to the picture, even more wide-eyed, the whole person could not help but slowly move his steps and walk to that picture, even reached out and tried to touch. It's almost like a fool who's hallucinating after eating poisonous mushrooms. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the situation. It was still easier to communicate with smart people, like Lu Ning and those people. Even if he spoke for 3 days and 3 nights to this picture in front of him, the other party might not even understand what he was actually saying. There was silence in the basement. Max just stood still in the air, in front of that virtual pattern, his eyes wide open, his fists clenched together, his face full of tension, and his mouth was still moving as if he was saying something. The other people around him did not disturb him. Qin Feng even went to Chris' side, patted Chris' shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Come on, let's leave him alone for now. I'll take you to talk about this new car of mine. I think you'll like it." Chris also nodded and said to Qin Feng, "It's just as well that I can tell you a little bit about it for Mr. Qin. My next plan." The two walked out side by side, and naturally, Uncle Guang and his secretary, Xiao Li, didn't linger too long, similarly striding out of the basement. Qin Feng wasn't worried about what Max in the basement could steal from him. Like I said before, it's difficult for ordinary people to understand his stuff even if they want to. Although Max was an exceptionally gifted guy with a high IQ, he was still a far cry from the knowledge as well as the techniques that Qin Feng possessed. This difficulty is not so easily removed. Take for example the electric car that Max is now doing his best to make and the energy car that Qin Feng is about to make. The Panda, for example. Compared to that, it's almost like one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Qin Feng put the energy car inside the technology about electricity, slightly take out a small part, will be able to help Max his car to the world's top point, not to mention the other. The thing that Qin Feng had just taken out in the middle of that pattern was something that seemed marginal to the point of not even being worth mentioning to Qin Feng. Otherwise he wouldn't have had to think about it for so long then. If we insist on making an analogy, it is equivalent to him, a professor in the Department of Mathematics, insisting on coming up with a topic that only a kindergarten pupil can just understand. And the fact that it was such a topic that shocked Max to that extent was proof enough of everything. Without the system's indoctrination, it was a nonsense that normal people in this world would try to steal his technology away. The two of them, Qin Feng and Chris, chatted a little bit inside the living room. Originally, Chris did want to report to Qin Feng about his work process, but after hearing Qin Feng begin to introduce the energy vehicle, he was immediately stared at in astonishment. A car that can store almost any form of energy and also maximize the use of that energy in the most economical way possible. Basically a car without any range anxiety. Almost every one of these things refreshed his perception. And more importantly, there will be more new materials on this car in order to fulfill these functions. Like tires. The tires absorb kinetic energy and store it inside the tires where it can be released when needed. And this so-called release allows the car to move forward like a normal car. But it can also be used for something a little more specific. For example, if there is a large gully in front of you and a huge log across it because of a landslide, you can use the kinetic energy among the tires to lift the whole car up and jump right over it like an animal. And because of this the tires on this car are extremely resilient and incredibly tough. Then there is the use of kinetic energy for water flow. Water currents are extremely powerful and hydroelectric power plants are used in many places. This car can be utilized likewise. Other cars might get soaked once they get into the water and wouldn't be able to go at all. But not this car, which is a 360-degree completely waterproof car. It can be made to levitate on the surface of the water. What's more, the tires are paired with some of the other designs of the body, making it perfectly possible to use the kinetic energy brought about by the current to move the body through the water. If you accidentally drive into the water or fall into the water, there is no need to worry at all because you can safely drive this car back to land. Even if you are completely washed out in the middle of deep water in a short period of time, you don't have to worry about it, because the design of the body will leave some gaps, so that this car can breathe like a fish in the water, to ensure that the driver as well as passengers inside the car oxygen supply. Of course, it doesn't hold up for very long, an hour or two at the most, or it wouldn't be a car, it would be a submarine. But even so, this is shocking enough. What car lover wouldn't be tempted by a car that is amphibious and never has to have range anxiety? Don't worry too much as far as safety is concerned, though this car doesn't compare to the Iron Horde in terms of body safety. However, Qin Feng will still try to use the body material of the iron armor without affecting the original design of the energy car as well as the overall system and various technologies. This makes it possible for the energy car Panda to also have a level of safety that far exceeds that of other vehicles of its generation. Not so much that it can be driven into battle, though. However, it is still perfectly fine to cope with some unexpected situations in life, such as a small car accident. Well, after roughly introducing the new energy vehicle Panda, Qin Feng gave Chris a slight smile. Want one? I must. Chris instantly reacted subconsciously and blurted out, please make sure you leave me the first Panda. No matter how expensive it is, I must have one. Originally, he had thought that he would never need any car in this world again after owning the Iron Horde, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to surprise him once again. This new energy vehicle, the Panda, doesn't sound much worse than the Iron Horde at all, even actually rather better than iron armor for everyday situations. Instead, a vehicle like the Iron Horde is much better suited to stay in the battlefield. After all, this was a powerful chariot comparable to a tank. Don't say Chris. Even Uncle Light next to him was listening with glazed eyes. He couldn't wait to ask Qin Feng for one himself. That's certainly no problem. Qin Feng smiled faintly and immediately changed the topic. By the way, after you left yesterday, I also thought carefully about the matter of opening a company to build cars. If you really wanted to start a company to mass-produce iron armor, it would certainly be very difficult. Moreover, the craftsmanship of iron armor is very difficult. With the situation at hand there are many things that need to be rushed by workers by hand. Even if we could solve many of the problems, the production would certainly not be able to keep up. In my judgment, being able to mass-produce a couple dozen units a year is about right, but such a quantity might be fully digested by yourself, and then for you this home company would amount to no gain at all, and only I would be making money. After all you would be paying me. Qin Feng's words were quite reasonable, and Chris listened attentively, nodding his head every now and then. Qin Feng, on the other hand, continued, this is a difficult problem to solve, but after you brought that Chris here today and heard that he was trying to build a tram, I came up with this solution. since there's no way to mass-produce iron armor. Is there any way we can mass-produce some simplified versions of it and put them out for sale? Chris's eyebrows furrowed furiously, followed by his eyes widening considerably, eyes filled with light. A simplified version of iron armor. Chris repeated these words silently in his mouth, and immediately afterward felt like he had discovered a new continent. Yeah, he didn't really want to sell out the real iron armor even if he could. Not to mention that he couldn't mass-produce it. At this moment in Chris, as well as the country of South Lea, the iron armor this car can be completely called a real chariot. Because our own country has never been very strong technologically, we have endless resources that can only be used to exchange for money. The money is then used to buy more advanced things from other countries, whether it's cell phones, cars or weapons. So, unless he was certain that he had a more powerful weapon than the Iron Horde, even if the Iron Horde could be mass-produced, Chris knew that his father would spend a great deal of money to keep all of them all within his own country. But there's no doubt that the Iron Horde has been a perfect enough car to be called perfect. It's not a tank, but it's better than a tank. And even if it's not like a tank, it's bigger and more voluminous and can carry a wide variety of artillery weapons. But the Iron Horde is fast enough to still hit the streets like a normal car. It's even more comfortable to drive than a tank. So even Chris is aware of how difficult it is to build a car that is, well, better than the Iron Horde. The energy car Panda that Qin Feng had just mentioned was also only far beyond the iron armor in terms of energy as a technology. And at a price, too. Chris also purchased Iron Horde Friendship for 30 million before. If it was a normal price, it would be more or less $50 million. It is not true that there are no such people who can afford to spend $50 million on a car, but they must be very few. But since there's no way to make a better chariot than the iron armor, why not mass-produce some simplified versions of the iron armor and put them up for sale? Even if it wasn't like the Iron Horde, where you could drive right into the battlefield, where you could carry the shells hard, and where you could stop God from killing God and God from killing Buddha. But the cars that do make it to mass production and sale are also, for the most part, really just run-of-the-mill family cars. There's also absolutely no need for that kind of stiffness and safety. Just be able to resist the car accidents of everyday life. It's already many times better than any other car. Many concessions can be made on price as well. No one can afford a $50 million car. But $5 million isn't that expensive. Minus a few more minor features. Get the price down to around $3 million and it's complete, the point where most people can bite the bullet and get in. It's even possible to continue to cut features and make a more simplified version. Sell it for a lower price and get more people to buy it. Anyway, as long as the core functionality of the Iron Horde exists, as long as it's safer compared to other cars, it's 100 times safer. That car's core competency is that other cars are nowhere near as good. Chris looked at Qin Feng with great excitement and nodded his head immediately. I don't think there's any problem at all. We can even do multiple simplified versions to cover the price as much as possible, so that more people can buy the iron armor of their choice. Chris was thrilled that for the first time ever he felt like he could actually make money. This time, he had clearly come over with a mission to buy out the iron armor and establish contact with Qin Feng, but he had gotten much more than his father had imagined. He could perfectly imagine waiting until the company was well established and until a simplified version of iron armor that could be mass-produced was available. What kind of shock will the world be in? This company's earnings. And how amazing it will be. No surprise there. It's complete enough to qualify as a major world-class company, and it helped tremendously in his ability to take the throne. Although all the resource countries in the Middle East are living well at this moment, they know that there will come a time when their resources will be depleted. And with technology advancing all the time, there's no guarantee that one day technology will explode and oil resources will become no longer important, at which point they will lose all their capital. And in this case, being able to access industries that have access to a lot of resources and money, other than oil resources, will no doubt be invigorating. All are extremely great performances. Uncle Light, what do you think? Chris was busy looking at Uncle Light, the wise man next to him. Uncle Light had also actually long since fallen into deep thought, constantly pondering over Qin Feng and Chris's vision. The decision has also been made long ago at this moment. I think Mr. Qin and Your Royal Highness, you both have an excellent idea, something that I hadn't thought of before either. Unsurprisingly, this idea can definitely work. Uncle Light nodded with great certainty. At the same time there was a bit of excitement in his heart. Originally sent by the king to work under Chris, a powerless prince, those of them more or less had that much in mind. But now with Chris coming to the Great Han Kingdom and meeting Qin Feng, he knew how powerful the vehicle, the Iron Horde, was. After realizing how much amazing technology Qin Feng had on hand, it was only gradually that Uncle Light and the others completely changed their minds. And nowadays, with these mass-produced versions of iron armor, with this company after, he really did, for the first time in a tangible way, see in Chris the possibility of succeeding to the throne. What underling doesn't want to see better things for his or her head? Once Chris became king, they, the guards, would surely follow suit. So being happy is natural. Great. After having Uncle Light confirm it, Chris was even more confident. After I go back this time, I'll finalize this factory thing as fast as I can, Chris assured Qin Feng. By the way, Mr. Qin, do you have any opinions on the name of the factory? Qin Feng thought for a moment before speaking with a smile. Let's call it Eternal Life. Eternal Life. It's what he expects from the system and what he expects from his future life. And the name also happens to be able to relate to the car's selling point. Whether it's the superb protection from the iron armor that allows one to survive. Still, the Panda's superb energy allows for no range anxiety. It's all another conceptualization of eternal life. Forever Auto. Chris mumbled the name silently. Qin Feng, on the other hand, patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Go back to the basement. Without any surprises. Our good friend Max should have come back to his senses by now. Chris didn't think much about it and naturally got up to follow Qin Feng. And when they got back to the basement, only to find that Max, the lad, was at that very moment cupping his cell phone and talking to someone on the phone. And quite angry. The tone was intense. Even if Qin Feng wasn't quite able to understand foreign languages, also largely able to judge, Max should be saying some curse words and they seem to be pretty dirty and harsh. Yes, Mr. Bess, I just scolded you. I did. Because I was just in the middle of something very, very important. And I was in the middle of solving that puzzle that was in front of me. But you called and interrupted me. And after I repeatedly stated that I didn't want to talk about anything else right now, you you keep me committed to you. Didn't we already set it for 2 days later? I'm totally confused as to why you're calling now. Max stood in the basement, his left hand pinched and his right hand holding his cell phone with an angry look on his face. Immediately after the phone call, came the voice of the previous Mr. Bess. Max, I have to remind you, do you think, right now, this is the way you should be talking to me? I don't care what you were doing. I don't care how important what you just did is, but you have to get one thing straight. I'm the one who's paying you, and without me, without waiting for the other party to finish, Chris directly interrupted. Stop, Mr. Bess, I would like you to speak to me with a little bit of respect right now, and if you can't do that, then I don't think we need to go any further with this call. Wait. Mr. Bess on the other end of the phone apparently froze, and he somewhat dared to ask confidently, I'm going to give you one more chance. Are you sure you want to talk to me with that kind of attitude? I think I have to remind you that I can totally get back all the money I invested in you, if I want to. Mr. Bess was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe at all that Max, who had always been so obsequious, would say something like that. What kind of insanity is this? How could anyone possibly have a problem with money? And Max's response was very quick. Yes, Mr. Bess, you heard me correctly, and if you insist on communicating with me in such a condescending manner, then all I can say is that I'm not going to hold your stinking feet to the fire from now on. What did you say? I said I don't want to stick that cold face of yours anymore. I don't want to give you any more face. I don't want to give you any more bullshit here from someone who doesn't know a bit of technology or a bit of science. Now I'm going to tell you in one sentence that you're still prepared to earn this share of the money. You're going to keep your mouth shut, hang up this phone and go back to your bed and go to sleep. And if you're feeling angry you can put on an oxygen mask. But no matter what, you don't make me angry again. And I won't give you any more guarantees. No matter if it's 2 days from now, 3 days from now, 10 days from now. I'll solve the problem whenever I want to. And if I don't want to solve the problem I'll never solve it. This company is my company and I will mass produce it when I say I will. And if I don't want to mass produce it I will never mass produce it. It's none of your business. You can divest if you want to. You can divest all you want. I'm okay with that. May I ask the Honorable Mr. Bess, do you have any other questions? Max cursed outright, and then let out a long breath. His face was red and his eyes were full of pleasure. Since he had accepted these people's investment during this period of time, there wasn't a single day that he didn't live under pressure. In fact, Chris speculated earlier that he took investor money to build rockets, which was actually wrong. While Max's does want to go to Mars, which is his lifelong dream, he's not a man who can't tell the company apart. And there's no way he's going to do such a thing as take his investors' money to fulfill his dream. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to get to Mars. And because of that, he knows better than anyone that just this money from investors is not enough to sustain a trip to Mars or to build a rocket. The only way for him to fulfill his dream is to get his company off the ground, mass produce his trams, and then make a lot of money and use more and more of it to build rockets and go to Mars. That's why he's been working hard to overcome all kinds of difficulties since the beginning. And he wants, more than anyone else, to get the car mass-produced as soon as possible, as much as he can dream. But he did underestimate the difficulty of building a car. Even with his best efforts, he still encountered a number of problems. But whenever this happens, these investors tend to only push, only threaten him with divestment, and can only ever smile, to use their own hot faces to stick to other people's cold asses, and endure all that in order to be able to realize their own dreams. But not anymore, now that he didn't have to be so condescending. The words he had just spoken, he had cursed them countless times within himself, and now he had finally actually said them with his mouth. Mr. Bess on the other end of the phone was obviously blindsided by Max's words, and he didn't come back to his senses for half a day, and only after nearly 10 seconds did he let out a sneer. It seems like you really don't want to ask for the money. Yes, I don't want your money anymore, and not only that, but I'm going to stop all of my research altogether, even overturn it and start over. When I come back this time, I will immediately book a ship and transfer all the equipment of the whole company, the whole factory, everything from the pretty country. I want to bring my talent to the big Han country. I'm going to make a fresh start in the great Han kingdom, and in fact even if you don't intend to divest, I'll take the initiative to come to you and persuade you to do so when I get back. So please make a decision as soon as possible if you're going to divest now. Max said and added right after, by the way, I'll be blackballing you next. So if there's anything else please contact my secretary. Bye. Bye. As the words fell out of his mouth, Max took the cell phone off his ear and pressed the hang up button hard, and only then did he turn his head to look at the two of them, Qin Feng and Chris, who were standing dazedly at the basement door. Qin Feng was indeed taken aback. Just now this young man named Max was swearing so much that it was just like those rappers singing rap. He was even tempted to ask the other guy, "Are you a rap store?" Or let the other person consider that maybe a career change to rap would be a good option. The same goes for Chris, but what shocked him more was what Max had just said. Chris immediately greeted him and walked over to Max. "You weren't kidding just now, were you? My friend, are you really going to bring the company to the Great Han Kingdom?" Originally Chris was going to offer a high price for patient persuasion and then bring Max from the pretty country to the Great Han country. But then he didn't realize that he hadn't even done anything yet, and Max himself came right at him. So the only thing he wanted to be sure of now was whether or not he had meant what he had just said, or whether it had been a momentary fit of pique on Max's part. "Of course, I'm not only coming to the Great Han Kingdom, I'm going to work with you. You can ask for anything you want. I can minimize my profits. I only have one request, and that's for me to stay by Mr. Qin's side." Max nodded vigorously before raising his eyes, and with an incomparable reverence, he looked towards Qin Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the basement. He walked over and stood in front of Qin Feng before bowing deeply. "Mr. Qin, like I said earlier, I can do anything for you. I only ask you to promise me one thing." "What?" Qin Feng was also a bit curious about what kind of a thing could make this rather talented and gifted guy, who was on the verge of success, abandon everything he had in the pretty country and come to himself, and even be willing to give up so much profit. Max looked up, his eyes growing more determined, and 5 words popped out of his mouth, one after the other. "Take me to Mars." "To Mars?" Qin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly as some doubt flashed across his face. He had thought of countless various answers, and even imagined that the Max in front of him was a man who was so obsessed with scientific research that when he saw his brand new technology, he would naturally want to devote himself to research and development, and discard all such over-idealized ideas. But it never occurred to me that Max's answer to himself would be something like this. "What's the point of going to Mars?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Max hesitated for a moment and suddenly turned his head to look at Chris, who was standing beside Qin Feng with a slight question in his gaze. Although Qin Feng's technology as well as the ability and heritage in scientific research has completely conquered Max, but he and Qin Feng after all is the first time to meet, now is far from being familiar with, and there is about the reason to go to Mars. For Max is extremely important things, so he did not know for a moment whether he should say it in front of Qin Feng. He was only able to turn to Chris next to him, who thankfully noticed this and nodded heavily at Max. Well, that meaning was also quite clear. It was to tell Max that the Qin Feng in front of him was trustworthy, and very trustworthy. It was only after having Chris as a guarantee that Max finally felt at ease. He took a deep breath and immediately afterward told Qin Feng the reason why he had his heart set on going to Mars. It turns out that Max had a childhood sweetheart until a few years ago. The two simply seemed like a natural match made in heaven and never had any problems growing up. Both are researchers, while Max's research is in the direction of the tram girlfriend's research, which is aerospace. His girlfriend has always had a dream of wanting to visit Mars, wanting to establish a human civilization base on Mars and to become the first person to live on Mars herself. The two were originally married, but not long after, the girlfriend, or should I say this girl who was already Max's wife, was suddenly terminally ill. Everything came so unexpectedly, and there is no possibility of change. Max's girlfriend can only spend the last days of her life in the hospital bed. That period of time is also the most painful days of Max. and even countless times want to commit suicide, accompanied by his girlfriend to leave together. But, fortunately, in the end, were not able to succeed, and the girlfriend understands how much pain Chris has in his heart, and in order to be able to make sure that after she leaves, Chris still tries to live his life and won't go looking for death. So the girlfriend makes a request to Max. Let Max fulfill his wish to put his ashes on Mars instead, even though his girlfriend knew that this request was extremely difficult to fulfill, and could even be said to be impossible to fulfill. But no matter what this could be, when he left, that time when Max was in the most pain, the motivation to support Max to live, maybe afterward when everything is erased by time, Max will be able to move on from the hurt and even meet a new girl and slowly get over himself and won't waste his life on this whole going to Mars thing. Max also understood what his girlfriend was thinking, so he agreed to come down. But the reason he agreed to it wasn't because he wanted to let time erase everything, as his girlfriend thought. Rather, Max's did know how much his girlfriend longed for Mars. Maybe this girlfriend, or even in the eyes of everyone else, the girlfriend before dying to make this request is just to give Max a motivation to live. But in Max's own eyes, this is indeed the girlfriend's dream. And after letting the girlfriend die, this has indeed become his own dream. He wants to go to Mars, wants to fulfill the promise to put his girlfriend's ashes on Mars and then replace her as the first people to survive on Mars. Even though Qin Feng had long been psychologically prepared, he couldn't help but feel, all of a sudden, slightly touched by hearing such a story. And it wasn't the story Max told that touched him the most, it was the depth of feeling in Max's eyes as he told it. The other person wasn't telling a story, but was being realistic about his own experiences, his future, his dreams and his life. Not only Qin Feng, but all the people in the entire basement who had heard all of this felt somewhat moved, including Chris, who listened to it again. And the reason why Chris and Max have such a good relationship today is because of this story. Secretary Xiaoli, as a more emotional girl, had unconsciously dropped tears at this point, and Uncle Light had likewise completely realized just how sad that sad story Chris had told earlier was. Uncle Light had always been an extremely calm person, and because of this, when he heard the story, he didn't immerse himself in it, but rather reviewed the whole incident and Max's performance before and after. And the conclusion reached is that Max is not using this story to trick people into sympathizing with him. Max is indeed what he says he is, wanting to go to Mars instead of his girlfriend and fulfill her dying wish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big concession before, willing to give up all of his earnings just to follow Qin Feng. And the only thing he asked for was for Qin Feng to help him get to Mars. I'm really a bit sorry for making the atmosphere so stiff, but that's what I think and everything. The only thing I need is to get to Mars, and for that I'll pay any price. So Mr. Qin, can you help me? Of course I do realize that living on Mars is ultimately a bit difficult, and that will take more time, but just help me get my girlfriend's ashes up there. Max shook his head to shake all the nostalgia and sadness out of his eyes, and once again looked seriously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a deep breath, smiled faintly and took 2 steps forward to Max's side, reached out and patted the other party's shoulder, saying with a confident expression, "If even I can't help you walk to Mars in this world, then no one will be able to help you. As long as I'm alive, I will help you realize all this. How is it enough to just send your girlfriend's ashes up there? Of course, I'll send you up there too, and have you live like a normal person up there, and it doesn't keep you there all the time. You can come back when you want to come back and go up when you want to go up. I'm sure I can do all of this," Qin Feng said with a 10,000% certainty in his tone. Otherwise this system of mine wouldn't be called the Omnitech system. He added this mentally. Just as Qin Feng, Chris and Max, the three of them, were in the basement discussing how to bring Max's assets and companies in the pretty country to the Great Han country as fast as possible and how to place them. What is Max responsible for? What things is Chris responsible for? As well as the time to place the new company in the Great Hanseatic state. Other side. In the office of the president of Hankyu Corporation, Lu Nang was also pinching his cell phone and making a call. And the person he called was none other than Li Huan, the head of the ASEAN Auto Show. Mr. Li. It was the same person who had driven Qin Feng out of the station at the beginning, together with Mr. Wang, the regional general manager of the Great Han country of Pauma, who had driven Qin Feng out of the station. Also earlier, Chris had just arrived in the Dahomey kingdom, because he didn't know exactly where Qin Feng lived. He was only able to go to the car show to look for someone, who he met at that time, and who brought him to Mr. Li, the general manager of Han Opinion Company. Only when Lu Nang and the others knew Chris's identity, but at that time, they excluded Mr. Li and only thought of themselves to harvest the 100 billion. Unfortunately, now that Chris knows all the truth and is away from them, that 100 billion is definitely out of reach as well, and Lu Nang has to pretend that this incident did not happen, as a way to ask Li Huan on the other end of the phone for a booth location for next year's East Car Door show. Mr. Li, long time no see, long time no see. What are you busy with this time? As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Nang immediately greeted extremely warmly and piled up a smile on his face. And Li Huan, the general manager on the other end of the phone, had a bit of a bad taste in his voice. Yo, isn't this Mr. Lu from Han Opinion? How come you have time to call with me, the tiny person in charge? Obviously, Li Huan was still very dissatisfied with what Lu Nang had done before now. Lu Nang naturally also understand this thing. The reason why he would make this phone call is that he has long been mentally prepared. So he quickly smiled and explained, Li is really too sorry. The main thing is that Li, you also know that day we just had a conflict with Qin Feng, that boy. When Qin Feng was still making a mess inside the company, it is really inappropriate to invite you to the company. As soon as this matter is resolved now, did I immediately call to apologize to you? Li Huan was directly isolated from the company at that time, and had no idea what was going on inside the company. So there is both skepticism but also trust in Lu Nang's claims. However, none of this mattered. For Li Huan, the most important thing was the prince named Chris. Because of this, even though he doubted the reason Lu Nang had just given, people had given him a step down after all. So he still seized the opportunity. If that's the case, then it's understandable. But I'm afraid that Mr. Lu didn't just call here today for such a trivial matter, right? What about that Prince's Highness? How are your cooperation talks going? Li Huan immediately brought the topic to Chris. The level of hankiori is still too low. He usually eats and drinks with the presidents of big companies like Pauma. If it wasn't for Chris' presence, he wouldn't have even been able to take this call from Lu Nang. His Royal Highness has now gone to attend to something else. Originally, His Royal Highness was going to come over to buy a car, but you know what our company was originally like. Mr. Li, the production line can't be brought up at all right now. So His Royal Highness will have to go elsewhere for the time being to do something else, and then come back here when we've brought up production. Lu Nang didn't even blink when he lied. He didn't even feel like he was lying. Chris did go off to work on other things, and their company really doesn't have the production to be able to sell out of their car right now. And he didn't say that Chris would go back to their company again to buy a car after he was busy with other things. So it's not even a scam. So Li Huan also naturally thought so. Thought Lu Nang they really hitched a line to Chris. Immediately full of smiles and congratulated up. It seems that Lu's next is indeed to rise. No. Lu Nang shook his head in a pretense of modesty, and then followed up with a change of topic. Stating his true purpose, to develop the company. It is definitely still unrealistic to rely only on this prince. We sit in the car was also going to be sold to the public. So take advantage of this opportunity. We also intend to advertise well. Today call over just want to ask Mr. Li, previously said to give our Chinese company's new car one of the best booth. This is still counting. Li Huan nodded at once. That definitely counts. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, there's absolutely no problem with this. At next year's auto show, the station of Han Opinion will still be the same as this year's booth. Right along with Pauma. Mr. Lu doesn't have to worry. I've already told Mr. Wang that the misunderstanding that happened before was all because of that kid Qin Feng. If Mr. Lu is willing, I can also introduce you, so that you and Mr. Wang can get to know each other. Everyone have a meal and a drink together. Won't this misunderstanding be lifted? Lu Nang heard that there is actually such a good thing. It is simply an unexpected gain, which where there is no reason not to agree. Immediately nodded his head. No problem. This is completely no problem at all. Then I can take the time to call Mr. Wang out. I really appreciate Mr. Li's help. Ha, this is all a small matter. Wait until Mr. Lu develops in the future. Don't forget about these small things that brother did today. The two of them blew each other off. And for a while the atmosphere was unbelievably cordial. After some more pleasantries, Lu Nang hung up the phone and immediately ran out of the president's office. Let Zhou Jingxiong notify all executives and shareholders that the car booth has been negotiated. And there's a good chance they'll reach a partnership with Pauma afterward. The others were excited to hear the news and were all smiling and full of motivation to get things done. It was as if he could really beat Qin Feng the next moment, sell millions of cars, go to the peak of his life, and not even put Chris's 100 billion in his eyes. As confident as Lu Nang and the others. There's also Gario, who is hiding in an abandoned town with his men far away in the Middle East. Just now he got the call. The 3 tanks promised to him by General McSurgeon, as well as the armor-mounted helicopters, have been approved. It will be shipped directly after half a month. At the latest, it would only take 2.5 months before he would be able to receive these weapons. At that point, winning a fight with Chris wouldn't be a breeze. Right in the middle of the excitement and anticipation of Lu Nang as well as Gario and these people, time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 months later. In the middle of a silent and huge estate, Chris drove his own piece of iron armor with Max, who had just packed up all his things and returned to the Great Han Kingdom from pretty over. Slowly, he drove through the gates of the estate, and behind him there were 2 other iron armor, and some other cars accompanying him. Inside sat, besides Chris's guards, a group of Max's right-hand men from the pretty country. By the way, Your Royal Highness, there's a good news I have to tell you. During the time I've been back, although I've been a bit busy, I haven't been idle either. I've spent some time thinking of a good way to manufacture iron armor. Of course, it still requires some help from Mr. Qin, but it shouldn't be a particular waste of Mr. Qin's time like before. It was at this moment that Max, who was sitting in the car, surveying the iron hoard with an envious look on his face, but suddenly spoke up. You can make iron armor now? Chris' eyes instantly widened with surprise at his words. Although now Max has moved the company and the production line and so on from the beautiful country, he has also bought the address of the company long ago, and everything is going smoothly. It won't be long before the company is able to go into full production, and Qin Feng's side has long since delivered a simplified version of the first iron hoard. This version would undoubtedly be the most expensive version to sell and the most difficult to make, but once it could be attacked out of the box, Max and the others could go about subtracting on their own and iterate one simplified version after another and form a whole production line of iron armor, allowing the company to produce vehicles that can encompass all price points for users to make a killing. But the problem is that all of this progress is on the company's side, and there is no way that the real, original iron armor that Chris needs most can be produced at this moment. Originally, by Chris's estimation, everything would have to wait until Max and the others had attacked the simplified version, and then a group of elites would be identified to slowly gnaw on the bones and eventually try to make the original iron armor. But I didn't expect Max to say he had a solution now. It was certainly a pleasant surprise, because according to Chris's original idea, I'm afraid that by the time the 4th original iron armor was produced, it would be half a year or even a year later, and surely the mission given by his father could not be delayed for that long, and in a while he would only be able to meet that side of the terrorists on the battlefield and the 3 iron armor available, while 3 would have been enough, better than 1. It seemed natural to Chris that such assurances of life would be better the more there were. What's the solution? You tell me. Chris looked very excited as he grabbed Max's hand. Max, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head. Your Highness the Prince, don't be in a hurry. We'll be able to meet Mr. Qin here soon, and I'll talk to both of you about it then. And this plan must have Mr. Qin's help as well to make it work. Without Mr. Qin's help, I wouldn't have been able to make the original iron armor in a short period of time even if I thought about it. After the defection, now Max had completely become Qin Feng's horseman. After signing a good contract, Max gave almost everything he had to, proving his sincerity. He was also rightfully given a full set of production drawings for the original iron armor. After these 2 months of research, Max had come to deeply understand just how powerful the original iron armor was, and how difficult it was to manufacture. Even if he was able to gnaw on some of these more difficult bones, there was still a great deal that was completely incomprehensible at his current level, and that, in turn, required Qin Feng's help. The caravan moved along and soon stopped at the door of the huge building in the center. Secretary Shaoli was waiting at the door early in the morning. As soon as he saw Chris and the others arrive, he immediately ran to welcome them. Mr. Qin is in the basement, Lee said, before leading Chris Marks and the 3 of them, along with Uncle Light, towards the basement. This manor was naturally the one that Chris had specifically picked out for Qin Feng. It was a completely separate manor, and the best part was that there was a huge basement, which was completely enough for Qin Feng to make a big show of it. The security in the basement was also very well done. There were several locks, plus the black tech combination lock that Qin Feng had set himself, so basically no one would be able to come in without his consent. After coming to this manor, Qin Feng completely put down all other things and spent his time digesting system knowledge and research and development, for co-partnering with Chris and Max to create a brand new company. And Qin Feng, as a technology shareholder, not only possessed up to 90% of the equity, with an additional amount of money at the same time. The money naturally comes from the 100 billion that Chris is holding. Though with that 100 billion, Chris didn't have complete free reign. As long as you can find a reason to use it and show proof, then no one will point fingers. So the moment the company had just gone through all the formalities to make sure it was established, Chris then injected 2 billion directly into the company's account. Some of that 2 billion went to Max. After all, it cost Max money to move all his stuff from the pretty country, and it cost a lot too. A portion of it was given to Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was the core of this company. And the day the company had just been established, Qin Feng had taken out a considerable number of patents and technologies, as well as a simplified version of the iron armor design that had been prepared long ago. Of course, all that was parted out was only a small portion. The vast majority of it still had to stay and be used as an asset of the company. For example, buying land, buying buildings, buying materials to pay workers and buying production lines. All these things cost money, just exactly like all companies. The only difference is that Chris, the majority shareholder responsible for putting up the money, is just too generous. Other people, when they first start a business, hate to leave all their money as founding capital, all in the company account. Do everything you can to improve your company and wait until you've made the cake bigger before you start talking about splitting the money. But not Chris. They haven't even started making this cake yet, and they've even just started buying the various ingredients and ovens. Chris, however, had already made a big move to give Qin Feng and Max a share of the red, and it's inexplicably said to be an open door. In response, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He was already short of money. After getting this money, it is still flushed straight into the system. Got new knowledge. By the time Chris and Max came in with the three of them, Qin Feng had just developed a brand new material. It is possible to charge the energy car Panda much more efficiently, while consuming power at a much lower rate. This is reflected in the car's most intuitive performance, which is able to greatly improve the range. Of course, to put this material to use, a variety of other techniques and materials are needed. The average person, even if they took it, wouldn't be able to use it at all. After hearing Qin Feng briefly introduce this new material, Max shook his head again with emotion, feeling that he had made the right choice. This time, when he returned to the pretty country, after Max said that he was going to give up the pretty country and take the whole company to the Great Han country, not surprisingly, it was met with much opposition from everyone, even within the company. He also made drastic reforms, pulling the plug on all those who opposed him and keeping only those who supported him. It was also the fact that making the cuts with pretty country as a whole took some time that made Max take so long to come back here. Everyone thought Max had lost money. Even though Qin Feng and Chris were both a bit of this idea, only Max himself knew that he hadn't lost out at all. Qin Feng can help him get to Mars. Besides, he can likewise be of great help in building the car. Qin Feng, those techniques casually revealed a little bit, as long as he can use in his car, are able to kill, and just the opposite. If he and Qin Feng were on the team, wait until Chris and Qin Feng's company was established. It was also the same reason that Qin Feng's technology would be able to kill as long as a little bit of it was revealed to be mass-produced. And at that point, Marx would have been one of those quartets inside the big kill, even if he's lucky enough to make a buck before then. But it's definitely not a permanent solution either. Max wasn't that short-sighted. Okay, come on, tell us what you came up with. Not long after entering the basement, Chris spoke up. Can't wait for Max to talk about the way the original iron armor was made. As you wish, my prince. Max spoke up, voicing his thoughts. The biggest dilemma before us now is Mr. Qin's time. Mr. Qin doesn't have the time to mass produce and manufacture it himself, and there's no way he can get me or anyone else to do the work, because for me, and for most other people, it's very difficult. But in the meantime, I've gotten to know the car in detail, and I'm basically certain that, while building the entire car is simply impossible for me, if it's just one of the key parts, I'll be able to eat my way through it given some time. So, if there is more than one of me, or if there are many others who are better than me, let's combine our efforts and attack one direction each. Mr. Qin only needs to spare a little bit of time for some macro regulation and teaching, and perhaps, we'll be able to manufacture the original iron armor. Max looked excited. However, Chris immediately frowned when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "This method has actually been discussed between Mr. Qin and I a long time ago. The test paper that you made before was the one that Mr. Qin specifically gave me to use for the test, but after we searched for such a long period of time, we only found you." Max smiled and shook his head. "You are all outsiders in the industry. Mr. Qin is of course an insider in the industry, but he hasn't been mixing in this circle either, so it must be difficult to find. But I'm not like that. I know a lot of people, and there are a lot of people who are so dedicated to research that they don't think about anything else, and I paid them a special visit when I came over this time, and convinced a few of them to bring them with me." Qin Feng and Chris were both shocked. They totally did not expect Max to bring the most advanced machine production lines, bring all his assets in the United States, bring experienced staff executives, and bring him outside himself. It was such a great surprise. Chris immediately became agitated and said in a hurry, "Where are they? Why don't you quickly invite them in? By the way, did you test them? And how many are there in total?" Chris asked. Before Max left, Chris had given that one paper to the other. He also thought at that time that if Max had a friend, he could also let the other party do the test papers, and if he could pass the test, it would be great to let him come over to work inside the company and help Qin Feng with the research and development. But the expectation in Chris's mind was one or two at most. Instead, Max smiled slightly, then extended both of his hands, all of them open. his 10 fingers fully exposed to Chris' eyes, and flung it heavily twice. 10? Chris was beyond surprised, but Max shook his head. 100, exactly 100. Although there are only 27 of you who came with me this time, the rest of you are just unable to leave for the time being, and will come over when you're done with what you have to do. This number might have increased if some of them were not so immersed in their own research projects that they just couldn't get away at the moment, and all of these people have already done their papers, and a full 95 of them scored 60 and above, with the worst score being 58. I thought 58 points shouldn't be too far off, so I extended an invitation to him as well. This number stunned Chris. This was no longer completely out of his expectation, but turned his perception upside down. He looked at Max with a face full of surprise. How did you find so many people? How much salary did you offer? Chris's first thought was that Max had offered a price that all of these people couldn't refuse, but Max shook his head again. They didn't even mention the paycheck to me when they agreed to come with me. How is it possible? Chris was shocked again. Max, on the other hand, said with a sigh of relief, those like me who are able to apply their research directions directly and generate benefits are ultimately a minority of the majority of the world's scientific researchers, who have no way of applying their research projects to practical use 10, 20, or even 100 years down the road. So it's also basically impossible to generate revenue, and even if it would be hundreds of years from now, and it wouldn't have anything to do with them at all. But they're still doing it. They're still going forward. They're still spending all their heart and soul all on these things. When he said this, Max's expression became slightly more serious, and what motivates them to be able to keep going, in addition to a sense of social responsibility, is actually the most important thing is their love for this job. They love the feeling of progress. They love the feeling of creativity. Max said, turning his head towards Qin Feng, and it is here with Mr. Qin that they are able to enjoy this to the fullest extent. When I came to the Great Han Kingdom for the first time 2 months ago, I also never imagined that the humble basement where Mr. Qin was located would be the mecca of our entire Blue Star research community. Chris paused again. Now he understood completely. The reason these people were willing to follow Max here wasn't for the money. Even a large percentage of them are not short of money at all. After all, being able to afford such high, cutting-edge and expensive instruments, and being able to have so much time and energy to spend on scientific research, not to say the vast majority, but a percentage are certainly not short of money, because the whole international community is now promoting technology and innovation. So there was only one reason for these people to come here, and that was Qin Feng. For Chris himself, the car developed by Qin Feng might just be a car, but for these people, Qin Feng, every part of these cars, every part, even including every structure and every algorithm and every formula in the system, that's what's priceless. First, Chris felt the passion that rages in the hearts of researchers, and it's because of these researchers who have gone before and after them that they are able to have as good a life as they do today. Max, Chris opened his mouth and said with a solemn face, even if they don't ask for much in the way of salary and so on, please do tell them that I can definitely give all of them the best living conditions and scientific research conditions, and do everything in my power to try to make this place a true holy land for them. Max immediately smiled and nodded. No problem. Qin Feng, on the other hand, immediately clapped his hands and hurriedly urged, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call these friends in. If there was really such a group of people helping out, it would be of great benefit not only to Chris, but also to Qin Feng. Among Qin Feng's own work in research and development there also existed a large number of things that ordinary people simply couldn't do, but that he would waste time doing himself. But there is such a group of people who could help him with these less difficult projects if they could. It would also be extremely helpful for his own scientific research, and for pushing the progress of the system. Naturally, Max didn't dare to delay, and immediately made a phone call, followed by a series of people either in suits or dresses. The man dressed in a rather formal and serious manner, not at all like the stereotypical image of the unkempt scientist, walked in from outside. There are men and women, old and young. They were all red-faced, and it was hard to hide the excitement in their eyes. As soon as they walked into the room, their gazes immediately focused on Qin Feng after scanning around the living room a few times, and it quickly came around. Max immediately stood up from the sofa and introduced Qin Feng one by one. Each of these people is someone who is quite knowledgeable in some scientific topic and research in this world. It's even a big deal at the professorial level at many prestigious universities. They naturally look a little odd around ordinary people, and don't even bother to keep a straight face in front of them. Also there is no time, but it was different for Qin Feng. Those who reach for it are first. After seeing the evidence at Max's place, each and every one of them knew that in today's world, Qin Feng was the one who was at the forefront of the entire technology, and they all came over this time with the intention of learning. Qin Feng was their teacher. The student meets the teacher face to face, certainly show 100% respect and 100% seriousness. It was only after Max's introduction that Qin Feng finally got to know these people slightly, and had a greatly enhanced understanding of the directions that these people were specialized in and were working on. And nearly 80% of these 20-odd people are related to what Qin Feng specializes in and the results he has achieved. Guess that's normal. Only when one clearly knew how difficult and complex the thing one was researching was could one know more clearly how powerful Qin Feng was. That's why these people are the first to follow Max here. At the same time, it could not be completely ruled out that the group of people who had come over first also had the possibility of seeing just how powerful Qin Feng was. But naturally, the results are unquestionable. It was only a short exchange, and Qin Feng had conquered almost everyone here with only a few words. And by the time Qin Feng had led these people, he had circled around in his basement, with a total of 27 people. All of them then fell into a state of quiverfulness. 2 more months later, the estate exits. Qin Feng and Max stood in the crowd, their gazes locked firmly in front of them. There, Chris was leading his own escort, as well as a full 10 iron armor, about to embark on a voyage back to the motherland. Of these 10 iron armor, apart from the 3 at the beginning which were developed by Qin Feng himself, the other 7 were all co-developed by Max with his people. For nearly 2 months, Max brought his dozens of friends, led by Qin Feng, to roughly divide the entire system into 8 directions. Then a group of people also divided into 8 teams. Each team is responsible for one direction, day and night, constantly learning and developing. Finally, with Qin Feng's great help, after spending a month, successfully built the first iron armor. And the hardest thing about a lot of things will always be going from 0-1. After you have the first one, the remaining 6 are pretty much taken care of. Even Qin Feng didn't help much afterward, only making those parts and systems that were simply untouchable with Max's and their current abilities. With Chris' unrelenting help, they managed to build the remaining 6 in just under a month. Of course, this was also thanks to Qin Feng's experience in building those 3 units earlier, as well as the fact that at that time, although he had manufactured them, the high-level materials that he hadn't had time to use up all of them had saved Chris and the others a great deal of time. In Qin Feng here, all the tools needed, all the processes are all very clear, and there is a most standard answer. As long as the intelligence of these people could keep up, they could do so without much understanding or thinking. First memorizing this profound knowledge by rote and making it according to Qin Feng's previous experience. It took a lot of work and effort though, but the end result was good. But, these 7 cars afterward, and the 3 that Qin Feng had hand-built, were ultimately somewhat incomparable. Examples include the L system, such as drones, and more comfortable roles, which may seem inconsequential but actually take a long time instead. To save time, all of these marks and the others did not do. However, the protection of these 7 vehicles was not much worse than Qin Feng's original, if it wasn't for the fact that the South Lia countryside has started to push. Plus, all of those materials Qin Feng had left had been used up, so if he wanted to use new materials, he would have to do it himself, and it wasn't a simple job that would waste a lot of time. I'm afraid Chris will have to remain in the Dahomey country and let Max and the others build another 10 before he leaves. But now, the full 10 iron armor had also given Chris plenty of confidence. Chris looked at them, smiled, waved his hand at them, and shouted, "I will take these 10 iron hordes and destroy those terrorist organizations that threaten our homeland. When I win this battle, I'll be right back." The previous one worked with airplanes when it was a car, but now there are a full 10 cars, and the airplane won't fit, nor is there any other more suitable means of transportation. So Chris decided to remain with the most primitive method of transportation, the same method he had used before, and his own escorts drove the 10 cars back hard. It was also just enough to be able to take advantage of this time on the road to familiarize these men under his command with the feeling of handling iron armor. After all, on the eve of a battle, if you are not even familiar with the weapons, then you will certainly not perform too well on the battlefield. When you get back, Qin Feng smiled and patted Chris's shoulder before he watched Chris's convoy slowly leave. Then Max also bid farewell to Qin Feng with a tired face. The most tired people during this time belonged to Max and his group. While they did learn a lot of new things, they also had to get the iron armor Chris needed made. Almost everyone is on a streak. Learn as you go. It's blissful when you learn something, but it can be painful and joyful when you have to use it and get burned out. 2 whole months down the line, Max was almost at his limit. Everyone else would have run home and gone to bed by now, but he had to stick around to see Chris off. Qin Feng naturally understood how Max was feeling right now. Without much retention, they simply sent each other away. And then, easily, he turned alone and headed for home. Dinner tonight went straight to the basement. Qin Feng instructed his secretary, Xiao Li, before walking straight into the basement. After opening a few shields, he was a little impatient, changed his shoes and walked right in. It's a fully equipped tech lab filled with all sorts of R&D equipment and a unique high-tech system. It looked even more advanced than the basement Qin Feng had in his old house earlier, and this is the case. However, Qin Feng did not directly enter the basement to start research and development. Instead, he sat down on his seat, took a deep breath, and summoned the system with a thought. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical science and technology phase 1, total progress 100%, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 12.1%, developed, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 12.1%. Recharge 500 million to fully unlock the second stage of mechanical technology and open the third stage. Balance, 10,030,000. System binding talent, star of science and technology. His eyes focused directly on the column for the balance. 10 billion. A full 10 billion. To turn on the second stage of mechanical technology, it would only take 500 million as well. That's a full $10 billion to open up not just stage 2, but even stages 3 and 4. It might even open up biotechnology that Qin Feng could only dream of. The 10 billion was naturally given to him by Chris, both the price of those 7 iron armor. It is also Chris' personal sponsorship of Qin Feng. Chris knew he was about to go back to fight a hard battle and had no idea when he would return. Thus, he utilized his maximum authority out of that 100 billion and took out 10 billion and gave it to Qin Feng, and it belonged entirely to Qin Feng, sort of paying in advance for the technical support that Qin Feng would provide afterward. Qin Feng naturally did not refuse. He does provide technical support, and he does need the money now. Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the semi-transparent shell system panel in front of him, thinking in his heart, I hope everything goes well. Then, he moved from the thought, system, charge me. In the blink of an eye, all the money in the balance column was completely emptied. Father Qin directly charged the entire 10 billion into the system, and the system panel, too, had a sea change in the next instant. Omnitech system, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 1, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical science and technology phase 1, total progress 100%, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical technology phase 2, total progress 12%, unlocked, mechanical technology phase 3, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical technology phase 3, total progress 0%, unlocked, mechanical technology stage 4, total progress 100%, developed, mechanical technology phase 4, total progress 0%, unlocked, biotech phase 1, 3% total progress, developed, biotechnology phase 1, total progress 0%, recharge 500 million to fully unlock the second stage of mechanical technology and open the third stage, balance, 0, system binding talent, star of science and technology. Without bothering about the third and fourth stages of mechanical technology, Qin Feng directly moved his gaze to the first stage of biotechnology. Although the first stage of biotech is only just 3% unlocked right now, which is kind of just a small opening, but it was already enough for Qin Feng to know what exactly this stage 1 biotechnology was. But after accepting those extra memories in his brain, and carefully studying the first stage of biotechnology, Qin Feng's originally excited mood, however, suddenly became somewhat cooled down. The first stage of biotechnology is called a biopod. After integrating all the technology and knowledge of the entire first stage, Qin Feng would be able to build this biopod, which had an extremely crucial role of prolonging life. But the so-called prolongation of life here is not really prolonging the lifespan of a living being, but allowing the physical state of the living being to be retained as much as possible at this point in time. For example, if an old man who is about to die of old age can get such a biopod, as long as he stays in the biopod with peace of mind, he will be able to make the time of his death come a little later. The deterioration of the body's condition also becomes a little slower when a very sick person stays inside the biopod, and correspondingly, if a teenager who is developing very fast in puberty stays in the middle of this biopod, the same can be said for slowing down one's development due to the effects of the biopods. The physical condition of the lifeform cache is scanned and recorded, and a plan is then drawn up to maintain the present condition by all means. That's what this biohazard is for. Of course, this maintenance does not do anything that would allow the lifeform to remain in its present state forever and ever, but only temporarily. And it's very important to stay in the bio compartment at all times for the best results. Every time it goes out it makes the whole use worse, because every time you go out, your body starts to deteriorate at the original rate, and after the next time you go into the middle of the biopod will rescan the current body data. Scanning takes time, and it takes time to formulate a plan. What's more, the second time you go in, the biopod will be retarded by today's standards. This is certainly a pretty great piece of technology. It can be used in all aspects of human medicine. Once it's actually made, I'm sure the millionaires of this world will have one just for themselves, even if it costs a lot of money. However, this biocompartment was not something that Qin Feng needed, because there was nothing in it that would allow him to heal his body. I can't possibly build myself a biopod and lie inside it all day long. In that case, I would have no way to continue research and development, no way to make things, no way to continue to climb the technology to open the system. This biopod can at most allow me to live for more than 10 years more than I do now. But what's the point of that? Qin Feng could not help but frown with a slightly heavy heart. The main reason for Qin Feng's body is because no one in the world knows what exactly is going on with it. Even he himself doesn't know. There is absolutely no way to detect his physical condition with the current medical technology and instruments. And there is naturally no way to treat him without knowing the cause of the disease. All of the treatments he had received since he was a child had been a kind of trial, and among the trials some had worked, some hadn't, and some might even have been counterproductive. And the effects of the medicine he was using right now were actually very weak. But it was all he could do to stop spoiling his body. So as long as there's no way to detect the root cause of the body's problems from the system, he would have no cure. And now the first stage of biotechnology naturally made Qin Feng slightly less satisfied. In this state of mind, he looked inside the mechanical technology again, the third stage that had just been opened, and the fourth stage, stage 3 of which happens to be the type of knowledge Max needs so badly about flying in aviation. A flying car can be built after all the knowledge is melded together. It's a car that can really fly in the middle of the sky. Although with today's Blue Star's technology it is also possible to build some vehicles that can fly. Airplanes, fighters and so on are not a problem either. But this one of Qin Feng's is different. This one car that can fly has extremely advanced aerospace materials. It is able to fly in the skies of the earth and can soar recklessly amongst space. As long as he was able to integrate all of the third stage and build this car, it wouldn't be far from realizing Max's dream of going to Mars. And stage 4 is even more amazing. As with the first 3 stages, where the final form is a car, the same is true of the 4th stage, but the car made in stage 4. Qin Feng would like to call it a human car, a car built specifically for the human body. This car brings together the first 3 stages, all the best. Incredible protection and the ability to capture, store and use a variety of energy sources, superior in energy, as well as being able to fly recklessly in the middle of the sky and in the middle of space. All of it was concentrated in this one car. This car has very little space though. There was only room for one person to stand in it. Said it was a car, but other than those little tires on your feet, the overall look is rather more like a suit of battle armor made of steel. Wouldn't this be Iron Man with a different look and spray paint? Qin Feng couldn't help but think. This thing from years ago did look quite a bit like the Iron Man battle armor he had seen in a movie in his previous life. And just then, he suddenly frowned as a thought popped up inside his head. If one does build this Iron Man battle armor, then add that biopod from the first stage of biotechnology, or rather transplant the functions of the biopod into this Iron Man battle armor, then I won't need to stay inside the biopod all the time at all. Even in my battle armor, I can do whatever I want to do, as well as conduct scientific research and study. The appearance of this idea caused Qin Feng's eyes to instantly widen with surprise. For Qin Feng, there were 2 main things going on right now. Piece 1 continues to attack the system and find a way to save yourself within it. The second piece is to prolong your own precarious life. Though he didn't know exactly what was going on with his body yet, there's no way to try to treat it. But in the past 2 years, he had indeed been able to slightly feel the feeling of being overwhelmed and his life force seemed to be gradually draining away. So he must still work to attack the system. But in the meantime it's time to figure out how to improve your health a little bit. And now, the thought that popped into his head could undoubtedly help. Only, this method of completely fusing the biopod and the steel battle armor together was completely original to Qin Feng. While both are available in the system, there is absolutely no guidance on how to blend the two together. So this matter was also difficult for Qin Feng. But since Qin Feng had already thought of this solution, he naturally wasn't afraid of the difficulty, and his current physical condition didn't allow him to be afraid of the difficulty anymore. With all the things you have in your head, and the city of talents, I don't believe I can't think of one thing to come up with in my own head, Qin Feng thought silently in his heart, and then he sat in place and began to carefully receive and study those new memories and knowledge that had appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, in the middle of an abandoned city in the Middle East, Gario took a long breath as he looked at the 3 huge tanks that were being parked in the city, as well as the mighty and dominating helicopter gunship next to them. The weapons had arrived at the base more than a month earlier, but the South Lea country's attack has never come, causing Gario to draw his sword and look around in confusion. Has long been ready to fight. This battle is hard as never fought. Once he asked the third prince, he realized that Chris, who was responsible for defeating them, had run away to the Great Han Kingdom at this moment and didn't know when he would return. So Gario could only wait helplessly. After all, they can't run off on their own accord to attack people's countries when they're a terrorist organization, can they? The initiative for everything is all in the hands of the nation of South Aria. Well, just the other day the third prince contacted them out of the blue and gave them the news that Chris was coming back, because Chris has spent too much time in the big country, resulting in the mission he received has not been completed. The country for this matter is naturally very angry. Coupled with the power of the eldest prince, the second prince's family united with a number of ministers to pressure the old king, resulting in the old king had to be at this moment is staying in the country of Dahan. Chris called back, urging him as soon as possible to start attacking Gario. In fact, there had been people upset with Chris before and had been pressing for it, and it was the old king who carried that pressure. But now so much time had passed that even the old king could not carry it off. That's why there is no choice but to call Chris back from the Dahan country. And once Chris is back from the Dahan country, then this Gario, the battle that has been expected for a long time, will also certainly be directly hit. So these days Gario, at once, commanded these soldiers under his own hands to intensify their drills. Now is the time when they have just finished drilling. After all, these advanced weapons also need to be used for some familiarization before they can be put to use. At this moment, all the people in the entire team were all in the middle of this huge square, looking at these four behemoths. Each face was filled with passion. Alright, that's enough training for today. Go back to rest and get ready for battle. False Stripes barked a command to the people under him, and then he turned to leave. One by one, the rest of them retreated to their rooms. Only James, who had previously sparred with various internet users on an internet forum and had said he would shoot the Iron Horde in the event of a war and post it on that forum, at this moment is secretly holding a cell phone to open the camera mode. Will be in front of the 3 tanks and a helicopter gunship all recorded in. In a little while he'll upload this short video inside the forum for a teaser. He had said he wanted a war last time, but he hadn't realized that it had dragged on until now, causing himself to be mocked in the forums. And now that this war was finally about to begin, James was looking for ways to make sure to prove it for himself. And on the other hand, after Home wants to return to his room, he immediately took out that cell phone and sent a seemingly very normal text message to the third prince. After a while, the third prince returned the call. Is that brother of yours back yet? Gario asked immediately. On my way back. The third prince answered on the other end of the line. Did you ask for me? What's going on with that brother of yours now? Of course I asked. According to my father, Chris, he's basically not making any progress right now. In fact, if you think about it, you can imagine that if he could get his hands on any good weapons and could find a good group of fighters, he wouldn't be dragging it out so long. Much less wait until father's side can't take the pressure and call him back. He comes back. Then if he still comes back and has to come and attack us, isn't that just a death sentence? Your father is willing to give it up? Of course the rich man can't afford to give it up. Or else how do you think Chris has come through these 2 months or so in style? But he is, after all, the head of a country, and he must be responsible for his people. My elder brother's mother felt that my elder brother's position as crown prince was threatened, and had long ago already used the forces under her command to publicize Chris's actions to deal with you. And now 70 to 80% of the entire country's population knows about it. If Chris is afraid to come back and not succeed in this mission, then he might as well be dead. And even if he manages to come back alive, he will lose the hearts of the people completely. That's pretty vicious. You emperors, that's the most vicious I've ever seen. It's still much better than you terrorists. At least we follow the law and do so within the rules. Unlike you. Alright, I won't fight with you, Your Royal Highness. In that case we'll make good preparations and try to be able to clear an obstacle, even if that obstacle is the smallest one, for Your Royal Highness to inherit the throne in the future. I hope you guys can keep your words. Right now we are completely on the same boat. You guys have to put me on the throne, and I will make sure that as long as I make it to that position, what you guys want, I will do my best to give it to you. And apart from me, neither my elder nor second brother, nor my father, they will not agree to your demands. Don't worry, my prince, we will never let you down. The phone hung up as Gario laughed. The third prince took a private look, then put away his cell phone, if no one else was there, and left. But he completely missed that a figure slowly appeared inside the root of the wall next to him shortly after he left, and then left again. Actually, it was at that family meeting a couple months back. The old king had suspected the third prince, and had early and thoroughly insisted on it. The reason why they had kept the third prince from making a move was that they were going to use the trick to eliminate Gario and the others at once. Chris returned to the South Lea country with his men early, but this time when he went back, he didn't bring his newly acquired iron armor of wine with him, but instead, he instructed Uncle Quan to take that new iron armor and hide it in a different place. This was, of course, to prevent the third prince from seeing it and then revealing the information to the terrorist organization. Immediately after that, the two men, Chris and the old king, teamed up to deliver a false message to the third prince. That's 10 days from now, Chris will lead a general attack. Without any surprises, this news was naturally passed on to Gario's ears by the third prince. So much so that Gario was prepared to respond early on. In order to fulfill the mission ordered by General McSurgeon, Galio also made a ploy and stationed his team in the middle of several other cities, using the base where he was originally located as a decoy. By then, when Chris brought his men to attack, he would be able to surround the inside from the outside, and by then, even if Chris wanted to escape after he failed, he wouldn't be able to. At that point Gario and the gang could catch a fish in a barrel, leave Chris's car behind, and bring it to General McSurgeon. The 10 days flew by. With the third prince tipped off, Galio had already arranged everything long ago, and things were indeed unfolding as Galio had imagined. They hid quietly amongst a few surrounding hillsides and soon saw Chris alone in his car rushing by again. Gario would never be wrong. He recognized that car was the same car that had swept through his base last time, although it hadn't killed many people, but it had humiliated him greatly. Is he really the only one? Gario was slightly shocked. Although he had long heard from the mouth of the third prince that no one was willing to take the risk of following Chris, so it was likely that Chris would come alone, and Chris acted very confident about it, saying that the car he had was definitely capable of allowing him to do the job alone as well. But of course Gario kept his skepticism in his mind. A man running over to fight a war, wasn't that the equivalent of sending a man to his death? After acting as a henchman and checking left and right, it was true that Chris was the only one. Gario had to believe it too. Immediately afterward anger rose in his heart. He thought that Chris was showing contempt for himself. Does he think that if he came alone last time and saved the people, he'll be able to defeat us alone this time? It's really naive. Gario took the radio and instantly let out a roar. All of you, surround this kid and find a way to leave him alive. I'm going to make sure he learns the hard way what happens when he offends me. In an instant, Galio's army was on the move. The men in ambush all around them rushed out in their battle tanks toward Chris, who was making his way to their base. Chris, who was in the car, apparently noticed this and instantly drove the car and started spinning in place, trying to break out. But just then, a helicopter gunship in the sky suddenly flew over, followed by 3 huge tanks slowly emerging from 3 directions. A huge and elite team finally appeared completely, encircling towards the iron armor in the very center. Gario was in the distance at the moment, observing it all. He was confident. Think I'll be able to take it this time. Block off his route and find a way to get him to just surrender. Our primary objective is to get that car. Gario continued to command. Their encirclement was also getting smaller and smaller, but they were completely unaware of the iron armor in the middle that looked like it was scurrying around, as if it had panicked, but had no intention of breaking out at all. It was clear that the encirclement hadn't formed before, and there was no way those tanks could have caught up with him, but the car remained where it was. But Gario had long since gotten carried away with the victory and paid absolutely no attention to this detail. The only thing in his mind was that it was Chris inside, stunned by his own bout. After all, that's 3 tanks plus helicopter gunships. Even if you're as powerful as this car is, can it still match pretty over the most advanced weaponry? Gario was confident. The encirclement is gradually shrinking. In the end, all 3 tanks drove up to the side of the iron armor in the middle, and the one helicopter gunship that surrounded the iron armor above it also kept rotating its propellers to make a roaring sound. This iron armor in the middle looked to be ajar. Even if you want to break out now, one must also need to step through the defense of these 3 tanks first, but one is able to see it with the eyes alone. One weighs that much and is simply not enough in front of 3 huge tanks. Is a family car still capable of knocking a tank out of the way? It's simply not going to happen. Seeing that the victory is in the hands of Galio also finally rest assured, immediately let his men drive a car to take him, with the fastest speed to the edge of the encirclement. Immediately afterward, he picked up a loudspeaker and yelled at the iron hordes inside to surrender. The iron armor, on the other hand, stood still and unresponsive, just as Gario was about to lose his patience and wanted to order a shot. Suddenly, his ears heard a subtle roar, coming from behind himself. Gario turned his head and glanced backward in some confusion. Immediately, a burst of yellow sand was seen, rising up in the sky, and in front of that yellow sand a very familiar-looking car shocked, rushing over to this side at an extremely fast speed. And that's not all. Out of the corner of his eye, he also saw several other directions at the same time, with the same yellow sand rising up in the sky. Gario turned his head instantly, scanning the area only to realize that there were weights roaring this way in all directions. The number was counted carefully, and the number was a full 9. How is that possible? His first thought was that he had been tricked by the third prince. The second reaction was some fear. because he realized that he seemed to be counter-surrounded. But immediately afterward Gario quickly calmed down again. So what if they're counter-surrounded? So what if they have 10 of this strange car? He has 3 tanks and helicopter gunships under his own hands. Even in a head-on clash, one could definitely win. Since there are so many cars, I don't need to figure out how to keep my hand in. Gario made a split-second decision and immediately ordered, "Open fire and smash that car in the center. Tanks, get up there and crush that car. Pull out the people inside. I want to see which hero dares to use his life as bait." By now Gario had realized that the driver in the car inside might not be Chris, because surely the other side couldn't have come up as bait themselves. But anyway, it's natural to still let the other team down if you can. As long as we can take advantage of the time it takes for those 9 cars to drive by and eliminate this one first, it will also be considered as weakening the other side's fighting force. The henchmen immediately opened a round of bombardment. The 3 tanks moved as well, pressing straight forward and soon squeezing the iron armor firmly in the middle. Even if you wanted to run, this car can't run now. And just then, Gario suddenly heard the alarmed cries of his men. "Boss, there's no one in this car." "What? No one?" Gario was shocked. "How is that possible? Who drove the car if no one was there?" Gario jumped straight out of the car and ran quickly to the very center. Looking inside the car window, there was really no one there. While he was surprised, his eyes suddenly lit up and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "It's good that there's no one. Isn't it perfect that there's no one? This little Prince Chris is simply sick in the head. Isn't this giving us this car for nothing?" Gario was ecstatic and immediately reached for the car door, but it didn't open half the time. So again, he immediately instructed the men next to him to try to open this iron armor through the windows and doors with bullets and firearms or some other means. But without exception, none of these methods worked. This railroad is unmanned though, yet it is not something they can use casually. Naturally, Gario couldn't have known. There was also artificial intelligence inside this iron armor in front of him. Although the human AI in this car can only be described as an assisted driver. But assisted driving now and assisted driving decades from now are certainly not the same a thing. As long as the owners did release access to the car, then there's nothing wrong with handing over control of the entire car to Al for some simple maneuvers. Naturally, TMD. Gario cursed viciously, angry as hell, but not sure what he was actually angry about. After moving his mouth for half a day, he was only able to command, "There are some people watching this car, while the rest of you join me in the war." Having said that, he suddenly felt as if he was slightly less safe now. So again, he immediately looked at the tank closest to his side and commanded on the intercom, "Come down one person inside tank number 3. I'm going to go in there and personally maneuver the tank and smash these cars to pieces." As the boss, Gario naturally couldn't show that he was timid, so he had to find another reason for his actions. The men in the tank didn't think much of it and came right down with one. Even if there was something in his heart, he certainly did not dare to say it. After all, Gario was their boss. After waiting for Gario to get into the tank, Chris and the others were also finally charging over in those iron armor. A new encirclement had formed outside the one Gario and the others had formed. Although this encirclement consists of only 9 cars, and there are all huge gaps in between, not to mention flies, even elephants are able to run out, makes the bracket look slightly more ridiculous. However, both Gario, who was hiding inside the tank at this moment, and Gario's various henchmen did not dare to have the slightest bit of contempt. Most of them in the room remembered how Chris had turned their base upside down the last time he drove a car alone. And that's a full 10 cars at this point, though one is under their control at the moment. Though they also had a much larger new force, namely the 3 tanks and a helicopter gunship above their heads. But that doesn't give them the belief that they will win, because no one knows how scary these cars in front of them really are. They don't know what the car is called, or where it is produced, or what features it has. What are the parameters? They have little to no information other than the fact that they were crushed after the last time they faced each other. And with war, the fight is about information. As long as that party knows more information than the other, then the probability of that side winning just gets bigger. It was as if Gario was clearly aware that Chris would come alone, which was why he came up with the ploy like he did just now, trying to surround Chris in the middle and make it difficult for him to escape. And it was clear that Chris was clearly aware of this plan of Gario's, which was why he made it work, sending out a car as bait first, and then using the other 9 cars to surround Gario and the others instead. And the reason why Chris did it was simple. He was just going to take this opportunity to get as many of these Gario people as he could. On the one hand, it was naturally for the sake of his own record to look even better, so that when he returned home he could be more convincing, so that those who were eyeing his inheritance and his position would put away their minds and prove their abilities. And on the other hand, it also wanted to use this opportunity to deter the forces behind Gario. They are warned to stop extending their hands so far or they will surely pay the price. A group of terrorist organizations as large as Gario's and theirs would take time and money to duplicate, even for the top countries of the Southern Star. Once the losses were heavy, or even against Chris they were outright crushed, that would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the forces behind Galio and the others as well. At this time, Galio, naturally did not know all this compared to his own men. Galio, more or less confident in this battle. Brothers, charge me. Let's charge out first. Gario gave a command. Those battle tanks surrounding the 3 tanks were all immediately pressed down on their throttles. Their engines roared, their tires rubbed, and the sand raised dust as they began to accelerate. Trying to break through the circle Chris and the others had formed with 9 cars, and Chris and the guys were quick to react. Drive faster. When the opposite chariot had only just moved a little, Chris and his 9 vehicles in total had then sped out at breakneck speed, rapidly approaching Gario's troops. At this moment these 9 cars, all of them burst out with the swiftest speed, and 2 of the full versions are scary fast for their weight. With complete artificial intelligence on board, it will be very easy for the vehicle to maintain stability when traveling fast and to make adjustments to various parameters when cornering. Chris, all they had to do was push the gas to the bottom, take the wheel with both hands, and keep going in the direction they wanted to go. Everything else can all be left to Al in the car. These 2 vehicles were like 2 sharp knives plunging straight into the hinterland of Galio's forces with a swift movement. Straight away, the 2 chariots that had just pulled out were crushed to pieces, and the people inside didn't even have time to let out a single scream before they lost their voices, while Chris and Uncle Light drove these 2 complete plate iron armor, but still speed non-stop, directly to the center of the rush, because they were too fast, and at this point it was too close to Gario. Their troops, inverting Gario, they didn't dare to just shoot, much less use a big killing weapon like a cannonball, so as not to accidentally hurt yourself. Spread out. All the other cars spread out. Try to break out. The 3 tanks aim at these 2 cars and ram them to death. Ram them to death. Gario immediately made a command. The men also began to move at once. The tracks of the 3 tanks were also immediately in motion. The cars were turned around and the search began for these 2 complete versions of Chris and Uncle Light's iron armor. But a tank among tanks is a tank, and even the fastest tanks in the world are no match for the Iron Horde. Gario's command in the moment of crisis instead gave way to the iron armor that they had blocked in the very center. Chris and Uncle Light immediately rushed over, crashing all of the several cars that were still surrounding that iron armor. Upon construction, one in front of the other, surrounded that car in the center. Uncle Light opened his own door at once, and another guard rushed out from his passenger seat, touched the handles of the car with his hand, and immediately unlocked the door with his fingerprints. And then this guard instantly stepped up and managed to take back this full-bodied iron armor that was used as a decoy. If Chris had only had 2 sharp knives here with them before, it would now be 3. Shit. Gario looked at this scene and took his communicator and roared frantically from inside the tank. Didn't I tell you guys to watch that car? Didn't I tell you to surround that car and never let them take it? What the hell are you guys doing? Naturally, no one on the comm dared to respond. No one is even in the mood or spirit to respond right now. Chris took 3 full-bodied iron hordes and raided them from the inside out, killing people as they went. No ordinary car could hold off these 3 cars for a single round, and as soon as they met they were knocked over. And being knocked over at that incredible speed also basically results in one thing, a car wreck. Now all of Gario's men who drove ordinary cars had only one thought inside their heads, and that was what to do to escape from this place as fast as possible. Even if they stayed here they wouldn't be able to do anything. The guys are just coming over to play the wind-up game. Once caught in a headwind, facing these hardened iron armor, they simply don't have the slightest resistance to stay here, and will only get killed in vain. The only things that could turn the situation around now were the 3 tanks that had been beautifully delivered some time ago, and the helicopter gunship that was spinning its propellers in the sky. Gario naturally understood this, so although he cursed, he immediately commanded these people under his command again, fleeing out as quickly as possible. Of course it's not about running for your life, it's about retaining more viable forces. Gario didn't think he was going to lose now. After all, his 3 tanks and the helicopter gunships on them hadn't been maximized. Damn it, if you're going to go fast, make room for me, then pull back and blow up all these cars one by one for me. Gario roared out in anger, while his men each fled the battlefield as fast as they could in their modified chariots. At the same time, the 3 tanks paired with the helicopter gunships in the sky were constantly harassing Chris's men on the ground. After the last fiasco, the family is going to be very aware of just how bulletproof this iron pillar vehicle is. So this time, in order to be able to win the battle, he specially prepared extremely powerful artillery shells to be mounted on top of the tanks as well as the helicopter gunships in the sky. At this very moment, a couple of terrorists in the helicopter gunships had then aimed a blast at a non-complete iron armor on the periphery. The shell was extremely fast, whistling, and in an instant it struck the iron armor that was moving rapidly. It was accompanied by a violent roar. A huge ball of fire exploded from the ground, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Almost everyone looked at the huge ball of fire, wanting to see the result of the shot, even Chris and the others. While it's true that the safety of the Iron Horde is outstanding, it's just a car after all, and today's Blue Star is in possession of, well, enough weapons of mass destruction to destroy a city. So iron armor is definitely not indestructible, and once it meets an overly powerful thermal weapon, the same will happen. Only Chris they didn't get around to doing such a test. First of all, there were not enough samples of the rhythm. There were only these 10 in the whole world so far, and he could not afford to take one of them for testing. Secondly, they couldn't find that many weapons to use either, especially the weapons of the pretty countries. Because of that one contract, the country of Maria and the pretty country have been in almost complete break of diplomatic relations. Even more money can't buy weapons from a pretty country. There would be no natural way to test it. And Chris and the others weren't fools, judging by the size and power of the shell that had just been fired. This is definitely not something that can be caused by an ordinary weapon. Time passes slowly. The fireball quickly shrunk and dissipated as it erupted violently at first. Calm was restored immediately afterward. And this period, the scene that Chris had imagined of a car that carried, intact, out of the midst of those flames had never happened. Wait until the flames and smoke have completely dissipated. An iron armor that had been blasted down to a mere iron frame appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Well played. Gario immediately clenched his fist and shouted, then continued to command, that's it, give me aim and hit hard. Don't shoot until you've aimed. Although they had prepared in advance, these shells were not cheap. The more powerful the weapon, the more expensive it is to build and the more expensive it is to sell. Plus, since it wasn't clear, this time Chris actually brought 10 cars with him. That's why they only had 7 rounds ready for that shell just now. That is to say, better to have a shell that can instantly shatter 2 iron hordes. Busted. Though upset, Chris didn't show too much surprise. He had already done the psychological construction a long time ago. At this moment is more directly calmed down. Change the battle plan. Commanded, all the cars in the periphery come in, and those 3 tanks stick together. Don't be thrown off. As for the other people and cars, let them go first. Uncle Light, with the 3 of us maneuvering the drones, the only way we can solve the problem right now is one. With Chris' command, the situation on the battlefield changed once again. The Iron Horde, which had been driving at speed to full capacity and constantly chasing down the other vehicles, immediately contracted and rushed towards those 3 tanks through and through. And without the threat of these iron hordes, those soldiers that survived Gario were finally able to drive out of the area in peace, leaving without looking back. Still, as stated before, there's not much use in staying here with the equipment they have. The car won't run, and the bullets won't go in. Basically, you just have to watch the show. The pilot in the helicopter gunship in the sky and a few other terrorists who were responsible for firing the guns immediately continued to start aiming, but immediately afterward they realized the cars had changed direction. After a few looks it instantly dawned on Chris what they meant. Boss, all these cars are heading your way. It seems like they're trying to use you guys as a shield. Yeah, boss, if these cars stick with you guys, we won't have any way to fire. The terrorists in the helicopter reported back immediately. This new shell is very powerful indeed, but because of this, even the 3 tanks Gario just got simply can't take it. Gario also reacted instantly when he sniffed and looked out the window, immediately roaring, quickly, quickly, drive, distance yourself from them. The 3 tanks were immediately launched. The driver adjusted the power to the maximum speed, to the fastest, but the beat still rushed on at a faster pace, and in an instant they were plastered with them. That's the tank's weakness. Even if it can fit in a powerful weapon, even if it's no longer safe, but the speed couldn't be picked up after all. Or to put it another way, in today's world, vehicles, or weapons, that have the ability to exceed the defense of an iron armor while also exceeding the speed of an iron armor do not yet exist at all. Even the most economically and technologically powerful of the beautiful countries did their best to create advanced weapons. It is equally impossible to do this. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Once all the iron armor was affixed to the 3 tanks, the helicopter gunships in the sky were no longer able to fire even a single shell. It was true that the iron armor could not resist this kind of powerful weapon, but at this time, the tank that Gario was riding on could not resist it as well. 1 shell down. Everyone who gets hit dies. What should we do next? Boss, are we going to keep firing when they're with you? The men on the plane asked. Keep firing? You want you to be the boss of this after I'm dead? How the TND do I know what to do? Gario was furious. He looked at one of the iron armor surrounding outside. After a moment of silence, he ordered, you guys wait up there first. I'll think of something. Don't just fire. It's not just because I'm here. It's because we don't have that many rounds of cannonballs. This kind of good stuff is one less than one to use. It's the boss. In this situation now, they would never just open fire. Chris was also observing the entire battlefield through the car's electronic screen at that moment. He had already sent the drones out a long time ago, circling above the battlefield. And because the drones were so fast and small, and because the entire battlefield was so chaotic, no one even noticed. So what should we do next? Uncle Light asked Chris through the car's system. Chris looked up at the helicopter gunship in the sky. Without getting rid of this thing flying in the sky, we're only going to be living targets on the ground. All three of us have drones in our vehicles, and you've all used them before. So in that case then we might as well do a decapitation. Operation Decapitation? Uncle Light first asked, then immediately responded. Very well, then let's have a decapitation. Then Uncle Light placed his hands on the car's screen and operated it a few times, and the drone above the roof of this iron armor of his also opened at once and flew into the air. The pure black body streamlined shell, coupled with the amazing speed, in such a tense battlefield, no one could even notice. Wait, Your Royal Highness, Uncle Light, what beheading? What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand? The guard inside the third car was at a loss. On my command, you first call out your drone, Uncle Light immediately said from the side. Yes, the guard answered, and immediately afterward, a drone flew above the railroad tracks of the third complete as well. The triangular drones first flew away from the battlefield, then came back in the furthest direction, and their common target was the helicopter gunships that were circling above them at this very moment, making loud noises. Chris had them in two minds, driving and hiding next to the three tanks while using a larger portion of his mind to maneuver the drone towards the helicopter above. It just so happened that the helicopter's door was open at that moment, as they were sticking a huge gunnel out of the door and aiming it downward. Several of the terrorists in the helicopter were so engrossed in the battlefield below that they didn't even notice that there were three drones here, flying towards them in parallel directions. The terrorist with the cannon only felt a flash of black light out of the corner of his eye, followed by a sudden coolness on his neck, and when he looked down, he immediately saw a raging stream of blood gushing out from the bottom of his neck. Chris will drone speed to the fastest that flow linear body, surprisingly at this moment became like a sharp sword. Instantly will the other party's neck, cut out a deep wound. Attention all, enemy attack. The terrorists in the rear immediately yelled at the top of their lungs, but immediately afterward another black drone flashed by and flew at his neck in the same way. The terrorist only had time to duck back and shrink, but he was still cut by the drone, and one of his eyes was stabbed, blood spurting out and he could no longer see anything. Shit, what is this? It's a drone. The last time it showed up, it was a drone inside one of those cars. Drones? Are you kidding me? What kind of drone still kills people? Come on. Come on, come on, do something, shoot these two down and drive them out. The airplane cabin was an instant mess. All the others reacted and immediately fought the two drones in the tiny airplane cabin. The two drones scurried up and down the cabin of the plane at breakneck speeds, and even when they were hit by these terrorists with their firearms and backpacks on their bodies, they were still able to adjust their speeds on the fly and make a tussle. Anymore, after being shot down, you can quickly fly outside the cabin and take off again after readjusting your speed and attitude. Rushed in again for a wave of reaping. Something's happened to the boss. Something's happened. The chaos in the airplane cabin was immediately seen by the pilot in front. The driver had his walkie-talkie and was about to report back to Gario below. And just then, out of the corner of his eye, he likewise saw a flash of black light. A solid black drone shot in like a sword through the small slit he had opened next to the window in order to smoke, and plunged hard into his chin. Put! A soft thud. Only blood shot out at once. The driver's hands covered his neck helplessly, but it still couldn't stop the blood from flowing. At the end of his life, he had become unconscious from blood loss and lack of oxygen. Hesitantly, he moved his arm, but it just happened to hit some kind of mechanism. Instantly, the helicopter, which had been flying smoothly in the middle of the sky, instantly lost its balancing force and tilted and fell to the right. All the soldiers in the cabin were also shaken at this instant and screamed. Gario, who was in the tank below, was confused and couldn't figure out at all what could be going on with the helicopter gunships in the sky. He took the microphone and immediately shouted upwards. What's the matter? Get it straight, what's wrong and what's wrong? But there was no reply from anyone inside the receiver. There was only some very strange gurgling noises coming from it. Thinking that the earpiece was broken, Gario reached over and brought the machine from his men next to him and continued. Say, what the hell is going on? Could one of their cars on the ground still drive up into the sky and run you guys down? Just as the words were falling from his lips, suddenly, he saw accurately through the tank's external captor that not far away, a black helicopter gunship was tilting at an angle and slowly descending from the middle of the sky. No, more accurately I should say, lost balance and crashed down. What happened? At this moment Gario? In his mind there was just such a thought. He was puzzled. He did not understand. He even doubted life. He was completely unable to visualize or comprehend how these cars running on the ground were bringing down the helicopter gunships in the sky. Even if these people were sticking out the window with their guns, wouldn't those people on the plane look? It's not like they're stupid. So what the hell is going on here? But unfortunately no one can answer his question. At this moment on the helicopter gunship has long been in chaos. With the death of the pilot, the other people cannot enter the cockpit, only to watch the aircraft continue to fall. And then that a huge helicopter gunship so rotating propeller constantly down, and finally hit a piece of yellow sand above, burning up a raging fire accompanied by a burst of explosions, completely no movement. The only thing Gario could see that was somewhat unusual was that before the plane hit the ground and exploded due to the collision, three black things flew out from inside the cabin of the plane and then spun around and flew up into the air and disappeared. Gario was able to recognize what it was. All of his drones had been destroyed one by crashing into that thing during his last encounter with Chris. It can't be that these three drones brought down my old helicopter gunship, can it? Such a ridiculous thought popped into the middle of Gario's mind. His reasoning told him that this kind of thing was never possible. After all, just by looking at the size, he could see that the three drones were just a little bit not as big as a human head. Even if they were more powerful, they were still just drones. It's not loaded with guns or cannons either. It's just three drones that can fly. So how can it be that powerful? But alas, there was indeed no one who could answer the question in Gario's mind. In fact, he didn't even have time to think about it, because with the threat in the sky gone, with those powerful shells exploding along with the helicopter gunships, Chris and the others no longer needed to take cover. You can unleash your fangs to your heart's content. Touch! A loud thud reached Gario's ears, followed by the vibration of the entire body of the tank. Something hit this tank he was on, and the impact was not small, and couldn't guess that the only thing that existed around here right now besides these three tanks was Chris and their discreet iron armor. Now that the helicopter gunships had been eliminated, Chris and his team's target had naturally become the last three tanks. They don't have guns. They don't have enough weapons to break through the defenses of our tanks. But we can't be separated by them. We have to find a chance to lean together. With quick reflexes, Gario quickly figured out what was going on and immediately used his walkie-talkie to instruct his men, hoping to try and get the three tanks to lean in and squeeze Chris and the others out. If, as before, they remained glued to Chris' side as they had been, the only result would be mutual good, as there was no way for a tank's gun barrel to aim at something that was close to its side. That's a blind spot for tank weapons. We have to stay close to these tanks. There's no guarantee that these tanks have the same kind of shells inside them that we had before. And at the same time we have to separate these three tanks and break them up one by one. Chris knew just as well how he was going to win, and immediately instructed his men. But they'll definitely want to get together, and there'll have to be a couple of cars across the middle of them. But that could be somewhat dangerous. I'll go. I'll do it. Leave it to me. I don't think it's dangerous. I trust Mr. Qin's iron armor chariot. As soon as Chris's words were out of his mouth, the group of guards under his command were all scrambling to do this dangerous thing. Even though Qin Feng's iron armor gave them plenty of confidence, it certainly showed their loyalty as well. Chris frowned as thoughts raced through his mind, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded his head in agreement. We can try it out first, and see if we can crash through these tanks or not. We don't have high-powered weapons, and if our iron-armored chariots don't work either, then we'll just leave and go to their main camp and sweep it. Chris's thoughts were very clear. Although through the mouth of the third prince, they had already known some information about Gario's side, but knowing is knowing and coping is coping. Since he didn't know that Gario and the others had tanks and helicopters when he was in the Dahan Kingdom, Chris was so focused on the Iron Horde that he didn't even think about using that money to buy other powerful equipment. When he came back, even if the old king wanted to support him, after all, there were other forces in the country, and the first and second princes were watching from the sidelines. The old king couldn't have been too obviously biased. So it had to be Chris and the guys coming over for a solo fight. That's what led to what we have today. It could be argued that they could only rely on the Iron Horde. If they encountered a thing that even Iron Hordes could not do, they would just be able to avoid it. Like these three tanks right now. Fortunately, in addition to its extreme defense, the iron armor also had a much faster speed. If they really couldn't deal with the three tanks, they could also change direction to pursue other terrorists to expand the battle. Even if Chris never gets anything out of them again by the end of the day, this battle definitely counts as a win. In total, they only lost one vehicle and the two guards in one vehicle. But Gario, on their side, removed the 7 or 8 cars that ran out earlier. That's all that's left of these three tanks. Almost half of them died, especially the helicopter gunship. The price is even more expensive. After hearing Chris's plan, the guards immediately began to execute it as well. The remaining 9 iron armor immediately split into 3 parts. The first 2 parts are 2 each, finding a bit of tank harassment blocking each, while the other 5 quickly gathered and chose the closest tank, 1 in the rear and 2 each on the left. It directly fixed that one tank firmly in the center, unable to move, and the last one came to the rear of the tank's muzzle, aimed the tank's ass hard. Bang! The iron armor and the tank clashed together with a loud bang. The impacting iron armor immediately retreated to the rear. The results of the impact were also displayed at once. The front end of the iron horde is slightly warped, but overall it's not too much of a problem. The tank, which had been hit in the rear, had suffered significantly more damage, and had even chipped a couple of screws. Chris, who had been concerned about the situation, saw this scene and his heart settled down. He understood. This is a battle that can still be fought. We were able to ram them. Keep up the formation. Watch out for the tanks adjusting their guns, and switch as soon as they do. Ram them for me. Ram them hard. Ram them. The same words again. But before that it was in Gario's mouth. But now it was up to Chris to say it. And with Chris's fiend, the attack of 9 family cars on 3 tanks was officially underway. Bang. 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 One crash after another. It kept ringing out. It's almost like ringing a bell in the middle of all this yellow sand. But it was the death knell of Galio and others that rang at this time. The tank surrounded by the 5 iron hordes kept trying to adjust the gun ports. But there was only one gun port overhead. He tuned into the back and the car behind him immediately stuck to his ass, turning into the car in front of him and starting to crash. Adjusting to the front, the car in the rear started crashing again. And the other 2 cars were holding him firmly in place, unable to move in or out. All at once it was as if he were a turtle in a jar. Find a way to flush me out. Hurry! Gario yelled over the intercom as he observed the situation outside. He never expected things to come to this. We're blocked. We can't get out. Boss. The driver next to him frowned, his face full of anxiety. He had turned the power up to maximum, but still couldn't move forward. You're still driving tanks. Are you telling me now that the finest tanks in these pretty countries are no match for a couple of family cars from the Big Han country? Gario roared, even a bit unreasonably. Hasn't everything that happened before been enough to make that point? The henchman in charge of driving had a stifled look on his face at the thought in his mind, but he definitely didn't dare to say this out loud, because he knew that once he said it, maybe the next moment Gario would just draw his gun and send him to heaven with one shot. He continued to work there, moving the tank's operating system. Think of everything, but none of it had any effect. The 2 iron armor beside him were simply like an iron vise that was strong to the limit, holding the tank he was driving in the middle, and there was no way for him to move at all. Gario was still keeping an eye on the outside world. It had been looking at the tank that was surrounded by Chris and the others, with a full 5 iron hordes that kept ramming into it. After, I don't know how many rounds of impact, that tank at this moment can't see the original shape. The steel plate tracks on the front and rear of the vehicle were all knocked off. The whole body was slightly twisted, and the thick gun barrel on the roof of the vehicle kept moving back and forth, aiming forward one moment, and then aiming at the rear the next. But not even a single shot was fired. And the family has to realize that even if that gun barrel could have worked, it wouldn't have changed the current situation, because with the crash of the helicopter gunships, the only weapons they had that could have destroyed all these family vehicles from the Dahan were all consumed as well. Now with their 3 tanks, there was nothing they could do to the other side. The crash still continues. The impact of these 2 defeats though at the same time caused massive damage to the front of those 2 iron-armored vehicles. But, there were only 3 tanks, after all. And Chris, they did have a full 9 cars. Soon after, the 2 cars at the beginning had some serious front-end damage. Chris then immediately ordered a car change. The other 2 brand new iron hordes were switched to the front and rear of that first tank. Go ahead and start bumping. Ka-ching! Suddenly, with a crunch, the front half of the first tank's body burst open violently, with large chunks of parts falling off. The unceasing impact had completely destroyed the skin of the tank. Standing outside, you can clearly see the more sophisticated instruments and components inside. Chris and the others could even hear the screams of the terrorists who were hiding in the middle of the tanks at this very moment, letting out their screams of terror. Keep bumping. Without any mercy, Chris continued with his orders. The 2 iron armor, 2, immediately backed off, then restarted and accelerated to build up their power. It hit hard with even more force. Bang! A muffled sound. But the Iron Hulk at the head of the passenger car was like rushing inside an unsuspecting cloud, and the whole body was stuck in hard. Immediately afterward, a series of explosions suddenly rang out inside the tank compartment. There was a flash of fire. Chris was instantly distraught. Thought he had just killed 2 more of his men with his order. But just then, before the fire died down, the iron armor had retreated quickly among the roar of the engine. The flames were still burning, and there were even a number of parts left in the front of the iron armor, burning brightly. But they could still see that the iron boat hadn't suffered a single bit of damage from the explosions and flames just now. Yes, Chris yelled in excitement. And as far as Gario and the others were concerned, at this moment that one is withdrawing from the flames in the middle of the iron armor. Yet it seems like a demonic chariot from hell. And just at this time, this one demonic chariot suddenly turned around. It drove straight toward his side. Meanwhile, a couple other cars were following behind. The family had to realize that Chris and the others were going to crash all of his last 2 tanks again, just like they had done with that one tank before. Soon, the 9 cars split into 2 teams. There were still 2 stopping the other tank. With 7 cars remaining, a wheel-to-wheel battle began, one after another on the second tank. Every bump makes Gario's heart shake. Galio is not on this tank. He's on the other one. But he knew it wasn't going to do any good. And by the time the second tank had been wrecked as well, it would be his turn next. At this rate, the tank he was in would surely be crushed as well. All that awaits him then is death. But what other choice does one have now? Gario's eyes were blank, and the entire inside of the tank's compartment was completely silent. Finally, after a long time, another muffled thud. Gario turned back around and opened his eyes, when he instantly saw the second tank also explode in the middle of a ball of fire. An even larger caravan was assembling and charging toward itself. "Boss!" There was a sudden shout from beside him. Gario turned his head to see his men's doors filled with panic. "What are we going to do?" the henchman in charge of driving this tank asked. Gario fell silent. He didn't know what to do next either. All of his undercards had all been used, but none of them had taken effect. All at once it seemed that all that awaited him was death. And what else but death? And Gario's eyes suddenly widened, and immediately after looking around in all directions without finding what he was looking for, he immediately removed the clothes he was wearing, and eventually took off the white undershirt. He took a gun and hung his undershirt over it. Immediately afterward, he ran himself to the center of the tank and reached up to open the top cover. With both hands, he held the gun up, slightly trembling, and brought the head up. Under the blowing of the gale, the white undershirt stretched out completely, like a white flag. It means surrender. Gario knew that the only way left before him now was to surrender. If he still wanted to survive, then he has no choice but to surrender. At least he's still worth utilizing. At least one knows a lot about the pretty country and one knows a lot about the pretty country's plans. As for what happens when those values are drained, that's better than dying right now. I surrender. Please let me go. Let me go. Don't ever shoot. Don't ever shoot. Gario and the others left all of their guns inside the tank, and then under the gunfire of Chris and the others, stripped off their jackets, leaving only their underwear, and climbed out of the tank. "I'll go along with all the demands as long as you can let me live, and I'll tell you all you want to know." Gario was afraid that the other party would disintegrate himself with a single shot, and said repeatedly inside his mouth, one by one. The other Gario men were full of assurances. Although they are ostensibly terrorists, they are actually mercenaries hired from pretty countries, and the purpose of them being mercenaries is to come out to make money, not to come out to die. It was really that the battle situation this time had greatly exceeded Gario's expectations. If he had known that the situation would be like this, and that his own helicopter gunships and tanks had no way to beat Chris and the others, he probably wouldn't have started this war at all. Maybe he had run off with his own people long before the tanks and helicopters arrived. Even Pretty Country's own army wasn't all that loyal to Pretty Country, let alone Gario and the rest of their supernumeraries. Snap them all up, split a man out to drive this tank, and let's go back. Chris looked at Gario and the others who had surrendered in front of him and instructed the guards next to him. With Gario's surrender, this not-so-large war is also finally over. Since Gario had surrendered, Chris didn't have to kill his opponent. There is no doubt that being alive in Gario is slightly more useful than being dead in Gario. After all, now that Chris and the others were completely in the shadows, they had absolutely no idea if Pretty Country had any more plans or setups or not. But they could be sure of one thing, and that was that even if Gario was defeated or even dead, the Pretty Country would never just let them go. The other side has been staring at their oil resources. As long as the South Lea country still has oil resources, the beautiful country will always be like a cobra hiding in the dark. Absolutely will not casually let them go. That's why it's undoubtedly more valuable to keep Galio and pry some information out of him. And there's another use for Gario after bringing him back home. That would make it so that the third prince could no longer deny his crimes. Just before Chris had marched this way with his troops, his father, the king of the kingdom of South Aria, had stepped in and taken down the third prince. But naturally the third prince refused to admit his guilt, had been playing the emotional card with his mother, hoping that the old king would leave them alone. But both the old king and Chris knew very well that the third prince could never be spared easily. There is such a thing as betrayal the first time and then there is the second time. Once he was spared this time, he would never repent. Instead he would only think of how he could do it more stealthily next time. Chris would never want such a thing to exist in his country. So his goal was clear. He must take this opportunity to get rid of the other party. He didn't have much of a relationship with any of his 3 brothers anyway. It's not at all psychologically stressful to make such a decision now. Soon, all 9 cars and a tank then took off, heading in the direction Chris and the others had come from. What neither Chris nor Dario had expected was this. Right after they left, not far from that battlefield just now behind a rock, but a human head suddenly poked out. And this person was also holding a cell phone, which was on video mode. And inside the screen was none other than Chris and the others, who were already fading away. The man was none other than James. Before James was in charge of just a regular chariot. Midway through the battle, the helicopter gunships in the sky bought them a chance to escape. Instead, James chose to jump out of that car halfway through the drive and yelled under his breath that he was going to stay and help the boss win the battle. The other people in the car with him thought James was just an idiot, and ignored him at all, and just drove off. James, on the other hand, stayed in this place all the time hiding behind a rock, sneaking out his cell phone and recording everything that had just happened on the battlefield in crystal clear detail, all the way until Dario and the others were taken away by Chris. Despite the fact that his boss had been captured and taken away as a prisoner, James wasn't panicking at all, and even slightly snickering. If Dario is still around and winning the battle now, then even this video that was taken will have to be considered whether or not to send it out, because once it was sent, then Dario must have known it was sent by one of his own men. It would be easy to investigate him, but now that Dario is taken, then the question is completely off the table. Phew, James let out a long breath. He waited until Chris's convoy had completely disappeared among the screens of his phone before he stood up from behind that rock and patted the dust from his ass. Immediately afterward, he took a slow step toward the base. Let's see what you guys have to say this time. Shit. James actually wanted to post this video on that forum right now to punch those people in the face, to use to get back at himself for being insulted and punched in the face for the past few months. But unfortunately, this one battlefield was just too remote. The cell phone can record, but there is no signal to connect to the internet, so he was only able to wait until he got back to post the video. More than 3 hours later, inside the base, everyone else was discussing what exactly should happen next. Some people had even begun to gang up and try to take away the position of Dario's boss. And Sam, the military advisor, even made a direct call to start getting in touch with the pretty countryside. Now that they've lost a lot of money, Dario, the boss, is gone, so the support from the pretty countryside is something they can never lose again. But it's with that in mind that James went to both ears and focused on posting long videos. He found a location inside the base with the best signal to connect to the internet and sat there quietly. He reopened the thread, typed a string of words, ate almost 60% of the entire forum, and then uploaded that video of himself. And finally a name for this thread. Venture into the battlefield for a sneak peek. Come and see if you don't believe me. Don't you guys think I'm bragging and writing science fiction? Now come and see. See if I'm bragging and writing science fiction? Oh, my god. Is this for real? Is there really such an awesome car? It seems so unreal too. If such a powerful car really exists in the world, how is it possible that we don't know anything about it? I don't think I'm blinking. Is this a special effect scene from some sci-fi movie? Obviously. This is a special effect scene from a sci-fi movie. And this kind of thing just can't happen in real life. This guy couldn't be a promoter for some movie. Could he? Dedicated to being a clown in the forums for 2 months just to promote their newly made sci-fi movie? It shouldn't be. How many people are there in our forum? Even if you want to publicize it, you definitely have to go to a big website and a big forum. Why would you come to a small, cold forum like ours? We're the ones who are their target users. Explain. I don't agree. The sci-fi scenes in this video are obviously out of touch with reality. All we like is hard sci-fi. This kind of fake soft sci-fi. Even if there is really a movie, I will never go to see it. Over the past 2 months, James had long since become a moderator in this forum, and everyone made fun of him to make fun of him. Every time James speaks he is always asked, "Where is that car you were talking about and why haven't you shown proof?" And because of that, James' every move is highly scrutinized by others in the forum. So James, this post was just released not long ago. It immediately flooded in many forum users who are online at this moment, and after watching the video James uploaded, immediately began to leave a message below, discussing it. There was nothing wrong with the original discussion, but soon things went a little out of James' control. He originally thought that he would be able to shut these people's stinking mouths by just bringing out the truth, but he didn't realize that these people still didn't believe it, and he had to say that his video was a sci-fi movie special effect synthesized by a computer. A couple of family cars can do the job of a tank and take down an airplane in the sky, something that I'm afraid no one would believe no matter who they are, and the writers of this video have done a rough job of it. another new comment was posted. Looking at the comment, James finally relented and immediately edited a reply on his cell phone and posted it. Are you guys blind? Can't you see that I recorded my own face at the end of the video? Even though I only showed a little bit, it already proves that all I said is the truth. And I've also narrated in the video. James' response wasn't able to be shared by many in the forum. But at this time, a nickname followed by the word moderator account suddenly in the comment area inside left such a message, according to me in the background to see the original data of this video and there is no trace of editing. There is no computer synthesis appears 99% close to the real shooting. I'm compositing with computers in reality. So if the scenes in this video were made with computerized special effects, I'd be able to tell at a glance. So from what I've seen so far, it's still very authentic. No matter what, the moderators actually own this forum. The reason this forum has attracted so many users and moderators is certainly not erased. The weight of a moderator's words, in the minds of most forum users, is undoubtedly a bit heavier. And the moderator also said within his reply that he specializes in computer compositing. It certainly adds another point to his authority. All of a sudden, the wind changed in the comments section of this thread. My God, could this video really be real? Is it possible that it was posed? Even if it was posed, it's already a testament to how awesome the car in the video is. Alright, it's true that even if it was posed, even if those tanks and airplanes were fake, but those explosions and burnings are always real. Right, but nothing happened to the car in the video. Just then another user with the nickname War Scientist spoke up. Unfortunately to tell you all, the tanks and airplanes in the video are supposed to be real. I was once involved in the design of this tank, and I was able to tell that this tank is indeed real. So now I just have one question for you. I would like to ask the owner. Where in the world did you shoot this video? Where exactly did those cars in the video come from? This user, named War Scientist, clearly had quite a bit of prestige within the forums as well, and at the very least, no one doubted the veracity of his words. As soon as this reply was posted, it immediately made the entire forum underneath pause for so many seconds. It was only immediately after that all of them were finally fully convinced of the authenticity of the video, as well as the veracity of James' earlier statement. I must apologize to the owner for my previous ignorant and childish behavior. I shouldn't have said what I said before. I'll delete all those replies from that I would. I hope I don't mind. I just want to know one thing right now. Where the hell was this video taken? Where exactly did these cars come from? Why is it that such a great technological innovation has appeared in this world and I haven't gotten the slightest whisper of it? That's right. This is really strange. This forum of ours can be said to be at the forefront of the entire international science and technology. All of us are hard science and technology enthusiasts, and we are sharing, all the time, the latest scientific developments in the entire world. So why is it that we've never heard of it? Anything about these cars? I sincerely hope that the owner will come forward to provide more information, which will be of great help not only to you, but to our entire forum, and to the progress of the entire human society. I'm so curious to know where exactly to buy these cars. I have to get one, no matter how expensive it is. Do you have a channel to buy it? Owner, I can give you a favor fee of 1 million, 2 million, whatever you ask for. I want one too. I have to have one too. I want 10 of them. Are you guys kidding? How can a car that can collide with a tank and even break it apart step out casually? This car can't be a new type of weapon secretly developed by the official of any country, right? The entire forum had been buzzing with discussion, and new reply threads, one after the other, kept refreshing. Everyone is following this post from James. All eyes were on the video that James appeared to have captured. Everyone was paying attention to the incomparably amazing iron armor chariot in the middle of this video. James' entire post heated up quickly and climbed fast, surging to the top of the heat list with unrivaled momentum. Even though this was a small, rather cold forum, the number of users in it was not insignificant. Being able to rush to the number one spot in the heat will also undoubtedly allow more people to see the thread. James looked at the reply after reply. A smile was finally on his face. He had finally proved himself, and the previous risks had not been in vain after all. He looked at the various replies from these users in the comment section who were begging for knowledge, and after thinking about it, he replied back with this post. First, according to what I've been told, this car should come from the country of Dahan. Second, from what I've gotten, these are family cars, real family cars, and I don't know why they're so crash resistant and powerful. Third, instead of typing up number 3, James left a string of evocative ellipses and hit reply. Immediately after that, James stood up, tucked his phone away in his pocket, and ran to the conference room for the organizational meeting. Now that Gario has been applied for, it is true that they as an organization need to pick out a new controller as well. Even if James wasn't trying to compete for anything, but this kind of thing needs to be engaged after all. And in that forum, underneath James' reply, Everyone looked at the ellipsis behind that third one. Hysterical. All freaked out. Damn, what the hell is number 3? I spoke too loudly before. And I didn't do the right thing before. But I've apologized. And you don't have to drag us down like that, do you? Yes. Please hurry up and tell us exactly what the third one is? The users in the comments were shouting one by one. But unfortunately, James, who had already gone to a meeting at this point, was not likely to give them any more responses. But James' departure did not stop the enthusiasm of these users on the forums from discussing it. They also don't watch that video over and over again, slowing it down and parsing it frame after frame. Dig as much as you can into the information hidden in the middle of this video. And there is an unbelievable amount of discussion and speculation in the comments section. Suddenly, someone replied with a comment like this: "Why don't we post this video out there for more people to see? Having more people see it and get involved within the discussion will surely help us find more useful information, right? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? And would the owner of that building agree to it? Won't this expose him? I couldn't care less. I feel like I need to do this. I have to send it out. I need to find this car and see it with my own eyes. The culmination of such technology is clearly out there, but I can't see it. It's just a bad feeling. It's something I can't stand." That's right. Me too. And, by the looks of it, I don't suppose Lord Maple knows any more about this car? Wouldn't he want to know? Don't know what you guys are discussing here. At the first time I saw this video, I've already posted it on top of push. Since the owner has posted this video, it means that he doesn't have any intention to keep it secret. This matter, does it still need to be discussed? What? You already sent it, shit. Fucking fark, you've got quick hands for a son of a bitch. Just as these people in the forum were discussing it, at this moment, the most popular foreign microblogging like push.com, a video that has been edited has received a lot of attention in a short period of time. And, at an extremely alarming rate, it rose to a very high level of heat. The heat naturally brought more people to discuss and pay attention to, so that, let this video, only spent less than half a day time, has completely succeeded in ascending the push network, doubled the attention of the hot search list of the system. Push.com has a high popularity in Blue Star. In addition to the country of Dahan, internet users throughout the Blue Planet would browse news from all over the world on the pushnet every day. And of course, that doesn't include the Great Han Kingdom. In some ways, the current Blue Star was somewhat similar to the world Qin Feng had been in before. Between the Great Han Kingdom and the extranet, the networks are isolated and not fully interoperable. Plus, the language used on the extranet was also not compatible with the language of the Great Han Kingdom. So, the Great Han Kingdom has a separate system of its own. In general, pushing online hot searches does not receive much attention from the netizens of the Great Han country. And naturally, the hot search of the Dahan country will not be known by the netizens on the pushnet. It is because of this situation. Saliva has given birth to a rather strange profession. That would be the web movers. Either that, or take what's on the extranet pushnet and move it to the Great Han Kingdom. Either that, or move what's in the Great Hanseatic state to the extranet. These are the operations that usually bring in a decent amount of heat and views. And Lu Jiwen, as it happens, is one such web mover. Of course, it's not an easy task to be this kind of web mover. There are 3 skills that are a must. The first, naturally, is translation. After all, between the two sides, neither can understand the other, nor can they read. So the porters, then, have to take the language and translate it into something that the target place can understand. The second is naturally the ability to produce and edit videos. For example, there are some foreign videos with many subtitles and a variety of songs on them. And if they are directly transported to the country of Dahan, the netizens in the country of Dahan will most likely not be able to understand them at all. Then there are some videos that are a bit over the top in terms of scale, or gory violence. There's no way something like that could be released by carrying it straight over. Faced with these similar situations, they had to modify the whole video in some way to make it more suitable for the physique of the babies in the Great Han Dynasty. As for the third ability, naturally, it's the ability to spot the right hotspots on the web. To put it simply, it's really just a matter of surfing the web to see what's hot, and determine which hot searches carried can be hot and which hot searches carried won't work. After all, in this job, the video after the removal is closely related to their own income. The more heat and traffic they translate, the more discussion Lu Jiwen gets. They will also naturally be able to get more monetary rewards. If some pop-ups come out and your account becomes more popular, you might be able to take some small, ordinary ads to fill your household. But it is also because this job is not stable. There is no guarantee of income. So in fact most of the web porters are taking this job as a part-time job while having a proper career. But this is not the case with Lu Jiwen. Not like the others. Lu Jiwen is considered to be one of the first group of web porters to appear, and he has been very lucky. After carrying a lot of content at first, all of which exploded in popularity, his account quickly built up a lot of popularity and had some regular followers, and those followers were enough to support him in making this career, which didn't seem so dependable. His main job. During that time in the beginning, he made more money in his career as a web porter than he ever did in the one job he originally had. It is also because of this, Lu Jiwen directly quit his job, full-time as a network porter. But unfortunately Lady Luck didn't always take care of her. With more and more people having access to the internet, the profession of internet porters is beginning to implode, with more and more people joining in and wanting a piece of the action. In such a situation, Lu Jiwen also from the beginning of the peak state gradually declined. This year time to earn less and less money, handling less and less explosive, and as a direct result of that, the amount of money he could get out of the job was similarly drastically reduced, though not to the point of being able to bankrupt him and create an economic crisis. But Lu Jiwen was still in a hurry, so during this time he got up early and stayed up late every day, browsing and searching the internet as much as he could for some valuable news. Pick and do a first-hand carry to add fuel to your fading career. This morning Lu Jiwen just woke up, even rice did not eat, opened his computer, clicked into his Pushnet account, directly into the Pushnet hot search on the lookup. However, after flipping the entire hot search page from top to bottom, Lu Jiwen sighed very helplessly. Today he still hadn't found a single one on the hot seat that had any carrying value, or none that would make him feel certain to burst into flames after carrying it to the Great Han Kingdom. Just when Lu Jiwen was thinking that he might not have much to gain again today, it was right at the bottom of the hot topic page in the bottom 2 position, but he suddenly saw a news item that he found quite interesting. Hard steel tanks on the battlefield. Where the hell did this vehicle come from? Looking at the phrase, Lu Jiwen immediately clicked in. Immediately at the top of the entire page was seen the video that James had specifically filmed and posted in the forums. Tanks? This is too much, isn't it? Lu Jiwen was a bit shocked. At one point, I thought it was some new war tech game or movie that was buying hot advertising. However, there is a fixed position for the ads on the promotion. Being ranked 25th in the hot search, no one who advertises will come up to this penultimate position. And the scene in this video looks pretty real, and it doesn't look like something that was synthesized with a computer. So what's going on here? Lu Jiwen, puzzled, immediately frowned, picked up the mouse and clicked into this hot search among the video to see up. Today, the person who recorded the video had only said these 2 words before the rest of the content was edited out, and immediately afterward the entire video was projected ahead, onto the large, endless desert. But there was something else ahead besides the desert. That's 3 tanks, 1 level or less of helicopter gunships, and on top of it there are 9 oddly shaped cars that Lu Jiwen has never seen before. Although the styling of these vehicles was indeed quite strange and could be considered to be quite ahead of their time and avant-garde, in the end, they were still not in the same class at all compared to those 3 massive tanks. That's the same cars that will go hard against 3 tanks? Lu Jiwen thought in his heart some disbelief. Aren't all these cars family cars? At best, the body is slightly tougher, but it doesn't look like it can go toe-to-toe with a tank by any stretch of the imagination, does it? But the video was still playing, and soon the content in the video answered the doubts in Lu Jiwen's mind. He saw with his own eyes that the 9 vehicles were completely undefeated in the confrontation with the 3 tanks, and even took out something, even flew into the sky, decapitated all the people on the helicopter gunship, and destroyed the entire aircraft. In the end, the soldiers split into 3, and surprisingly, they really chose to use a hard-hitting approach, scrapping all 3 of those tanks, then escorted the men in the last tank out of the entire battlefield. After watching the entire video, the first thought in Lu Jiwen's mind was whether he was watching some sci-fi movie. He immediately exited the video to take a look at the person who posted this video, and realized that the other party was actually a professor of physics at a well-known university with a very high reputation. And the other side said with conviction that all the contents of this video are all true and there is not the slightest element of falsehood or computer synthesis. Holy shit? After reading again, this physics department professor's reply, Lu Jiwen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe at all that this was a real video. That means that everything in this video all happened for real. And there really were 9 of these amazing vehicles that not only destroyed a helicopter gunship, but even crashed hard into 3 tanks. The emotions in the center of his mind had gone from puzzlement to being completely filled with shock. But immediately afterward, Lu Jiwen immediately reacted. If this news is carried over to China, it will definitely explode. Full-time as a network porter these years, Lu Jiwen more or less accumulated some experience. For a lot of things to judge is still relatively accurate. He's pretty sure this story is going to explode wherever he takes it. Don't look at this video right now. It was still only in the bottom 2 of the hot searches on push.com, But he was sure that in less than half a day's time, this video would be able to rush to the top 10 of the hot searches. It's not even impossible to go straight to number 1 on the Hot 100, and this is exactly the best time to move. Now in the bottom of the Hot 100, the second indicates that the power of this video has not yet been fully realized and that other peers should not have acted on it yet. It's the perfect time to portage. Lu Jiwen's mind flashed through a thought, and he immediately made a call to a collaborator he had just found in the past 2 years. The name is Feng Yang. The phone was quickly connected and Lu Jiwen immediately asked, "What are you doing, brother Feng?" "I'm still sleeping. I slept too late last night and stayed up until 3 a.m. I'm still not up yet." Feng Yang's confused voice came from the other end of the phone. "Quickly get up and come to my home. Right away, I'll give you 2 minutes. There is one major thing that needs to be discussed with you," Lu Jiwen said immediately. And then without waiting for Feng Yang on the other end of the phone to respond, he directly hung up the phone. Because the two were partners, the two of them lived very close to each other, in the same building in a neighborhood, even on the same floor. So Feng Yang would come to him very quickly. As luck would have it, it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Director Lu immediately opened the door and grabbed Feng Yang's hand, dragging Feng Yang, who was still not fully awake, to his computer. "What's wrong? What's the matter? What's the hurry?" Feng Yang rubbed his eyes. Instead, Lu Jiwen directly opened that video. "Brother Feng, look at this." Feng Yang was still a bit spiritless, but when the video was played for a few seconds, he frowned all of a sudden. "Wait a minute, how come I seem to have seen this car before?" These words startled Lu Jiwen for a moment and he immediately grabbed Feng Yang's hand. "Really? Where have you seen it before? How come I never knew? How come I haven't seen this car before? Where did this car come from?" Feng Yang frowned, thought carefully for a while, still could not remember, shook his head. "I cannot remember for a moment, but this car is what happened. Why are you so excited? And what's with this video? What's with the tanks and airplanes? Is this some kind of fucking game screen? You look first. After watching it, you will know. And all of this video is all true, without any computer synthesis. And then in the process of watching the video, you think about this car where you actually saw it from," Lu Jiwen said. Feng Yang could only be patient and continue to look. He instantly let out a surprised yell when he saw the 9 vehicles in the video first destroy the helicopter gunships in the sky and then start destroying the tanks. "Crap, what the hell?" He turned his head to look at Lu Jiwen with a shocked face. "You're saying that everything in this video is true?" At this moment Feng Yang was already fully awake. "Yes, it's all true. This vehicle you've seen really destroyed 3 tanks and a helicopter gunship, and these are also the elite equipment of the pretty country." Lu Jiwen nodded heavily. He spends a lot of time on the internal and external networks and knows a little bit about the military. Crap. Feng Yang, on the other hand, was completely frozen, looking at the video in complete contemplation. And just then, Feng Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he slammed his thigh, saying with great excitement, I remember where I saw this car." Where? Lu Jiwen was also instantly anxious. "Do you remember when I went to the Eastgate car show a couple months ago?" "Of course I remember." "You mean you saw it at that car show?" "That's right. I saw this car at that car show. I remember this car was going for $5 million and no one even bought it. And it was a domestic car." The more Feng Yang spoke, the more excited he became. "I remember that there were 2 such cars. I think they were called Tiahua. They were put there by a young man. And then they were bought by a foreign tycoon who looked like a person from the Dahan country. And then because of that ice cream incident. You remember that, don't you? That young man got into a confrontation with Pauma and ended up getting kicked out of the station with his car." Lu Jiwen also immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. "I remember you told me at that time, and I later brushed up on that news to come. What kind of company is that?" "It seems to be a company called Han Opinion?" Yes, that's the company." "So this car is a domestic car?" "That's right. 100% domestic car." That boss speaks the words and looks the face of our great Han country. And he personally admitted that it's a domestic car developed by him. The more Feng Yang spoke, the more agitated he became. After all, the facts in front of us were just too amazing. A plain old family car surprisingly rushed onto the battlefield, destroying the pretty country's helicopter gunships, the helicopter gunships that were in the sky, and 3 whole tanks. And this family car is still domestic. Every single thing within this whole thing is a huge blowout when taken out. And at this point they all fit together perfectly. They couldn't even imagine what kind of discussion would be caused by experiencing people if this news was carried to the country. Read the reviews right now," Feng Yang immediately said. Lu Jiwen also immediately reacted and instantly clicked into the comment section of this video. One very important thing for them, the web porters, is reviews. Like their counterparts, Some of them even make a fortune just carrying reviews on the extranet. So, carry interesting comments as likewise Lu Jiwen they will go to do things. After all, this money is ultimately to be someone to earn. They earned their own is better than others to earn. As the page jumped, the overall situation of the comment section immediately appeared in front of Lu Jiwen and also Fang Yang. The two of them immediately went in front of the computer screen, wanting to see if they could find something valuable among them. My god, is it true that this video was made without computer technology? Did it really happen for real? Is there really such an awesome car? I'm a big car lover. I know all the new cars, old cars and concept cars introduced by all the car companies around the world. But I've never seen a car like the one in the video. I think this video should be fake. How can there be a car so powerful that it can even fit through a tank? It's completely useless even when bullets hit it. A car with even better bulletproof performance can't possibly do this, right? Upstairs, you first look at who is actually talking to the person who published this video. How can people lie to you with a fake video? Actually, bullets are okay. There are bulletproof cars that exist in this world after all. But to directly smash 3 tanks into pieces, this thing is indeed something that I have no way to understand. I just can't believe this is a real video. It's just amazing. There's no way a car like this exists in this world. But this is indeed a real video. And it seems that the cars in it do exist. And now the only thing we need to figure out is what exactly are these cars from and why are they so powerful. This should be a new type of weapon made by some country. It definitely can't be an ordinary car. To be able to create such a top-notch vehicle, regardless of whether he's a normal car or a weapon, is not something that every country can do this world. I'm afraid that only the pretty country as well as a few other more technologically advanced countries can do it, right? Without further discussion, I'm an industry insider posting a review anonymously. This car is the latest technology built specifically in our labs located in the pretty country. Took the car out in the desert for some crash tests to be able to do more experiments, and now it looks like the results should still be good. I believe we're a little further along in making this car official, and I hope we'll all have a lot of support by then. Really? I feel that the odds are that it's true. There shouldn't be any other country in this world besides the pretty country that has the power to do something so awesome. It's really worthy of the beautiful country's technology team. Such ability and level is really beyond the reach of other countries. This is the strength that the beautiful country has now. Originally thought that we, the 3 kingdoms, would soon catch up, but I didn't realize that the gap was still so big. Third brother, you really don't know anything in your heart. Don't you know what you yourselves are like? And you're about to catch up with pretty country? Although we have a lot of poor people in A, we are also at the top of the world in terms of technology. We are pooling all our resources to do the top things. Do you have any comments? I don't think this is a car from pretty country. I remember I've seen this car before. This seems to be a car from Dahan country. I've seen it before at the Eastgate car show when it was a Dahan country company. I think at that time this car was still going to be sold for $5 million. It's too expensive. Ha 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 ha. It's really a laugh. I don't believe at all that the Great Han Kingdom can build such a car. That's right. Not to mention the 3 kingdoms. Even our island country can't make this car. How can you, the Great Han country, still make it? I'm really heartbroken. Why is it that there are always people like this talking nonsense on the internet, disgracing our Great Han country? Don't we know what our country is like ourselves? Don't you know? Do you think we can build such a powerful car? If you know, why are you saying these things? Do you think it will bring us any good? It will only make us lose face internationally. Why can't we face up to our shortcomings and face up to our abilities? Well said. It's because of the existence of people like this that makes us look so bad to all our foreign friends. I hope that guy upstairs, you can apologize to everyone and never say anything like that again. If you don't want to, I'll apologize to all our foreign friends instead. I don't know how you guys could be such a reaction. First of all, I need to make it clear that I'm not a person from the Dahan country, and I don't need you to apologize for me. I just went to the Eastgate car show at that time to watch the show, and I'm actually a person from the Pisa country. And I do remember that this is a car from a company in the Dahan country. The young man at the car show at the time was also from the Dahan country, and I remember a rich man buying one on the spot spending $5 million on it. I think as a person from the Great Han country, you should be excited and happy to hear this news. Even if this car isn't from the Great Han country, it still shows that in everyone's opinion, the Great Han country has the power to do this. Why are you few reacting in this way? Because it's all a bunch of sheepdogs. Looking at these replies in the comments section, Lu Jiwen simply rolled his eyes to the sky, gritting his teeth and squeezing out this sentence. Next to him, Fang Yang was also depressed. If they do not know that this car is a domestic car of the Great Han state that instead have to pour some good, but they clearly know about it. So in seeing those sheepdogs in the comments section jumping up and down and looking ugly, it makes them feel physically ill. Places like Push.com are actually quite poor environments. Moreover, Many users on the promotion always have an inexplicable hostility towards the Great Han country, and Lu Jiwen and Fong Yang are treated unfairly from time to time when they work, but they're all used to it. But for one thing, they do know they're used to seeing it, and still haven't gotten used to it after all these years. That's a bunch of people who are as weak in the knees as if they had no bones, and whose brains are as if they were all shit instead of brain matter, making it impossible to understand. Spraying when you see comments that say something good about the Dahan state is like digging up their family's ancestral graves. Lick anything you see from abroad, as if foreigners' shit smells good. How can you not stand up a sheepdog on the extranet? It's as if foreigners are all their dads. Even treat foreigners with more respect and filial piety than their dads. Every time they see these sheepdog comments, no matter where they are, they feel exasperated. It seems there is little value in carrying these comments. Lu Jiwen shook his head. These comments carried over would only make people's brains bleed from reading them. Maybe even the account they're carrying is going to get a bad rap. But Fong Yang next to him frowned and shook his head after a moment of contemplation and said, "Not necessarily." Lu Jiwen glanced at the other party. "How so?" Fong Yang also glanced at Lu Jiwen, and after thinking about it, he suddenly said very seriously, "Do you still remember that period of time? That is, after the Pauma ice cream incident. I even rubbed my nose in the heat a little bit, but all of the videos that I sent out were all limited in streaming?" Lu Jiwen nodded as he thought back a little. That did happen then. At first they thought maybe the heat wasn't rubbing off on them right, but then it turned out that someone was actually deliberately suppressing the overall heat of that story. On the internet. No doubt. That's naturally what Pauma did. You probably don't know much about the automotive scene, so you didn't know it at the time, but I noticed something else at the time. Fong Yang continued to explain. All the news related to Han Yi during that period of time were also all extremely hot. I also specifically did a tycoon. 5 million to buy the car news. You know is also to rub heat, but still the same all be suppressed a little splash did not get up. Fong Yang looked serious, so if we directly carry this video over, what if Pauma finds out about it and it's restricted? They spend money to limit the flow of money spent all to the platform, all to the water army, but we cannot make money. This is not in vain? When Fong Yang said this, Lu Jiwen also reacted instantly. This matters indeed a possibility. The last ice cream incident was only a few months ago. Given the extent of Pauma's wealth and concern for public opinion, it is likely that he is still sensitive and vigilant now. What then? Lu Jiwen couldn't help but frown. This video is sure to blow up, but not if it's suppressed. And with their abilities, they are not qualified to do battle with a big corporation like Pauma. So when we forward it over, we absolutely can't say that this car is a domestic car. And we absolutely can't mention Han Opinion as a company. Fong Yang said. Does that help? Pauma can still recognize the car, right? Lu Jiwen said. That's certainly true. But since Pauma can be paid to keep the heat down, why don't we think of a way to bring in a bunch of people from the other direction that Pauma can't keep down? Fong Yang suddenly laughed, his face full of smugness. I won't hide it from you. I've thought of an excellent method of publicizing. This time, we won't use that previous method for our handling. We can completely try a brand new approach. What way? Hearing Fong Yang say this, Lu Jiwen's interest was also immediately drawn out. Fong Yang looked at Lu Jiwen with a serious face. First of all, we have to make sure of one thing, and that is, no matter if this news can catch fire or not, Pauma will definitely intervene, and it is absolutely impossible to let it go. And with a capital as powerful as Pauma's, we must not be able to resist it, so we'd better find one. Who can resist Pauma's capital? Lu Jiwen looked puzzled. Can we find such capital? Even if we can find it, why would they help us? Fong Yang smiled slightly. That's what you're asking. No big capital will be willing to help us, and there won't be any big capital to help the Han Opinion. Unless, we can find a way to make some capitals feel that this car is closely related to their interests. Who? Lu Jiwen looked impatient. You quickly don't sell, which has so much time if after a while, this news is turned away by others. We didn't catch up with the trip, but everything is finished. Don't worry, as long as you use this method of mine, even if someone else turns away first, even if they spend money to buy heat, it definitely won't fire as fast as we do. Fong Yang immediately comforted. Still, after saying that, he went on to continue. But you're right, so I won't sell you short. Listen up. This capital I'm talking about that can help us is these people inside this comment section. Fong Yang pointed at the computer screen while Lu Jiwen still couldn't react for a moment. What do you mean? What people? It's these sheepdogs, Fong Yang said. These sheepdogs? When Lu Jiwen heard this, he immediately looked surprised, and was unable to react for half a day. It was only after a while that he looked at Fong Yang and asked, what kind of neurosis is it that would make you think that these sheepdogs could help us? And how could they possibly help us? This is a group of sheepdogs. What were you thinking? It's good that they don't harm us. Lu Jiwen obviously didn't really recognize Fong Yang's statement, and more importantly, he hadn't figured out what exactly Fong Yang meant at all. Fong Yang was also helpless and could only open his mouth to explain. You see these sheepdogs in the comments section, right? Lu Jiwen nodded. See what do you think of these QQHP sheepdogs in combat? Strong enough? Definitely. So do you think these sheepdogs are better fighters? Or those sailors from Pauma? Hearing this question, Lu Jiwen couldn't help but fall silent. Seriously, at least in his opinion, those water armies of Pauma, the fighting force may not really be as strong as these sheepdogs. After all, a sailor is just a sailor after all. And these sheepdogs can be positively genuine, except for some of the bandwagoners who have money to take. They are really thinking that foreign countries are just better. If anyone dares to break bread with them in this regard, then these people, who are really immortal, even if they don't eat, they must win the argument before they will give up. The sailors are paid to do their job, but money isn't everything. Otherwise these markets for movies and TV shows would probably have been completely taken over by waterbenders long ago. And, even if the capital behind Pauma is strong, but, in fact, there's also been a saying that's been floating around the internet. There can't really be anyone who thinks there's no one behind those sheepdogs giving money. Can there? In fact, most people, including Lu Jiwen, knew it very well. Sheepdogs are also organized, and it's pretty tight. This is something that a cadre of countries, led by the pretty country, specialize in. Even if it does come down to a competition for funding, it's also a known fact that Pauma will certainly not have the money of a beautiful country. I can probably see what you mean. Lu Jiwen looked at Fong Yang. You want to borrow the power of these sheepdogs to deal with Pauma's water army. So I still have that problem now. These sheepdogs can die of gas when they see our domestic cars. They can't wait to be discredited. So how can they come to help us? Fong Yang smiled faintly. That's the point. He was still reaching out and pointing at the video comment section inside the screen. Look at this comment section right now. Besides us, who else thinks this one is a domestic car? Lu Jiwen snapped when he heard this. He wasn't a fool after all. And at this moment, after being reminded so much, he finally understood completely. You mean? Lu Jiwen had a contemplative look on his face. His expression was getting more and more excited and exaggerated. Not only was he aware of Fong Yang's meaning, but he had also completely thought of Fong Yang's entire plan. Are you saying that we don't say that it's a domestically produced car? And we directly carry it over like this, and tell all of them that it's a car that comes from a beautiful country? This would draw all those sheepdogs in the country in and have them tout this car and fight the waterboys of Pauma. Let them dogfight. Then, wait until this video is on the hot search in China. And after Pauma has run out of options, we will announce the truth and say that this is actually a domestic car. At this time, even if Pauma wants to stop anything, they won't be able to do it. That's right. Fong Yang was also excited. That's what I mean. And if you think about it, the main thing about this approach is that the contrast between this front and back can still hit these sheepdogs hard in the face. Fong Yang said with a quick look on his face. Didn't you say our domestic stuff is bad? Then this is foreign. Wait until you guys blow it up. Then I'll tell you that it's actually domestic and see what you do. After all, this is a car that you yourself said was good. It can't be bad just because it's not foreign and it's domestic, right? Wouldn't that be slapping yourselves in the face and admitting your double standard? Fong Yang let out a loud laugh as he spoke. It was as if he had thought of the one thing in the world that could please him the most. And Lu Jiwen listened with a look of excitement. Even just listening to it that way, he was able to imagine the sheepdogs, after knowing the truth and realizing that they were speaking in favor of a domestically produced car from a large Han country. What a look it would be. And more importantly, this is something that they don't need any guidance or explanation at all. Even Wida just need to move this hot search now above the original to the country on the line. One could even copy a comment or two from inside this comment section specifically to add to the authenticity of the whole thing. Let those domestic sheepdogs watch an orgasm. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiwen also let out a loud laugh. And after laughing, he immediately rubbed his fists together. Good, there's no time to lose. Let's do it now. Fuck, dry up. Fong Yang also laughed out loud. Both were already impatient. Lu Jiwen and Fong Yangsher operated up. They were originally old porters, and at this time they moved their hands, naturally very fast, and in a few moments, they downloaded the video. Then the editing began. Although they could have carried this video over almost exactly as is, but this was indeed a bit lazy, and Lu Jiwen was also worried about one more thing, and that was that someone like Fong Yang would also be able to recognize the car in this video at a glance. It's that once too many people recognize the car in the video as a domestic car and know where the car came from, then they won't be able to put on this show. So after they downloaded the video, they first started with some blurring first. The original cell phone that James used for filming on the battlefield wasn't very good, and the whole picture is a bit blurry. And add to that the fact that the war was fought so fiercely that it was filled with yellow sand. So the picture quality of the whole video isn't really that great. Together with Lu Jiwen and their blurring treatment like this, it instantly made the video even blurrier, but they held the degree very appropriately. That just doesn't interfere with viewing. What exactly happened in the whole video? Which are the cars and which are the tanks? Which are the airplanes in the sky? And even those 3 drones in the sky, which viewers can see. It's even possible to see everything. Except there's no way to recognize the details of these things, plus the yellow sand cover. After a detailed discussion, Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang were quite sure that this was already a perfect video. Finally, we spliced some comments from the internet underneath the whole video, and at the beginning of the video, we added the source of the video and the credibility of the video, and the whole video was finished. After editing the video, the next step was to publish it. They immediately switched networks and logged into the social software of the Han country's neck, as well as some other, such as Shake, D-Station and other video sites, posted this brand new video they edited up quickly. The name of the video is also extremely uniform and eye-catching. Outside the network hot search shocked the world 100 years. Beautiful country's latest technology. A family car, but can be in the battlefield hard steel tank. Perfect bulletproof. The Pushnet account that posted this video is none other than a well-known physics professor in the pretty country. And there's a lot of speculation in the comments section that it's pretty country's car. And there are some pretty countries that have popped up specifically to claim it. All of these factors stacked together in this video will undoubtedly make it easy for the crowd to believe that this car was produced in a beautiful past. Want to buy some heat? Buy some heat or something? Feng Yang looked at Lu Jiwen and asked. Lu Jiwen shook his head after a moment of contemplation. For the time being, we don't need to see if these sheepdogs are good enough or not. If they are good enough, we don't need to spend all this wasted money. Ha ha, I don't think we should need to spend it then. These sheepdogs have great noses. And they're one of the best in combat. Feng Yang immediately laughed out loud. Did you forget about that thing before? There was a domestic park that wanted to publicize and made a video that was posted on the internet to no one. But I don't know who changed the copy for that video. And after changing the location to pretty country, it instantly rushed up to the hot search of the video website. That's the power of the sheepdogs. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiwen also laughed loudly. This thing he certainly heard about. At this moment to think about it also deeply feel ridiculous. Indeed. And if these shepherds don't give it a go, we're certainly no match for Pauma in terms of heat buying levels alone. So it's better to just leave the battlefield to them. Let's just wait quietly for a while and see what these sheepdogs can do. Lu Jiwen said with anticipation. Although Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang's tone was filled with scorn and mockery, there was not a single ounce of exaggeration in what they said. Those sheepdogs are indeed a very amazing species. When facing foreigners and extranets, his knees were soft as if he had no bones, but when facing the Han Kingdom, he fought extremely hard and transformed into a wild dog all of a sudden. Once they see someone saying something bad about their foreign dad on the internet in the Great Han Kingdom, it's like they've become their father killers all of a sudden, bite people when they see them, and can even chase you and curse for days and nights without a break. On today's internet, these sheepdogs can be arrogant and domineering, and are virtually undefeated in the face of some of the extranet stuff. It can be said that they put their lives on the line to defend their foreign parents. The kind of energy that doesn't reason with you at all. And doesn't discuss with you at all, but just a strong belief that a foreign country is good and a big Han country is bad, makes them basically invincible. This is a really good solution. After thinking about it, Lu Jiwen still couldn't help but sigh and say. He turned his head to look at Feng Yang with a puzzled face. How do you feel that you have become smarter all of a sudden so many such good ways? How did you come up with them? Feng Yang immediately put on an expression of triumph. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Haven't you read Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 Stratagems? This move is called driving the wolf to swallow the tiger. Isn't this a fishing expedition? That's not very interesting when you put it that way. Ha 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 ha. 666, bull. Lu Jiwen couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said heartily, you really didn't read this book in vain. The next thing the two of them did was casually make some breakfast and chatted while sitting in front of their computers, refreshing their backgrounds from time to time. Wait quietly. They were sure that, unsurprisingly, a large number of sheepdogs would come sniffing around after a while. In time the data for these videos will naturally grow. The outcome of the matter did not go beyond Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang's expectations. It wasn't even half a small hour before a group of sheepdogs began to arrive. Almost at the same time, in the comments section of their video, unexpectedly, they began to leave messages. And although each account was different and looked just like a real person, there was basically no difference in the tone of their speech or what they posted in the comments section. Not bad for the latest technology from a pretty country. Pretty pot is just too strong. This is a beacon of humanity and something for all of us to learn from. Pretty country is the most powerful country in this world. The comments, such as these, accumulated very quickly, and in less than 2 minutes. The number of comments inside the comments section had already increased by more than 300. Lu Jiwen immediately opened the video backstage to take a look, only to find out that the video, with over 300 comments, finished playing only a dozen times. It's only even been played a little over 100 times. That means there were at least 200 people who didn't even watch the video, clicked in and rushed straight inside the comments section and started leaving messages. It doesn't even take a second thought to realize that these people are basically waterboys. As for where these sailors come from, that is naturally self-evident. It seems that the previous internet rumors that these sheepdogs are all organized behind someone to give money to the thing is really not empty. Lu Jiwen looked at the video background data before glancing at the comment section where the number of comments was still increasing. The performance art-like scene made him almost laugh. Although this kind of thing is actually well known to everyone, but after really seeing it will still feel a little ridiculous, and even a little shocked and feel terrible. Some countries are literally spending money to fight culture wars with such shitty tactics, but what's even scarier is that there are still some really stupid people out there who actually believe it. It's fine. Isn't that what we want to see? They use their own money to top the heat of our video, and in the end after the truth comes out they realize that all their money went to promote our domestic cars. Fong Yang, who was next to him, also sneered. This is also true, as the number of these message comments, which had no nutritional content and were just boasting and shouting slogans, grew. The popularity and heat of their videos went up at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Before long, besides those waterbenders, more and more real people also flooded inside the comments section. After watching the video, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's too strong. It's really too strong. It really shocks me. This is the standard of pretty country. This is the technology of others. This is really a beacon of humanity. I really regret that I wasn't born in pretty country. When exactly will I be able to go to the pretty country of my dreams? It was as if some switch had been flicked. When the vocal comment just popped up, more comments that at a glance could be seen as definitely sent by real people appeared in the comments section one after another like a rainbow. Damn. I really want to go to pretty country. Worthy of being a lighthouse of the human world. Look at the technology of other beautiful countries. Look at this car of others. What a great car. This car would easily sell for $10 million. Not to mention $5 million. A car this powerful would only be built by one of these big car paints like Pauma Venture. Wouldn't it? Can't you see it says that this is the latest technological product from pretty country? Which of these two brands you mentioned is from pretty country? It seems that after both ruling every other technology in this world, the automobile is about to be completed by pretty country. How come we've never seen this car before? It can't be that well-kept secret, can it? This is the latest high-tech product developed by someone else's beautiful country. I've heard of it. This is the beautiful country. An extremely high-level laboratory inside the development of the all-new car. You just look at the quality of this car. You know that this car is not ordinary. Do you really think this is an ordinary car? That's right. Is Pauma very powerful? The car that was built is not just for ordinary people to drive casually. Look at the car that was built by the beautiful country of others can collide with tanks on the battlefield. This is called real safety. A car this nice should be expensive, right? It's definitely expensive at first, but pretty country developed this car to be made cheap enough to be able to spread it around the world so that all people can have access to such a cheap and very safe car. That's right. I've heard that too. I heard from a friend of mine in a pretty country that this is a car they're eventually looking at compressing the entire cost to just under $1 million. And then the selling price will be just a little over $1 million. If you can even hit a tank, wouldn't you have absolutely no fear of crashing in this car? Look at this as the beautiful country's foresight. Although the car can indeed substantially facilitate people's travel, but the car accident has not been able to solve. And once the accident occurs, it will inevitably be very serious. Non-death or injury. So the beautiful country, only to spend so much money to make out of this kind of car. Although the video is a bit blurry, but just look at the shape can be seen. The design of this car is simply excellent. Look at the streamline of the whole car. Look at the whole body shape of the car. There is no place does not reveal the exquisite, is simply a perfect car. This brother above said to the point. This car's industrial design is absolutely the world's top. This world does not have any car can compare to this one in the video. Why this car can crash through the tank. This car's overall model as well as the curvature of the body. Any 1 millimeter it is all about. Indeed, to be able to build such an amazing car with the current level of technology, pretty country is just too strong. This car really is the culmination of technology, of industry. We don't know when we're going to catch up with pretty country. Don't be delusional. It's impossible to catch up in a lifetime. She's a pretty country. You think you're joking with you? Really envious of people in pretty countries. Right away you can ride in such a safe family car. When can we get one? Indeed really want to buy such a good car. Even if it is $1 million we'll have to bite the bullet and buy one. In the future driving really do not need to be so fully concentrated. Don't think about it. Such a good car. People's beautiful country must first be internal digestion. Internal absorption. Only until people in people's beautiful country use it to the point where they don't want to use it anymore. Maybe then they will come out with some cheaper youth version to sell to us. Too envious. A few years ago my uncle run to the beautiful country. At that time also persuade us to come. But unfortunately my parents simply do not listen to my uncle's words. Has been staying in this shitty place. Now well nothing can catch up. Upstairs brother. Your parents cannot rely on you can only work hard by yourself. I also work hard by myself. And now has saved 300,000. All the money to the agent. Only need to wait until the agent notification will be able to directly to the pretty over after I am pretty over the people. Every month can have a few $1,000s in income. Casually find a restaurant to wash dishes for 2 months can be the boss's store plate down. 66,666. Washed dishes for 2 months. Took down the owner's store. Then the owner felt wrong. Went to your store to wash dishes for another 2 months. And took the restaurant back. The two of you created millions of GDP in a year. And the pretty country's GDP is depending on you. Where did you come from? You idiot. You are a disgrace. Who are you to say that pretty country is not good? Have you ever been to a beautiful country? It's just that when I get in the car in the video in pretty country and make a video to send out, you'll be envious. Why do I feel that this car is from our Han country? It seems like I've seen a similar one at some car show, although the video is a bit blurry, but it looks quite similar. Here comes another guy who doesn't know what he's doing. It's just more outrageous than the guy upstairs who smeared pretty ever. People smearing the beautiful past is more or less a little bit of truth. You are not hard to blow? What is the ability of the great Han country to be able to build such a car? You tell me. Even if you can't make it, you don't need to blow it like this, right? Look at you guys blowing as if this car really can already drive to thousands of households. I think this car may be a beautiful country made by others. What a new type of weapon. You normal people want to drive simply impossible. That's where you're wrong. The styling of this car tells me it's a family car. And if it's a weapon, there's no way he wouldn't be loaded with any guns. Anyway, I don't see what kind of industrial design this car has. What kind of 1mm is really bullish? Even if he is indeed crash resistant, it looks like an ordinary car, right? You guys are just envious. Just wait for the day when you see that every household in the pretty country is able to drive such a car. Then you'll know how powerful the pretty country really is. More and more people are pouring in inside the comments section. At first it was naturally all sheepdogs, making a pilgrimage inside the comments section, frantically praising how good the car was, even down to every detail of the bodywork, even if there was no way for them to make out any details inside the blurry video. But right after that there was also a natural influx of normal people who couldn't stand to see these sheepdogs blowing off so much steam. Especially when you can't stand to see sheepdogs insulting their own country. You can say you've complimented pretty as you want, and you can compliment him as much as you think he's your father. You favor to have a dark poke about your country being bad here and there. Aren't you looking for a scolding? So naturally there was a brouhaha inside the comments section. It's just like in the comments section of all the previous videos where sheepdogs exist. And the result of the quarrel was likewise little different from before. The sheepdogs have completely crushed the small percentage of sane people on the internet by fighting with extreme ferocity. The bragging faces of these sheepdogs made even the two of them, Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang, frown as they watched. Especially Feng Yang. He had seen this car of Iron Horde with his own eyes, so he naturally knew the price of this car, enough to need to sell for $5 million. Though at the time, like everyone else, she thought the price was a bit steep and thought the Iron Horde was just a fancy car. Yet now he had fully realized that the car was not only worth that price, but even $5 million was a bargain. He even thought $10 million was a bit much for this car. But these sheepdogs are convinced that Pretty Fruit can get the cost of this car to $1 million. It also has to be sold to families. It's just nuts. These sheepdogs can really lick. Too able to lick. The two of them, Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang, looked at each other with a face full of admiration and surprise. But along with the amazing fighting skills of these sheepdogs, this video of the two of them is rapidly rising in popularity. It hadn't even been an hour yet. And surprisingly, it went straight to the end of the video site's hot search. And in the meantime, among the public relations department of Pauma, an acquaintance of Qin Feng was sitting in front of his computer, constantly searching the internet for all sorts of news and videos related to Pauma. And rightfully so. I saw this video that just shot up to the tail end of the Hot 100. This person is none other than Liu Chang. Liu Chang was able to become the supervisor of Pauma at a very young age, which naturally did not rely entirely on his ability. Actually, Lao Kung has relatives in Pauma. He has a brother-in-law who is an executive of Pauma in the region of the Dahan state. And that's exactly why Lu Chang was able to get that position before, after the ice cream incident. Though, there was no way that even his brother-in-law, who was an executive, could continue to keep Lu Chang there, much less exempt him from punishment. But in the end, it's good to be connected. Thanks to his brother-in-law's efforts, Lu Chang finally kept his job at Pauma. But naturally, the job position and treatment are not likely to be the same as before, because of the previous embezzlement of public funds, resulting in Lu Chang now do this job. It is impossible to have the slightest public money on the income. Every day came to the company on the internet to check the relevant news. If there is anything noteworthy to report upward, nothing to note, the day will be over. Of course, in order to ensure their motivation, as long as every day after the report of very valuable news, they will naturally get a bonus to report. The more valuable news, the bonus will naturally be more. But that's about it. No money will come to him except for his salary as well as bonuses. But a boma is a boma. And just the paychecks are very high, far from being able to compete with the average hit man. But even so, Lu Chang is not satisfied with his current life. Think about it. What kind of life he had before and what kind of life he has now. And it's not like he's looking for these stories online as fast as the other employees. And the quality of what he finds isn't as good as the other employees. And many of the stories that are reported are also ones that have already been reported early on by other employees. As a result, Lu Chang basically didn't get much money in bonuses in addition to his basic salary in the past few months. The quality of life was also in tatters, and there was no longer any way to get a foot wash and a massage every night after work. After learning from my brother-in-law this morning that he, himself, must remain in this position for another year or two sometime, and that it was impossible to be transferred to any other better place, Lu Chang is also finally resigned to his fate and decides to make a good effort to collect more valuable news and get more bonuses. It doesn't. He had only just made the decision to come over to work when he immediately discovered a very valuable piece of news. It's really God's help. Lu Chang immediately clicked into the video, and when the video began to play, Lu Chang was immediately not calm. If it was someone else, there's still the possibility of misreading it, but there was absolutely no way Lu Chang could be wrong. He was very sure that the somewhat blurry car in the video was the car of the Qin Feng who had previously fallen out with him at the car show. A series of questions appeared inside Lu Chang's head. But what's going on here? How come this car is all of a sudden developed and produced in a pretty country? Is this car so awesome? Tough tanks on the battlefield? Really? With doubt, Lu Chang instantly clicked into the middle of this video. As the video played the section of the battlefield that James shot, it was immediately presented one by one in front of Lu Chang's eyes. When Lu Chang saw those iron armor in the middle of the picture, first destroying the helicopter gunships in the sky, and then crashing the 3 tanks one after another to scrapping, Lu Chang man was dumbfounded. It's fucking surprisingly true. No one was more certain than he was that the car in the video was Tiehua, the Tiehua of that Qin Feng. His impression of what happened that day is too deep. It is because of that called Qin Feng talent led to his loss of the original position. Only to be able to take a dead wage in this position now cannot earn any bonuses. That's the same guy who snatched a user who was casually able to shell out $5 million for a car right in front of him. Therefore, Lu Chang's heart was filled with hatred towards this person, Qin Feng. There is also a great deal of hatred for the company Hankyu. The only difference is, previously, Lu Chang felt that all those cars of Qin Feng were toy cars and had no value at all. But now the video in front of him completely proved him wrong. Doesn't make sense. How did this Han opinion get involved with the pretty country? Lu Chang frowned, puzzled, because of the subsequent shift in his position, and he could not access some of the more upper echelon information, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng had been stripped of control. But the shares in Han opinion were still in Qin Feng's hands. It seemed to outsiders that nothing had changed. So for Lu Chang and these people, Qin Feng is still tied to Han opinion as a company. Lu Chang immediately opened the website and searched for information about this company. A pass to view down. But the heart is more and more puzzled. The company is undoubtedly a completely domestic company, without even a trace of foreign capital or shares. Lu Chang once again opened this video. The heart of the source and authenticity of this video suddenly had doubts. But fortunately, Lu Chang still understands what is called scientific internet access, so he immediately logged into his push.com account and searched up on it, quickly finding the relevant phrase in the third position of the hot search. After clicking in, he immediately found this video forwarded by Lu Jiwen and Fang Yang. Lu Chang looked at it carefully, and then quickly came to a conclusion. The person who posted the video didn't say that the car was from a pretty country, and even the user who posted the video, the professor from the physics department, clarified the matter in the comments section and also asked who knew where the car actually belonged to. The claim that this car is from pretty country is pure speculation by many in the comments section. Not true information at all. Lu Chang came back to his senses and immediately found that this news in front of him was very much worth reporting. If we allow this video, the heat will continue to grow, and when the truth is revealed in the end, it will surely benefit Han Yui. We, Pauma, have clashed with Han Yitzi before, so now we must take precautions. Lu Chang immediately reacted, and then immediately copied the entire video link down, made a form and sent it to the company's background. And in terms of importance, it also chose the most important and urgent one, after uploading the news and sending it up. In order to prevent any other colleague from getting a head start, he even took out his cell phone directly and made a call to his brother-in-law, who was an executive. Mr. Lee, I'm really sorry, our Mr. Wang has already said that no matter which prince this company called Han Opinion is related to, no matter how sincere they are, Mr. Wang won't meet them. That's it. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. In the office, Lu Chang's brother-in-law hung up the phone from the ASEAN car show. Mr. Lee, this Mr. Lee from the car show has been looking for Mr. Wang, the general director of their Dahan country, during this recent period of time, trying to set up a relationship between Pauma and Hanyoi. So what kind of small company is Hankyu? It was natural for Mr. Wang not to waste this time. After refusing twice, the matter was thrown to Lu Chang's brother-in-law, Zhou Homen. And Zhou Homen knew very well that it was because of that proprietor of the last Han Hui that Lu Chang had now lost his original position as manager. So there was not a hint of goodwill towards Han Yi. And no matter how many phone calls Mr. Lee from the car show made, it was always a clear refusal. Today is naturally the same. But this time the call had just hung up when the cell phone rang again. Zhou Homen thought it was that Mr. Lee calling again, picked up the phone only to find that it was his brother-in-law Lu Chang. So get on the phone immediately. Brother-in-law, it's bad. Something big has happened. Look at that message I sent you. This matter is really very important. It's even likely to affect our entire company. In order to cause brother-in-law to pay attention, Lu Chang deliberately said the whole thing is extremely terrible. If you do not care about this matter, even our company will cause incalculable losses. At this moment, Lu Chang, who was bent on the idea that he could use this news to take down Gao Kao, completely failed to realize that his words, which he had intentionally said in a very serious manner, would really become a reality at a certain date not too long from now. Zhou Homen is a senior executive of Pauma, has been responsible for, and it is precisely the public relations and publicity of this piece. It was because of this that Zhou Homen was still able to place Lu Chang to work in his current position after that previous incident, because this piece, basically, can be considered his home base. For Lu Chang, this brother-in-law, Zhou Homen had almost lost hope, so now when he heard this, his first reaction, naturally, was disbelief. Xiao Chang, these things, you according to the Ministry of the Rules, uploaded on it. If it is indeed more serious, the back will naturally be passed to my desk. I now have things to be busy. Just hang up the phone first. Don't brother-in-law, you mustn't hang up the phone. This matter is really important. Just hear me out. If it's not serious, you can just dock my paycheck, Lu Chang said in a hurry. Hearing Lu Chang say this, Zhou Homen was silent for a moment before he sighed and said helplessly, "Alright then, go ahead." Lu Chang immediately laughed out loud and immediately sped up his speech, speaking inside the phone. I just swiped such a video on the internet. A car destroyed a helicopter gunship on a certain battlefield and smashed 3 tanks. And that car is the car of the Han Yi that clashed with our Boma last time. Lu Chang was worried that his brother-in-law had forgotten about it, and deliberately asked again, "Brother-in-law, do you still remember? It's that ice cream thing. There was a guy named Qin Feng at that time. We were driven out from the East Gate Station Club. It was that kid's car." Zhou Homen's first reaction was to not quite believe it, his tone full of skepticism. "Knocking off a tank on the battlefield. Are you sure you're not joking with me? My brother-in-law, I'm not a child. I admit that I did do something wrong before. It was indeed a momentary ghostly moment, and I wasn't too stupid. If that thing didn't happen, wouldn't it be equivalent for me to not have done anything wrong? I'm in my right mind. How could I possibly joke with you like that at this point in time?" In order to prove that what he said was true, Lu Chang even rehashed old stories just to show that his brain was normal. Zhou Homen also had to be slightly convinced at the moment, though how this matter sounded implausible. He still said, "Send me that video. I'll watch it first, after I'm done." Lu Chang waited for the sentence, immediately said, "No problem. I'll send it right away." Brother-in-law, you pay attention to the chat window is best to look at the first time. I feel that if this matter is not cared about, it is likely to be quite troublesome afterward. Lu Chang hung up the phone and immediately copied and pasted the link to that video and sent it to Zhou Homen. And then he sat in his seat rubbing his hands together like a fly in anticipation. And just then, A certain coworker next to me suddenly exclaimed, "Guys, I saw a video on the internet of a car smashing American tanks to pieces. That tough? Crap. That's kind of awesome. In what part of the world do I get to see it too? What kind of car is it? I swiped it earlier as well and have packed it up and submitted it. Ha ha. Crap, you kid got the jump on me again. You boys are too quick with your hands. It's just that it's obviously been posted. And they didn't tell us about it. So we'll see what all the fuss is about." A group of co-workers, chatting feverishly, but none of them cared about Lu Chang. After all, the impact of the previous ice cream incident was too great. And Lu Chang was the most crucial person at the center of the incident. What he did, the whole company was also almost spread. And after that incident, he was still able to work in his current department and made most of his co-workers aware of the nepotism between him and his brother-in-law. So most of the co-workers in the company don't really see eye to eye with Lu Chang. Nor was he very willing to spend time with Lu Chang. No matter what he did, he always looked like he was excluding Lu Chang. But at this point, Lu Chang didn't have a problem with it. Instead, he had nothing but smugness in his heart. "What can you do now that you found out? You've already packed it up and uploaded it. I've already sent the stuff to the very top. The prize money is definitely mine this time." Lu Chang thought without any complacency. And just then his cell phone rang. The screen showed that it was his brother-in-law Joe Homan who called. Lu Chang immediately picked up his cell phone and ran out to answer the call. Brother-in-law Joe Homan's voice immediately came from the opposite side. "Are you sure that the car in this video is the one you just said?" "Okay, 1,000 times sure. 100% sure," Lu Chang replied with incomparable firmness. "Then why does this video in the comments section at the bottom say that it's a pretty country car?" Joe Homan continued to ask. Although Pauma and Hanyu had a conflict, to Pauma, a small company like Hanyu was like an ant on the ground, so it was just a matter of stepping on it and killing it. "Is it at all likely that you would specifically lower your head to see what this ant looks like? What color is on it? And does it have any special abilities?" So apart from Lu Chang, the whole of Baomali, there really isn't a second person who knows exactly what Qin Feng's car looks like. "I don't know. But no matter what is said in the video and in the comments section, I'm sure this car is the same one that Hanshi had," Lu Chang said. "If we let this public opinion develop like this, when this video completely catches fire on the internet, and when the truth is finally revealed, it will definitely be extremely beneficial to Han opinion, this company. So we have to stop this from happening." "Ah, brother-in-law. After all, there's a rivalry between this Hani and us now. I'm afraid it's more than that. If this Hanyu company does catch fire because of this video, the previous ice cream incident will surely be brought up again in the same old way." Joe Homan couldn't help but frown and worry as well. The previous ice cream incident. In the final analysis, they did not completely solve the problem. Although the 2 female employees were fired also dealt with Lu Chang, the cause of the incident, but the matter is still there in the end. The fact that they worship foreigners remains unchanged. So in the end, they can only spend money on the network hard pressure heat, and then cold treatment. And so after nearly almost a month time this thing only gradually no one mentioned. But now if the company Hani re-enters the public eye because of this video, there is no doubt that the ice cream incident, which had been suppressed by them, will naturally be brought up again. This is definitely something that the whole of Pauma doesn't want to see. "What should we do now, brother-in-law? How are we going to respond?" Lu Chang asked inside the phone. Joe Homan was silent for a moment. "I observed the situation in the comments section. The biggest problem now is that there are a lot of foreign fawning netizens who really think that this is the car of a beautiful country. And if it continues like this video will definitely be topped by them on the hot search. The only way to get this part of the population out of this event first nowadays is to let them know that it's not the pretty country's car. So what exactly should we do?" Lu Chang didn't listen. "Alright, this matter has nothing to do with you anymore. I will arrange for manpower to handle it next," Joe Homan said. Even if he explained the plan perfectly, Lu Chang would not necessarily be able to understand it, and unless he had a brain problem, he would never be able to put such an important matter in the hands of this waste of a brother-in-law. "Don't brother-in-law, you talk to me. I can at least make a contribution. I now also really want to repent, really want to do something for the company. It's not like you can completely give up on me as a person just because I made a mistake before, right?" Lu Chang immediately hit the snake on the stick and begged. Joe Homan had no choice but to give a quick explanation as well. The situation now is unique. For these revered real sheepdogs, Joe Homan also knows very well, if you really want to press the heat, even if you spend more money, it is impossible to press. So now the only way is to let these people know the truth. And the way to deal with that is to have a water army go inside the comments section and tell these people that this car is not a pretty country car. Only then will these sheepdogs stand by and watch. And only by letting these sheepdogs go, Joe Homan could proceed to the next step and plan. Damn, couldn't imagine that one day I would have to be the opponent of these foreign admirers. Joe Homan was also a bit speechless, although, as a PR executive, he ostensibly needs to say some very nice things, but Joe Homan understood in his heart more than anyone else. In fact, most of the employees inside the entire Pauma company are foreign admirers. He himself is one of the best of the sheepdogs, but they're just a company, after all, and they can't be a sheepdog's home base, even if all of them are foreigners. The real home base is naturally something else. Even if you added everyone in their company together, it wouldn't be enough compared to the entire sheepdog team. More to the point, by all rights, these sheepdogs and them should be standing together. But today, between them, they have to fight first, and there has to be a split. This isn't the same as a great flooding of the Dragon King's temple? Is there anything more outrageous than that? The response from Pauma's side was quickly laid out. Immediately, a string of waterbenders then began to move. Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang, who had been in front of the computer, were the first to feel all this. They were able to keep an eye on the entire back-end data of the video and instantly realized that there was a huge influx of viewers during this time. The number of comments and their scary trend is growing, but the completion rate of the video is not. The two of them have been very experienced with this, which means that the new ones didn't even watch the video and rushed straight into the comments section. It also means that these people are totally here to bring up the tempo, and 90% or more of them are waterboys to be sure. Lu Jiwen immediately clicked on the page and entered the comment section of the video, and clicked on the latest comment that appeared to watch it. As luck would have it, a very different picture emerged from the sheepdogs who were just blowing off steam one way or the other before. This video is a fake, right? This car is not even from Pretty Country. The original blogger of the others posted the video also asking where the car actually belongs to. The granny owner is clearly here to bring the tempo, rubbing off on Pretty Country. I've seen this car before. Isn't this car from the Big Han country? I bought one before, and it was scrapped after a few days of driving. This video is P, right? There's absolutely no way it's real. Just think the video blur processing a little bit. We cannot see it. The comments section of the guys cannot be fooled. This car is not beautiful country. It is the country of Han. A small company produces a model car cannot be used at all. The quality is very bad. Indeed, this car was still in the car show at that time because the quality was so poor that it was thrown out by the organizers of the car show. How can a beautiful country produce a car of such poor quality? This is obviously a domestic car. Right. And it is still a very trashy domestic car. This workmanship and details are also too poor. I can even see the body of the car that has not yet been polished. Zero devices. There are still hairy on it. Really outrageous. Brothers, don't be taken in by this uploader. This car isn't a Pretty Country car. This uploader is talking out of his ass and trying to rub it in and pinch rotten money. One look at the shape of this car tells me it's a domestic car. How can a car made in a beautiful country be so bad? Sincerely advise everyone a word of advice. Do not be brought to the rhythm of the car. Before I bought one. The quality of this car is very poor. This video is absolutely fake. I dare 100% sure. This car is no longer able to cheat people. Cannot be sold. So it is specifically advertised in foreign countries to make a hot search. I was online to see the news of this car, also want to buy it. The results go to the store to ask. There is no this car. Said it is simply unable to mass production. And even the PPT is not. I think this video is likely to be specially created to rub the heat. We must not believe. As the first batch owner of this car, I can only say that I was really duped. It would have been nice if that money had been taken over to buy a Pauma. But at that time I was drugged by this company and now it's too late to regret it. I can only advise all of you after that not to fall for it. I am also the owner of this car, only have one word of advice. No matter how much this car is blown out of proportion, people should not believe it. This car is a complete example of false advertising. As a fellow owner, I heard that the first batch of this car sold over 100 units, and 99% of them all turned out to be faulty, and they were all pulled back and rebuilt. As a fellow owner, I attest that all of what it says is true, and my car was pulled back for rebuilds, and to this day it has not been given back to me. The group appeared out of nowhere, swiping comments at breakneck speed, and were clearly well trained and organized. What was said at the beginning was pretty solid and could even be said to be telling the truth, as the car in the video really isn't from the Pretty Country, so I hope viewers don't get carried away. However, some of the comments that popped up later on were so dumbfounding to Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang. It's almost like a swarm of demons and all kinds of words came out, and in just that 10-minute period of time, almost 300 plus Iron Horde owners popped up inside the entire comment section. If Chris found out about this, I'm afraid he'd have to invite all 300 or so of these people home to feed them. If he really had 300 plus Iron Hordes, where would he be fighting? Some terrorist organization? He'd probably just form an Iron Horde and start wreaking havoc in the Middle East. But of course, there is actually no such thing as an Iron Horde owner. One by one, all of these waterboys are talking out of their asses. It's not like they're responsible for what they say on the internet anyway, so of course they can smear one way or the other. The original scene. If Qin Feng were to see it, I'm afraid that it would directly remind him of a very interesting phenomenon that he had once seen in his previous life. Back in the day, when the game Progenitor shipped, a few 100 million Zelda Breath of the Wild players popped up on the internet. But in reality the game Zelda Breath of the Wild has sold just under 30 million copies in total. And obviously, it's all about the water armies on Earth compared to the ones on Blue Planet right now. These 300 plus Iron Horde owners will be able to pipe in. And that number isn't even close to the top. As the number of reviews increases, the number of Iron Horde owners is still increasing as well. Chris probably couldn't have imagined that at this moment inside the comments section of a certain video on a video website in the country of Great Han. It's amazing that so many hundreds, if not thousands, of Iron Horde owners have popped up, and one by one, these owners have only bought their cars for a couple $100,000, or even less than $1 million. It appears that he, the owner of the Iron Horde who spent over $10 billion to buy 10 cars, has become a pure and simple ingrate. Those waterboys are still wreaking havoc in the comments section, and it was so fast that even if Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang both wanted to delete some of the comments slightly, they were unable to do so. All you can do is watch them jump up and down in the comments section. Even Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang are a little anxious. They did not expect these water army is so raging. They are actually no resistance, and even began to worry that the truth will not be revealed. But just at this time, the unexpected happened instead. These water armies had clearly flooded into the comments section, posting countless comments, and because of the mutual liking of their comments, the heat was raised so high that they quickly rushed to the top of the comments section. But what no one expected was, this time, these sheepdogs, on the other hand, aren't buying it. Ha 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 ha, but you're really laughing me to death. Your tactics are too shitty, right? To try to use such a shitty tactic to discredit pretty country? You guys can't really be so stupid as to think that any of us would fall for it, right? But after seeing one of the few most active sheepdogs in the comments section make a comment like this, Lu Jiwen and Feng Yang both looked at each other. The original nervousness relaxed. This one's solid. Brothers cannot be deceived. These water army is deliberately to bring the rhythm. I just went to push the network to see. This video. Absolutely real. Issued this video of the physics department professor repeatedly guaranteed the authenticity of this video. This is his original words on the self that kills the dynamics, as well as in the comment area inside the explanation. I all screenshots over. You can take a look. I said, how come such a group of people suddenly appeared? It turns out to be the Water Knight with rhythm, but it is really disgusting. Everyone must not believe them. That's it. Still trying to fool us in this way. Not that I'm saying, you waterbenders are too cheap, aren't you? I'm also from the Dahan country. If this is the Dahan country car you are talking about, why haven't I seen it before? Calling someone else's car your own and then coming in to discredit it at will. Is this the temperament of the people of the Dukanese nation? Is this some kind of warped tactic? You don't really think we'll fall for it, do you? Or rather, you sailors, you don't really think that anyone will fall for it, do you? I am also from the country of Dahan. I am a very car lover. I also attended the East Missing Car Show at that time. May I ask why? I didn't see this car at that car show? That is, then the quality of the car cannot be compared, and now began to smear it, right? This tactic is really new. Knowing that they can't, so flat out crispy say these things are their own. Here to confuse the public. Why can't some people just look straight at the gap between us and others? With this effort, it would be better to spend the time properly on research and development. No need to waste your breath here. We're not stupid. We have our own judgment. We know it has to be pretty country's car. There can't be any other possibility. That's right. Don't take a look. Such an awesome car. Except for the beautiful country. Who else can build it? You guys say that this is the country X car. Not I worship foreigners. I just ask a question. That one domestic car company can build this car? The sheepdogs counterattacked instantly. Moreover, they came with great vigor, completely displaying their amazing fighting strength, not giving these sailors the slightest chance to fight, and instantly forming a crushing momentum. Far away within a semi-abandoned office building somewhere, an extremely spacious office hall was filled with hundreds of people, each with more than 10 cell phones fixed in front of them. This side is one of the largest naval bases in the entire Han Kingdom, Sky River Media, Inc. There is an alias in the industry named Sky River Escorts and a group of people who call them the Sky River Mad Dogs. This company has more than 500 practitioners, all of whom are the cream of the crop, and one person using more than 10 accounts is still more than enough. Plus the staff is more organized and disciplined, pointing where to hit, and the boss is willing to pay. That's why the Sky River Escorts combat effectiveness has always been very high. Since their debut they've rarely failed on the internet because they couldn't beat someone. When Ma Yangqiang, the owner of Tianhe Escorts, received this order today, and saw that the battlefield this time was just a small video comment section. He originally thought that this was nothing more than a very small encounter, so he didn't even give this mission much more thought than that, and only sent out a vanguard of over 100 people to explore the situation first. But what Ma Yongxiang did not expect was that the more than 100 people he sent out as a vanguard did not bring good news, but instead the news of a plea for assistance came soon after. This was slightly surprising to Ma Yongxiang. I can't imagine that a small video website comment section is hiding such a powerful opponent, and I can't even beat the elite of 100 people under my own hand? So with a wave of his hand he allocated another 200 men to the vanguard, forming an army of 300, which was almost half of the strength of the Heavenly River Escort already. Originally, Ma Yongxiang was still thinking that in this way this big battle would not be taken easily, but in the end, after a few more minutes, his own men once again sent a message asking for assistance. That really scared Ma Yongxiang. He even stopped contacting other businesses and didn't continue to take on jobs, taking himself into the fray with another 200 or so men in his armor. But even though the Heavenly River Escort had already had an army of elites, and Ma Yongxiang had also seen other counterparts inside the comment section, indicating that the Gold Master this time had spent a lot of money, and hadn't just asked them to hire one company alone. That means there are probably close to 1,000 waterbenders in this little comment section alone. Each sailor has a few or even 10 or so accounts under their hands, and together, the number is undoubtedly staggering. But even under these circumstances, they still hadn't taken any advantage on this battlefield. The mission this time was actually very simple, except that it was to point to the car in the video and tell everyone that it was a domestic car, a car from the big Han country, not a car from a pretty country, and to discredit the car in the video again if possible. Ma Yongxiang before taking the task, and even specifically looked at the video. His heart is very confident, because this video blurred above even the car label. The car in the end, what car is not their own say? But who knows that the people inside this comment section are all incredibly determined. No matter how their own water army below to bring the rhythm, they all bite the bullet that this car is definitely not domestic, is the beautiful country. No matter what they say about this car spam, the comments section is completely unaffected by the fact that people are flat out saying that this car is a god car, and it's just a god car in a pretty country. No matter how much the bandwagon is brought up, it just won't let up. It's like a rabid dog. And to his shock, it's amazing how these people in this comment section are so much more determined, organized and disciplined than they are, and how they can't be broken up. Ma Yongxiang knew that he had met his opponent this time, but he didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult this time. For more than half an hour, their entire company had fought inside this video for half an hour, but they still hadn't been able to turn the tide of battle around, and even instead, they had been beaten back, allowing the other side to gain the upper hand. This can be Ma Yongxiang angry to death, to know that their water army to take money to do things, basically to receive a deposit first, wait until the results of the matter appeared to receive the final payment. And because Ma Yongxiang was exceptionally confident in the strength of his own army, he didn't ask for a high deposit. After all, every time they get the job done right and then get the big final payment. But with the way things were going today, there was a real possibility that this mission wouldn't be completed. If this car is really a domestic car, I'm willing to tout him, but unfortunately it's impossible that no company in the Great Han country can build a car with such experience so powerful. So the facts are right here. This is definitely a beautiful pot of car. No matter how you guys discredit it, how to bring the tempo, there is no effect, because the ironclad facts are right here. That's right, it's really laughable. Even said, what is P video? Do you know who is the professor who sent the video? Do you know that your water army is insulting people's right to honor? People can sue you. People, beautiful countries. Several directors and editors have determined the authenticity of this video, and all are quite famous kind of. Oh, but it is our big Han country of these water army is still here to bring the rhythm. With this kind of inferior means, hard to say that the video is P out. Really let people laugh off the teeth. Ha 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 ha, I just want to laugh even when I read it. These waterbenders are literally bouncing around like clowns, but unfortunately no amount of bouncing around on their part is going to do anything. In front of the computer looking at this one, and another comment that the other party sent out at a very fast speed, Ma Yongxiang almost spit out blood in anger. At this moment he was finally feeling what it was like for those normal netizens in the past to face their unreasonable water armies. Brother Ma, we can't beat them. What should we do? The henchman next to him asked out loud. Ma Yongxiang eyes immediately firm up. Fuming viciously said, what else can we do? Continue to fight? Ah, this fucking have been playing for half an hour. Now to stop and finish the task. That is not a loss of blood money? This battle must be won today. Tell the brothers to wait until they win this battle and I'll give everyone a bonus. Yes. The men next to him also responded instantly and rushed out as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. A battle was drawn once again. I still don't believe it. TMD, a group of traitors with no brain. I just want to defeat you today. Ma Yongxiang thought in his mind and viciously struck the keyboard. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and Ma Yongxiang was almost close to breaking down. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be desperate. Because these sheepdogs in the comments section have no way of communicating, and they're just too good at fighting. It is simply that it does not make sense to say and quarrel, but Ma Yongxiang in his life almost never fought such a nasty battle. At the back, he has completely lost control. There is no tactics. What words and techniques are all forgotten, and even began to beg inside the comments section. Please, you guys go online to check it. Even if you can't find it online, you guys don't have so conclusive this car is really TM as a domestic car. Why do you guys just don't believe it? But the answer from the other side is always the same. A car this good can only be produced in a beautiful country. Okay, even if this car is not domestic, but this car is trashy. It's always okay for me to say that this car is trashy, because this car is really trashy. Ma Yongxiang had also tried to save the country with a curve. He agreed with the other party that this was a pretty country's car, only wanting to tell the other party that this car was garbage, because this would also be considered to fulfill Pauma's request. But the other man's response still left him speechless. There's no way a car from a pretty country can be junk. It's all in one, offense and defense, and there are no brakes. For the first time, the Ma Yongxiangs felt how awesome these sheepdogs really are. All of them sailors even started patiently reasoning with these sheepdogs. In fact, I think it's really not good for you guys to assert something with such certainty. If this car is found to be a domestic car afterward, and you guys tout it so much now, isn't that equivalent to slapping your own face? That's right. Now there is no official department to recognize where this car is exactly. You see, we should not wait for a period of time on the waterfall out. Then you come back to the inside of this comment section is not no impact? Ma Yongxiang led his men to guide in a serious manner, incomparably sincere, and even practically put his new set out to the other side, hoping to sensitize the other side. But unfortunately it still didn't work half as well. Of course, there may have been that few who had some doubts, but that number was too small. Those few were not even remotely useful under a massive wave of sheepdogs. No matter what they say, this huge number of sheepdogs basically just say the same thing. This car is pretty awesome. Such an awesome car must be made in a beautiful country. So you guys are absolutely lying when you say this car is a domestic. Because the Great Han Kingdom can't build such an awesome car. Not to mention now, even after another 100 years, the Great Han Kingdom can't build such an awesome car. Firmly biting the bullet on the relationship between this awesome car and the pretty country, and refusing to let up at all. Many of the well-trained sailors under Ma Yongxiang's command even had their minds broken on the spot. Couldn't care less about any mission. Straight away, he ripped off his collar and sprayed the opposite side. Spraying and spraying was actually sprayed with some patriotic feelings. Rolling up my sleeves and banging on my keyboard. I'm busting my ass in the middle of this comment section. I'm so damn convinced. How can there be such disgusting people like you in this world? Worshipping foreigners. Why can't the Great Han country build such a good car? Why? Bunch of sheepdogs. Are you guys in your right minds? Can you guys even understand what we're saying? Are you guys stupid? All of them are like traitors. A good car must be from a beautiful country? Why don't you go to a beautiful country if it's so great? Well said. Shit. A bunch of sheepdogs really fucking angry. Said this is a fucking domestic car is a domestic car, we got the information to come over. Not you guys here guessing out of thin air. Can't understand human language. Can you? One by one, lick your foreign father. Lick the brain out of the disease Lick the ears are deaf. Cannot read the word? And the Great Han country can't even build something like this in 100 years. Who the hell gave you the courage? I'll tell you plainly today. This car is our fucking Great Han country. Damn you. What pretty country. Shit pretty country. Today even if the King of Heaven comes, this car is also our Great Han country. A bunch of dogs raised by foreigners. A bunch of shit sellouts. A bunch of traitorous slaves. Sheepdogs. Go eat the shit of your foreign fathers. All of them go to hell. Ma Yongxiang at first urged his men to keep the greater good in mind, but kind of even his own can't hold back, directly pulling the keyboard. Also down the field cursed up. But sadly, even with all their angry insults, the sheepdogs in the comments section didn't think it was a big deal. The reason, too, is simple. In all their years as sheepdogs, they've long since gotten used to being called names. It's not even shameful to be called out like that. And seeing Ma Yongxiang, these sailors, break the defense, the sheepdogs, in turn, still think they've won another victory by finally poking these waterboys in the face. Look at that. I told you that every one of these people is a counterproductive patriotic thief, and now they're finally showing their true colors, aren't they? Brothers, fortunately we didn't fall for it at the time, and now that we've forced these people's true colors out, the next step is to watch the show. Their plan has failed once again. Ha 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 ha. These people are so pissed off. I want to laugh when I see them. The sheepdog celebration naturally made my Yongqiang and the others even angrier, cursing even more in the comments section. The sheepdogs were not at all shy about it, and were likewise trading insults inside the comments section. Both sides went back and forth, each one not letting up, making the number of comments grow geometrically throughout the video's comment section. Nowadays, what my Yongqiang and the others have done has even far exceeded the money given by Pauma. They are here with these sheepdogs on a purely visceral level of anger. And the biggest impact of this deed is the heat of this video. The video itself was still only at the end of the list on the site's hot search when my Yongqiang and the others flocked to it. And when my Yongqiang and these sheepdogs they really barreled into each other. The video's heat level also soared, directly rushing to the 10th of the hot search list. And the growth of this heat isn't over yet, because as the hot search gets higher and higher, the number of people who can see this video is likewise increasing. Many people who clicked in and saw the pomp and circumstance inside the comments section couldn't help but be surprised. The comments section on this video nowadays can almost be described as a rare spectacle for several years. One side is the infamous sheepdog of the internet. On the other side are the equally notorious waterboys of the internet. Both sides were extremely powerful existences in combat, and at this moment there was no telling why these two groups were fighting together. Naturally, it was very interesting to many viewers. There was a lot of watching. Even some of the people who reacted quickly only took a screenshot of this battle inside the comment section and sent it to various places on the internet have attracted a lot of traffic. And all of these situations will eventually lead to more viewers seeing this video. Saw the car in this video, make this video, and that car in the video, more and more hot and influential. Bang! A muffled sound. The secretary pushed open the door to Joe Homan's room and shouted with an anxious face, "It's not good for Mr. Joe. The video you said before has rushed to the 3rd on the hot search list, and now it has also rushed to the top 10 of the Weibo hot searches. The heat can't be stopped anymore." Joe Homan was shocked at his words and immediately stood up from his chair. "What's going on? What did those sailors do? I don't know what's going on. Pretty much the whole internet is talking about that video right now and everyone is wondering what the hell that car is." The secretary hurriedly replied, while at the same time asking in a hurry, "What should we do next, Mr. Joe?" Joe Homan opened the computer to check out the situation on the network now, and immediately realized in his heart that it was almost impossible to stop this matter at the moment. It's almost a foregone conclusion that this video will now set the internet on fire, and with this event, the subsequent manhwa will likewise explode as a result. So the next thing he had to think about was not how to suppress the heat, but what to do when this heat was already destined to explode. This thing has caused some bad consequences after it exploded. "I'll go find Mr. Wang now." Joe Homan immediately stood up from his position and hoofed it in the direction of the office of Mr. Wang, the regional general director of Pauma Dahan country. Knock, knock, knock. Joe Homan immediately knocked on the door of Mr. Wang's office. There was no movement in the office for a long time, and only after nearly half a minute did the voice of Mr. Wang come in, but this voice contained strong dissatisfaction. "Come in." Joe Homan pushed the door to enter, and immediately saw the face of Mr. Wang impatient expression, and Mr. Wang that youthful and beautiful personal secretary is also beside the organization of their own clothes, although the clothes are still neat, but the other side of the face is slightly out of place. The lipstick on the mouth is also a bit flowery. As an old man in the workplace, Joe Homan of course understood exactly what had just happened, and knew why Wang would be so disgruntled. But at this moment it was no longer up to him to think about these details. Joe Homan walked directly to General Manager Wang and reported the whole series of things that happened on the network just now. Mr. Wang was originally still full of annoyance, but when he heard the middle, his expression instantly began to become serious. Usually when there is nothing to do, of course, it is time to play. Want to play? Otherwise what is the use of making money? But at this moment something happened. Wang can naturally be serious. After all, this position on his ass, not like Lu Chang is relying on the back door out. "Are you telling the truth, Mr. Wang asked, 1,000 times over. Joe Homan nodded heavily. Mr. Wang immediately opened his computer. "Call up that video you just mentioned. I'll take a look at it first." Joe Homan immediately went up to operate and casually pulled up that video, and Mr. Wang watched it in the fastest multiples, and then clicked into the comment section. The office was silent, and as time slowly passed, Mr. Wang's face became more and more grave. The young and pretty secretary next to her also gradually noticed that the atmosphere was not quite right, so she hurriedly walked to the office door and closed it behind her, and stood out herself. But he didn't go far, but kept guarding the door, and would walk in as soon as Mr. Wang had any orders. Phew. Mr. Wang took a long breath and immediately turned his head to look and asked Joe Homan, "Which company's car did you just say this car is?" Joe Homan was also asked at once. He didn't know much about Hankyu, and such a small company would never have crossed his mind before. When his brother-in-law Lu Zhen had called earlier, although he had said the name of this company, by the time the phone hung up and after such a long time, he had forgotten the name of this company again. So Zhou Homan could only grit his teeth and think hard. Fortunately, his memory was quite good, and after half a day's hard thinking, he finally came up with the name of this company. Hanshi, Zhou Homan immediately said. That company's name is Hanji. Hanshi? Mr. Wang also frowned, not able to react for a moment, and waited for several seconds before his eyes lit up and suddenly remembered something. It's that small company that was at the previous Please Eastgate car show, where Mr. Li kept saying that he wanted to meet with me and invite me to dinner? Hearing Mr. Wang say this, Zhou Homan also immediately reacted. Yes, that's him. Previously, Mr. Wang had even specifically given this matter to him to handle. I thought I left this matter in your hands before. Did that company still contact you afterward? Mr. Wang also asked immediately. A while ago contacted me again, I refused. Zhou Homan said. And after that? I haven't been contacted since. Zhou Homan replied with a slight heartbeat. Because it was actually just a short while ago that Han Hui contacted him and was rejected by him. And after that, his brother-in-law, Lu Chang, called him over and told him about it, and he also heard Han Hui's name. But he had a hard time connecting the two things. It was only because at the time when Han Hui contacted him to meet Mr. Wang, he completely treated the other party as a small, unknown company, and didn't even look at the other party's company name seriously at all. This was undoubtedly a mistake in his work, and he naturally couldn't let Mr. Wang know at this moment. Damn, why does this little company always have so much going on? Mr. Wang also couldn't help but curse, followed by immediately picking up a nearby cell phone and dialing a phone number, which was the number of Mr. Li, the president of that Eastgate car show. A few moments later the phone was directly connected, and Mr. Wang immediately said, Mr. Li, I remember before. Didn't you say that a company called Han Opinion was going to invite me to dinner to turn a war into a war? How come I haven't seen you contacting me since then? Mr. Wang directly pushed the matter out, first stating that the problem did not lie with him. Mr. Li over there also froze for a moment, but quickly responded. Contact was made, but it was rejected by your company's subordinates. How is it? I was clearly arranging for them to show me the itinerary so that we could meet for dinner. This thing made it look like there was some kind of mistake in the conveyance process. I'll be sure to hold them accountable after a while. Mr. Wang also went along with it and put the problem on the heads of his men. Then the duo quickly got down to business. Then I don't know when the company you're talking about is free. Mr. Li, I happen to have time now. If there's no problem, how about we go out for a meal now? It also happens to be dinner time now. I haven't eaten all day today. Mr. Wang was talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. It was clearly only 2 p.m. now, and he had just had his noon meal. But talking about things is just that. These words are nothing more than pleasantries, and no one will take them seriously at all. Mr. Li of Dongmen Station on the other end of the phone immediately answered down as well. No problem. Then I'll contact Mr. Lu over at Hani right now and we'll have dinner together. The two of them smiled and said a few more polite words before hanging up the phone. Zhou Homan, who was next to him, immediately greeted him and asked, Mr. Wang, how do you intend to handle this matter? Mr. Wang shook his head. For the time being, we don't know yet, but we must first get the relationship with this company right. Judging from this video, if the video is indeed true, then this new car from this company could really set off a storm. The most important thing to do now is the topic, for the reason that, by the way, to see if you can probe to know more detailed situation, I first go out to have a meal with them, other things and so on when I come back to say, but this thing you need to report to the headquarters side as soon as possible. Let them see this video as well, so that the HQ side can get an idea to determine the strategic direction of our side as well. After all, Mr. Wang was not a dry food, and he instantly thought of the whole way to handle the situation. After hearing this, Zhou Homan's originally restless heart immediately quieted down, and he nodded at that moment. Then I'll first have someone arrange the hotel this time? Mr. Wang similarly nodded, getting up and starting to put on his jacket, arranged to be of the highest specification. With this car, this small company called Han Opinion will most likely no longer be a small company. When he said this, Mr. Wang frowned tightly, and his entire face was filled with a look of gravity. Zhou Homan, as a tube of public relations, all he could see was a crisis in public opinion. But Mr. Wang, as the general director of the entire Great Han Kingdom, he saw the problems on the whole industry. He was incredibly sure that if the car in front of him was real, then this small company called Hankyu will probably create a huge wave in the entire automobile industry. It's not a PR thing anymore. Rather, it's a big problem on the industry as a whole. In the office of Hankyu Corporation, Lu Nang was looking at his cell phone with a helpless face. Just a short while ago, he had just received a call from Mr. Lu. Inform him, the plan to get Pauma for dinner failed. This was certainly bad news for Lu Nang, and it was heavenly bad news. More importantly, just a while ago, in order to stabilize the military, he also specifically told the people in the company that he would definitely invite the old president of Pauma for dinner. Now fail. It doesn't necessarily make it bad, but it's not a good thing in the end. Ping. The door to the company room was pushed open. Zhou Jingxiong walked in from outside, looked at Lu Nang with an expectant face and asked, "How's it going?" Lu Nang shook his head, somewhat unsure of what to say. Zhou Jingxiong to Lu Nang, this friend is still more understanding. I'll look at him this way. Immediately in the heart of the bad feeling, you cannot scare me now the company is depending on this thing to invigorate the morale of it. Lu Nang let out a bitter laugh. Is it so obvious? I haven't said anything here. Zhou Jingxiong, who heard this, was even more confused. My brother, you're not kidding. I was just talking nonsense. You mustn't joke with me. This kind of thing, do I have to joke with you? Lu Nang said. It's true that there's no way out. Now the situation is such a situation. We can only. Next. Just then, all of a sudden, Lu Nang's cell phone rang. He frowned and was planning to pick it up later, but at this very moment, his eye suddenly saw the cell phone screen in front of him, displaying the caller notification. But it was the general manager Lee who had just called a short while ago. Mr. Lee already called just now and said that I was rejected, so there should be no reason to call again. Say it again? Never. Mr. Lee can't be that boring, so there is only one answer. Lu Nang immediately reacted. At the same time cannot care to talk to Zhou Jingxiong. Immediately pick up his cell phone, connected the phone. A few moments later, Lu Nang hung up the phone, and the bereaved dog-like expression on his face had completely disappeared. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Jingxiong with an excited expression. Agreed. Pauma. Zhou Jingxiong also reacted immediately. That's right. Lu Nang nodded. Zhou Jingxiong was at a loss. What the hell is going on? Didn't you just say that the person didn't agree? How come they suddenly agreed now? I don't know. Lu Nang shook his head. During this period of time, Lu Nang had used almost all of his energy. All of it, on the new car of Han Hui Company. The rest of the time is spent contacting Pauma, both in the hope of being able to turn a war of words with Pauma into a war of words, and at the same time, in the hope of being able to buy some patents from Pauma. Before the ice cream incident, there is a partnership between Pauma and Hanyoi. Many of the patents of the Han, which are in the hands of Pauma, are required to pay money to others. Even most of the automobile factories in the Great Han country, which actually use these patents, need to pay people a portion of the money every year. It's something that's hard to avoid. And ever since Qin Feng made the ice cream incident, Pauma then immediately broke off its relationship with Hanyoi. Those previous patents are also naturally withdrawn in full. Though, Hany is not at the point where it can't build a car without these patents. But ultimately, it has an impact. Will earn less. Sold, will also be less. So Lu Nang will be so anxious all the time want to find Pauma Wang total dinner. Forget it, no matter what the reason is. Now that Mr. Wang has agreed. It's good news. Take the gifts we bought earlier and we'll leave right away. Lu Nang shook his head and said. Zhou Jingxiong froze for a moment. Is it so urgent? It's only noon. And didn't we just have dinner? The other Mr. Wang said it's now. Do you still want people to wait for you? Lu Nang said. Zhou Jingxiong also reacted. The two immediately and joyfully packed up their things and left the company straight away, toward the place of appointment with that Mr. Wang. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiong both just as soon as the car stopped immediately noticed that something was wrong. I go. This place is not cheap Pauma Mr. Wang invited us to eat here? Zhou Jingxiong looked at the opulent restaurant in front of him, his face slightly shocked, and the look on Lu Nang's face was even more shocked to the point. If I remember correctly, the specifications of this hotel are not ordinary specifications, but a place that would only be used for banquets for quite important people. Are we in the wrong place? Do you want to call Mr. Lee again and ask? Zhou Jingxiong immediately said. He is still very self-aware, although he cannot see Qin Feng, but for the Pauma that is still admired. It is also very clear that your own and other people's ability as well as status and position is not at all worthy of Pauma out of such a high price, with such a high specification to invite them to dinner. Lu Nang was also slightly uncertain, so he simply listened to Zhou Jingxiong's words and dialed out a call. It didn't take a while for Mr. Lee on the other end of the phone to get through, but after hearing Lu Nang's question, Mr. Li immediately laughed out loud and didn't explain a single word, but just told them to come up quickly and not to tarry down there. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiang were only able to hold their apprehension and walked up quickly, after riding the elevator to the door of the room that Mr. Li had said inside the phone call. He was even more shocked, because the room number is 8888, a room number of 4 eighths, one of the highest specification rooms in the hotel at hand. Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiang both looked at each other, the surprise on their faces simply overflowing. They were completely unable to understand what kind of wind was blowing today. How dare you let Mr. Wang of Pauma invite them to dinner in such a place? Is the sun coming out of the west? The two of them walked to the door, and the attendant next to them immediately asked for their names, and after receiving an affirmative reply, he pushed open the door and escorted them inside. As soon as he entered the door, Mr. Li's harumphing voice sounded immediately. Agu, 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 Mr. Lu, Yuhan opinions can really hide us so hard ah. I now finally know why the little prince of the Middle East tycoon country wants to go to your company to buy a car. Mr. Li directly stood up from his seat and pointed at Lu Nang and laughed. And next to Lu Nang had a side of the Pauma Wang, also directly from the position stood up and came over to shake hands with Lu Nang. I did not think that the big Han country actually have Lu such a character. Your company launched a new car I have seen, is indeed a cross-generation products? From now on the previous misunderstandings, we are written off. And in the future we have to cooperate more. We'll have to cooperate more in the future. And hearing these words, Zhou Jingxiang had long since been dumbfounded in place, completely at a loss as to what to do. On the contrary, Lu Nung, because similar things experienced a little more, the heart cannot help but rise a little sense of crisis. It couldn't have anything to do with that Qin Feng kid again, could it? Lu Nung thought, and then was creeped out. Mr. Lu, what are you still waiting for? Quickly, quickly, sit down. Once again, Mr. Li of the Eastgate Car Show spoke up and urged. Next to Mr. Pauma Wang, he also made an inviting look. Good. Lu Nang temporarily suppressed his misgivings and with a smile on his face, he settled down with Zhou Jingxiang. Instead, in his heart, he had already begun to think about what they should do if it was because of Qin Feng again this time. After all, right now, the relationship between Qin Feng and them was only as simple as the fact that they had to share a portion of the money they earned with Qin Feng for nothing. Mr. Lu, Yuhan Opinion Company, you are really something else. This is smothering great things. If we hadn't seen that video online today, we'd still have to be kept in the dark by you guys. It's just too unorthodox. Mr. Li said smilingly, then took the initiative to stand up and pour wine for Lu Nang. Next to him, Mr. Wang watched with a smile on his face, completely without the slightest intention to stop him, just before Lu Nang and the others came over. Mr. Wang has received instructions from the headquarters side. Regardless of the current situation, it is essential to maintain as good a relationship as possible with the company called Han Opinion. Or even, if you can, take a certain head start and try to get a stake in, or enter into a partnership with, this company. After all, their Pauma was rich and powerful, so if it was just a little bit of money, they didn't need to look at it too much at all. Of course, Mr. Wang also had another task, and that was to find out as much as possible what was going on with this car of Han's Opinion. The clearer the better, because of the value of the car and the technology contained in it, will be the most critical information in determining how much they will spend. That's right, this meal today. I'm really thankful to Mr. Lu for taking time out of his busy schedule to show his appreciation. Mr. Wang was also beside him with his wine glass. Thank you Mr. Wang. Thank you Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is really too polite, Lu Nung said immediately. And then, together with Zhou Jingxiang next to him, they were somewhat flattered and picked up their wine glasses. A few people took a drink. Mr. Li from the car show immediately stood up from his position, and then began to pour wine for Mr. Wang, and Lu Nang and the others. Mr. Pauma Wang's position was already above him, and it was proper to pour wine for Mr. Wang. But originally, Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiang, their status should be below him. Therefore, this meal was originally supposed to be Lu Nang and Zhou Jingxiang giving them a toast. It was only right that he should sit back and enjoy himself as this middleman. And now, having learned about the video incident from Mr. Wang, and having watched that video with my own eyes, and after knowing how awesome that car in the video really is, things become different. Lu Nang and their Han Opinions had all of a sudden become a rising newcomer that even Mr. Wang had to treat solemnly. Instead, he became the lowest of the low at this meal. But, Mr. Li doesn't see a problem with this. Instead, it was enjoyable. He is, after all, just the head of a car show. Car show. The most important, not the show. But the car. Now that video has caught fire on the internet. When the person who brought the tempo disappears and the truth is revealed, everyone will know that the car is Hani's car. By that time, this new car, the Han, will surely set the internet on fire, even the world, because just now, Mr. Wang revealed something else to him. That video, nowadays, on the foreign network, is also on fire, and has long since rushed to the first position of the hot search. A car like this that would explode all over the world, if it put its first appearance at his car show. By that time, his Dongmen Auto Show will definitely go from being the #1 auto show in East Asia to directly becoming one of the world's top auto shows. The benefits of this to him are simply immeasurable. Trying, how could Mr. Li not enjoy pouring wine for Lu Nang? Not to mention pouring wine. If he could, he would let him put shoes on Lu Nang. Zhou Jingxiong was slow to react though. But ultimately, you can sense that something is wrong. Wait until Mr. Li has finished pouring the wine. He tugged on Lu Nang's sleeve under the table and asked, "What's going on? Why do I feel something's not quite right?" Lu Nang thought to himself, you only know it. Lousy has thought about how to ask for half a day. Lu Nang didn't dare to just ask. From what Mr. Li and Mr. Wang were showing now, the reason why they agreed to this meal after refusing, it's most likely because of that video they were talking about. So, if the car inside that video was really related to Qin Feng, then once he inquired about the real situation and accidentally revealed his relationship with Qin Feng, then all the benefits he could have gotten might be gone all at once. So, what exactly to say, what not to say, and how to go about it. All of these will be a very serious problem for Lu Nang. Moreover, there was one more thing, which was to absolutely not let this guy Zhou Jingxiong accidentally reveal the truth of the matter. So Lu Nang first patted Zhou Jingxiong's shoulder and came over to whisper, "Don't mind it. Next, no matter what happens, you'd better keep quiet and leave everything to me." Zhou Jingxiong has no opinion on this. Or, in fact, it's always been that way. He nodded his head straight down in agreement. He wasn't good at these things in the first place, and it was naturally better if he could keep his mouth shut. When the time comes for the meal to come up, eat straight away. The dishes and flavors of this restaurant are a masterpiece. Even if he had already eaten it, it was perfectly fine to keep eating it now. With a high-profile restaurant like this one, it's certainly impossible to actually make it based on specs and all that stuff alone. After all, rich people aren't stupid. Even if we have to talk about things, at the end of the day, the meal has to be eaten. Soon the food started to be served. A few others, all just casually moved their chopsticks for show. Only Zhou Jingxiong ate it properly. But for the moment, no one cared what he was actually doing, because for the other three, all have more important things to do. Mr. Wang looked at Lu Nang and directly toasted a glass of wine. "Mr. Lu, we were wrong in some of the previous conflicts and clashes, so I hope that Mr. Lu can be more tolerant if there are any offenses." Lu Nang immediately raised his glass. No. What happened before? The fault lies with us. Fortunately we didn't let Pauma suffer too much. Now that Mr. Wang is willing to disregard the past, it's us who should be grateful. Ha, then what happened before is in the past. From today onwards, between us, there will be only cooperation and only friendship. How about it? Mr. Wang said. Lu Nang, of course, could not possibly disagree and immediately said with a smile, "Of course." The two of them drank another glass of wine, after which, Mr. Wang got to the point, listening to Mr. Li before. "Mr. Lu, you this time, you want some of our company's patents, right?" Mr. Wang asked as he opened the door. "Yes, after that incident before, there were some patents that ended the cooperation, so now I want to renew it." Lu Nang immediately said, "Hiss, this ending of cooperation shouldn't have anything to do with the last conflict, right?" Mr. Wang suddenly frowned. Lu Nang was silent for a moment, thinking about how to answer. Mr. Wang, however, spoke directly again. "It seems to be related." His face became ugly all of a sudden, and he immediately said, "We, Pauma, have always respected the contract in this matter of cooperating to do business, and have insisted on buying and selling. Mr. Lu must be forgiven. This matter, I am indeed uninformed. Should again be the following people smart. In the past few years, the company has grown too fast and recruited a lot of less qualified employees, which has allowed the company to keep up with its growth. But it looks like it has made the overall quality of the staff, all of a sudden, too poor. When this meal is over, I will go back and start to rectify the situation. Mr. Lu, rest assured that in the future, such things will never happen again. A contract is a contract, in black and white. How can you disown it because of some problems?" Mr. Wang had an angry face and spoke as if it were true, but in reality, This is something that is entirely his doing. Directly after the ice cream incident, he lent his own company's ability to forcefully and interrupt the cooperation with Han Opinion. He himself knew that the matter was inappropriate. That's why it was the first thing to come out and say, and to dump the pot on the people below. After all, from now on, his claim had become one of cooperating with the Han Opinion. Of course you have to find a way to redeem yourself. Lu Nang is not clear about the bends and roundabouts of Mr. Wang's heart. Once he heard this, he was firstly happy, and then immediately asked, "Then Mr. Wang, these patents are next." Lu Nang's purpose is clear. All he needs is just these patents. So, being able to re-sign the contracts for those patents was enough for him. Anything else? He didn't want to, and didn't need to care at all. Patents are certainly no problem. All cooperation should be resumed. Not only that, in these years, we also have some extra new patents that are very good to use. If Mr. Lu is interested in you, we can all talk openly about it as well. Now Mr. Lu, your Han Opinion is already different from other companies, and is totally worthy of our differentiated treatment. Ha ha. Mr. Wang immediately said with a smile. But before Lu Nang could be happy, Mr. Wang opened his mouth again and turned his words. But, as soon as he heard this, Lu Nang immediately tensed up, knowing that the next step was the main event to come. Pauma is certainly not a charity, and there is no doubt that there must be an important reason driving Mr. Wang to make such a change now. When a capitalist wants to do good, 90% of the time it's because it can get more profit out of that good deed. Just like many big entrepreneurs will choose to be charitable just because their estate taxes are very high. If you put the money in your hands and keep it that way, the profit generated for them will instead become smaller and smaller. Capitalists often have this amazing ability to make business out of everything in the world. And although Lu Nang is not considered a successful person, but more or less is also one of them. And naturally this is also considered some understanding. Mr. Wang said, got up, and personally poured a glass of wine for Lu Nang before he continued with a smile on his brow. All those patents we had before are even free for Honey to use, but I hope that we can likewise get some special patents here in Honey that only Honey has. Mr. Wang didn't wait for Lu Nang to react, and then immediately added, of course we certainly won't let Mr. Lu suffer. If Mr. Lu has any other requirements, you can also put forward by all means. After all, the car that your company has just produced is indeed an epic-making product, and we are very interested in it, as well as in the technology. As long as Mr. Lu is willing to open this mouth to give us this opportunity in Pauma, I believe we will be able to work together very happily. Even if your company can agree, we can take out a large amount of funds in your company to jointly research and develop to overcome the technical difficulties. Shares in your company. As the general director of the Han Kingdom, my words still have a certain role to play. Other than that, there is definitely one thing I can promise, and that is, if Pauma can take a stake in Honey this time around, then Honey will definitely be the most important subsidiary company under Pauma. Without waiting for Lu Nang to react, Zhou Jingxiong, who had been sitting next to Lu Nang peacefully and quietly, eating his meal, raised his head violently. Zhou Jingxiong first glanced at Pauma's Mr. Wang to make sure that the other party was not joking, and then immediately turned his head to look at Lu Nang beside him. Although Zhou Jingxiong didn't say anything, the meaning expressed by that expression and eyes couldn't be more obvious. I'm not saying this is such a good offer. What are you hesitating for? Directly click the picture to agree. Then you give me a wink. I will immediately use the excuse of going to the toilet to go out to get the contract. Immediately bring the contract over to us to sign, and directly set this matter, whether it's an equity stake or whatever. Can Paumana afford not to pay the price? Zhou Jingxiong was practically in a hurry to speak, but unfortunately, Lu Nang had been sitting in place with a frown on his face, never giving any indication. This was a serious one, and it made Zhou Jingxiong look anxious. His reminder of Lu Nang is also getting bigger and bigger. At first it was just a squeeze to the back to see Lu Nang did not respond, simply directly on the hands of the pickpocket up. Lu Nang was originally sitting in his chair contemplating what the matter was all about when he suddenly felt his arm being constantly raked. Turning his head to look, Zhou Zhenxiong's face was filled with anxiety, and his eyes were huge, as if he wanted to eat himself in one bite. You agree? You are all agree? What are you waiting for? Zhou Jingxiong spoke to Lu Nang with his mouth. Lu Nang frowned and waved his hand. His face was full of a you don't mess up, I'm trying to figure it out look, which made Zhou Jingxiong look on fire at once. It's not that I can't figure out what there is to figure out. Isn't that what's going on here? Zhou Jingxiong was completely unable to understand. He felt that the eyes and expression alone had no way to state his opinion, so he directly moved his stool and sat next to Lu Nang, and came to Lu Nang's ear and said, What's the matter with you? This kind of thing there is room for hesitation? What else is there to hesitate about? Although Zhou Jinxiong's voice was small, Lu Nan naturally heard it clearly. Mr. Wang, who was next to him, naturally saw this scene. Zhou Jinxiong's intention and Lu Nang's hesitation were all taken in. Zhou Jinxiong looked like he immediately agreed, not out of Wang's expectations. After all, at this moment, Pauma is still the world's largest automobile manufacturer after all. And while the Han opinion does look very good in that one car of theirs in the video, the problem is that it's only inside the video after all. And now Hanyu, at least in the eyes of the vast majority of people, is still a small, obscure company, and as long as they haven't developed, it's worthless in front of Pauma and Lu Nang's hesitation. Mr. Wang naturally felt that it was not unreasonable. On the contrary, it made Mr. Wang feel that the possibility of the car of the Han opinion was a bit more likely. Because if the Han opinion isn't the real deal and the online videos are indeed just a rumor, when hearing those news that he had just uttered, the Lu Nang in front of him should not have half a bit of hesitation to be right. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the fact that this car of Han's opinion was indeed true at this moment that Lu Nang was so hesitant, for he did not want to give up the car that he had built with great difficulty to other people for nothing. This does not surprise Mr. Wang. If at this moment let him sit in the position of Lu Nang, as a person with vision, he will also have hesitation. More accurately should not be hesitation but calculation. Calculate exactly how you can get more out of it. But Mr. Wang also believes in the same thing, that is, there is absolutely nothing in this world that money can't buy, and if there is, it must be that there is not enough money. And it was also necessary for him to let the Lu Nang in front of him understand that if the Han opinion did not agree to this cooperation, then when they next meet, they will become rivals again between Pauma and Chinese, and without any help. Even if the Han has a large enough potential, it will be equally difficult to realize all of that potential. This way, Mr. Wang smiled faintly and then said, let's put it this way, in order to express our sincerity, I won't sell out. If your company agrees, we, Pauma, are willing to wholly acquire your company, and this price is completely negotiable, and we will definitely give a price that will make your company absolutely satisfied. After giving a sweet date first, Mr. Wang immediately continued to take out his big stick. This is already considered the greatest sincerity that we at Pauma can come up with, and I sincerely hope that Mr. Lu can give it a good thought. Your company does have a lot of potential right now, otherwise we wouldn't have made this move, but potential is not equal to strength. In the long river of history, there are countless people and forces with potential who tend to lose a lot of things because they make the wrong choices and take the wrong path. Some things are very realistic, especially business competition. If this cooperation cannot be reached today, then what your company will have to face next, I think Mr. Lu should also know very well. When the word gets out, is your company really confident enough to face the siege of all the friendly companies in the world on its own? Your company shouldn't want to take that good technology and have it known by the world only after 10, 20, 30 years in Monmouth City, right? What Mr. Wang said was very sincere, but at this moment, after hearing these words, Lu Nan only wanted to laugh bitterly. If we really have the potential, really have the technology to say, maybe I'll shoot right after agreeing to come out to do the company is not just to make money, which are so many people can change the world every day. But the problem is that I don't have the fucking potential or the skills. All those things fucking belong to other people's Qin Feng, not our Han opinion. He roared madly in his mind. Mr. Wang, as the general director of BMW's Dahan country, his words certainly carried weight. The moment those words just came out, it wasn't just Lu Nang who looked sad. The side has been watching the scene of Mr. Li also immediately spoke out to persuade Mr. Lu. If I say this matter, there is what good hesitation. You directly agree to down. What a great opportunity to work with BMW and be acquired by BMW. It's a step up in the world of work. Do you really want to climb up slowly step by yourself? Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang has indeed already paid a great price. I've known Mr. Wang for so many years. I've never heard that Mr. Wang directly opened his mouth to say which company he wants to acquire and let the other party open their own price. Mr. Li had an anxious look on his face. This is a great opportunity. The opportunity is not to be missed. The time will not come again. Lu Nang sniffed but could only smile bitterly and remained unresponsive. Others only think that for him this is a heavenly opportunity, but only he knows. The matter is far from simple. But Lu can be patient and calm. Next to him, Zhou Jinxiong is unable to do. See, this Lu can always be such a pair of silent words, do not say a word look. Zhou Jinxiong simply anxious to curse. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, you guys wait a bit, Lu Nang and I will go out to discuss this. I'll persuade him. Zhou Jingxiong immediately stood up from his seat, picked up a glass of wine and said to Mr. Wang and Mr. Li, and then did not allow Lu Nang to refuse, directly tugged Lu Nang's arm and walked out of the hotel box. Not that I'm saying what the hell are you hesitating for? What the hell are you thinking about such a good opportunity? Why don't you agree? This is BMW. BMW wants to buy us out. Do you know how much money we can get at once? Isn't this much easier than taking the car by ourselves? What is there to hesitate about? You don't really think you're so cool. Do you really want to become a big company? Do you have that kind of ability you? Zhou Jingxiong was completely exasperated. And this call was said soundly, and next to Lu Nang after listening, still did not have any reaction, just helplessly sighed, and then asked rhetorically, you also know that we are not so bullish. You also know that we are now a bitter ride in the car of the ordinary company. Then you to tell me. In this case, BMW why want to buy us? How the fuck should I know? You don't know. And you dare to agree? Why am I afraid to agree? Does it help if you agree? Pauma isn't stupid. Why would they sign a contract with us if we can't get what they want? Why should they give us money? Then we can agree to come down first. 2. And why must we just not be able to get anything? Pauma isn't stupid. Why would they acquire us when we don't have anything? Because of Qin Feng. Now do you understand? Qin Feng? You mean Qin Feng's kid's car? What else do you think? Why do you think Pauma wants to buy us for our cars? We still have to use Pauma's patents for those cars we built. Can't they even use their own patents themselves? Is it because you're good looking that you've talked about us? I don't give a shit. They're the ones who want to acquire us. It's not like we're begging them to acquire us. And when the time comes, once the money is in hand and the contract is signed, whatever they want, that's their business. So what's it got to do with us? What do I need to know? Zhou Jingxiong rolled his eyes and directly shrugged off the reply. Lu Nang froze for a moment and suddenly found himself speechless, but immediately after he realized that Zhou Jingxiong's words, it seems that there is really quite some truth to them. That's right. Indeed. They're the ones who want to acquire us. It's not like we're begging them to do so. And even though they've said that the probability of the reason we're here is because of a certain car of that Qin Feng kid, but it's not like they know about Qin Feng's relationship with the company. All of a sudden, Lu Nang felt like he was open to new ideas. So if we can really succeed and sign the acquisition contract to successfully get the money, then the next thing indeed still doesn't need us to worry about. So the problem now lies in how to make Pauma still willing to sign this contract even though he doesn't know the truth now. Lu Nang was lost in thought for a moment. Earlier his mind was clogged with the fact that he knew Pauma had what he needed to make such a good offer, but they weren't in a position to come up with that, so he wouldn't have been able to get the benefit of the doubt given by Pauma. But it's based on fair trade. But what if they are not a fair deal, but a deception? Now Pauma actually thinks they have something and is willing to offer a high enough price for that part of it. Then just follow what Pauma and the others say. As long as one could find a way to maintain the illusion, always letting Pauma think their investment was worth it, and not letting Pauma know the truth completely and utterly until then. Keep up this lie until the end. And when the contract is signed, then this thing will have to be done even if Pauma doesn't want to do it. After all, the contract is there in black and white. So long as the contract is also not hard and fast about what they need to pay. While the odds are that Pauma won't be that stupid, it's ultimately an okay thought. And it's still a promising thought. Even if back on 10,000 steps, the last acquisition contract is still not signed out. I can also now take this opportunity to first in Pauma to the original contract down. The Pauma original patents over. So even if the final negotiations fell apart, these patents as usual can still be used for a few more years. All of a sudden Lu Nang felt enlightened. And the whole person was completely awake. He immediately patted Zhou Jingxiong's shoulder. Zhengxiong, you've really helped me a lot. But Zhou Jingxiong is in deep thought at this moment. You first wait a little while. There is indeed a problem that Pauma in the end what is it that you want? We now have nothing I don't think so. We do need to think long and hard about this. Pauma is no fool. If we do have nothing, why should they sign any contract with us? Lu Nang. He had figured it out because of the irresponsible words Zhou Jingxiong had just said. But Zhou Jingxiong was in deep trouble because of what he had just said. But at this point these things don't matter. Nowadays, Lu Nang had a complete idea of what exactly he should do. By all means take advantage of the opportunity to get as much as you can before you do so. Right now. For example, he's immediately going back inside the box to tell the other guy that he's going to sign off on the original car patent first. As for the rest, wait until after you sign this contract. Because when he waited until later, he still had to find a way to go back inside the company to make some false pretenses to deceive Pauma and make the other party think that he had the ability to build Qin Feng's car, and use it to trick Pauma into officially offering to buy and sign the contract, so they can make a good, big profit. The Great Han Kingdoms Network and the Pretty Kingdoms Network were in an uproar over this video of Iron Horde. Chris, the originator of this video, is facing a different problem at the moment. Chris escorted Gario back to the country. In order to stay alive, Galio told everything he knew about everything. Originally, the third prince was already under control, but because there wasn't enough evidence, the third prince still had some room to turn back. But at this moment, after having a family to help, the third prince always had no more chances. According to those things that Gario had explained, there was only one last path left before the third prince today, and that was death. Father, I'm wrong. Father, I really already know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. In the middle of the hall, the third prince fell to his knees, wearing only a thin layer of clothes, constantly crying out in pain, kowtowing to the old king sitting on the throne, tears streaming down his face. The mother of the third prince similarly fell to her son's side on her knees, wiping tears from her eyes and constantly pleading, "Yes, please let him go. He's still small, he already knows it's wrong. And isn't it still nothing?" And all around the perimeter of this hall the first and second princes, as well as Chris and the mothers of several of them, were also standing. The reason the old king had placed the trial in this hall was that he didn't want to involve the rest of the country's courtiers. This is more or less partly selfish. After all, if it is put in the open, the third prince will definitely die. But if all these things are hidden, then for the third prince there is more or less a little bit of a chance to live. Originally, the old king was still sitting in his position with a stiff face. No one knew what he was thinking. But right after the third prince's mother opened her mouth to say those words, the old king's face immediately turned gloomy. He directly threw down the teacup in his hand with great force, smashing it on the ground in front of him, spilling water all over the place, and splashing the water on the body of the third prince who knelt down below. However, the third prince was only able to kneel there, not even daring to move a bit. "Listen to what you're saying. Nothing has happened yet. So what you're saying is that I should keep the beast and keep him here. Then tell all about the country's experiences, and reveal all about my whereabouts, and just wait until the day something really happens to me. Won't you?" The third prince was startled and immediately began to kowtow on the ground again, constantly assuring, "Father, I was wrong, Father, I really didn't mean to harm you guys." At that time, they had already assured me that they just wanted you to sign that contract, and that it definitely wouldn't cause any personal harm to you, so that's why I agreed to it. "And what happened after that? What did you say about what happened later?" "This what Gario said, that you still want this position. As long as after signing the contract, pretty country will support you and become the king of our country. Isn't it? That's what you think, right?" No, Father, that guy is framing me. That guy isn't telling the truth. I really didn't think so. I never meant to seize the throne." The third prince immediately denied it. Even though Gario had already said everything he knew, the third prince still didn't admit it. Although the third prince is usually not very smart, but this life and death related time, he is more or less still some brains, he knows very well. If he does the truth, those charges in any case cannot escape, even if the old king wants to let him go. But in accordance with the law it is also impossible to let go of him, so one can only firmly deny it, so that he can have a chance to live, even if the matter will not be over, even if the country will continue to pursue, but more or less can let him live one more day as one day. Chris sat in his seat, eye to eye, and said nothing. Right now exactly how to deal with the three princes, and Chris looked at the direct execution, but now the person in charge of this country is still not him after all, so even if he had any ideas there was no way to actually implement them. Anyway, he'd said his piece before, so the choice of what exactly to do now remains in the hands of the old king. All eyes were focused on the old king, waiting for him to give his final verdict. The old king closed his eyes in agony, although he had already guessed that the third prince was not honest, and you had already been mentally preparing for this for a long time. When this day really came, the old king still felt a million heartaches. He was not the kind of lord-like character who would rather ask me to lose the world than have the world lose me. Always the old king was a benevolent and peaceful monarch. So even though Chris wasn't much appreciated in the country due to various relationships, the old king still gave Chris enough pocket money. The thought was that even if Chris could not inherit the throne later, he could still live an equally rich life. And now it is such an old man who has to make a decision whether or not to order the killing of his son. It was no doubt a difficult choice for the old king. Time passes slowly. The only sounds on the entire hall were the cries and pleas of the third prince and the third prince's mother. Wait until almost 5 minutes had passed. It was only then that the old king finally opened his eyes, and at this moment, although there was still pain in his gaze, there was also an additional point of determination. The old king took a deep breath and pressed the button next to the chair, and immediately the door of the hall was opened to the courtiers and executives waiting outside, all of whom came in. The old king raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and in a slightly trembling voice, he gave the order, "Take Klein down and execute him immediately. In front of everyone in the country, I want to give an explanation to the entire nation. the old king said with unmistakable firmness. The hesitation and pain he had just felt was what he should feel as a father. But the determination and firmness at this moment was the responsibility he had to take on as a king for the whole country and for those nationals who trusted him. Yes, the men under his command responded and began to move at once. The third prince, who was screaming and crying in pain, was pulled down and began to prepare for the execution. And the mother of the third prince was likewise forced down. The mother of the third prince also needs to be sentenced. After all, no one knows whether he had any involvement in those previous events or not. Of course, this matter will have to wait until afterward. The inside of the hall was quiet once again. The old king looked up, his eyes sweeping over each face, eventually stopping in front of Chris. This time, Chris did a great job. I don't suppose anyone in this room will have any more opinions about letting Chris get the inheritance next? The old king spoke up. The first and second princes, as well as their mothers, did not dare to speak again. On this day, Chris finally became the fourth prince of the Nanya kingdom in all but name, and truly gained the right to inherit the throne. And there will be no more opposition, either within the royal family or in the country as a whole. For next his merits will be known to the whole nation with the live execution of the third prince. This, then, is the old king's greatest help to Chris? If it had been before, Chris would have had little power even if he had gained the inheritance, much less the hearts and minds of the people. But not now. Wait until after today. The entire nation of South Aria will know that they have a fourth prince. And this fourth prince has built up a great deal of success, solving two great crises in the sky. Chris, at this moment, there is already a hidden foundation to be able to compete with the original heir to the throne, the Grand Prince. The sun was shining brightly at noon. In Maria, the capital city of the country of Nanglia, 80% of the nation's citizens had all laid down their hands on various tasks, all gathered in the most spacious and largest park in the country of Nanglia, Maria Park, and they had one purpose for their trip, and that was to witness the execution of the third prince, who had committed treason. The old king did not keep the nation waiting long, especially since it's still midday and the temperature is high on this side of the Middle East. So it didn't take long for a couple of executioners to bring up the third prince. The third prince was placed on the execution rack in the clothes of a prisoner. The country of Nanglia is still a king's country, so some of the more traditional criminal laws are still in place today. For example, treason is punishable by execution by hanging in the country of South Aria. In the very center of the park is a huge statue of the founding emperor of the country of Nanglia. This statue, hands open, make an extremely strange action. Ordinary day look may really some strange, but at this moment when the executioners will be the execution tool on the statue hands, the crowd only at a glance. It turns out that this statue is exactly the execution of the death penalty auxiliary appliances. When the nation of South Aria was founded, the founding emperor had several of the guilty of treason hanged under his statue. Immediately after the executioners prepared the execution gear, the old king then took the first and second princes, as well as Chris and other important ministers of the country, and stood on the upper viewing platform. We are gathered here today and have turned on a national broadcast to tell you that treason is an extremely serious offense in our nation of South Aria. Even if it is my son, your prince, who commits this offense, he will be punished for it all the same without compromise. It should be just about the end of the day now, and many of you haven't rushed home to turn on your TVs or turn on your computers yet. So let's take a little bit of time to make an announcement to you next. The old king turned his head to look, and Chris immediately stepped forward. This is my fourth son. His name is Chris, and he is also the fourth prince of our Nanglia kingdom, and he will officially have the right to inherit the Nanglia kingdom once and for all. Let me, the king of the kingdom of Lanaria, announce to you all in this next period of time the great service our Prince Chris has rendered to the country in this recent period of time. The old king waved his hand, and instantly an MC, with a notebook, read out every single thing Chris had done in the recent past to everyone in the room. At the same time, this entire segment will be perfectly recorded, and even if people now don't see it live, will see the recording later, and will be just as likely to see the various versions circulating online. Originally, all of the nationals came to watch the fun. After all, for a princeling to commit treason and be executed, this kind of thing does arouse the curiosity of people. But after hearing about all the feats Chris has done, these nationals who came to see the fun couldn't help but let out a cheer. Driving alone, he saved the king in the middle of the terrorists' dragon's den. And secondly, with a small escort, he destroyed the entire terrorists' base camp and captured the terrorists' leader. And he helped the king to detect the treason of the third prince. Every single thing makes the nationals' blood boil. People do like heroes. And there's no doubt that the various things Chris is doing these days fit the tone of the word hero. The atmosphere of this grand event was brought to a climax even before the execution began. All the nation, cheering for Chris, the new prince. And Chris took it all in stride. The old king watched the scene with relief in his eyes. but in the corner where no one noticed. The first and second princes looked at Chris and the old king with a variety of emotions. Soon Chris's credits were read, and next came the execution of the third prince. With the old king's order, the crying third prince was directly hung in midair by the executioners without mercy. The third prince was bound in the air with his hands and feet, his body twisting and struggling like a maggot, but to no avail. Soon that body was completely motionless. Immediately afterward the old king took the stage again, and with a strong speech of grief, closed the pageant. It took just under 2 hours before and after, just in time for people to go to work in the afternoon. In the square, with the body of the third prince put away, and the whole society finally over, Chris and the others returned home. The old king looked at the only 3 sons left in front of him and took a deep breath, and was about to speak, but he suddenly let out a wail, and then his eyes closed and fainted. "Call a doctor." Chris instantly let out a shout and rushed forward to hold the old king's body, and then with his 2 older brothers, he took the old king to his bed in the back. Wait for the doctor to come. 3 hours later, outside the door of the ward all the most important people in the entire nation of South Aria were gathered here. Everyone's brows were furrowed and their faces were serious. The old king suddenly fell into a coma, and the doctors examined him and sent him straight to the Lku, and it had been nearly 3 hours, but the doctor hasn't come out yet. Now the whole country of South Lia is in a stormy time. There are internal ghosts, external enemies, and pretty country. This behemoth guarding the side, always ready to bite a hard one. If anything happens to the old king the consequences are unimaginable. Chris was never going to want to see that happen. However, just at this moment, the door to the room of the LCU was suddenly opened, and several doctors came out from it in a line, looking at Chris's people in front of them. One by one, they all sighed helplessly and shook their heads. The king he may not be able to. Based on the current situation, it may even be a problem to wake up, and may not even last 3 days. The most qualified chief physician said this. For a moment, outside the ward door, most people's hearts sank to the bottom. Looks like we should discuss what we're going to do next if father leaves, the Grand Prince said out of the blue. Chris snapped his head around to see the calm look on the Grand Prince's face and immediately realized that the other man was most likely not like him. The other side might even be expecting something like this to happen. Chris couldn't help but feel some anger rise in his heart, but he also knew that now was not the time for infighting. After interrogating Gario, he was acutely aware of what kind of situation the nation of South Aria was in right now. So now, absolutely nothing can happen to the old king. Even if something goes wrong, you have to get everything in order before something goes wrong. There must be another way. Chris shook his head, not bothering to respond to the Grand Prince's words, and simply turned to leave. After walking to the corner, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It was Qin Feng's phone number. In any case, the only one who could help him now was Qin Feng. Is that so? After listening to Chris briefly say the whole thing on the other end of the phone, Qin Feng was silent for a moment before nodding and saying with certainty, "It just so happens that I've had some breakthroughs in this area recently in terms of the core gains, so you can bring your father over directly. I have a machine here that will allow him to temporarily stay in a state of being alive for the time being, and at least the situation won't be worsened." Originally, Chris was still not sure about calling Qin Feng, because he also knew that Qin Feng's research direction had always been in the category of automobiles and machinery, and although Qin Feng had always wanted to study medicine and biology, he didn't seem to be dabbling in that direction for the time being. But nowadays, other than searching for Qin Feng, Chris really didn't know who else he could rely on. But what he didn't realize was that the call had actually made a difference. "Thank you so much, Mr. Qin. I'll immediately bring my father here," Chris said with immense gratitude. At this moment, he was exceptionally glad that he didn't give up in the end, but chose to place a call to Qin Feng instead. Otherwise afterward, when he knew what it was all about, when he knew that he could have saved the old king's life and prevented chaos in the country, yet he didn't go through with it, and will surely regret it to death when he goes to try it. After thanking Qin Feng again, Chris immediately hung up the phone and walked back to the hospital room, looking ahead at the few brothers in front of him, and said in a firm tone, "I have a way to get father back." The country of South Aria was exceptionally wealthy, so naturally it had brought in a group of the world's best doctors. So when even these doctors were at their wits' end, it was almost certain that contemporary medicine would be of little use to the old king. So when Chris says he can save the old king's life, no one believes him, but equally no one will stop Chris from making the attempt, because keeping the old king in the ward now would just be waiting to die. Since Chris wants the responsibility, let him have it. And so, early the next morning, Chris then took the old king, with half of his own escort, and flew the plane straight to the Great Han Kingdom. The other half of the escort, of course, would not be left behind. The only reason they weren't put on a plane was because Chris needed them to drive their iron armor to the Great Han Kingdom as well. Now the old king is in a coma and nearly dead. And judging from what the Grand Prince had shown earlier, Chris had lost his trust in the Grand Prince, so he would never dare to leave his most important things in the country. The first and second princes had lived in the country of South Lia for several years and had their own forces, while he had nothing but these cars. Even if these cars had artificial intelligence, fingerprint locks and pupil locks, even if they couldn't use them themselves, the first and second princes couldn't steal them. But they're also perfectly capable of forcibly locking the car in South Lia country so that Chris can't use it either. That's why Chris chooses to take his car with him no matter what the situation. Wait until Chris leaves. Inside the palace, the first prince suddenly knocked on the door of the second prince's room. The second prince opened the door to the room, and the two men looked at each other. And there was silence for nearly half a minute before the second prince sidestepped his body to allow the first prince to walk in. I suppose you guessed that I came over to you this time because of something. The first prince sat down on the couch in the second prince's room and spoke slowly. The second prince smiled slightly. Can I say I can't guess? The great prince is also not in a hurry. The same smile. Even if you cannot guess now, after that you can also guess. Now we are the grasshopper in the same boat. The road in front of us there is only one. That is, the two of us join hands. And now is the best time. The second prince was silent for a moment, then nodded his head immediately. Indeed. The first prince was then relieved to know that the second prince understood his meaning. Then I won't sell you short. I'm inviting you to join me now. The situation at hand is such that the two of us must work closely together in order to guard everything that the two of us are supposed to have. And I think you should understand that. The great prince said. The second prince similarly nodded. Of course I understand. The way you are looking at it now. Father is simply trying to support Chris to the throne. That's right. And it looks like you think so too. So if we don't do anything, then things are only going to get worse. We can't wait until Chris comes back. We should take this time to master what we can first. We don't have time to play fair with Chris anymore. But now, hasn't Father been pronounced to be dead? Even if he still wants to do something, he shouldn't be able to do it, right? That's true. But before this period of time, who could have imagined that this Chris kid would actually find 10 cars that powerful from the Great Han Kingdom? You mean? I'm worried that the person Chris knew in the Great Han Kingdom still has a real possibility of stabilizing Father's body. As long as Father is awake again, surely he will be quick to set up the things he wants to do. And by then everything that was supposed to be ours will all be gone. The second prince instantly understood all the meaning of the first prince. And he didn't say no to that. Indeed, as the Grand Prince said, no one had thought before this that Chris would actually be able to bring in a car that awesome. That was literally transgressive technology. Being able to make a cross-generation car. And who can guarantee that the genius of that great Han country will be able to come up with a cross-generation medical technology? And the eldest prince laughed again. I actually know that the probability of Father being rescued is not very high, but now Chris has clearly surpassed the two of us in the limelight. We did do a lot of things over the years, but all this that Chris has done is real war work, and the people like these things the most. So we can't wait for Chris to come back. Before he does, the two of us make an alliance to discuss exactly how we should handle the relationship between the two of us in the future, and then squeeze him out of this country. The second prince pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, but what if Chris insists on coming back and still insists on competing with us? First of all, the probability of Father being rescued is indeed not very high. As long as there is no help from Father, Chris alone can't fight against us because we already control the whole country. And what does Chris have? Those 10 cars of his are just fighting terrorists. Can they really compete with the power of the entire country under our control? The Grand Prince said. The second prince pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded all of a sudden. Good. In that case, then we'll settle this matter. Chris, who was full of anxiety to rush back to the Great Han Kingdom with the old king, naturally did not know. The first and second princes who stayed in the country at this moment were already discussing about wanting to revolt, wanting to directly kick him, the latecomer, out of the game. And in the meantime, other side, the video James had recorded of the battle between the Iron Horde and the tanks had long since rushed to the #1 hot search on push.com. And the video was seen by one of the big plutocrats of the pretty country who had invested in Max earlier. The plutocrat was none other than Mr. Bess, who had, earlier, had a phone fight with Max. At this very moment, Mr. Bess was sitting at his desk with a cigar in his mouth, watching the video that was playing on his computer. After waiting for the video to finish playing, he immediately turned his head to look at the secretary beside him and asked out loud, "Are you sure that the car in this video is the car that Max's kid went to the Great Han country to manufacture?" "Sure. Incomparably sure. This news is according to an executive we planted in Max's company. When Max came to the company to publicize and called for the whole company to go to the Great Han country with him, what he took out was the photo of this car, and there was even a small section of the video but because it was not very convenient at that time, that executive only recorded a little bit of it. "I'll immediately will take it out and show it to you," the secretary next to him said, and then immediately operated the computer to insert a USB flash drive into it, and then a video was played a few moments later. Compared to the one James had recorded, the one at hand was very short, just 11 seconds, but Max, standing on the podium, and the moving iron armor on the big screen behind Max, were all captured on film. Mr. Bess is still concentrating on all of them, followed by a deep frown. As a perennial business investment of the big plutocrat Mr. Bess's vision has always been very forward-looking, otherwise before also absolutely will not take out so much money to invest in Max. At that time, the only reason why he pushed Max so hard was also because if he didn't push Max a little bit, in some years there might not be any way to have such a good prospect for the project of new energy trams, because a lot of other countries have already started to take notice of the program, though ultimately it didn't work out with Max. But Mr. Bess doesn't think he did anything wrong, but now this video has made Mr. Bess slightly regret it. If Max and I hadn't gotten into a fight back then, and instead went to hear exactly what he'd been doing in the Great Han Kingdom, and then asked him about what he was doing right now, I might have been able to rub off on this investment. Mr. Bess is very confident in his vision. He was incomparably sure that the car in the middle of the two videos in front of him, the car that could knock a tank off, was definitely an extremely excellent investment project, and incomparably ahead of its time, and even in the next few decades and hundreds of years, it might not be comparable to anyone else, because this is no longer a problem of vision. Like the new energy tram project, other countries if they realize that if, but also able to spend some time and energy to slowly catch up, but the video in front of the car, even if others know, there is no way to catch up. This is able to constitute a technology generation difference, and for them, the investors, something like this is also the most valuable. If I can invest in this company, then at least for the next 300 years, my children and grandchildren will not lack food and clothing. Mr. Bess thought to himself. And he wasn't just thinking about his children and grandchildren, although he was now 70 years old, he had always been in good health, and as one of the group of people with the most wealth in the world, he ate and dressed all the way to the top of the world. He also has the most powerful medical team to keep an eye on his personal health at all times, so if nothing happens, he will be able to live for another 20 to 30 years, which is definitely not a problem. Now help me gather all the information you can about this Max kid. I want to know exactly where he's serving now. I want to know exactly who this car belongs to now. And then, Mr. Bess narrowed his eyes slightly, and a slightly dangerous aura surged among his gaze. It seems that I have to meet this kid in person. The secretary next to him immediately bowed, then asked, "No problem, Mr. Bess, I'll get right on it now. But as for Max, do you want me to call him now and ask him to come over? I don't think he'll come over casually now. Max is a person I've always underestimated before. He's really a very capable guy. From the fact that he was able to constantly abandon all of his assets in the pretty country, as well as the accumulation of connections, and ran straight to the Great Han country, I should have guessed that. His vision should be on par with mine, and he clearly knows how valuable the car in front of him and all this technology can be. And more to the point, I believe they should already have other investors present behind them." Mr. Bess frowned and speculated silently. "So what should we do next, Mr. Bess?" the secretary continued to ask from the sidelines. "I need to think of a way. I must meet Max, and I must know who owns this car, who exactly is pinching the technology behind this car, and I must know who exactly is the investor behind them, and I need to think of a way to take all of this entire project, and even if I can't take it, I need to take the shares, and the more I take the better." Mr. Bess said silently, and then suddenly his eyes lit up, and then he turned his head to the secretary. "Doesn't Max have another rocket research and development base over here?" The secretary immediately opened the tablet in his hand and began to inquire, and after a moment nodded. "That's right. Max does still have a various rocket research and development bases in the pretty country, and because the facilities are too complex and are all large scale, they are not convenient to carry, and now remain in the country, and are still in operation at this very moment. Make a secret appointment for me to meet the manager of this current rocket development base. I must meet him in person, and arrange a trip for me immediately." Mr. Bess commanded at once. He knew that it would never be easy to get Max to come to pretty country now, especially still. The fact that he's in the position and the position he's in to extend an invitation to Marx definitely puts Marx on his guard. It might have been a surprise, so the best thing to do would be for Max to come over without any mental preparation and then meet him and talk to him about it, and do everything you can to take the program. Mr. Bess's gaze exuded a dangerous aura. For a large consortium such as theirs, of course, it is impossible for every sum of money to be clean, and of course, it is impossible for all hands to be clean as well. There is a good saying that capitalists will do anything if there is 100% profit. Now for Mr. Bass, this car in this video. This whole project is definitely more than 100% profit. So he's bound to do something not so good too if he has to. Inside the Dahan state, Max and Qin Feng are eating. All of a sudden, a call came in. Max picked up his cell phone and saw that it was none other than Tarek, the assistant manager of that rocket company he had left behind in Pretty Country to help him guard. Because there were too many things inside the rocket company, there was no way to move it to the Big Han country at that time, so it could only stay there for the time being, but it couldn't be thrown away directly, so it was still moving forward according to the original process. Since he wasn't doing experiments or research at this time, he was just eating. Max didn't have that many scruples and directly picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Soon a familiar voice on the other end of the phone came through. "Oh my brother, how have you been?" Immediately he had always spoken in this manner, and though not a Negro, had learned the Negro accent from his childhood, and was not much inclined to change it. As he said, he felt that this manner of speaking among Negroes afforded a great deal of intimacy and familiarity. Max immediately smiled and responded, "It doesn't feel too bad. When you're free you can come over to Dahan country to see our latest research results. When the time comes you'll definitely be shocked. Maybe I can even give you a new car. Of course it depends on my head boss's wishes, but even if I don't give it to you, after you know how powerful this car is, you'll definitely spend money on it too." Max talked about the recent period of time when he and Qin Feng, as well as those other partners he brought in, focused on doing great things, and indeed researched many amazing results. "That's great news, but I have to give you the bad news here. There's been a problem in the lab, and now there's a technical dilemma that I think only you can solve. You should come back for a visit, or I'll never be able to rest easy until this problem is solved," Tarek said. Max frowned at the sound of that and immediately asked, "Something wrong? What problem?" "You know, before the company was having a little bit of difficulty with the R&D process, and just 2 days ago, Tarek Kai talked about it, and did get a hard question out of him. Of course, whether the question actually came up, or just came out of his mouth or specifically came up, only Tarek himself knew, but it was clear that the question he immediately spoke up about did catch Max's attention, and he frowned and thought for a moment before he then said to Tarek, "It's really unfortunate, my friend, but I don't think I'll be able to come back for a while. Right now the research and development over here is occupying a critical moment, and it's about to come to a very good result. I don't think I'll be able to take some free time to come over and see what's going on until after the R&D over here is over a bit, so if the work just can't go on, then let's give everyone a vacation for now." "That busy? Over there?" Tarek seemed a little disheartened. "You know, I've always been a workaholic. This side of the world is exactly the kind of opportunity that would allow me to make a big impact, and if it wasn't for this whole thing that's happened, I could even stay busy here for a whole year," Max responded. The Tarek on the other end of the phone also knew that he had nothing else to say now, so he could only say, "That's it then. Wait until your side is over. Make sure you come back for a trip, or else this side of the work is likely to really not go on. That's for sure." Max made small talk with the other person for a couple more minutes before hanging up the phone immediately afterward. Next to him, Qin Feng was gnawing on a chicken wing and turned his head to look at Max. "What's going on? Something wrong with the rocket research over there?" "There's a little bit of a problem, but it's not just technical. There's something else going on as well. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's probably," Max responded truthfully. In front of Qin Feng, he didn't see the need for him to hide anything. Qin Feng nodded after listening, and then gave a little insight of his own. Max listened to it and immediately felt greatly used. "But don't worry, Mr. Qin. During this period of time, my energy will definitely still be focused on our company and research and development first." Max added one more sentence at the end. Qin Feng naturally nodded and said smilingly, "It's just as well that when this period of research comes to an end, you will be able to drive our newly developed energy car back, and it will also be considered as an advertisement for our car, as well, because there was enough manpower, and those people Max had brought with him had talents from all walks of life and all fields, so even though those people also needed to learn and were only able to deal with some low-end stuff, they were still of great help to Qin Feng, allowing Qin Feng a great deal of time. He could attack all of the most cutting-edge things and come up with results. During this recent time, he had been working on machines that could keep a person's body active, in addition to one side. At the same time also took Max's new energy team will have developed a lot of new energy car Panda before, made the first sample. This one Panda is now almost complete, with only the final finishing touches remaining. As soon as Max heard this, an excited look immediately appeared on his face. "Really? Are you really willing to let me be the first owner of this car?" Max was of course quite excited. As someone involved in research and development, he knew that each of these cars of Qin Feng's had extremely cutting-edge artificial intelligence, Once it was bound to the first owner, it was basically the same as becoming that person's car. It was still quite a hassle when trying to unbind it. Moreover, since Qin Feng had already let him bind it, then with Qin Feng's identity, there was a high probability that he wouldn't let him unbind it again, which would be equivalent to giving him this car. That's for sure. You left everything in pretty country behind at that time, brought the team and came to the great Han country together, and did give me a lot of help. How could I treat you poorly? Qin Feng picked up a paper towel and wiped his mouth, patting Max's shoulder. There's a saying in our great Han kingdom that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich and powerful is like traveling in brocade clothes at night. Memorize this sentence and go back and look it up yourself in the dictionary if you don't understand it. All in all, I can imagine that there must have been a lot of naysayers, a lot of people who didn't understand, a lot of people who looked down on you at the time when you were throwing people over. But now is the time for you to punch your face back. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Max solemnly looked at Qin Feng, his face filled with a touching color. He had originally thought that Qin Feng hadn't even thought about this. Who knew that Qin Feng had actually understood all along, but just didn't say so. But at the most critical times, Qin Feng would give him a helping hand. Come on, don't be such a mother-in-law. Clean up when you're done eating. Chris might be coming in a little while, and we'll have to see what's going on with his father, Qin Feng said. Originally, with their schedule, they would have returned to the lab immediately after eating and started doing experiments and research. But today was different. Today will be the day that Chris comes back. Also brought back was Chris's father. During the previous phone call, Qin Feng had already heard Chris analyze the other party's current situation. So whether or not Chris's father was alive was very important to Chris, and it was equally important to Qin Feng and the others. After all, if Chris lost his power over in the South Lia country, Qin Feng and the others would be short a large sum of money. Hopefully it will be good news. Qin Feng muttered to himself right now. The thing that he was most afraid of was that the old king of the country of South Lia would simply pass away on the airplane before he could even wait to see him. Qin Feng and Max didn't have to wait too long. After only 10 or so minutes, they received a call from Chris, and by now Chris had driven in through the estate gate. Right now, though, Chris wasn't sitting on top of his favorite iron armor. Instead, he sat in an ambulance. By the time the phone hung up, the car had pulled in just in time for Qin Feng and Max to stand in front of the door and wait. See the ambulance door being opened. Immediately after that, Chris came down in a flash. Then 2 doctors in white coats and a couple of nurses carried the old king, who was in the car, out as well. Originally, Qin Feng thought that this was the end of the matter, but he did not expect that after this, another doctor in a white coat suddenly appeared. Then there was the other one. Then a third, fourth, and fifth. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so doctors got out of that huge ambulance. Although the ambulance capacity is large enough, still, the sight of so many doctors drilling out at once was more than a little shocking. Qin Feng commanded the nurses to move the old king into his specially prepared medical room. Chris, on the other hand, stomped over from the side to walk with Qin Feng and opened his mouth to explain. Before even getting off the plane, Chris had already contacted the best hospitals and doctors as well as the highest level ambulances on this side of the Great Han country. The ambulance was waiting at the airport early. As soon as Chris and the guys got off the plane, they picked up the old king straight into the ambulance. After all, they couldn't send the old king over in his iron armor. Now the old king's body was unusually fragile, and the slightest mistake could lead to a direct break. So it must be the case that sophisticated medical instruments are needed to maintain vital signs at all times. But when they entered the ambulance, they found a dozen or so of the best doctors in the Great Han Kingdom still staying inside. All of these doctors had volunteered to come over and look at the old king's health. Naturally, Chris didn't say no to this. After all, his purpose was to rescue his father. It would naturally be best if there were other doctors who could do the same, because Qin Feng had also said that he wasn't able to restore the old king to his former self. At best, we can keep the old king as he is now. And the doctors, immediately after meeting the king, began to examine and treat him. After all, it is the king of a country who is sleeping in this car at this moment. Moreover, as a resource country in the Middle East, the South Ria country was financially strong. So if the other party could be saved, this would be tantamount to making a good karma and selling the South Ria country a great favor. And the gratitude that he would receive in the future was afraid to be immeasurable. So naturally everyone wants this opportunity. Chris didn't stand in the way either. He only instructed these doctors not to do anything without absolute certainty. It's not natural for doctors to disagree with this. They were trying to save the old king and get the gratitude of the nation of Nanya, not trying to instead cure the old king, who now had vital signs, when they knew there was no hope. If this happens, then they will be greeted not with the goodwill of the nation of South Aria but with punishment. Unfortunately, from the airport to the manor, all the doctors in the car tried their best, but still could not find a way to help the old king. A group of doctors discussed with each other, sweating in a hurry, but the final conclusion was still that the old king was basically dead. But that's what made these doctors curious instead. They were already the best doctors in the Great Han country, and with the South Liao country being so financially strong, the doctors stationed in the South Liao country must not be simple either. Who exactly is this Prince Chris trying to find to save his father's life when so many top international doctors have been unable to change the situation? So these doctors followed Chris all the way to the estate with curiosity. At first, in their imagination, Chris was looking for what should be a respected old-timer. At the very least, they should be over 60 years old. Otherwise, in terms of learning and experience alone, they would not even be able to surpass the likes of them. But soon when they entered the manor, they realized that the one who came to greet them was actually Qin Feng. And after Chris also had great respect for Qin Feng, then one of them was dumbfounded, because Qin Feng looked too young, and by the looks of it, it didn't even look like someone who had studied medicine. At the moment this group of old doctors, all of whom are past their prime in ancient years, are following in the wake. Eyes couldn't stop sizing up Qin Feng beside Chris for a moment, and there was a lot of talk. Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, have you heard of this name? No. I just called one of my disciples and asked him to check if any young geniuses have appeared in the medical world recently, and that disciple of mine did provide me with a list of names, but the name Qin Feng was completely absent from it. Strange. How did this Prince Chris get someone with absolutely nothing to do with nuclear medicine to heal his father? Shouldn't be fooled. It's really possible. This Prince Chris is a foreigner after all. It's not impossible to happen if he's coaxed by some people who say they know some kind of elixir and cultivate immortality. I don't think so. This is a matter of life and death. He is the king of the South Liao country. If he cheats a person, he has to take the responsibility anyway, right? Anyway, let's follow them over first. If they're really being cheated, we have to warn them anyway. If this really happens, then it might become a diplomatic incident. Young people have too much guts these days. A group of old doctors, both Chinese and Western, all of them are indeed authoritative and competent. And it was because of this that they were even more convinced of just how bad things were now for the old king. Almost to the point where there is no way to undo it with modern science. Therefore, after seeing that the person Chris was going to ask for help was actually a young lad like Qin Feng, the only thought in their minds was skepticism. There was simply no one who believed that a young man who looked like he was only in his early 20s could overcome a problem that modern medicine, for all intents and purposes, had not yet been able to overcome at all. So in their opinion, there is just one answer. Qin Feng is a liar. But at the same time, they themselves found the whole thing unbelievable. Some charlatans are indeed very good at scamming people, but only to fool some old people who haven't read much. Of course there is no lack of Qigong masters who have done so well that they can go to foreign countries to cheat some foreigners, but I have never heard of anyone who has gone so far as to cheat and deceive someone's king. If this is true, then this young man called Qin Feng was considered a leading Jianghu practitioner. In a way, it's also perfectly possible to claim to have made history. Human life is at stake. Qin Feng didn't pay too much attention to Chris's explanation after hearing it, and brought these people to his specially arranged first aid room. After opening the door, a transparent box appeared before everyone's eyes. There are several cannulas in this case, along with a thin layer of frost. It looks like a giant refrigerator. But this fridge is indeed huge enough. Even fitting a person in is perfectly fine. Right here, I'll give a hand and put the old man in here first. By the way, before you put it in, pull whatever tubes you have on the old man first. Just put the others in only. Qin Zhang immediately ordered the others to work. Instead, he went over and opened this refrigerator and pulled out a drawer. And all he had to do was put the old king's body in this drawer and push it up and put the lid on. It looks very easy and convenient. It's just that the picture just doesn't look right. It's as if it's not saving lives at all, but storing a fresh piece of meat that's just been purchased. Chris naturally had little doubt about Qin Feng as he immediately ordered his men to do something. But just then the group of doctors following behind them really couldn't look away. Wait a minute. One of the doctors immediately spoke out as he stepped out. First glancing at Qin Feng, another glance was given to Chris, and then he looked towards the refrigerator like first aid cabin. Pointing at the first aid cabin, he said to Chris, "Your Royal Highness Prince Chris, although I don't have the means to cure your father, as a healer, as a doctor I still have a certain amount of morality as well as love. Right now your father's situation is indeed quite dangerous, but if you really do as this liar says and do, then your father might pass away on the spot. Indeed your Royal Highness don't blame Oldley for speaking harshly. Your father's current physical condition is indeed very bleak, and he simply cannot withstand such low temperatures." Another doctor came up from the back. There's also talk of pulling all the first aid paraphernalia from the old king. With all due respect, your father's vitals are relying on these things to hold him together, and if we do take them away, I'm afraid that it won't be more than a few hours before your father may be. Yes, your Royal Highness. I don't know how you and this person in front of you know each other, and I don't know what kind of ecstasy he has poured into you, but we have to believe in science. We can't just throw medicine at a disease. Even if your father is no longer able to be treated now, I don't think he would want to suffer like this before he dies. A group of doctors, you and me, all of them were not optimistic about this treatment plan offered by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slightly speechless as he looked at these people in front of him, but he was also able to see that these old doctors with almost gray hair and beards did care about their patients. They didn't take the opportunity to attack themselves much. They were just exhorting Chris. So naturally he had no grievances in his heart. He just gave Chris a wink and let Chris handle it. Chris also immediately understood what Qin Feng meant, and right now he was actually the one who was the most anxious in the entire field. Don't even want to waste time with these doctors. So Chris first said very solemnly to these doctors, thanking them for their concern, and then said immediately afterward, I've already made up my mind on this matter, and I hope you won't stand in the way. I know what I'm doing, and I'm not fooled. If my father dies as a result of this, I am prepared in my heart for it, and I hope you are all relieved. However, these doctors naturally couldn't be convinced casually, seeing that they couldn't talk to Chris, so they turned their heads to look at Qin Feng again. Young man, I really have to advise you, you can't do this kind of thing. Yes, young man, I don't know whether to say you're bold or what to say about you. Do you know who's lying on this stretcher? This is the king of a country. If something happens in our country, it will probably cause a diplomatic crisis. Yes, young man, and I'm not going to criticize you now for anything or hold you accountable for what you've done before, but this is something you really can't afford to make a mistake now. A group of doctors spoke bitterly, only hoping that Qin Feng would put down the butcher's knife and turn back to the shore. Qin Feng also listened with a helpless face. And these people aren't looking for trouble, even if they've already decided he's a liar. They're still here with good words, because after all, there is little evidence. So Qin Feng really can't just put on a stinky face and say call security or something. After all, he's an honorable one too. After thinking about it, Qin Feng was finally only able to say, let's put it this way, everyone, I won't hide it from you. In fact, His Royal Highness Prince Chris didn't seek me out to save his father. Rather, it was to give his father a funeral that his father himself would have loved to have. He pointed to the first aid pod next to himself and said, do you see how much this looks like a coffin? Chris's father wanted to preserve his body after he died, and for as long as possible, which is why he commissioned me to make such a coffin. So do you guys see that it's still pretty cold inside this coffin? Xin Zheng thought of a random reason, so now a few of you should not delay any longer. Or else after a while until after your physical condition gets worse, the preservation will not be as effective. Xin Zheng's words were what startled all these doctors in front of him. Next to him, Chris was also filled with helplessness. However, when these doctors looked at themselves with faces full of doubt, Chris could still only nod helplessly and admit that what Qin Feng had just said was indeed the truth. What Mr. Qin said is true. It is. Several doctors looked at each other. Then it was as if they had made an appointment to immediately all backed up a few steps at the same time and retreated to the back, not daring to say anything else. It was only next that the staff immediately placed the old king's body into that first aid pod, and Qin Feng immediately pushed the drawer in. Only a clunk was heard. The first aid cabin was then completely sealed, and then Qin Zhan walked to the back of the first aid cabin, threw a pair of gloves that could reach into the middle of the first aid pod. He put his hand in and inserted the tubes inside all over the old king's body, and then pressed the power switch. Next, then the operation was completed. Chris came at an unknown time and reached Qin Feng's side. Mr. Qin, what will happen next? Qin Feng looked at the first aid cabin and replied, after receiving your call, I specifically found a way to push the progress of the research and development of a kind of medicine that can make a person's mental state better. And just now it has been injected into your father's body, coupled with this emergency pod that can maintain his physical condition. It's no surprise that after a while your father should wake up and be able to communicate with you normally. But from now on, when I haven't made much progress in my research, he'll only be able to stay inside this first aid pod. Qin Feng's words just fell. Suddenly, the old king's body inside this first aid cabin then jerked, moving. A couple of doctors were the quickest to notice that in that nutrient bin, the king was moving. It was because they did not believe in Qin Feng's medical skills at all, nor did they believe that using Qin Feng's kind of method could really allow the king to survive. So one and all of them made preparations to get the man out as soon as the king was in there, the slightest bit, and to rescue him in their own way. But what they expected didn't happen. Not only did the king not show the slightest expression of pain after there was some movement inside, but instead, he really did open his eyes gradually, just like what Qin Feng had said. At first the king looked a little surprised and alarmed, and after opening his eyes, his body subconsciously reacted. but he realized that he couldn't move at all. Still, it was only after seeing Chris that the king finally relaxed a little. "Here, where are we?" the king asked immediately. Chris also spoke up immediately to explain. When the king realized that this was Qin Feng's research and where his son had sourced those vehicles, that was when he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, after hearing that he was already in critical condition, or the Qin Feng next to him had contributed extremely advanced technology to save his life, the king was even more grateful. Immediately, he thanked Qin Feng and promised that he would definitely show enough sincerity to repay him afterwards. Qin Feng was non-committal. He felt that the sincerity this old king had brought out to himself was more than enough. After instructing the old king to sleep for a while longer to rest and recuperate his spirit, Qin Feng left the research room to the outside with Chris as well as other idlers. Qin Feng originally wanted to call Chris out to discuss with the other party something more important. Who knew that the few doctors who followed along with him only just closed the door behind them, immediately surrounded Qin Feng in the center, talking in a variety of ways and constantly talking. "This Mr. Qin, no Master Qin. Can you explain to us the principle of that apparatus inside? How exactly does that all work?" Yes. This is too amazing. There is such an amazing thing in this world. How in the world did you research it? Can that thing be mass-produced? If it can be mass-produced, I don't know how many lives can be saved. Mr. Qin, please be sure to discuss with us. Don't worry. We will definitely report this matter to let the officials know that these great inventions of yours definitely deserve the full support of the officials. Mr. Qin, which medical school did you graduate from? Who was your mentor? Seeing that you are so young, you should have just graduated not long ago. Tell me quickly. Maybe we are still classmates. After seeing Qin Feng's amazing technology as well as its effects, each and every one of these doctors simply found it difficult to remain calm, completely treating Qin Feng as a rare treasure. But unfortunately now Qin Feng simply do not have time to chat with them here. But the so-called reach out does not hit the smiling face of the people. He cannot put a stink face directly, will drive these people away. So can only first smile and promise that there will be an opportunity to talk to them carefully. But now there are things to talk before these medical maniacs are all driven away. And since these people had already left, Qin Feng immediately called up Chris to his office. "It was an emergency situation just now. So now you tell me properly what the hell is going on, starting from the moment you got back to your house. It's best not to leave out any little detail. There is no doubt that this situation is indeed a bit dangerous." Although Qin Feng had a system in place and was at the leading edge of technology for an unknown amount of time in the era he was living in, he was still an ordinary person in the end. And this was the first time he had seen someone so close to death. If it wasn't, he happened to get something new from among the system. Maybe Chris's father might have actually passed away today. Chris also did not dare to slow down. Immediately will be their own back home. After all, the things all tray out of any little concealment are not. Previously, Chris already had quite a bit of respect for Qin Feng. After all, it was the lover who had allowed him to have everything he originally did not have. But now with Qin Feng having saved the old king's life, in Chris' mind Qin Feng had almost become an existence like a god. Even if the things that happen in your own home are slightly more degrading and slightly more humiliating. But since Qin Feng had already asked, there was nothing bad to say. And after Qin Feng had listened to all the things that Chris had said, his brows instantly turned furrowed. He looked at Chris in front of him, his voice low. "You guys just came over? Now you have no leader in the country. You are not here, your father is not here. Only a few of your brothers are left. Don't you worry about them." Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but Chris had already understood what exactly Qin Feng wanted to express. "I don't think so," said Chris, slightly unsure. "Hard to say." Qin Feng shook his head, but he also knew that it was too late for that. Chris and the others had come over, and it was the equivalent of giving away the entire country. "Mr. Qin Feng, can you let my father stay with you first? I'll go back and take a look." At this time Chris also finally came back to his senses, before coming too worried about his father's life, resulting in his thoughts confused. Some do not understand. After Qin Feng reminded him, he also realized the key to the matter as well as the risk, and immediately wanted to go back to take a look. However, Qin Feng reached out and pressed down on his shoulders, shook his head and said, "It's too late for you to go back now. Moreover, you'll be a sheep in the tiger's mouth if you go back instead. You're not your father. There's no way for you to convince the entire country to listen to your orders. From what I know of the situations you just described, if your brothers really had any bad thoughts, do you think the populace would believe them or you? Even if the populace believes you, I'm afraid that the country has most of its power in their hands." Chris frowned even tighter because he knew that what Qin Feng said was the truth. A flash of admiration for Qin Feng flashed across his heart. The other party was obviously just in the research lab, but it seemed like he understood everything and was able to see everything. "So what are we going to do about it?" Chris asked in disbelief. He was indeed a bit disorganized right now, not knowing exactly what to do at all. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Things should be done one by one. Now the biggest card is still in our hands. That is your father. As long as your father is still alive, then your several brothers can't turn over any waves. They are only princes in any case. And your father is the true king. So what do we do next? Chris asked, not realizing that he had already taken the Qin Feng in front of him as someone he trusted completely. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, and then said, since the situation is so critical now, there are two things we have to do. The first is to let your father recover his health earlier. Even if he can't get out of the freezing capsule for the time being, he still needs to be able to talk and think. The second thing is to be prepared for conflict. And even if your brothers want to use this as an opportunity to cause trouble, let us have the power to defeat them. Things over in the Middle East can't be rushed for now. Moreover, Qin Feng and Max and the others were now facing another problem. That's the pretty countryside. Max has to go back there. Now that Chris's father has settled down, then Max's trip, too, must begin. After all, the situation on the pretty countryside was also more urgent, pushing hard, too. So, after determining that he was no longer needed at the R&D site here, Max then immediately offered his resignation. It was something they had agreed to do a long time ago. In order not to delay, Qin Feng directly took Max to the underground garage and drove out the new Panda that had just been developed, and gave Max the keys to the car. The car key idea was still Max's. In fact, the cars made with Qin Feng's current technology didn't need keys at all, and all of them had artificial intelligence that could completely recognize their owners. No more memory, there is pupil recognition, fingerprint recognition, voice print recognition, etc., etc., etc. In short, there is absolutely no way to get it wrong, and there is absolutely no way someone could have stolen the car, but Max thinks otherwise. While it's true that our technology can go this far, a car key represents more than just a car key. Here's what Max said: when I was working on my own new energy car, I asked a lot of car owners, especially those who would spend a lot of money on a luxury car. For them, the car key is not only to open the car door, but also more importantly a status symbol. After all, the car is such a big contraption that he can only park it on the road, not in a restaurant or a hotel or at a party. In that case, I now paid 20,000,000 for this car, but how am I going to prove that this car is mine? It's not like I'm going to have to call people out to them when Suffragette runs into a place and talks about it. So this is where car keys come in. As long as people recognize our car keys, by the time the owner of one of these cars buys one of ours, all he has to do is take out the keys, and everyone will know that the car is his. So we're not just going to make car keys, but we're going to do it well. We're going to do it differently. We're going to do it impressively. Qin Feng felt that it made sense after hearing it, because he thought about it. This thing does, though he had no need for it himself, even though he has sold quite a few cars and is a car designer and developer by trade. But in fact, Qin Feng drove himself out of the time only a few, let alone take the car to go outside to pretend. But just because they have the need doesn't mean others don't. Since others have, then they naturally want to meet. After all, although Qin Feng did R&D to save his own life, but the cars they sell are tangible commodities. If you want to sell out, you have to do it and make consumers happy. Previously, Qin Feng did not have this energy. He just wants to make money as fast as he can. But that didn't mean that Qin Feng was the kind of person who had his eyes so high that he didn't even put consumers in his eyes. Now he has such a large group of people under his hand, and they are all top-notch researchers who can help him save a lot of time. Plus Max, and the company that Chris and the others created, and the workers they brought over. It was entirely possible to keep Qin Feng from thinking about these trivial premises, still getting those little things right. Then of course Qin Feng would agree. Go over there, fix the problem as quickly as possible, and then come back. And now this Panda has basically been developed. But to officially put him on the market, I'm going to need your help. And you know I'm out of my depth on these things. At the entrance of the manor, Qin Feng personally handed over the car keys to Max, patting each other on the shoulder. Max sniffed and immediately pounded his chest. Don't worry, I know what's important and what's not. That rocket base I really wouldn't give up on, because it's been a lifelong dream of mine. But I also know that if it's just on my own, I'm going to slowly work my way up the ladder one step at a time. I am afraid that it will take a decade, or even a dozen years, before anything can be achieved. That's why I've already decided to help you get the car done first, and to help you get all the R&D done first. When you've got nothing better to do, then I'll let you help me work on the rocket to the sky thing. Ha ha. Qin Feng laughed out loud. You're quite a calculator. He slightly projected the progress of the tech tree in his system. If nothing else, helping Max realize his dream of going to Mars won't be so difficult. So, Qin Feng smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. No problem. Wait for my good news. But before that, I'll wait for your good news first. It's definitely going to be good news. Max smiled, then opened the door and got into the brand new Panda. This Panda car, as opposed to the previous Iron Horde, is clearly different in design and style. The entire vehicle of the Iron Horde looked like a steel beast. Although the whole look is very dominant, the aesthetics are certainly on the line. After all, the entire design drawings are from the system. It's not bad in every way, but there's no doubt that this hideous-looking car doesn't quite fit the current market conditions. That's why the Qin Feng was such a hard sell at the auto show. After all, in this world now, most places are peaceful, especially the Great Han Kingdom. Everyone seeks a car to be high-end and show their status. A beast of steel like that is a real eye-catcher when you're out and about, but it doesn't fit the identity of many people in the Han Dynasty, especially those that can actually afford a car. And this Panda, it's different. The Panda is snow white in color, but black on a few of the more important lines of the body, especially with two huge panda eyes. It looks cute, and the whole car is expensive. There's a reason this car is called a Panda, besides all the aspects of technology, and the shape has a lot to do with it. Of course, Qin Feng is not very good at the appearance of this piece, and does not have much say, but Marx was very serious about it. Quality pandas definitely sell, and they'll sell like hotcakes, because they definitely fit the aesthetic of most rich people, and both men and women. You know, Max did a lot of market research back in the day to make a car. So, since Max said that, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with the car. I'm outta here. Max said hello to Qin Feng and Chris, and then stepped into the car and started it. And at this point Max didn't know it. Pretty country that he considers home, at this moment had long since become a beast that chose to eat, and the guy in charge of the rocket base that he considers a friend, has also long since betrayed him. This time back, he's not returning home rich and famous. Instead, it's a sheep in a tiger's mouth. The only thing he can rely on is this freshly minted Panda. 3 days later, Max was finally with the car, back on pretty country soil. The reason it took so long, mostly because, well, he didn't come alone. Instead, they brought a car. The Panda is, after all, a complete car already assembled. And there is no way to disassemble it. Trying to bring this car through, he would have had to bring the whole car with him. And Max, after all, isn't making too much money yet. No private jets either. Although Chris came with an airplane. But normally, this airplane, of course, can be borrowed. But now Chris, their country, after all, is still in deep water. There is a constant need to be on guard against those brothers in the family rebelling. Once that happens, they have to react as fast as they can. The airplane, therefore, will have to stay in Chris and their hands. Max also had to find a way to run over here on his own. And in doing so, the only way he could get to Pretty Country was if he wanted to bring his car with him. It's just a boat ride. And on the ship, of course, it couldn't go fast enough. So he had to take his time and make his way to the Pretty Country. After 3 full days, he finally arrived at the place. Looking ahead at the coastal harbor, Max took a deep breath, only to find the air on this side of the Pretty Country slightly that much more uncomfortable. But this is, after all, having returned to his hometown. Max still felt pretty good about it. Just at that moment, a good friend, the head of the rocket base, put the call through again. Max picked up the phone, and the urgency of the person on the other end of the line came through. Oh my brother, where are you now? My friend's voice came from the other end of the line. Max immediately laughed and said, I've disembarked and will be right over now. Ha 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 ha, this is too slow for you. I've been waiting for 3 days. Ha ha, you'll see why I'm so slow later. I'll give you a big surprise. As Max spoke, the ship was finally docking to the shore. He immediately hung up the phone, and after that, went back to the ship and found the captain. Max wasn't an ordinary man after all. After communicating with the captain and giving him a small red packet, it was determined that he could be allowed to drive and get off the ship first when it stopped later. 10 minutes later, with the boat docked, Max then too finally drove up and slowly disembarked from the mouth of the boat. And at this point, because of the need to make way for Max, those on the ship who were temporarily stuck up there and couldn't get off the ship, one by one, they all crowded into the boat and looked at Max's car, instantly showing surprise. What kind of car is that? Seems like I've never seen one before. It doesn't look too bad. The color is quite stylish. That badge looks so strange. Never seen it before. The black and white color scheme. It's kind of rare to see a car like this. Kind of like the pandas of the Great Han Kingdom. There is some resemblance when you put it that way. Wait a minute. This car's license plate. Isn't that the license plate of the car in that video from the Middle East that can carry bullets hard and fight on the battlefield? I think it's called something like the Han Moshi. What the hell? It can still go to war and fight. You're not kidding us, are you? Really? Can you guys not have seen that video? What video? I can't believe you guys really haven't seen it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Luckily, I've already downloaded that video and I'm going to show it to you right now. Wow, this car is really cool. Looks so classy. Honey, I want one too. Honey, don't tell me it's not just you. I want one too. The people on the boat all made surprised noises. At the same time, there was a large group of people on the shore, each with wide eyes. It's just that this new Panda is so eye-catching. Meanwhile, someone else has spotted the flashpoint. Wait a minute, did he actually move this car? Why are there no exhaust fumes coming out? What, no exhaust coming out? This car doesn't even have a vent. My god, how does this car run? Max purposely didn't close the window while he was driving. At this moment, the sound of the discussion outside was naturally able to clearly reach his ears. He had a smile on his face, and for a moment he felt nothing but goodwill. That's the effect. The car actually started out slightly uglier than it is now. For Qin Feng, the appearance of the car didn't matter at all. So after Qin Feng built it, he planned to sell it just like that. But Max disagrees. He specifically found Qin Feng to apply for himself to come. A full 10 days to find ways to do research and change. Finally, it's time to make some changes to the shape of this car, with the assurance that no quality will be compromised. The overall appearance of the car has also been upgraded to a higher level. And now, the effects of his changes are immediately apparent. Even with all the black technology in this car, none of it's there. But the unassuming appearance alone has drawn a large crowd. Sure, for Max, it's only just begun. By now he had pulled up to the edge of the harbor. The eye was able to enter the harbor directly with 10 meters to go. By now the front of the harbor had been completely cleared, totally enough for him to drive the car up. Mr. Qin asked me to drive the Panda here. The biggest purpose is to make a good advertisement. If we just drive up like this, wouldn't it be a complete waste of such a great advertising opportunity? Max thought to himself. At this point almost half the people in this entire harbor are looking at his brand new Panda. If this time can show a little bit of the Panda's special features, I'm sure it will work extremely well. But what should be shown? On this issue, Max was stumped. The Panda is a car that is without a doubt a masterpiece of energy. There's more black tech on this one car alone than you can count. Also because there is so much black technology, Max couldn't even think for a moment which one to take out for the best results. It's good to see Max as a great product manager. More or less, I know quite a bit about advertising. Soon he selected his program. And after, as the car drove to the edge of the harbor, Max flicked a button on the side of the car. Soon, a clear human voice came from inside the car. The tires are at 50% capacity. We're ready to jump. Are we sure? 50%? Max thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, jump. The words just fell. The Panda car, which was still running on the ground, changed immediately. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, this black and white, rather youthful-looking coupe suddenly sank. Because the sinking was so great, it even made a lot of the people next to us yelp in fear. Thought this car was going to fall into the ocean right away. And just when everyone was wondering what was going on, suddenly, the car's entire body jerked upward again. And the scurry was instantly unmanageable. The whole body actually jumped straight up from the ground. No, more strictly speaking, it should have flown straight up. Fly, fly, jump, jump. A cry of alarm rang out. And with that exclamation, on the deck in front, the black and white coupe, as if the whole body was equipped with springs, instantly jumped up. That jump was close to a meter high. And it's not just jumping upwards. He even had to jolt forward a bit. In a single bound, he scurried from the deck of the ship to the shore. Then, a steady landing. It didn't even make much noise. It's like it wasn't even a car. Instead, it's like a ball of paper. The next moment, like a tidal wave of water. Wow! A higher wave of shouts rang out. Oh my god! What is this? This? My god! Thick force unloading. Man, what am I seeing? Mom! Murmur after murmur continued to ring out. More, of course, was the succession of gasps. Many people, simply shocked, could not even speak. It's a car, not a flea, much less an airplane. In all their lives, they had never seen a car that could jump up from the ground. It was amazing. Just then there was a fashionably dressed black man on the boat with dyed green hair who instantly punched his friend next to him. Fark, give me a quick shot so I can feel if I'm dreaming. Are you serious, bro? I can really hold a gun. The friend next to him widened his eyes. Oh my brother, are you crazy? I'm just exaggerating my shock. Did you not see what just happened? A car just jumped up. I know. I saw it all. You don't know. And if you do, you should tell me right now about the damn car. What it's called. What brand it is. how much it costs to get it, where to get it, all of it. Unfortunately, my brother. And I don't know. Where the hell did this car come from? Oh my god, the gentleman driving in front of you. Please do stop. Please stop right there and tell me exactly what the name of this car of yours is. Do you hear me? Please stop quickly, oh my god. The green-haired black man screamed frantically and kept waving, hoping to make Max hear him. But unfortunately, at this moment, the surrounding was just too noisy, and his voice couldn't get out at all. Not even to himself, let alone to Max. What about the thick gift of thanks, brother? I'm going to get off the boat right now and ask this owner about it. This black man was so anxious that he was practically tearing his scalp off. Is it necessary to be so excited? The friend next to him was a little puzzled. Come on, my brother, such a handsome car. Once we can buy and drive it out, I don't know how many girls will feel crazy. It's definitely a great tool for picking up girls. More to the point, this car even jumps. Does anyone know what that means? It means totally get a nice little. Totally try something else in the car. Negroes were simply thrilled to death. I must buy this car. Please tell me where the car is. Brother, you do not stand here. You quickly pick up your camera to take a picture of me. To the car's license plate. And every word on his car all to me. You know? Next to the friend apparently has long been on the black brother strange. Know that he is so exaggerated. Plus at this time he himself for this car is also very interested. Without saying a word, immediately took up his chest camera aimed at the rear of the car, pressed the shutter. An incomparably clear photo immediately shot out. And at this moment, Max, who was in the car, naturally didn't know about all these things happening outside. After he felt the car landed steadily on the pier, he immediately opened the window next to him, and then poked out the upper half of his body, looked along the surrounding area very proudly, and then stretched up his hand and waved at them. He's telling everyone it's my car. Although at this moment, the surrounding crowd was beyond crazy, taking pictures and screaming, and there were countless people who wanted to ask him where exactly he bought this car. But Max wasn't getting out of his car to explain it all now. As a marketing genius, he knew one thing very well. There are times when you keep some mystery and it backfires for the better. Like right now. Max directly drilled back into the car and rolled up the window. All the sounds outside all blocked out, and then foot on the gas pedal and drove the car directly away from the outside of those crazy masses. Even if how unwilling he left. But also do not dare to stand in front of the car to block him soon. This Panda car, on the road gradually far away, gradually disappeared. Max was beyond certain that even if he didn't say anything, that thing he had just done would absolutely fester throughout the internet. And it was possible that by the time he woke up from his nap tomorrow morning and picked up his cell phone and searched it, he'd be able to see a video of himself just jumping from the deck to the head of a horse on the Twitterverse. And the Panda car that had done it would naturally be made known to all of the people throughout the Pretty Light network. What is advertising? That's real advertising. And that's advertising that really works. The dock that Max chose to dock at was exactly where he and the head of the rocket base had discussed it. And at this point he wasn't far from the location where they had met for dinner. And it would only take a little over half an hour to drive there. When they arrived at the place, they got out of the car and casually parked it, followed by Max stepping inside the restaurant. This place seems pretty isolated. This was the only thought in Max's mind, but he didn't think much about it. He just put the car keys into his pocket and walked up to the diner in a relaxed manner, entering the elevator and then going straight to the third floor. While the elevator door opened, he then immediately sought his little friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Hey my brother, are you okay? Long time no see bro, how's it going over there in Great Korea? Did you help me seek a position? I heard that Mr. Qin of yours values talents, and I think I'm the kind of talent he values. Just you. You might as well watch the gates of the rocket base for me. Ha 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 ha. Some things aren't for everyone. The two walked forward as they talked and soon walked inside the hotel room. Immediately after sitting down, someone began to serve food. Soon filled a whole table. All very precious kind of dishes. Max looked at secretly smacked his lips. If he judged correctly, just such a table is afraid to be more than 100,000 yuan. How can such an out-of-the-way restaurant have such expensive food? Max was a bit surprised, but at this time he was more puzzled by another thing. He looked at his good friend in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "Friend, are you rich? Getting so many things? How can only the two of us eat?" The friend sitting across from him stood up at this moment and straightened the suit on his body. Then spreading his hands and tilting his head a bit, he opened his mouth and responded, "Yes my brother. I did make a fortune recently, and as far as ordering so much, the two of us really can't afford to eat it, so we weren't the only ones eating this time either." The words of his best friend made Max's heart stop beating for a beat, and at that moment, the door of the hotel room was suddenly pushed open, followed by an acquaintance walking in from the outside, and Max's gaze instantly froze, for the man who walked in was none other than Mr. Bass, the investor with whom he had previously torn himself apart. Max, long time no see. As soon as Mr. Bess walked in, he greeted Max with a smile on his face, and looking at Max's anxious face, he immediately said, "Well, calm down and be cool. I think it's perfectly fine to have a good talk between us, don't you think? Everyone is trying to get rich, there isn't that much conflict or contradiction between us. I don't think there's anything to talk about between us." Max mouthed the words while actually keeping an eye on his surroundings. Knowing Mr. Bess as he did, he was quite sure that the other man would never have come to interview himself so casually, so alone. As luck would have it, behind the door to the room, which was still closed, Max saw several of Mr. Bess's bodyguards. "Don't be in a hurry, Max, I know what you need and you know what I need. I think we can sit down and take our time. You have all this good food right in front of you. Why waste it?" Mr. Bess said with a smile on his face, at the same time handing over the handbook in his hand to the secretary next to him, slowly walking over to his seat and sitting down. Then he picked up a knife and a fork, slowly and methodically tasting a piece of beef in front of himself. "I admit that what I did before was wrong. I underestimated you and that one friend of yours in the Great Han Kingdom, so I must solemnly apologize to you." Mr. Bess said, putting down the knife and fork in his hand and snapping his fingers. The secretary next to him immediately walked over to Max with a stack of papers. Max picked up the document and looked at it. It was an investment document and Mr. Bess was investing a very large amount of money. However, the corresponding shares that Mr. Bess wanted to take up were also very large, and he went so far as to want 80% of the shares of the entire Han Opinion Company. "I know you are in need of money. You need money, I have money. I can help you with all the things that are more difficult for you." Mr. Bess said, "What propaganda? What factories? What workers? Anything, any raw materials. You don't need to worry about. You just need to take your skills, teach the workers how to do it, and then sit back and collect the money. I think your car is very promising. We can totally work together. I'll find a way to promote your car all over the world. You know I have the ability to do that." Max looked at Mr. Backstab in front of him. The other party did show sincerity, at least on this one. The document among the conditions, then at that time to invest in him are much more polite, and it gives quite a bit. There was basically no faking in that statement the other party had just made. As long as they agree to sign this contract, then they won't need to be in a hurry for all the things that follow. Mr. Bess does have the ability to get anything done. However, Max was also very clear about another thing, and that was, Qin Feng would definitely not agree, because in this document, Mr. Bess requested that from now on, all of their technology, as well as Qin Feng's, be owned by Mr. Bess. It was almost the equivalent of a buyout contract. Mr. Bess was buying out his own brain as well as Qin Feng's with his money. As long as this contract was signed, then from now on, even Qin Feng himself would have no way to use those technologies of his anymore, unless they were given to Mr. Bess to use. But with Max's understanding of Qin Feng would never sign this document. For Qin Feng, making money was just another matter, and he clearly had more to pursue by researching these technologies. So Max shook his head and gently pushed the paper in his hand to the side. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Bess. I don't think there's any way I can agree with what you're saying." Mr. Bess paused slightly in his eating, but no overly surprised look appeared on his face, and he still maintained his smile. "Is it because you think this condition is not enough? It doesn't matter. We can still talk again. I can still continue to make concessions. Everything is negotiable. Isn't business all about negotiation?" Max nodded, but then shook his head immediately after. "Reputations do pop up, but I'm sorry, Mr. Bess. I don't think we're going to be able to talk about anything this time. My bosses in the Great Han Kingdom are never going to agree to this." "How do you know he won't agree to it if you haven't told him yet?" "It's because I knew he wouldn't agree. That's why I didn't tell him. And we're not short of money right now. A similar phenomenon. We're confident in ourselves. We're able to make things and sell them all over the place. And we have plenty of confidence in our products." Max knew that Qin Feng would not agree. In fact, even he himself would not agree to this matter. Like he said this way, before he was needing more money to secure R&D, and the reason he never listed the car was because he knew that even if the car was listed, there was no way to sell it for too high a price as well as in too many numbers. At that time he was nowhere near the skill level he is now. Whereas today it is different. These cars built by Qin Feng can completely crush all the vehicles on the market today. They are not worried about selling at all. As long as they can make the product, they can sell it. They can recoup their costs, they can make a profit and then continue to put it into production and build more cars. Now they don't need any help at all. And they don't need any investment at all. So why should they let anyone else get a piece of the action when they can make all the money all by themselves? It's incredibly simple. And there's no way Mr. Bess doesn't understand that. So the fact that he was willing to make such a big concession at this point, no doubt, also reinforced Max's thoughts. Even if they only rely on themselves, they are equally capable of turning the current Hanwha into a world-shattering company. After hearing these words, the smile on Mr. Bess's face finally stalled slightly. He finally put down all the knives and forks in his hands and looked at Max in front of him with immense seriousness. Since your boss doesn't agree, you make him agree. I don't think I could do anything to influence my boss's decision, and I'm not going to, Max said. Mr. Bess shook his head, a slightly somber expression on his face. No, 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 there are things you can do and you will do them, he said and glanced at the head of the rocket base next to him. Everything in this world has a price. If someone says he can't do it, it's only because the current price hasn't reached his mental expectations. Something like this Max had heard from Mr. Bess's lips more than once. This rich old man's really has come to believe that he can do anything in the world with his money. Max, however, was sick of hearing about it. He shook his head and stood straight up from his seat. Then I guess there's no point in continuing this conversation between us. Sorry, Mr. Bess, I'll be going now, Max said and prepared to leave. But just at this time, the door of the room was opened and a bunch of bodyguards in black suits with robust physiques rushed in from outside. Mr. Bess remained firmly seated in his chair, picking up the silk scarf on his chest and wiping his mouth. Did I mention that everything has a price? But that price isn't necessarily money. You may not want money, but you always want your life. Max instantly blushed. Mr. Bess, it's better if we don't make jokes like that. Max immediately spoke up, at the same time slowly moving his body back to retreat to the back window. Mr. Bess still had the same face, even still with a smile. I was going to discuss this with you properly, but you didn't give me the chance. In fact, I'm really puzzled. Do you people really think that I'm relying on all the rightful means to be able to earn all this money? Max simply wanted to curse in a hurry. Even if you're going to use some bad tactics, you can't use them now. It's a fucking law and order society. But Max also knew that Pretty Country was just a capitalist country anyways. Everything was in the service of big capital, and what he was saying didn't do anything at all. And it finally dawned on him why his best friend had asked him to meet him in such an out-of-the-way place. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be many surveillance cameras in the area, and it's also sparsely populated. So even this out-of-the-way diner is Mr. Bess's property. In other words, at this point, he was basically surrounded by all of Mr. Bess's people, and even if there were other strangers, he didn't know what was going to happen inside this room. If the Mr. Bess in front of him really wanted to do something to him, it's something that no one will even know about. Max squeezed a smile on his face, and lost the smug expression he had when he had just refused. He knew that it was no longer a question of whether to talk business or not. The Mr. Bess in front of him was obviously going to completely turn his back on him. What he should consider next was not how to reject the other party's invitation to cooperate, but how to save his own life. He followed the window eyes to watch his car while guarding against Mr. Bess in front of him, and the group of bodyguard thugs behind him. Since Mr. Bess had dared to ask him here, it meant that there was ample preparation. Besides these few bodyguard thugs who had broken into the house, Max was pretty sure that there must be a large group of people surrounding him outside, and for him to try to escape from the place he had just come up from was basically nonsense, and impossible to do at all, and there was no way for him to rely on other people. After all, in this place, I'm afraid that even outside, the staff in charge of sweeping the toilets could be Mr. Bess's men. Trying to ask for help from others was basically the same as throwing himself into the net. The only thing Max could rely on right now was that car, the one parked outside downstairs in black and white like a panda in the country of Han. Of course Mr. Bess didn't know what was going on in Max's mind, and he just wanted to laugh at Max's look of looking around, and immediately smiled and said, "There's no need to waste any more time. Since I let you come here, there's absolutely no way I'll put you back. You should know that." "Of course I know, I'm just checking out the view," Max responded with a feigned disinterest, but in reality, he was nervous as hell. He looked at the road below him, and after watching it for a while, an idea gradually came to his mind, but it would take some time to implement the plan. He knew he had to stall now. "I didn't expect you, Mr. Bess, to be so serious about this transaction. I have fully felt your sincerity, and I think we are now perfectly capable of having a quiet conversation." Max smiled and said. A smile filled Mr. Bess's face. Clearly the situation at hand and Max's choice were not unexpected. "I knew you were a smart guy, so in that case, let's sit down and talk it out," Mr. Bess said, steadily and firmly sat back in his seat again, appearing to be in no hurry at all, and those bodyguards and thugs who had just rushed into the doorway bowed and obediently retreated, and also thoughtfully brought the door closed as well. But Max knew that all of them were now guarding the door, and if he made the slightest movement in here again, they would all rush in again. Mr. Bess just said that we can continue to talk and that there can be better conditions. I'm very curious to know just how good it can be. I hope Mr. Bess can understand. After all, I am also working for someone. I have to go back and explain to Mr. Qin before I can do so, Max said as he similarly took his seat. Mr. Bess didn't say anything, but just turned his head to look at the secretary next to him, who immediately understood and took out a few more documents from inside his bag, swayed over, stood in front of Max, and laid each of them on the table in front of Max. These are all the terms I can agree to. You can take your time. We have plenty of time. It's noon now, and we can have dinner after we've finished lunch, and it just so happens that you haven't been here for a long time either. After spending so much time in Great Korea, don't you miss the food of our beautiful country? Mr. Bess picked up another meal from the table and ate it slowly. I miss your mom. Max, with a mental curse in the form of an expletive he'd learned from Great Korea, he picked up a random contract and pretended to look at it patiently, and with the other hand, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the keys to the Panda. Qin Feng had considered a variety of situations when he designed this car. The situation that Max was facing right now was just one of them, and it was also completely within Qin Feng's scope of consideration. So at the time, they made a very hidden first aid button inside the car key, and now Max quietly reached out and pressed this first aid button and confirmed it with his fingerprint. After feeling a slight vibration coming from the key, Max was a little more relieved. The next step is to keep stalling. Meanwhile, outside the hotel across the street next to the black and white Panda car, at this moment is surrounded by several passers-by. With the unique styling of the Panda car and the air of technology that it looks like it's full of, it's easy to attract other people's attention even when it's parked on the road. At this moment, these people were naturally attracted to it, and they were gathering around the side of the Panda car, looking up and down with a curious face. It's really never been seen before. What kind of car is this? Have we come out with any new cars yet? This car is looking really strong. I have to get one. It's not a Mercedes. It's not a BMW either. How come I've never seen this car's badge before? I've never seen it before, but it's really handsome. It's been a long time since I've seen such a handsome new car show up, and it's not one of those oddly shaped sports cars. With my knowledge of cars, this car definitely qualifies as the best of the best. Look at it guys, look at the tires on this car. Look at the windows on this car. Oh my gosh, look at the seats on this car. I think I've seen this car's decal somewhere. Like I've seen it on the internet before, but it's not the same as that car. That's a Dahan State car. Don't be ridiculous. The Great Han Kingdom can build such a car? What the fuck are you guys doing around here? Get the fuck out of here. Just then approached two black-skinned gangsters with fancy clothes and dyed blonde hair. Two punks, holding wrenches and hammers in their hands with a very bad look, rushed the onlookers to the side, and then immediately aimed at the Panda car windows knocked up. Surprisingly, it was to steal a car. It's right there on the not-so-busy city streets. The black and white Panda car is quietly parked by the roadside. Its elegant and unique shape attracts the attention of countless passers-by. The sun shines on this car, reflecting a dazzling light, as if announcing to the world that it is extraordinary. But at this point, people's eyes, in addition to being on this car, were all looking at the two black punks in droves. Things like stealing cars are simply too common in the pretty country, and it's two black guys, dressed as gangsters, so you don't want to care much at first glance. The people around them didn't dare to say anything more at all. A few passers-by even clutched the bags in their arms. Fear of a ripple effect. The only ones, one or two, took out their cell phones and started calling the police. After all, the car in front of us was worth a lot just by looking at it, and they didn't want what could be called a work of art to be literally mangled by two black men. These two punks, one named Mark and one named Tom, with wry smiles on their faces and hammers and wrenches in their hands respectively, they walked confidently toward the limousine. Their eyes glittered with greed, as if they had already seen the scenic scene when the luxury car arrived. Look at this car. It looks like high-grade goods. We have picked up a treasure today, Mark said excitedly, a hint of smugness in his voice. Tom nodded, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. That's right, when we get the car, we'll definitely be able to sell it for a good price. This car must be sold to a gentry somehow. Those guys love these luxury cars, especially this flashy stuff. When I get enough money, I'll take you to Vegas. Ha 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 ha. Let's get some chicks while we gamble. The two of them laughed and were enchanted. They looked around to make sure there was no one else around to stop them, and they didn't see anything like the owner of the car. So, they started their operation right away. Mark swung his hammer and confidently pounded on the car window. Dang! A muffled sound. Mark's hand was shaken, and the force of the rebound was so great that his arm went up, and wait until he withdrew his hand from holding the hammer to look at it, like after he had smashed the glass himself, but immediately froze in place. That looks a little bit thin. Almost no thickness of the car window, but not even a crack. Everyone around them froze at this moment, shock overflowing. How is this possible? Mark's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Tom also froze. He used all his strength to hold a wrench on the window and knocked several times, and finally earned a hand a little shaky. The hand of the wrench almost slipped. This window is tempered glass or what? How to knock cannot break. Shock and confusion were written all over Mark and Tom's faces. They had never encountered such sturdy car windows. The same goes for the pedestrians around them. They had thought that this car was really going to suffer when it met these two guys. But I didn't realize the window was so hard. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I think of it, I remember the license plate of this car. It's a car from the Han Kingdom, called the Han Opal. Their other car even went to war. What? Seriously? Don't you dare say that. And go to war. A car can go to war. Are you kidding us? The young man who just spoke picked up his cell phone and held it up in the air. I'm kidding you guys. You're kidding me. Right. Don't you guys have internet access? Haven't you seen this video? This car is not only capable of going to war, it even took on our beautiful country's tanks, which were smashed by a dozen of those cars. My God. The surrounding crowd was shocked beyond words at this moment. Although the entire world is very well connected to the internet at this moment in time, there is no doubt that there is still a fairly large group of people who don't spend their days online. And what's more, the thing about hot searches is that they change quickly. Maybe I didn't go online today, so I don't know about today's hot search, and tomorrow that search will be gone. Not to mention the fact that the situation in the Middle East was on the hot seat, because the background version is a tank in a pretty country. Pretty country naturally felt bad in his heart, and so on that hot search, which only stayed up for some time, before it went completely viral. The pretty country then ordered a direct blockade, pressing the heat all over similar videos and related discussions, so it's perfectly normal for a large number of people to be unaware of what's going on. And right now, hearing the words of this little young man, the crowd around the huddle immediately all took out their cell phones, and they all went online to actively search for it. Just then, something even more surprising happened. Under the watchful eyes of Mark and Tom, the Panda car in front of us suddenly started up by itself, and drove straight toward a slightly upscale-looking restaurant across the street. Why is this car moving by itself? My God, there's clearly no one sitting in here. What's going on? What the hell? Did you really see a ghost? My God, this can't be autopilot. Oh my God, this car can still start itself? There's really no one inside. It's really on autopilot. What amazing technology this is. A young girl covered her mouth in surprise. Amazing. A middle-aged man was also completely shocked beyond words. Mark and Tom, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. They looked at the faraway limousine, and the shock in their hearts knew no bounds. They never imagined that a seemingly simple car theft would turn into such a baffling incident. They obviously only looked at the car for its good looks and planned to steal it and sell it for a good price to the gentry. Thought the car was nothing real at all. But I didn't expect it. This car has more than just real material real. And it was so real that even they couldn't believe it or even imagine it. They're so scared they've even forgotten to run. I just stood there with a hammer and a wrench, watching the black and white coupe, rushing all the way across the street towards the restaurant. Downstairs, outside the restaurant, there are many tables, chairs and stools, and even a barbecue grill. The barbecue is still burning brightly inside. It was the car that didn't dodge. It just whisked right through like a bulldozer. And shockingly, the objects that were hit, whether metal or stone, shattered and disintegrated the moment they came into contact with the luxury car. It was as if the car was made of some overpowering material that was tough as nails. Nothing can stop it, no matter what. The car just rushed to the hotel, and then came to a steady stop. And this scene, even more so, made the surrounding crowd full of astonishment. Gosh, this car is so hard. It smashed so many things and left itself unharmed. A passerby marveled. What kind of material must this be? Is it harder than steel? Another passerby asked suspiciously. The scene further shocked the crowd of onlookers, who were incredulous at how tough the car was. People took out their cell phones to record the incredible scene, and social media was soon filled with discussions and speculations about the car. How did this car do that? It's amazing, a young man excitedly discusses with his friend. Is this future technology? I can't believe it, another passerby marveled. And just after the car pulled up under the hotel, making a loud noise under the hotel, Max knew, it's also time to act on your own. At this very moment, he was holding a new document in his hand. But what kind of clauses were actually written in the document on it? He didn't even look at it, because Max knew it was useless to look. Qin Feng would never agree. As long as Qin Feng doesn't agree, he won't do any persuasion, so as not to attract Qin Feng's boredom with his approach. Now the whole thing has changed. Max isn't going over to the hand side to make a fool of himself under Qin Feng's hand. Instead, they go and throw themselves at people. He was fully committed to being a little brother. The main thing for a little brother to do is not to give his big brother a hard time. I think it says a lot in this one document. Max postures up, points to a clause in the document. Mr. Bess immediately glanced at the secretary next to him. The secretary looked about to get up and walk toward Max, but Max reached out and stopped his opponent. No, 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 I'll just go over there, Max said as he stepped out of his seat, looking to head in Mr. Bess's direction, but on the way past the window, he suddenly stood still, and immediately, with a smile on his face, threw the document violently towards Mr. Bess. Just now, Mr. Bess threatened his life. Max certainly didn't hold back one iota. With this throw, he used almost all his strength. The paper in his hand whistled straight away, came to Mr. Bess, and struck him in the face with tremendous force. Only a crunch was heard. Mr. Bess let out an instant cry of pain. Max, on the other hand, laughed out loud, ran to the window in the midst of the crowd's amazement, and then, without hesitation, jumped out of the third-floor window. His body drew a perfect arc in the air. The eyes were about to fall straight down. At this moment, Max is on the third floor. How is the third floor from the ground? It's also 5 or 6 meters high. Just fall down. No doubt it will be a very serious injury. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene in shock. Some wonder why Max did what he did. Oh my god. What's he going to do? Kill himself? A young girl covered her mouth in surprise. What's going on up there? My god. He's going to jump onto that car. A middle-aged man pointed into the air, his voice filled with surprise. The crowd's eyes were once again on the Panda car, and at the same time, Max's body quickly approached the Panda car. However, just as Max was about to hit the car, a miracle happened. The top of the car suddenly became an open top and the 4 rows of seats inside instantly reclined into a bed. A solid catch for Max. Max fell from as high as the 3rd floor, but nothing happened at all. Even because those seats are so flexible, his body bounced twice, dislodging the force of the fall perfectly. The scene caused the crowd of onlookers to erupt into gasps of surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes. Max, on the other hand, quickly got into the driver's seat, and in the meantime, the car went back to normal. Max turned around, and immediately saw that Mr. Bess and the others had chased him to the window. He's standing at the window right now, looking at himself, with an angry expression on his face. Max laughed out loud and immediately gave the man on the 2nd floor the middle finger before driving his car and disappearing from sight. Mr. Bess watched Max drive off in his car. Instantly, he turned his head and looked behind him at the bodyguards and thugs who had just run in. He shouted angrily, "What's the matter with you guys? Didn't I tell you to watch that car?" The men immediately bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. "Sir, we did have our eyes on that car, and we had a lot of people guarding it. 2 car thieves came along behind us, and we thought it would be a good idea for them to steal the car, and then we'd steal it back and work on it ourselves. But I didn't think the car would drive itself." Really, Mr. Bess, there wasn't anyone in the car. The car drove itself and we didn't react at all. At this moment, the handful of bodyguards are also helpless. They really have been watching it very carefully, not touching the fish at all. But it's amazing how this car runs on its own. It was something they didn't expect at all. And more to the point, this is the 3rd floor. Who would have thought Max would have the guts to jump right off the 3rd floor? It's even more impossible to imagine that the car, in addition to running on its own, could be turned into a convertible and the seats into a bed. It's amazing that Max was allowed to jump from the 3rd floor, all unharmed. Is that still a fucking car? It's already a transformer. Okay? Is there such an awesome car in this world? Mr. Bess obviously knew that there was no point in blaming the men at this point. He looked at these men around him and immediately shouted out angrily, "Then what else can you do here? Why don't you quickly run up and chase after him? Don't let him get away from me." Mr. Bess looked furious. "Get all the cars you can around here. This is my territory. I don't believe he can get away with it." "Yes," the henchman answered, followed immediately by picking up his cell phone and opening it. It didn't take long. All around this whole place, there was a sudden roar of countless engines. Immediately after, all the streets and alleys, suddenly swarming with cars. The cars are all maxed out, headed in Max's direction. Even Max's front, back, left and right sides are surrounded by countless cars at this very moment. A look like he was going to wrap him up in the middle. Max also knew that Mr. Bess, being the big capitalist that he was, certainly wasn't that easy to deal with. He sat in the car with his hands firmly on the steering wheel, while his feet pressed harder on the gas pedal. "I don't believe I can be stopped here with such a car." He's thinking that he's going to take this opportunity to make a huge advertisement for the Panda. Max jumped into the limo and started it up quickly, the wheels scraping against the asphalt with a sharp sound. He glanced in the rearview mirror. A convoy of dozens of cars was rapidly approaching. headlights flashing in the night. He pressed a button on the steering wheel, and the engine of the limousine let out a low rumble, increasing its speed instantly. Max's car weaved through the narrow streets with the caravan in hot pursuit behind it. He swerved into an alley, his wheels nearly scraping the wall as the body tilted and nearly crashed. Very close. The pack was close behind, but Max's car slid through every turn like a ghost. But the convoy behind was still in hot pursuit. Max took a moment to look at the map on the car's screen, and after thinking about it, he instantly had an idea. For one thing, he immediately said to the AI in the car, "Go in this direction. There are a lot of people in this direction, and there is an obstacle ahead that does not allow travelers to walk. Are you sure you want to walk in this direction?" AI responded immediately. Max nodded instantly. "Sure you want to go in that direction at top speed? No? Don't slow down slightly at top speed and wait for those cars behind you." Although there were a whole bunch of cars approaching behind him at the moment, and although those cars were all running for their lives, at the moment, Chris didn't have a single worry. As for the reason, of course, it was also very simple. With the Panda as a car, he didn't worry about being caught up, and even if he did, he didn't worry at all that something would happen to him. It was all that simple. Even because the Panda was so fast, he had to specifically have his car slow down a little bit in order to help advertise the Panda so that he could be caught up by the people behind him, who otherwise wouldn't have been able to catch up with his car at all. As for why he chose that direction, it was of course to make the ad properly. Let this car show his class when he first appears before the public. AI stopped talking to do Max's bidding and opened up straight in the direction Max had guided her. Soon they drove onto a large road. This is a commercial street. All around are people. And not far ahead, there is under construction site? Apparently the road out of the question. With iron fences surrounded by a very high, completely formed a dead end. Only pedestrians can pass. And because of that, the area was almost packed with people at the moment, and no cars were coming in at all. Without letting Max enrich and do anything, the AI automatically honked its horn. In advance, all those people who were blocking in front of them were scared away, making way for a path. There was also no doubt that this rampant driving style of Almax's had caused many people to be upset. Those on the road were all breaking into a rage, and didn't even have the time or energy to observe exactly what kind of car Marx was driving. And that's the effect Max wants. He took control of the steering wheel and drove all the way forward, while soon the 10 cutlasses of cars behind him all drove up and followed closely. All the pedestrians around them were scared to the side, huddled together to witness the chase. This entire commercial street had almost 1,000 people at this moment, and not only the surrounding area, but also the second and third floors next to it were similarly attracted to the clamor on the road. Everyone was looking at this car that Max was driving. At first everyone was cursing, but immediately after when they realized that all that was left in front of Max was a dead end where they couldn't drive out at all. After that these people immediately, mockingly laughed again. "Damn. I'd like to see you drive through it. Shit motherfucker, you know what I am saying? Damn, man. Off. Drive on. Drive on, drive on. I'll see how I can run you over." All the kid could do was park there obediently and wait until these dozen or so cars behind him caught up with him, ripped him out of the car and kicked him in the ass so hard that, damn, it almost scared the piss out of me. A group of people kept cursing, and those drivers who were chasing the car at the back at this very moment think the same. At this point Max was still more than 2,000 meters away from the dead end, the construction site being built ahead of him. One of the leading writers immediately pressed the intercom and reported to Mr. Bess on the other end of the intercom. "Sir, this kid can't get away. We've already chased him to a dead end inside. Within 10 minutes we'll bring this kid back to you. And the car, I must have that car brought back to me as well." Mr. Bess said. "No problem, sir." The leader of the caravan immediately answered without the slightest hesitation. In his opinion this matter was 9 out of 10, and the Max in front of him could never run away again. And it was under the attention of this crowd that Max finally drove up to that construction site, just when everyone thought he would have to drop his speed and stop, waiting quietly for the people and cars behind him to catch up. Max, who was sitting in the car, did smile slightly, and immediately afterward he raised his right hand high in the air and slapped it down hard, pressing a button on the steering wheel. It was at this moment that the jets on the underside of the Panda's car kicked in, and at the same time the power that had been built up from running so much was fully released by the tires. The whole car ejected like a spring. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, flying over this construction site in progress, Max sped through the night in his luxury car, shocking every passerby along the way with his escape. They stopped in their tracks or poked their heads out of the windows to watch in awe as the vehicle, which seemed to be from the future, sped through the streets. All of them, shocked. "He's flying. My God, was that just a dream? Oh my God. I've never seen a car that fast." A young man shook his head in amazement, his eyes glued to the direction in which the limousine had disappeared. How did that car do that? It looks like it's in a movie. One girl excitedly pulled out her cell phone to try and capture the rare sight. This must be some kind of new technology. It's incredible, a middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice filled with curiosity. The passers-by began to talk to each other, discussing what had just happened. Shock and curiosity were written all over their faces as they took out their cell phones to record this incredible scene. I'm going to post it on social media so everyone knows about it, a young man said excitedly, his fingers tapping rapidly on his cell phone screen. I just can't believe what just happened in front of my eyes. This place is at least 20 meters high, right? This car even flew over just like that. Is it real or fake? I need to call my psychiatrist and have him look at what's going on here. My paranoia may be acting up again. Oh my god. Is this a movie? That's what I thought. This should have been there on a tightrope, right? But I don't see where the wire is at all. Damn, I was so focused on looking just now. I didn't even take out my cell phone. I can't believe my eyes. Ask those cars back there and see what they say. Yes, if it's a movie they should know, but if it's a real car, it was suggested. Then a large group of people around them. Immediately, they rushed towards, behind into a dozen cars. At this point, the dozen or so cars had long since frozen in place. No reaction at all. The leader of the convoy, who had already stepped out of the car, opened the door and stood on the ground, looking ahead at that construction site, wide-eyed with shock on his face. He had no idea what the hell he was supposed to be doing at this moment. It's certainly not because he doesn't have an imagination. Rather, it's because in this kind of thing, even imagination doesn't help. God, the leader couldn't help but sigh, looking ahead at a construction site more than 20 meters high. The whole thing was completely numb. This situation, there was no way for them to chase. And because just now, things happened so suddenly, he couldn't even turn off the intercom in time. So, there was just a lot of noise and cheering and shrieking all around. And the exclamation he just made, all of it reached Mr. Bess's ears. Mr. Bess, on the other end of the intercom, is obviously a little surprised and puzzled by what's going on here. So he immediately spoke up and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The leader of the caravan, awakened by Mr. Bess's voice, hesitated for a moment, but dared not speak. He didn't know exactly what he was supposed to say. Clearly a few minutes ago, he also made a promise to Mr. Bess. One will certainly be able to apprehend Max on one's own, but it's just a few minutes that pass. The car, it just flew right under their noses, flying over that high construction site. How does that make them catch? There's no way to catch this. It's not like their cars can fly. Their people can't fly either. And the front is now jammed tight. This dead end. They had thought that it would be their chance to catch Max, but I didn't realize that it had become something to hold them back instead. That's just ridiculous. If we're going to turn around and go back this way, we're going to go ahead and chase them. Even if he knows some trails, knows some shortcuts, it's also simply impossible to catch up. What's wrong? I asked you what's wrong. The end of the intercom. Mr. Bess is still pushing. The convoy leader, too, knew that even if he was scared, he couldn't delay Mr. Bess's business. Otherwise, one faces the penalty. It's only going to get worse. So, he could only force his fear and said, "It's like this, Mr. Bess." He told the whole all of what had just happened. And on the other end of the intercom, Mr. Bess was instantly furious when he heard it. Are you kidding me? A car flying? Did you fucking get up this morning and eat too much of something you shouldn't have? Mr. Bess, who has always prided himself on being a successful man, is one who rarely swears in front of outsiders. Now, the ministry was so angry that he was swearing, so it could be seen that Mr. Bess, at this time, was already angry to what extent. The leader, of course, did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction or opinion. He didn't even dare to talk back, just so quietly listen to Mr. Bess after he's finished cursing. The leader then spoke. Mr. Bess, I'm really not lying to you, and when the time comes, you can see it all on the Proctor video. Without waiting for Mr. Bess to speak, he continued, and isn't it good news that the car can fly? The better the car, the more valuable it is to you. Besides, this is the land of drifting changes. Even if this car can really fly, unless it can have a pair of wings, it won't be able to fly out of your reach at all. In fact, of course Beth wasn't really angry. He certainly didn't get so much of his property back entirely by bad means. Just now, just venting. And, there was also no need to remind the other side at all. The thing that Mr. Bess is best at is not putting his eggs inside the same basket. There's no way he could have gotten as much wealth as he has now if he really only trusted one person. You don't need to tell me how I do my job. So get your ass back here right now and prepare for the punishment that belongs to you. Mr. Bess said this, and then simply hung up the phone. Then he looked at the little secretary beside him. The The little secretary also instantly understood. A new walkie-talkie was immediately produced from the side and placed in Mr. Bess's hand. At the same time, the secretary took out another remote control and pressed it. At this very moment, this box where Mr. Bess is, long ago, a large projection had been cast down from the wall. The large projection is very clear. It's playing, like, every road in the city. They tuned in casually, so the scene locks on just now, with Max at the controls of the Panda car. Fly over the location of that construction site. The staff moved the time back slightly, and after Mr. Bess then saw it with his own eyes. Max drove that car like it had springs under it. On the verge of hitting those construction site partitions, the whole car jumped up, crossing over to the construction site. The staff has sped up. It can be seen very clearly in the video. Max's car, after the jump, immediately, he dropped to the ground again and ran forward. Now the target has entered the 4553 road, is along the 4553 road forward. 4553 road next intersection is a crossroads. The target has a total of 3 choices. We in the 3 choices of the intersection have arranged people, with the target's current speed, before he arrived at the intersection. We absolutely can send people to intercept. Next to the secretary, there is a staff member, who at this moment speaks up and explains. But sitting at the staff member's word, it was as if they had heard the staff member's words of confidence just now. Only now, in the middle of the video, that car of Max's suddenly began to accelerate, at a completely unscientific rate, on the main street rushing up. According to their measurements, the entire car had even reached almost 200 miles per hour. That's a speed that only some professional athletes can drive. All it takes is a little inattention to get into a car accident at those speeds. I'm afraid the only thing that's going to happen to them is that they're going to get killed. Though at this point there are a lot of cars on this main road. It's a lot of traffic. Max's car skills, however, are just as very good. The control weaves from side to side, constantly overtaking the vehicle. No collision with any car at all. It didn't even disrupt the entire flow of traffic because he was casually overtaking. Or it could be said, Max is just too fast for this car. So fast that the other cars on the road didn't react at all. It's like playing a game. If Beth and the guys have staff here who are from the Great Hanseatic state, must be able to come up with an idiom that fits perfectly. Idle hands. That's right. That's how Max closes the court. A quick dash. After the shock and hesitation from the beginning, Mr. Bess immediately reacted and turned his head at once, looking at the staff member while asking, with his current speed, will we still be able to intercept him? The staff member's face suddenly changed, then immediately lowered his head and began to quickly calculate. But after he'd done his calculations for a while, immediately, he looked at Mr. Bess with a helpless face. Sir, if he keeps up his current speed, then we really might not be able to stop him. As powerful as Mr. Bess is, those under his thumb have lives of their own. It is impossible to be ready to do his bidding at all times. And, this time, in order to deal with Max, Mr. Bess felt that he had arranged enough. He practically has half the city here under his control. But, being unsure of which way Max would run, so, of course, they need to make some adjustments. It's not possible to just take the people and block all the roads here. And this adjustment, itself, is something that needs to be notified and enforced? The staff member who just did the math for him. In fact, it's already accounted for all of these things. All of them. At this point in time, if he says that he cannot catch up, then he really cannot catch up. Where are the others? Transfer all the others to me. Have everyone intercept them. If they can't be intercepted at the next intersection, then intercept them at the next intersection. This entire city is my people. I'll see how he's going to escape. Mr. Bess said at once. That staff member also responded instantly. A flurry of commands was announced immediately afterward. All the staff are on the move. The callers are on the phone. The computers are on the computer. Everyone is informed and calculating. And in the meantime, Mr. Mutual lurks among those forces in this city. Also among these notices. One by one all of them began to surface. Originally Mr. Bess thought. He dropped nearly 50 of them at once. It's no problem to deal with Max alone. And he's got all these great cars, too. All fast too. Even if Max's car is good. Even if it's fast. Nor is it possible to escape from an interception of more than 50 cars. Not to mention, it wasn't the drivers of multiple vehicles, all of whom were very familiar with the various routes around here. They also have a whole command post on their side, which allows them to take in everything that's going on. This could be called a dragnet. Whichever car is out on the market at this moment, I'm afraid none of them can escape. Even if it's a generation of Han Yoshi that's been on the hot seat and in the news before. Mr. Bess did study that car specifically. He was sure that car wouldn't get away either. But here and now, Max suddenly drove over this car. Yet again, there was a breakthrough. The speed is surprisingly faster than the previous generation of Hanmikashi. It's impossible for the average person to even imagine it. What advanced technology this must be. It's what allows the car to iterate so quickly. And more to the point, at present, the market power of the Hani generation has not yet been fully explored. There are still so many people waiting to book. One generation is fast enough. Now roll out this car. The speed is yet faster than a generation. Isn't this the equivalent of giving yourself a hard time? What kind of business is that? Real business. Just should. Even with the most advanced technology. As long as there is no one else on the market who can threaten themselves, that would never take these new technologies out either. Instead, take it slowly, like squeezing toothpaste. This way, you can make the most out of your earnings. Doesn't the owner of this Han carriage in the Han Kingdom know how to make money? Shit. Mr. Bess cursed. Now he was really angry. And even more angry than when Max had almost gotten away with it earlier. No matter where Max ran off to, this was pretty country after all. And this community was even more of a one-handed affair for him. There was no way Max was going to run out on him. He's bound to catch it eventually. The only difference is just that. It's just a matter of catching it early or catching it late. But nowadays, the speed shown by Max the car, as well as this automobile, has been measured towards the public and possibly even photographed. That means that Hankiori must be ready to release this car. If this company had sent this car out before they had bought this company out themselves, that would be a huge blow to the sales and market of the previous generation. I don't know how much less money I'll make then. At the moment, we don't own the company. Mr. Bess, however, has begun to be distressed by the money this company has lost, because in the future that's all money that belongs to him. How can one's money just be wasted? Shit, 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 shit. Mr. Bess busted out. After a moment, he calmed down. There is still a chance to save it. As long as we can get this company to say that this car is a concept car, and that there is no way for it to be mass-produced yet, we can still save it. It won't last long, but a little while is a little while. Mr. Bess, with respect to the market, has an extremely keen sense of judgment. He's very clear. Today, the video of Max's spinning black and white car, leaping over a construction zone. Once it was uploaded to the internet, no doubt about it, it would be all over the internet and cause a declaration. Those people on the internet will detonate right off the bat in anticipation of this car. When the time comes, if you don't release it yourself in time, or dragged it out too long, it may even backfire. But the most important thing now is to get this car, this company, and everything in this company as soon as possible. Mr. Bess thought in his heart, and then immediately instructed the staff next to him. Immediately call out all the people, catch him within the day. Sir, this Max seems to be running towards the sea. At this very moment, the staff next to him suddenly spoke up. Let's run to the beach. If his car can fly, can he still swim in the sea? I'll see where he can run when he gets to the beach. Mr. Bess said. But we are concerned about the damage if this car of his falls into the sea. The staff member said. Then arrange for someone to stand guard over there. And if he and the car fall into the sea, salvage them immediately. And in the shortest possible time, make sure that there is no damage to my car. Do you hear me? Yes, sir, the staff responded. Immediately afterward, it immediately began to operate. Mr. Bess, on the other hand, is staring intently at the screen in front of him, watching Max drive that car down the road at breakneck speeds. It was as fast as a phantom, easily passing one expensive sports car after another. He ran towards the sea, which was not far away, more than 10 kilometers away. And right now, Max on the other side. I've only just recovered from my previous leap, although it has been known for a long time that the home car has such a feature. But he hasn't experienced it firsthand. Just felt the moment when the car carried him straight into the sky. He even almost peed himself. It was a good thing that the seats inside the car immediately wrapped around him. Didn't let the weightlessness last long, or even a flash. Then those amusement parks in the Big Hammer, pirate ship class, do not know how many times more comfortable. But there's still more or less a little bit of weightlessness. And I don't know if Mr. Love has a way to get rid of it completely. After all, a real limousine can't make people feel a little bit uncomfortable. Max even has the energy to think about such trivial things. It's like he's not even being tracked and hunted right now. Instead, it's like driving around in a car. Sure, and I don't blame Max for thinking out of the box. It's because right now, this whole car is under AL's control. At such a fast speed, only Al was able to keep the car moving without any problems. Max couldn't have done it with the car he's got now. So now, he sat inside the car with almost nothing to do. It's also only possible to just randomly mess with your thoughts. Master, detected a suspected interception on the road ahead. It's happening right now. Panda Owl suddenly spoke up. Max froze and immediately asked, where? Everywhere. All the roads that were intended to be there have been blocked. Al said. Max was a bit bemused. Not bad for Mr. Bess. He understood very well how powerful Mr. Bess really was. So, not surprised at all by this current situation. Sure, knowing is knowing. Now, seeing such a huge force as Mr. Bess in person, Max felt some shock after all. So there's no road ahead of us now, is there? Max asked. Yes, Al replied. Can't we run away even if we leapfrog over their convoy? Max asked. There's too many people to escape except by violent means. But violent means would probably attract the local police and would result in a murder. Al replied. Then let's take the last resort. Max said. He certainly wasn't going to tie his hands. And of course the panda car can't just be blocked in like that. Max had wanted to take the guys in the back for a few more laps. Get a good publicity blitz going. But now it seems there is no way to continue to publicize it. After all, he didn't want to actually get a few people killed by violent means. By that time, even if you have a point, it'll turn out not to be a point. And with Mr. Bess's means, and the relationship between Mr. Bess and Pretty Country, it was entirely possible that the other side, inviting the Pretty Country, would take action against themselves. Even if one ends up escaping to the Great Han Kingdom, there is also the possibility of extradition back. This is not what Max wants to see. So right now, for their own safety and security, can only temporarily first feel continue to publicize the promotion of Panda Carmine? To ensure their own safety is the main thing. So the only road in front of us now is that ocean up ahead, right? Max asked from the driver's seat after glancing at the map. AI immediately spoke up and replied, yes, according to the detection of the other intersections, all of them have been blocked by people. The cars and people have packed the intersections all over the place. With our current jumping distance and height, there's no way to completely jump over. It's because there's no way to jump right over it that you can only take the crash option. However, since the quality of the Panda car itself is a bit worse than the previous Iron Horde, but not by much, at least it is still easy to deal with these ordinary small cars on the market at this moment. So as long as Max takes this tactic of crashing, there will undoubtedly be damage, injuries and even loss of life for some of those intercepting. Maybe that's what Beth had in mind when she let those intersections account for so many of them. Trying to use the human lives at stake makes Marx throw in the towel. That way, Max would never be able to escape, no matter what. Mr. Bess, even with all his calculations, could never have counted on the fact that one of his jokes inside the room, one of his insults to his men, had in fact unintentionally spoken a truth. Max looked at the sea in the distant distance in front of him, then turned his head to look around the compartment and said with a slight smile, if I remember correctly, we should be able to move inside the sea, right? AI did not have a moment's silence, and immediately opened his mouth to reply. According to the database, this car has the function of moving in the water, but this function is only for temporary use in times of crisis. The car is not a boat, so it is not recommended to drive directly to move in the sea, and even if it moves, it is best not to last too long. This don't last too long. How long exactly? Max asked. Seriously, about this issue he really did not understand. Although this car is also from his hand, when Qin Feng design and manufacture of this car, he was beside a lot of help. But this car's function is really too much too fancy. Many are beyond his imagination and cognition. So Max doesn't actually know that much about the functionality of the whole car, especially with features like walking on water. Before today, Max thought that even if his brain was no longer working well, there was no way he could drive a car and run and walk on the water. Wouldn't it be better to have the time to just get a big cruise and call a few pretty girls himself? The car is meant to be driven on land. Even at that time, when he knew that Qin Feng had added such a function inside the car, he felt that it was a bit unbelievable. But now Max had to admit that after all, it was still Mr. Qin who had the foresight. If this Panda car didn't have this feature today, maybe he would really have to risk running someone over with his car in order to escape Mr. Bess. And at the same time, the AI in the car also responded with a voice. The specific running time depends on the consumption of energy in the body. If it is in the case of sufficient sunlight, and the seawater wave surge amplitude is large, it is reasonable to say that floating in the sea can be. There is no time limit. After the AI's explanation, Max had a fuller understanding of the car's performance again. In short, the only problem with this car, whether it was walking on land or on the sea, was in the aspect of power and energy. As long as there is enough energy, then the car will be able to run without limit. And the biggest reason why the Panda car is called an energy car is because this car can be used in a variety of ways to obtain energy. For example, solar energy, the kinetic energy generated by the friction of tires against the ground, and of course, the power of the waves and currents in the sea. So in short, as long as the car was not allowed to be in a state where there was no power available, then even if Max really wanted to drive the car as a boat, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, the whole car was so well waterproof that it was almost impossible for any water to run into the body. That's a relief. Max couldn't help but smile, and immediately afterward, he gave a direct order to the AI in the car. Then let's just go straight for the sea at full power. As you wish. The AI in the car immediately answered immediately after. The speed of the car immediately added to the fastest, even if the rear originally had a lot of cars from a variety of channels to catch up. But with the Panda car again after accelerating, once again, these cars, all far behind. Inside that box at the hotel, the staff immediately reported to Mr. Best next to him after seeing Max accelerate again. Max has accelerated again at his speed. None of the cars we sent out were able to intercept him before he made it to the beach. You think I'm not seeing him speed up? I just need you to tell me if the end result will be any different. Mr. Best said. The end result shouldn't be much different. Max has accelerated again, but he still doesn't have the means to break through our defenses without risking a crash. There's only one path in front of Max now, and that's to drive the car and park it directly on the beach. Or rather, to rush directly into the sea, and either of those two, he won't be able to escape us. The staff continued to report. And are the other arrangements in place? All the arrangements have been put in place. We've already sent one of the nearest freighters that's on its way over there. As long as Max drives the car into the water, our freighter will be able to salvage that car from the sea at the first opportunity. And definitely won't allow the car to sink to the bottom of the sea or be immersed in the seawater for too long. That's good. After hearing this answer, Mr. Bess was finally relieved, followed by his slightly raised his eyes to look at the beautiful secretary standing on the other side. He opened his mouth and instructed, "Find the owner of this car company in the Great Han country. That Mr. Qin, surnamed Qin. As long as this site captures marks, immediately give me the phone over. Since Max is so ungrateful, then let us personally come and talk to this Mr. Qin." Mr. Bess of course does not want Max's life also. Never wanted to want Max's life. The reason why he chased Max, the reason why he made such a big battle, the only one of the purpose is to do business. Now in front of Mr. Bess's problem is just that he wants to do business. But Max and Qin Feng showed that they do not want to do business with him. So he can only use such unconventional means to force Max and Qin Feng to do business with him. Yes, the beautiful secretary next to him answered immediately. She began to search for Qin Feng's contact information on his laptop, in order to be able to make this business. Mr. Bess had already made sufficient preparations. Even after capturing Max, Qin Feng's side still disagreed, and Mr. Bess had, likewise, his backhand. Even in the worst case scenario, at least Max was still in his hands, and as long as Max still wanted to live, he would be able to go through Max and dismantle all of those cars that Qin Feng had made on the market, and then use his own, the factory's own raw materials and his own workers to make another version. As for copyrights and patents and all that, Mr. Bess just didn't think about it at all. Back in the day, Mr. Bess and their ancestors were the ones who pushed for the emergence of copyrights and patents, and Mr. Bess was very clear that these things were nothing more than a playbook they had created for themselves to be able to sit back and collect money. When these things can serve them and make money for them, then of course these are good things. But when these things can no longer serve them and make money for them, then they would be meaningless and they certainly would never comply. And in just that short amount of time, Max was already driving his car and was about to rush to the beach next. Whether Max was going to pull over to the beach and throw up his hands and surrender, or whether he was going to rush to the sea to express his anger even at the risk of his life, depended on the next half a minute. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on the large screen in front of them. As time passes slowly, but the car Max was driving still had no intention of slowing down. And with that, Max drove the car as fast as he could down the street to the beach, followed by no semblance of slowing down. Eyes on the guardrail. It was as if the car had been fitted with springs and jumped once more, and there was no way to stop the guardrail, which was only a meter or so high. Directly the car was leapt over. The car just went straight off the land and plunged headlong into the sea ahead of it. Even if it had been mentally prepared that Max might do something crazy like this, but after actually seeing this scene happen, the crowd in the room was still filled with shock. Both shocked at Max's audacity and at the car's performance and capabilities. If a previous leap can still be called black technology, then now this successive leaps have basically established that the level of technology of this car is of the ultramodern, completely downgraded to combat the level of today's technology. There was no need for Mr. Best to order it at all. The crews immediately sprang into action, making phone calls and yelling at the top of their lungs to get the cruise ships ready, fish out the car that fell into the sea, and Max Mr. Best didn't say a word, looking fairly calm, but inside, he was already getting nervous. The car, the better it performs, the more he wants it. He was not wanting, at all, to let this car have any accidents. It can't really swim in the ocean, can it? Suddenly, Mr. Bess, in his head, came this thought. Then, just then, the henchman who was in charge of contacting the cruise ship suddenly let out a cry of alarm.